Section 1 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Nights, a sentimental story from the Diary of a Dreamer by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Recording by Jennifer Ann Chevelle. First Night. It was a wonderful night, such a night as is only possible when we are young, dear reader. The sky was so starry, so bright that, looking at it, one could not help asking oneself whether ill-humored and capricious people could live under such a sky. That is a youthful question too, dear reader, very youthful, but may the Lord put it more frequently into your heart. Speaking of capricious and ill-humored people, I cannot help recalling my moral condition all that day. From early morning I had been oppressed by a strange despondency. It suddenly seemed to me that I was lonely, that everyone was forsaking me and going away from me. Of course, anyone is entitled to ask who everyone was, for though I had been living almost 8 years in Petersburg, I had hardly an acquaintance. But what did I want with acquaintances? I was acquainted with all Petersburg as it was. That was why I felt as though they were all deserting me when all Petersburg packed up and went to its summer villa. I felt afraid of being left alone, and for 3 whole days I wandered about the town in profound dejection, not knowing what to do with myself. Whether I walked in the Nevsky, went to the gardens, or sauntered on the embankment, there was not one face of those I had been accustomed to meet at the same time and place all the year. They, of course, do not know me, but I know them. I know them intimately. I have almost made a study of their faces, and am delighted when they are gay, and downcast when they are under a cloud. I have almost struck up a friendship with one old man whom I meet every blessed day at the same hour in Nastenka. Such a grave, pensive countenance! He is always whispering to himself, and brandishing his left arm, while in his right hand he holds a long, gnarled stick with a gold knob. He even notices me, and takes a warm interest in me. If I happen not to be at a certain time in the same spot in Nastenka, I am certain he feels disappointed. That is how it is that we almost bow to each other, especially when we are both in good humor. The other day, when we had not seen each other for 2 days and met on the 3rd, we were actually touching our hats, but, realizing in time, dropped our hands and passed each other with a look of interest. I know the houses too. As I walk along, they seem to run forward in the streets, to look out at me from every window, and almost to say, "Good morning, how do you do? I am quite well, thank God, and I am to have a new story in May." Or, "How are you? I am being redecorated tomorrow." Or, "I was almost burnt down and had such a fright," and so on. I have my favorites among them. Some are dear friends. One of them intends to be treated by the architect this summer. I shall go every day on purpose to see that the operation is not a failure. God forbid. But I shall never forget an incident with a very pretty little house of a light pink color. It was such a charming little brick house. It looked so hospitably at me, and so proudly at its ungainly neighbors, that my heart rejoiced whenever I happened to pass it. Suddenly, last week, I walked along the street, and when I looked at my friend, I heard a plaintive, "They're painting me yellow." The villains! The barbarians! They had spared nothing, neither columns nor cornices, and my poor little friend was as yellow as a canary. It almost made me bilious. And to this day I have not had the courage to visit my poor disfigured friend, painted the color of the Celestial Empire. So, now you understand, reader, in what sense I am acquainted with all Petersburg. I have mentioned already that I had felt worried for 3 whole days before I guessed the cause of my uneasiness, and I felt ill at ease in the street. This one had gone, and that one had gone, and what had become of the other? And at home I did not feel like myself either. For 2 evenings I was puzzling my brains to think of what was amiss in my corner, why I felt so uncomfortable in it. And in perplexity I scanned my grimy green walls, my ceiling covered with a spider's web, the growth of which Matrona has so successfully encouraged. I looked over all my furniture, examined every chair, wondering whether the trouble lay there. For if one chair is not standing in the same position as it stood the day before, I am not myself. I looked at the window, but it was all in vain. I was not a bit the better for it. I even bethought me to send for Matrona, and was giving her some fatherly admonitions in regard to the spider's webs and sluttishness in general, but she simply stared at me in amazement and went away without saying a word, so that the spider's web is comfortably hanging in its place to this day. I only at last, this morning, realized what was wrong. Why, they are giving me the slip, and making off to their summer villas. Forgive the triviality of the expression, but I am in no mood for fine language. For everything that had been in Petersburg had gone or was going away for the holidays. For every respectable gentleman of dignified appearance who took a cab was at once transformed, in my eyes, into a respectable head of a household, who, after his daily duties were over, was making his way to the bosom of his family, to the summer villa. For all the passers-by had now quite a peculiar air, which seemed to say to everyone they met, "We are only here for the moment, gentlemen, and in another 2 hours we shall be going off to the summer villa." If a window opened after delicate fingers, white as snow, had tapped upon the pane, and the head of a pretty girl was thrust out, calling to a street-seller with pots of flowers at once on the spot, I fancied that those flowers were being bought not simply in order to enjoy the flowers and the spring in stuffy town lodgings, but because they would all be very soon moving into the country, and could take the flowers with them. What is more, I made such progress in my new peculiar sort of investigation that I could distinguish correctly from the mere air of each in what summer villa he was living. The inhabitants of Kameny and Abdikarsky Islands, or of the Peterhof Road, were marked by the studied elegance of their manner, their fashionable summer suits, and the fine carriages in which they drove to town. Visitors to Pargovelo, and places further away, impressed one at first sight by their reasonable and dignified air. The tripper to Krestovsky Island could be recognized by his look of irrepressible gaiety. If I chanced to meet a long procession of wagoners walking lazily with the reins in their hands, beside wagons loaded with regular mountains of furniture, tables, chairs, ottomans and sofas, and domestic utensils of all sorts, frequently with a decrepit cook sitting on top of it all, guarding her master's property as though it were the apple of her eye, or if I saw boats heavily loaded with household goods crawling along the Neva or Fontanka to the Black River or the islands, the wagons and the boats were multiplied 10-fold, 100-fold, in my eyes. I fancied that everything was astir and moving. Everything was going in regular caravans to the summer villas. It seemed as though Petersburg threatened to become a wilderness, so that at last I felt ashamed, mortified, and sad that I had nowhere to go for the holidays, and no reason to go away. I was ready to go away with every wagon, to drive off with every gentleman of respectable appearance who took a cab, but no one, absolutely no one, invited me. It seemed they had forgotten me, as though really I were a stranger to them. I took long walks, succeeding, as I usually did, in quite forgetting where I was, when I suddenly found myself at the city gates. Instantly I felt light-hearted, and I passed the barrier and walked between cultivated fields and meadows, unconscious of fatigue, and feeling only all over as though a burden were falling off my soul. All the passers-by gave me such friendly looks that they seemed almost greeting me. They all seemed so pleased at something. They were all smoking cigars, every one of them, and I felt pleased as I never had before. It was as though I had suddenly found myself in Italy. So strong was the effect of nature upon a half-sick townsman like me, almost stifling between city walls. There is something inexpressibly touching in nature around Petersburg, when at the approach of spring she puts forth all her might, all the powers bestowed on her by heaven, when she breaks into leaf, decks herself out, and spangles herself with flowers. Somehow I cannot help being reminded of a frail, consumptive girl, at whom one sometimes looks with compassion, sometimes with sympathetic love, whom sometimes one simply does not notice, though suddenly, in one instant, she becomes, as though by chance, inexplicably lovely and exquisite, and, impressed and intoxicated, one cannot help asking oneself what power made those sad, pensive eyes flash with such fire? What summoned the blood to those pale, wan cheeks? What bathed with passion those soft features? What set that bosom heaving? What so suddenly called strength, life, and beauty into the poor girl's face, making it gleam with such a smile, kindle with such bright, sparkling laughter? You look around, you seek for someone, you conjecture, but the moment passes, and next day you meet, maybe, the same pensive and preoccupied look as before, the same pale face, the same meek and timid movements, and even signs of remorse, traces of immortal anguish and regret for the fleeting distraction. And you grieve that the momentary beauty has faded so soon, never to return, that it flashed upon you so treacherously, so vainly. Grieve because you had not even time to love her. And yet my night was better than my day. This was how it happened. I came back to the town very late, and it had struck 10 as I was going towards my lodgings. My way lay along the canal embankment, where at that hour you never meet a soul. It is true that I live in a very remote part of the town. I walked along singing, for when I am happy I am always humming to myself, like every happy man who has no friend or acquaintance with whom to share his joy. Suddenly I had a most unexpected adventure. Leaning on the canal railing stood a woman with her elbows on the rail. She was apparently looking with great attention at the muddy water of the canal. She was wearing a very charming yellow hat and a jaunty little black mantle. "She's a girl, and I'm sure she's dark," I thought. She did not seem to hear my footsteps, and did not even stir when I passed by with bated breath and a loudly throbbing heart. Strange, I thought. She must be deeply absorbed in something. And all at once I stopped as though petrified. I heard a muffled sob. Yes, I was not mistaken. The girl was crying, and a minute later I heard sob after sob. Good heavens! My heart sank, and, timid as I was with women, yet this was such a moment! I turned, took a step towards her, and should certainly have pronounced the word "Madam," if I had not known that that exclamation has been uttered 1,000 times in every Russian society novel. It was only that reflection stopped me. But while I was seeking for a word, the girl came to herself, looked round, started, cast down her eyes, and slipped by me along the embankment. I at once followed her, but she, divining this, left the embankment, crossed the road, and walked along the pavement. I dared not cross the street after her. My heart was fluttering like a captured bird. All at once a chance came to my aid. Along the same side of the pavement there suddenly came into sight, not far from the girl, a gentleman in evening dress, of dignified years, though by no means of dignified carriage. He was staggering and cautiously leaning against the wall. The girl flew straight as an arrow, with the timid haste one sees in all girls who do not want anyone to volunteer to accompany them home at night, and no doubt the staggering gentleman would not have pursued her if my good luck had not prompted him. Suddenly, without a word to anyone, the gentleman set off and flew full speed in pursuit of my unknown lady. She was racing like the wind, but the staggering gentleman was overtook her. The girl uttered a shriek, and I bless my luck for the excellent knotted stick which happened on that occasion to be in my right hand. In a flash I was on the other side of the street. In a flash the obtrusive gentleman had taken in the position, had grasped the irresistible argument, fallen back without a word, and only when we were very far away protested against my action in rather vigorous language. But his words hardly reached us. "Give me your arm," I said to the girl, "and he won't dare to annoy us further." She took my arm without a word, still trembling with excitement and terror. Oh, obtrusive gentleman, how I blessed you at that moment! I stole a glance at her. She was very charming and dark. I had guessed right. On her black eyelashes there still glistened a tear. From her recent terror or her former grief, I don't know. But there was already a gleam of a smile on her lips. She too stole a glance at me, faintly blushed, and looked down. "There, you see? Why did you drive me away? If I had been there, nothing would have happened."
"But I do not know you. I thought that you too—"
"Why, do you know me now?"
"A little. Here, for instance, why are you trembling?"
"Oh, you are right at the first guess," I answered, delighted that my girl had intelligence. That is never out of place in company with beauty. "Yes, from the first glance you have guessed the sort of man you have to do with." "Precisely. I am shy with women. I am agitated, I don't deny it, as much so as you were a minute ago when that gentleman alarmed you. I am in some alarm now. It's like a dream, and I never guessed, even in my sleep, that I should ever talk with any woman."
"What? Really?"
"Yes. If my arm trembles, it is because it has never been held by a pretty little hand like yours. I am a complete stranger to women. That is, I have never been used to them. You see, I am alone. I don't even know how to talk to them. Here, I don't know now whether I have not said something silly to you. Tell me frankly, I assure you beforehand, that I am not quick to take offence."
"No, nothing, quite the contrary. And if you insist on my speaking frankly, I will tell you that women like such timidity. And if you want to know more, I like it too, and I won't drive you away till I get home."
"You will make me," I said, breathless with delight, "lose my timidity, and then farewell to all my chances?"
"Chances? What chances of what?"
"That's not so nice." "I beg your pardon, I am sorry, it was a slip of the tongue, but how can you expect one at such a moment to have no desire—"
"To be liked, huh?"
"Well, yes, but do, for goodness' sake, be kind. Think what I am. Here, I am 26, and I have never seen anyone. How can I speak, well, tactfully, and to the point? It will seem better to you when I have told you everything openly. I don't know how to be silent when my heart is speaking. Well, never mind. Believe me, not one woman. Never, never. No acquaintance of any sort. And I do nothing but dream, every day, that at last I shall meet someone. Oh, if only you knew how often I have been in love in that way."
"How? With whom?"
"Why, with no one. With an ideal. With the one that I dream of in my sleep. I make up regular romances in my dreams. Ah, you don't know me. It's true, of course, I have met 2 or 3 women, but what sort of women were they? They were all landladies, that. But I shall make you laugh if I tell you that I have several times thought of speaking, just simply speaking, to some aristocratic lady in the street, when she is alone, I need hardly say. Speaking to her, of course, timidly, respectfully, passionately, telling her that I am perishing in solitude, begging her not to send me away, saying that I have no chance of making the acquaintance of any woman, impressing upon her that it is a positive duty for a woman not to repulse so timid a prayer from such a luckless man as me. That, in fact, all I ask is that she should say 2 or 3 sisterly words with sympathy, should not repulse me at first sight, should take me on trust and listen to what I say, should laugh at me if she likes, encourage me, say 2 words to me, only 2 words, even though we never meet again afterwards. But you are laughing, however. That is why I am telling you."
"Don't be vexed. I am only laughing at your being your own enemy. And if you had tried, you would have succeeded, perhaps, even though it had been in the street. The simpler the better. No kind-hearted woman, unless she were stupid or, still more, vexed about something at the moment, could bring herself to send you away without those 2 words which you asked for so timidly. But what am I saying? Of course she would take you for a madman. I was judging by myself. I know a good deal about other people's lives."
"Oh, thank you," I cried. "You don't know what you have done for me now."
I am glad. But tell me, how did you find out that I was the sort of woman with whom you think worthy of attention and friendship? In fact, not a landlady, as you say. What made you decide to come up to me?"
"What made me? But you were alone. That gentleman was too insolent. It's night. You must admit that it was a duty."
No, I mean before, on the other side. You know you meant to come up to me."
"On the other side? Really, I don't know how to answer. I'm afraid to. Do you know, I have been happy today. I walked along singing. I went out into the country. I have never had such happy moments. You? Perhaps it was my fancy. Forgive me for referring to it. I fancied you were crying, and I could not bear to hear it. It made my heart ache. Oh, my goodness! Surely I might be troubled about you? Surely there was no harm in feeling brotherly compassion for you? I beg your pardon, I said compassion. Well, in short, surely you would not be offended by my involuntary impulse to go up to you?"
"Stop, that's enough. Don't talk of it," said the girl, looking down and pressing my hand. "It was my fault for having spoken of it, but I am glad I was not mistaken in you. But here I am home. I must go down this turning. It's 2 steps from here. Good-bye. Thank you."
Surely you don't mean that we shall never see each other again? Surely this is not to be the end?"
"You see," said the girl, laughing, "at first you only wanted 2 words, and now... However, I won't say anything. Perhaps we shall meet."
"I shall come here tomorrow," I said. "Oh, forgive me, I am already making demands."
"Yes, you are not very patient. You are almost insisting."
Listen, I interrupted her. "Forgive me if I tell you something else. I tell you what, I can't help coming here tomorrow. I am a dreamer. I have so little real life that I look upon such moments as this now as so rare that I cannot help going over such moments again in my dreams. I shall be dreaming of you all night, a whole week, a whole year. I shall certainly come here tomorrow, just here to this place, just at the same hour, and I shall be happy remembering today. This place is dear to me already. I have already 2 or 3 such places in Petersburg. I once shed tears over memories. Like you. Who knows, perhaps you were weeping 10 minutes ago over some memory. But forgive me, I have forgotten myself again. Perhaps you have once been particularly happy here."
"Very good," said the girl. "Perhaps I will come here tomorrow too, at 10 o'clock. I see that I can't forbid you. The fact is, I have to be here. Don't imagine that I am making an appointment with you. I tell you beforehand that I have to be here on my own account. But, well, I tell you straight out, I don't mind if you do come. To begin with, something unpleasant might happen as it did today,
But never mind that. In short, I should simply like to see you, to say 2 words to you. Only, mind, you must not think the worst of me now. Don't think I make appointments so lightly. I shouldn't make it, except that... But let that be my secret. Only a compact beforehand." "A compact? Speak, tell me all beforehand. I agree to anything, I am ready for anything," I cried, delighted. "I answer for myself, I will be obedient, respectful. You know me." "It's just because I do know you that I ask you to come tomorrow," said the girl, laughing. "I know you perfectly. But mind you will come on the condition, in the first place... Only be good, do what I ask. You see I speak frankly. You won't fall in love with me. That's impossible, I assure you. I am ready for friendship. Here's my hand. But you mustn't fall in love with me. I beg you." "I swear!" I cried, gripping her hand. "Hush! Don't swear! I know you are ready to flare up like gunpowder. Don't think ill of me for saying so. If only you knew. I, too, have no one to whom I can say a word, whose advice I can ask. Of course, one does not look for an adviser in the street, but you are an exception. I know you, as though we have been friends for 20 years. You won't deceive me, will you?" "You will see. The only thing is, I don't know how I am going to survive the next 24 hours." "Sleep soundly. Good night. And remember that I have trusted you already. But you exclaimed so nicely just now. Surely one can't be held responsible for every feeling, even for brotherly sympathy. Do you know, that was so nicely said, that the idea struck me at once, that I might confide in you." "For God's sake, do! But what about? What is it?" "Wait till tomorrow. Meanwhile, let that be a secret. So much the better for you. It will give it a faint flavour of romance. Perhaps I will tell you tomorrow, and perhaps not. I will talk to you a little more beforehand. We will get to know each other better."
"Oh, yes, I will tell you all about myself tomorrow. But what has happened? It is as though a miracle has befallen me. My God, where am I? Come, tell me, aren't you glad that you were not angry and did not drive me away at the first moment, as any other woman would have done? In 2 minutes you have made me happy for ever. Yes, happy. Who knows? Perhaps you have reconciled me with myself, solved my doubts. Perhaps such moments come upon me. But there, I will tell you all about it tomorrow. You shall know everything, everything."
"Very well, I consent. You shall begin."
"Agreed."
"Good-bye. Till tomorrow."
"Till tomorrow." And we parted. I walked about all night. I could not make up my mind to go home. I was so happy. Tomorrow! End of first night. Recorded by Jennifer Ann Chevelle. Visit my YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/messengerangel. Recorded in Odenton, Maryland, on September 7th, 2010.
Section 2 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Nights, a sentimental story from the Diary of a Dreamer by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Second Night. "Well, so you have survived," she said, pressing both my hands. "I've been here for the last 2 hours. You don't know what a state I have been in all day." I know, but to business. Do you know why I have come? Not to talk nonsense, as I did yesterday. I tell you what, we must behave more sensibly in future. I thought a great deal about it last night." "In what way? In what must we be more sensible? I am ready for my part, but really nothing more sensible has happened to me in my life than this now." "Really? In the first place, I beg you not to squeeze my hands so. Secondly, I must tell you that I spent a long time thinking about you and feeling doubtful today." "And how did it end?" "How did it end? The upshot of it is that we must begin all over again, because the conclusion I reached today was that I don't know you at all, that I behaved like a baby last night, like a little girl. And of course the fact of it is that it's my soft heart that is to blame. That is, I sang my own praises, as one always does in the end when one analyzes one's conduct. And therefore, to correct my mistake, I've made up my mind to find out all about you minutely. But as I have no one from whom I can find out anything, you must tell me everything fully yourself. Well, what sort of man are you? Come, make haste. Begin. Tell me your whole history." "My history!" I cried in alarm. "My history! But who has told you I have a history? I have no history." "Then how have you lived, if you have no history?" she interrupted, laughing. "Absolutely without any history. I have lived, as they say, keeping myself to myself. That is, utterly alone. Alone, entirely alone. Do you know what it means to be alone?" "But how alone? Do you mean you never saw anyone?" "Oh, no, I see people, of course. But still I am alone." "Why, do you never talk to anyone?" "Strictly speaking, with no one." "Who are you, then? Explain yourself. Stay, I guess. Most likely, like me, you have a grandmother. She is blind, and will never let me go anywhere, so that I have almost forgotten how to talk. And when I played some pranks 2 years ago, and she saw there was no holding me in, she called me up and pinned my dress to hers, and ever since we sit like that for days together. She knits a stocking, though she's blind, and I sit beside her, sew or read aloud to her. It's such a queer habit. Here for 2 years I've been pinned to her." "Good heavens, what misery! But no, I haven't a grandmother like that." "Well, if you haven't, why do you sit at home? Listen, do you want to know the sort of man I am?" "Yes, yes." "In the strict sense of the word?" "In the very strictest sense of the word." "Very well. I am a type." "Type, type! What sort of type?" cried the girl, laughing, as though she had not had a chance of laughing for a whole year. "Yes, it's very amusing talking to you. Look, here's a seat. Let us sit down. No one is passing here. No one will hear us. And begin your history. For it's no good your telling me I know you have a history. Only you are concealing it. To begin with, what is a type?" "A type? A type is an original. It's an absurd person," I said, infected by her childish laughter. "It's a character. Listen, do you know what is meant by a dreamer?" "A dreamer? Indeed, I should think I do know. I am a dreamer myself. Sometimes, as I sit by grandmother, all sorts of things come into my head. Why, when one begins dreaming, one lets one's fancy run away with one. Why, I marry a Chinese prince, though sometimes it is a good thing to dream. But goodness knows, especially when one has something to think of apart from dreams," added the girl, this time rather seriously. "Excellent. If you have been married to a Chinese emperor, you will quite understand me. Come, listen. But 1 minute, I don't know your name yet. At last! You have been in no hurry to think of it." "Oh, my goodness, it never entered my head. I felt quite happy as it was." "My name is Nastenka." "Nastenka, and nothing else?" Nothing else. Why, is that not enough for you, you insatiable person? Not enough? On the contrary, it's a great deal, a very great deal, Nastenka. You kind girl! If you are Nastenka for me from the first, quite so. Well? Well, listen, Nastenka. Now for this absurd history. I sat down beside her, assumed a pedantically serious attitude, and began as though reading from a manuscript. There are, Nastenka, though you may not know it, strange nooks in Petersburg. It seems as though the same sun as shines for all Petersburg people does not peep into those spots, but some other different new one, bespoken expressly for those nooks, and it throws a different light on everything. In these corners, dear Nastenka, quite a different life is lived, quite unlike the life that is surging round us, but such as perhaps exists in some unknown realm, not among us in our serious, over-serious time. Well, that life is a mixture of something purely fantastic, fervently ideal, with something, alas, Nastenka, dingily prosaic and ordinary, not to say incredibly vulgar. Foo! Good heavens! What a preface! What do I hear? Listen, Nastenka. It seems to me I shall never be tired of calling you Nastenka. Let me tell you that in these corners live strange people, dreamers. The dreamer, if you want an exact definition, is not a human being, but a creature of an intermediate sort. For the most part he settles in some inaccessible corner, as though hiding from the light of day. Once he slips into his corner, he grows to it like a snail, or, anyway, he is in that respect very much like that remarkable creature which is an animal and a house both at once, and is called a tortoise. Why do you suppose he is so fond of his four walls, which are invariably painted green, grimy, dismal, and reeking unpardonably of tobacco smoke? Why is it that when this absurd gentleman is visited by one of his few acquaintances, and he ends by getting rid of all his friends, why does this absurd person meet him with such embarrassment, changing countenance and overcome with confusion, as though he had only just committed some crime within his four walls, as though he had been forging counterfeit notes, or as though he were writing verses to be sent to a journal with an anonymous letter in which he states that the real poet is dead, and that his friend thinks it is his sacred duty to publish his things? Why, tell me, Nastenka, why is it that conversation is not easy between the two friends? Why is there no laughter? Why does no lively word fly from the tongue of the perplexed newcomer, who at other times may be very fond of laughter, lively words, conversation about the fair sex, and other cheerful subjects? And why does this friend, probably a new friend and on his first visit, for there will hardly be a second, and the friend will never come again, why is the friend himself so confused, so tongue-tied, in spite of his wit, if he has any, as he looks at the downcast face of his host, who in his turn becomes utterly helpless and at his wit's end, after gigantic but fruitless efforts to smooth things over and enliven the conversation, to show his knowledge of polite society, to talk too of the fair sex, and by such humble endeavor to please the poor man, who like a fish out of water has mistakenly come to visit him? Why does the gentleman, all at once remembering some very necessary business which never existed, suddenly seize his hat and hurriedly make off, snatching away his hand from the warm grip of his host, who was trying his utmost to show his regret and retrieve the lost position? Why does the friend chuckle as he goes out of the door, and swear never to come and see this queer creature again, though the queer creature is really a very good fellow, and at the same time he cannot refuse his imagination the little diversion of comparing the queer fellow's countenance during their conversation with the expression of an unhappy kitten treacherously captured, roughly handled, frightened, and subjected to all sorts of indignities by children, till, utterly crestfallen, it hides away from them under a chair in the dark, and there must needs at its leisure bristle up, spit, and wash its insulted face with both paws, and long afterwards look angrily at life and nature, and even at the bits saved from the master's dinner for it by the sympathetic housekeeper. Listen, interrupted Nastenka, who had listened to me all the time in amazement, opening her eyes and her little mouth. "Listen. I don't know in the least why it happened, and why you ask me such absurd questions. All I know is that this adventure must have happened word for word to you." "Doubtless," I answered, with the gravest face. "Well, since there is no doubt about it, go on," said Nastenka, "because I want very much to know how it will end." "You want to know, Nastenka, what our hero, that is I, for the hero of the whole business was my humble self, did in his corner. You want to know why I lost my head and was upset for the whole day by the unexpected visit of a friend. You want to know why I was so startled, why I blushed when the door of my room was opened, why I was not able to entertain my visitor, and why I was crushed under the weight of my own hospitality." "Why, yes, yes," answered Nastenka. "That's the point. Listen. You describe it all splendidly, but couldn't you perhaps describe it a little less splendidly? You talk as though you were reading it out of a book." "Nastenka," I answered, in a stern and dignified voice, hardly able to keep from laughing, "dear Nastenka, I know I describe splendidly, but, excuse me, I don't know how else to do it. At this moment, dear Nastenka, at this moment I am like the spirit of King Solomon when, after lying 1,000 years under 7 seals in his urn, those 7 seals were at last taken off. At this moment, Nastenka, when we have met at last after such a long separation, for I have known you for ages, Nastenka, because I have been looking for some one for ages, and that is a sign that it was you I was looking for, and it was ordained that we should meet now. At this moment 1,000 valves have opened in my head, and I must let myself flow in a river of words, or I shall choke. And so I beg you not to interrupt me, Nastenka, but listen humbly and obediently, or I will be silent." "No, no, no, not at all. Go on. I won't say a word." "I will continue. There is, my friend Nastenka, one hour in my day which I like extremely. That is the hour when almost all business, work, and duties are over, and every one is hurrying home to dinner, to lie down, to rest, and on the way all are cogitating on other more cheerful subjects relating to their evenings, their nights, and all the rest of their free time. At that hour our hero, for allow me, Nastenka, to tell my story in the third person, for one feels awfully ashamed to tell it in the first person, and so at that hour our hero, who had his work too, was pacing along after the others. But a strange feeling of pleasure set his pale, rather crumpled-looking face working. He looked not with indifference on the evening glow which was slowly fading on the cold Petersburg sky. When I say he looked, I am lying. He did not look at it, but saw it, as it were, without realizing, as though tired or preoccupied with some other more interesting subject, so that he could scarcely spare a glance for anything about him. He was pleased because till next day he was released from business irksome to him, and happy as a schoolboy let out from the classroom to his games and mischief. Take a look at him, Nastenka. You will see at once that joyful emotion has already had an effect on his weak nerves and morbidly excited fancy. You see he is thinking of something. Of dinner, do you imagine? Of the evening? What is he looking at like that? Is it at that gentleman of dignified appearance who is bowing so picturesquely to the lady who rolls by in a carriage drawn by prancing horses? No, Nastenka. What are all those trivialities to him now? He is rich now with his own individual life. He has suddenly become rich, and it is not for nothing that the fading sunset sheds its farewell gleams so gaily before him, and calls forth a swarm of impressions from his warmed heart. Now he hardly notices the road, on which the tiniest details at other times would strike him. Now the goddess of fancy, if you have read Zhukovsky, dear Nastenka, has already with fantastic hands spun her golden warp and begun weaving upon it patterns of marvelous magic life. And who knows, maybe her fantastic hand has borne him to the 7th crystal heaven far from the excellent granite pavement on which he was walking his way. Try stopping him now. Ask him suddenly where he is standing now, through what streets he is going. He will probably remember nothing, neither where he is going nor where he is standing now, and flushing with vexation, he will certainly tell some lie to save appearances. That is why he starts, almost cries out, and looks round with horror when a respectable old lady stops him politely in the middle of the pavement and asks her way. Frowning with vexation, he strides on, scarcely noticing that more than one passer-by smiles and turns round to look after him, and that a little girl, moving out of his way in alarm, laughs aloud, gazing open-eyed at his broad, meditative smile and gesticulations. But fancy catches up in its playful flight the old woman, the curious passers-by, and the laughing child, and the peasants spending their nights in their barges on Fontanka. Our hero, let us suppose, is walking along the canal side at that moment, and capriciously weaves every one and everything into the canvas like a fly in a spider's web. And it is only after the queer fellow has returned to his comfortable den, with fresh stores for his mind to work on, has sat down and finished his dinner, that he comes to himself, when Matrona, who waits upon him, always thoughtful and depressed, clears the table and gives him his pipe. He comes to himself, then, and recalls with surprise that he has dined, though he has absolutely no notion how it has happened. It has grown dark in the room. His soul is sad and empty. The whole kingdom of fancies drops to pieces about him, drops to pieces without a trace, without a sound, floats away like a dream, and he cannot himself remember what he was dreaming. But a vague sensation faintly stirs his heart and sets it aching. Some new desire temptingly tickles and excites his fancy, and imperceptibly evokes a swarm of fresh phantoms. Stillness reigns in the little room. Imagination is fostered by solitude and idleness. It is faintly smouldering, faintly simmering, like the water with which old Matrona is making her coffee as she moves quietly about in the kitchen close by. Now it breaks out spasmodically, and the book, picked up aimlessly and at random, drops from my dreamer's hand before he has reached the 3rd page. His imagination is again stirred and at work, and again a new world, a new fascinating life opens vistas before him. A fresh dream, fresh happiness, a fresh rush of delicate, voluptuous poison. What is real life to him? To his corrupted eyes we live, you and I, Nastenka, so torpidly, slowly, insipidly. In his eyes we are all so dissatisfied with our fate, so exhausted by our life. And truly, see how at first sight everything is cold, morose, as though ill-humored among us. Poor things, thinks our dreamer, and it is no wonder that he thinks it. Look at these magic phantasms, which so enchantingly, so whimsically, so carelessly and freely group before him in such a magic, animated picture, in which the most prominent figure in the foreground is of course himself, our dreamer, in his precious person. See what varied adventures, what an endless swarm of ecstatic dreams. You ask, perhaps, what he is dreaming of. Why ask that? Why, of everything. Of the lot of the poet, first unrecognized, then crowned with laurels, of friendship with Hoffmann, St. Bartholomew's Night, of Diana Vernon, of playing the hero at the taking of Kazan by Ivan Vassilievitch, of Clara Mowbray, of Effie Deans, of the council of the prelates, and Huss before them, of the rising of the dead in Robert the Devil. Do you remember the music? It smells of the churchyard. Of Minna and Brenda, of the battle of Berezina, of the reading of a poem at Countess V. D.'s, of Danton, of Cleopatra e suoi amanti, of a little house in Kolomna, of a little home of one's own, and beside one a dear creature who listens to one on a winter's evening, opening her little mouth and eyes as you are listening to me now, my angel. No, Nastenka, what is there? What is there for him, voluptuous sluggard, in this life, for which you and I have such a longing? He thinks that this is a poor, pitiful life, not foreseeing that for him, too, maybe, sometime the mournful hour may strike, when for one day of that pitiful life he would give all his years of fantasy, and would give them not only for joy and for happiness, but without caring to make distinctions in that hour of sadness, remorse, and unchecked grief. But so far that threatening time has not arrived. He desires nothing, because he is superior to all desire, because he has everything, because he is satiated, because he is the artist of his own life, and creates it for himself every hour to suit his latest whim. And you know this fantastic world of fairyland is so easily, so naturally created, as though it were not a delusion. Indeed, he is ready to believe at some moments that all this life is not suggested by feeling, is not mirage, not a delusion of the imagination, but that it is concrete, real, substantial. Why is it, Nastenka? Why is it at such moments one holds one's breath? Why, by what sorcery, through what incomprehensible caprice, is the pulse quickened, does a tear start from the dreamer's eye, while his pale, moist cheeks glow, while his whole being is suffused with an inexpressible sense of consolation? Why is it that whole sleepless nights pass like a flash in inexhaustible gladness and happiness? And when the dawn gleams rosy at the window and daybreak floods the gloomy room with uncertain, fantastic light, as in Petersburg, our dreamer, worn out and exhausted, flings himself on his bed and drops asleep with thrills of delight in his morbidly overwrought spirit, and with a weary, sweet ache in his heart. Yes, Nastenka, one deceives oneself and unconsciously believes that real, true passion is stirring one's soul. One unconsciously believes that there is something living, tangible in one's immaterial dreams. And is it delusion? Here love, for instance, is bound up with all its fathomless joy, all its torturing agonies in his bosom. Only look at him, and you will be convinced. Would you believe, looking at him, dear Nastenka, that he has never known her whom he loves in his ecstatic dreams? Can it be that he has only seen her in seductive visions, and that his passion has been nothing but a dream? Surely they must have spent years hand in hand together, alone the two of them, casting off all the world and each uniting his or her life with the other's? Surely when the hour of parting came she must have lain sobbing and grieving on his bosom, heedless of the tempest raging under the sullen sky, heedless of the wind which snatches and bears away the tears from her black eyelashes? Can all of that have been a dream? And that garden, dejected, forsaken, run wild, with its little moss-grown paths, solitary, gloomy, where they used to walk so happily together, where they hoped, grieved, loved each other so long and so fondly? And that queer ancestral house where she spent so many years lonely and sad with her morose old husband, always silent and splenetic, who frightened them, while timid as children they hid their love from each other. What torments they suffered, what agonies of terror, how innocent, how pure was their love, and how, I need hardly say, Nastenka, malicious people were. And good heavens, surely he met her afterwards, far from their native shores, under alien skies, in the hot south in the divinely eternal city, in the dazzling splendor of the ball to the crash of music, in a palazzo, it must be in a palazzo, drowned in a sea of lights, on the balcony, wreathed in myrtle and roses, where, recognizing him, she hurriedly removes her mask and, whispering, "I am free," flings herself trembling into his arms, and with a cry of rapture, clinging to one another, in one instant they forget their sorrow, and their parting, and all their agonies, and the gloomy house, and the old man, and the dismal garden in that distant land, and the seat on which, with a last passionate kiss, she tore herself away from his arms, numb with anguish and despair. Oh, Nastenka, you must admit that one would start, betray confusion, and blush like a schoolboy who has just stuffed in his pocket an apple stolen from a neighbor's garden. when your uninvited visitor, some stalwart, lanky fellow, a festive soul fond of a joke, opens your door and shouts out as though nothing were happening, "My dear boy, I have this minute come from Pavlovsk." My goodness, the old Count is dead, unutterable happiness is close at hand, and people arrive from Pavlovsk. Finishing my pathetic appeal, I paused pathetically. I remembered that I had an intense desire to force myself to laugh, for I was already feeling that a malignant demon was stirring within me, that there was a lump in my throat, that my chin was beginning to twitch, and that my eyes were growing more and more moist. I expected Nastenka, who listened to me opening her clever eyes, would break into her childish, irrepressible laugh, and I was already regretting that I had gone so far, that I had unnecessarily described what had long been simmering in my heart, about which I could speak as though from a written account of it, because I had long ago passed judgment on myself, and now could not resist reading it, making my confession, without expecting to be understood. But to my surprise, she was silent, waiting a little. Then she faintly pressed my hand, and with timid sympathy asked, "Surely you haven't lived like that all your life?" "All my life, Nastenka," I answered. "All my life. And it seems to me I shall go on so to the end." "No, that won't do," she said uneasily. "That must not be. And so maybe I shall spend all my life beside grandmother. Do you know, it is not at all good to live like that?" "I know, Nastenka, I know," I cried, unable to restrain my feelings longer. "And I realize now more than ever that I have lost all my best years. And now I know it and feel it more painfully from recognizing that God has sent me you, my good angel, to tell me that and show it. Now that I sit beside you and talk to you, it is strange for me to think of the future. For in the future there is loneliness again this musty, useless life. And what shall I have to dream of when I have been so happy in reality beside you? Oh, may you be blessed, dear girl, for not having repulsed me at first, for enabling me to say that for 2 evenings at least I have lived." "Oh, no, no!" cried Nastenka, and tears glistened in her eyes. "No, it mustn't be so any more. We must not part like that. What are 2 evenings? Oh, Nastenka, Nastenka, do you know how far you have reconciled me to myself? Do you know now that I shall not think so ill of myself as I have at some moments? Do you know that maybe I shall leave off grieving over the crime and sin of my life? For such a life is a crime and a sin. And do not imagine that I have been exaggerating anything. For goodness' sake, don't think that, Nastenka. For at times such misery comes over me, such misery, because it begins to seem to me at such times that I am incapable of beginning a life in real life, because it has seemed to me that I have lost all touch, all instinct for the actual, the real, because at last I have cursed myself, because after my fantastic nights I have moments of returning sobriety which are awful. Meanwhile, you hear the whirl and roar of the crowd in the vortex of life around you. You hear, you see men living in reality. You see that life for them is not forbidden, that their life does not float away like a dream, like a vision, that their life is being eternally renewed, eternally youthful, and not 1 hour of it is the same as another. While fancy is so spiritless, monotonous to vulgarity, and easily scared, the slave of shadows, of the idea, the slave of the first cloud that shrouds the sun, and overcasts with depression the true Petersburg heart so devoted to the sun. And what is fancy in depression? One feels that this inexhaustible fancy is weary at last and worn out with continual exercise, because one is growing into manhood, outgrowing one's old ideals. They are being shattered into fragments, into dust. If there is no other life, one must build one up from the fragments. and meanwhile the soul longs and craves for something else, and in vain the dreamer rakes over his old dreams, as though seeking a spark among the embers, to fan them into flame, to warm his chilled heart by the rekindled fire, and to rouse up in it again all that was so sweet, that touched his heart, that set his blood boiling, drew tears from his eyes, and so luxuriously deceived him. Do you know, Nastenka, the point I have reached? Do you know that I am forced now to celebrate the anniversary of my own sensations, the anniversary of that which was once so sweet, which never existed in reality, for this anniversary is kept in memory of those same foolish shadowy dreams, and to do this because those foolish dreams are no more, because I have nothing to earn them with. You know even dreams do not come for nothing. Do you know that I love now to recall and visit at certain dates the places where I was once happy in my own way? I love to build up my present in harmony with the irrevocable past, and I often wander like a shadow, aimless, sad and dejected, about the streets and crooked lanes of Petersburg. What memories they are! To remember, for instance, that here just a year ago, just at this time, at this hour, on this pavement, I wandered just as lonely, just as dejected as today. And one remembers that then one's dreams were sad, and though the past was no better, one feels as though it had somehow been better, and that life was more peaceful, that one was free from the black thoughts that haunt one now, that one was free from the gnawing of conscience, the gloomy, sullen gnawing which now gives me no rest by day or by night. And one asks oneself, where are one's dreams? And one shakes one's head and says how rapidly the years fly by. And again one asks oneself what one has done with one's years. Where have you buried your best days? Have you lived or not? Look, one says to oneself, look how cold the world is growing. Some more years will pass, and after them will come gloomy solitude. Then will come old age trembling on its crutch, and after it misery and desolation. Your fantastic world will grow pale, your dreams will fade and die, and you will fall like the yellow leaves from the trees. Oh, Nastenka, you know it will be sad to be left alone, utterly alone, and to have not even anything to regret. Nothing, absolutely nothing. For all that you have lost, all that, all was nothing, stupid, simple nullity. There has been nothing but dreams. Come, don't work on my feelings any more, said Nastenka, wiping away a tear which was trickling down her cheek. Now it's over. Now we shall be two together. Now, whatever happens to me, we will never part. Listen. I am a simple girl. I have not had much education, though grandmother did get a teacher for me, but truly I understand you, for all that you have described I have been through myself, when grandmother pinned me to her dress. Of course, I should not have described it so well as you have. I am not educated, she added timidly, for she was still feeling a sort of respect for my pathetic eloquence and lofty style. But I am very glad that you have been quite open with me. Now I know you thoroughly, all of you. And do you know what? I want to tell you my history, too. All without concealment, and after that you must give me advice. You are a very clever man. Will you promise to give me advice? Ah, Nastenka, I cried, though I have never given advice, still less sensible advice, yet I see now that if we always go on like this, that it will be very sensible, and that each of us will give the other a great deal of sensible advice. Well, my pretty Nastenka, what sort of advice do you want? Tell me frankly. At this moment I am so gay and happy, so bold and sensible, that it won't be difficult for me to find words. No, no, Nastenka interrupted, laughing. I don't only want sensible advice. I want warm, brotherly advice, as though you had been fond of me all your life. Agreed, Nastenka, agreed, I cried, delighted. And if I had been fond of you for 20 years, I couldn't have been fonder of you than I am now. "Your hand," said Nastenka. "Here it is," said I, giving her my hand. "And so let us begin my history." End of second night. Recording by Bill Borst, Jamestown, New York. Section 3 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Nights, a sentimental story from the Diary of a Dreamer, by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Nastenka's History. Half my story you know already. That is, you know that I have an old grandmother. If the other half is as brief as that, I interrupted, laughing. Be quiet and listen. First of all, you must agree not to interrupt me, or else perhaps I shall get in a muddle. Come, listen quietly. I have an old grandmother. I came into her hands when I was quite a little girl, for my father and mother are dead. It must be supposed that grandmother was once richer, for now she recalls better days. She taught me French, and then got a teacher for me. When I was 15, and now I am 17, we gave up having lessons. It was at that time that I got into mischief. What I did I won't tell you. It's enough to say that it wasn't very important. But grandmother called me to her one morning and said that, as she was blind, she could not look after me. She took a pin and pinned my dress to hers, and said that we should sit like that for the rest of our lives, if, of course, I did not become a better girl. In fact, at first it was impossible to get away from her. I had to work, to read, and to study all beside grandmother. I tried to deceive her once, and persuaded Fekla to sit in my place. Fekla is our charwoman. She is deaf. Fekla sat there instead of me. Grandmother was asleep in her armchair at the time, and I went off to see a friend close by. Well, it ended in trouble. Grandmother woke up while I was out, and asked some questions. She thought I was still sitting quietly in my place. Fekla saw that grandmother was asking her something, but could not tell what it was. She wondered what to do, undid the pin, and ran away. At this point Nastenka stopped and began laughing. I laughed with her. She left off at once. I tell you what, don't you laugh at grandmother. I laugh because it's funny. What can I do, since grandmother is like that? But yet I am fond of her in a way. Oh, well, I did catch it that time. I had to sit down in my place at once, and after that I was not allowed to stir. Oh, I forgot to tell you that our house belongs to us. That is, to grandmother. It is a little wooden house with 3 windows, as old as grandmother herself, with a little upper story. Well, there moved into our upper story a new lodger. Then you had an old lodger, I observed casually. Yes, of course, answered Nastenka, and one who knew how to hold his tongue better than you do. In fact, he hardly ever used his tongue at all. He was a dumb, blind, lame, dried-up little old man, so that at last he could not go on living. He died. So then we had to find a new lodger, for we could not live without a lodger. The rent, together with grandmother's pension, is almost all we have. But the new lodger, as luck would have it, was a young man, a stranger not of these parts. As he did not haggle over the rent, grandmother accepted him, and only afterwards she asked me, "Tell me, Nastenka, what is our lodger like? Is he young or old?" I did not want to lie, so I told grandmother that he wasn't exactly young and that he wasn't old. "And is he pleasant-looking?" asked grandmother. Again I did not want to tell a lie. "Yes, he is pleasant-looking, grandmother," I said. And grandmother said, "Oh, what a nuisance! What a nuisance! I tell you this, grandchild, that you may not be looking after him. What times these are! Why, a paltry lodger like this, and he must be pleasant-looking too! It was very different in the old days." Grandmother was always regretting the old days. She was younger in old days, and the sun was warmer in old days, and cream did not turn so sour in old days. It was always the old days. I would sit still and hold my tongue and think to myself, why did Grandmother suggest it to me? Why did she ask whether the lodger was young and good-looking? But that was all. I just thought it, began counting my stitches again, went on knitting my stocking, and forgot all about it. Well, one morning the lodger came in to see us. He asked about a promise to paper his rooms. One thing led to another. Grandmother was talkative, and she said, "Go, Nastenka, into my bedroom and bring me my reckoner." I jumped up at once. I blushed all over, I don't know why, and forgot I was sitting pinned to Grandmother. Instead of quietly undoing the pin so that the lodger should not see me, I jumped so that Grandmother's chair moved. When I saw that the lodger knew all about me now, I blushed, stood still as though I had been shot, and suddenly began to cry. I felt so ashamed and miserable at that minute that I didn't know where to look. Grandmother called out, "What are you waiting for?" And I went on worse than ever. When the lodger saw that I was ashamed on his account, he bowed and went away at once. After that I felt ready to die at the least sound in the passage. "It's the lodger," I kept thinking. I stealthily undid the pin in case, but it always turned out not to be. He never came. A fortnight passed. The lodger sent word through Fyodor that he had a great number of French books, and that they were all good books that I might read, so would not Grandmother like me to read them, that I might not be dull? Grandmother agreed with gratitude, but kept asking if they were moral books, for if the books were immoral, it would be out of the question. One would learn evil from them. "And what should I learn, Grandmother? What is there written in them?" "Ah," she said, "what's described in them is how young men seduce virtuous girls, how on the excuse that they want to marry them, they carry them off from their parents' houses, how afterwards they leave these unhappy girls to their fate, and they perish in the most pitiful way. I read a great many books," said Grandmother, "and it is all so well described that one sits up all night and reads them on the sly. So mind you, don't read them, Nastenka," said she. "What books has he sent?" "They are all Walter Scott's novels, Grandmother." "Walter Scott's novels! But stay, isn't there some trick about it? Look, hasn't he stuck a love-letter among them?" "No, Grandmother," I said, "there isn't a love-letter." "But look under the binding. They sometimes stuff it under the bindings, the rascals." "No, Grandmother, there is nothing under the binding." "Well, that's all right." So we began reading Walter Scott, and in a month or so we had read almost half. Then he sent us more and more. He sent us Pushkin, too, so that at last I could not get on without a book, and left off dreaming of how fine it would be to marry a Chinese prince. That's how things were when I chanced one day to meet our lodger on the stairs. Grandmother had sent me to fetch something. He stopped. I blushed, and he blushed. He laughed, though, said good morning to me, asked after Grandmother, and said, "Well, have you read the books?" I answered that I had. "Which did you like best?" he asked. I said Ivanhoe, and Pushkin best of all, and so our talk ended for that time. A week later I met him again on the stairs. That time Grandmother had not sent me. I wanted to get something for myself. It was past 2, and the lodger used to come home at that time. "Good afternoon," said he. I said good afternoon, too. "Aren't you dull?" he said, "sitting all day with your Grandmother?" When he asked that, I blushed. I don't know why. I felt ashamed, and again I felt offended, I suppose because other people had begun to ask me about that. I wanted to go away without answering, but I hadn't the strength. "Listen," he said, "you are a good girl. Excuse my speaking to you like that, but I assure you that I wish for your welfare quite as much as your Grandmother. Have you no friends that you could go and visit?" I told him I hadn't any, that I had had no friend but Mashenka, and she had gone away to Pskov. "Listen," he said, "would you like to go to the theatre with me?" "To the theatre? What about Grandmother?" "But you must go without your Grandmother's knowing it," he said. "No," I said, "I don't want to deceive Grandmother. Good-bye." "Well, good-bye," he answered, and said nothing more. Only after dinner he came to see us, sat a long time talking to Grandmother, asked her whether she ever went out anywhere, whether she had acquaintances, and suddenly said, "I have taken a box at the opera for this evening. They are giving The Barber of Seville. My friends meant to go, but afterwards refused, so the ticket is left on my hands." "The Barber of Seville!" cried Grandmother. "Why, the same they used to act in old days." "Yes, it's the same barber," he said, and glanced at me. I saw what it meant and turned crimson, and my heart began throbbing with suspense. "To be sure, I know it," said Grandmother. "Why, I took the part of Rosina myself in old days, at a private performance." "So wouldn't you like to go to-day?" said the lodger. "Or my ticket will be wasted." "By all means let us go," said Grandmother. "Why shouldn't we? And my Nastenka here has never been to the theatre." My goodness, what joy! We got ready at once, put on our best clothes, and set off. Though Grandmother was blind, still she wanted to hear the music. Besides, she is a kind old soul. What she cared most for was to amuse me. We should never have gone of ourselves. What my impressions of The Barber of Seville were, I won't tell you. But all that evening our lodger looked at me so nicely, talked so nicely, that I saw at once that he had meant to test me in the morning when he proposed that I should go with him alone. Well, it was joy. I went to bed so proud, so gay, my heart beat so that I was a little feverish, and all night I was raving about The Barber of Seville. I expected that he would come and see us more and more often after that, but it wasn't so at all. He almost entirely gave up coming. He would just come in about once a month, and then only to invite us to the theatre. We went twice again, only I wasn't at all pleased with that. I saw that he was simply sorry for me because I was so hardly treated by Grandmother, and that was all. As time went on, I grew more and more restless. I couldn't sit still. I couldn't read. I couldn't work. Sometimes I laughed and did something to annoy Grandmother. At another time I would cry. At last I grew thin and was very nearly ill. The opera season was over, and our lodger had quite given up coming to see us. Whenever we met, always on the same staircase, of course, he would bow so silently, so gravely, as though he did not want to speak, and go down to the front door, while I went on standing in the middle of the stairs, as red as a cherry, for all the blood rushed to my head at the sight of him. Now the end is near. Just a year ago, in May, the lodger came to us and said to Grandmother that he had finished his business here, and that he must go back to Moscow for a year. When I heard that, I sank into a chair half dead. Grandmother did not notice anything, and having informed us that he should be leaving us, he bowed and went away. What was I to do? I thought and thought, and fretted, and at last I made up my mind. Next day he was to go away, and I made up my mind to end it all that evening when Grandmother went to bed. And so it happened. I made up all my clothes in a parcel, all the linen I needed, and with the parcel in my hand, more dead than alive, went upstairs to our lodger. I believe I must have stayed an hour on the staircase. When I opened his door, he cried out as he looked at me. He thought I was a ghost, and rushed to give me some water, for I could hardly stand up. My heart beat so violently that my head ached, and I did not know what I was doing. When I recovered, I began by laying my parcel on his bed, sat down beside it, hid my face in my hands, and went into floods of tears. I think he understood it all at once, and looked at me so sadly that my heart was torn. "Listen," he began. "Listen, Nastenka. I can't do anything. I am a poor man, for I have nothing, not even a decent berth. How could we live if I were to marry you?" We talked a long time, but at last I got quite frantic. I said I could not go on living with Grandmother, that I should run away from her, that I did not want to be pinned to her, and that I would go to Moscow if he liked, because I could not live without him. Shame and pride and love were all clamoring in me at once, and I fell on the bed almost in convulsions, I was so afraid of a refusal. He sat for some minutes in silence, then got up, came up to me, and took me by the hand. "Listen, my dear good Nastenka, listen. I swear to you that if I am ever in a position to marry, you shall make my happiness. I assure you that now you are the only one who could make me happy. Listen, I am going to Moscow, and shall be there just a year. I hope to establish my position. When I come back, if you still love me, I swear that we will be happy. Now it is impossible. I am not able. I have not the right to promise anything. Well, I repeat, if it is not within a year, it will certainly be some time. That is, of course, if you do not prefer any one else, for I cannot and dare not bind you by any sort of promise. That was what he said to me, and next day he went away. We agreed together not to say a word to grandmother. That was his wish. Well, my history is nearly finished now. Just a year has passed. He has arrived. He has been here 3 days, and what?" I cried, impatient to hear the end. "And up to now has not shown himself," answered Nastenka, as though screwing up all her courage. "There's no sign or sound of him." Here she stopped, paused for a minute, bent her head, and covering her face with her hands, broke into such sobs that it sent a pang to my heart to hear them. I had not in the least expected such a denouement. "Nastenka," I began timidly in an ingratiating voice, "Nastenka, for goodness' sake, don't cry. How do you know? Perhaps he is not here yet." He is, Nastenka repeated. "He is here, and I know it. We made an agreement at the time, that evening, before he went away, when we said all that I have told you, and had come to an understanding. Then we came out here for a walk on this embankment. It was 10 o'clock. We sat on this seat. I was not crying then. It was sweet to me to hear what he said. And he said that he would come to us directly he arrived, and if I did not refuse him, then we would tell grandmother about it all. Now he is here. I know it, and yet he does not come." And again she burst into tears. "Good God! Can I do nothing to help you in your sorrow?" I cried, jumping up from the seat in utter despair. "Tell me, Nastenka, wouldn't it be possible for me to go to him?" "Would that be possible?" she asked, suddenly raising her head. "No, of course not," I said, pulling myself up. "But I tell you what, write a letter." "No, that's impossible. I can't do that," she answered with decision, bending her head and not looking at me. "How impossible? Why is it impossible?" I went on, clinging to my idea. "But, Nastenka, it depends what sort of letter. There are letters and letters, and— Ah, Nastenka, I am right. Trust to me, trust to me. I will not give you bad advice. It can all be arranged. You took the first step. Why not now?" I can't. It would seem as though I were forcing myself on him." "Ah, my good little Nastenka," I said, hardly able to conceal a smile. "No, you have a right to, in fact, because he made you a promise. Besides, I can see from everything that he is a man of delicate feeling, that he behaved very well," I went on, more and more carried away by the logic of my own arguments and convictions. "How did he behave? He bound himself by a promise. He said that if he married at all, he would marry no one but you. He gave you full liberty to refuse him at once. Under such circumstances, you may take the first step. You have the right. You are in the privileged position. If, for instance, you wanted to free him from his promise— Listen. How would you write?" "Write what?" "This letter." "I tell you how I would write. Dear Sir. Must I really begin like that? Dear Sir? You certainly must. Though, after all, I don't know. I imagine— Well, what next? Dear Sir, I must apologize for— But no. There is no need to apologize. The fact itself justifies everything. Write simply— I am writing to you. Forgive me my impatience. But I have been happy for a whole year in hope. Am I to blame for being unable to endure a day of doubt now? Now that you have come, perhaps you have changed your mind. If so, this letter is to tell you that I do not repine, nor blame you. I do not blame you because I have no power over your heart. Such is my fate. You are an honorable man. You will not smile or be vexed at these impatient lines. Remember they are written by a poor girl, that she is alone, that she has no one to direct her, no one to advise her, and that she herself could never control her heart. But forgive me that a doubt has stolen, if only for one instant, into my heart. You are not capable of insulting, even in thought, her who so loved and so loves you." "Yes, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking," cried Nastenka, and her eyes beamed with delight. "Oh, you have solved my difficulties. God has sent you to me. Thank you, thank you." "What for? What for? For God's sending me?" I answered, looking delighted at her joyful little face. "Why, yes, for that too." "Ah, Nastenka, why, one thanks some people for being alive at the same time with one. I thank you for having met me, for my being able to remember you all my life." "Well, enough, enough. But now I tell you what. Listen. We made an agreement then that as soon as he arrived he would let me know, by leaving a letter with some good simple people of my acquaintance, who know nothing about it. Or, if it were impossible to write a letter to me, for a letter does not always tell everything, he would be here at 10 o'clock on the day he arrived, where we had arranged to meet. I know he has arrived already, but now it's the 3rd day, and there's no sign of him and no letter. It's impossible for me to get away from Grandmother in the morning. Give my letter tomorrow to those kind people I spoke to you about. They will send it on to him, and if there is an answer, you bring it tomorrow at 10 o'clock. "But the letter, the letter! You see, you must write the letter first, so perhaps it must all be the day after tomorrow." "The letter," said Nastenka, a little confused. "The letter, but—" But she did not finish. At first she turned her little face away from me, flushed like a rose, and suddenly I felt in my hand a letter which had evidently been written long before, all ready and sealed up. A familiar sweet and charming reminiscence floated through my mind. R.O. Ro. S.I.C.N. A. Na. I began. "Rosina," we both hummed together, I almost embracing her with delight, while she blushed as only she could blush, and laughed through the tears which gleamed like pearls on her black eyelashes. "Come, enough, enough. Good-bye now," she said, speaking rapidly. "Here is the letter. Here is the address to which you are to take it. Good-bye till we meet again. Till tomorrow." She pressed both my hands warmly, nodded her head, and flew like an arrow down her side street. I stood still for a long time, following her with my eyes. "Till tomorrow, till tomorrow," was ringing in my ears as she vanished from my sight. End of Nastenka's History. Recorded by Bill Borst, Jamestown, New York.
Section 4 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Nights, a sentimental story from the Diary of a Dreamer by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Third Night. Today was a gloomy, rainy day without a glimmer of sunlight, like the old age before me. I am oppressed by such strange thoughts, such gloomy sensations. Questions still so obscure to me are crowding into my brain, and I seem to have neither power nor will to settle them. It's not for me to settle all this. Today we shall not meet. Yesterday, when we said goodbye, the clouds began gathering over the sky and a mist rose. I said that tomorrow it would be a bad day. She made no answer. She did not want to speak against her wishes. For her that day was bright and clear. Not one cloud should obscure her happiness. "If it rains, we shall not see each other," she said. "I shall not come." I thought that she would not notice today's rain, and yet she has not come. Yesterday was our 3rd interview, our 3rd white night. But how fine joy and happiness makes anyone, how brimming over with love the heart is! One seems longing to pour out one's whole heart. One wants everything to be gay, everything to be laughing, and how infectious that joy is. There was such a softness in her words, such a kindly feeling in her heart towards me yesterday. How solicitous and friendly she was, how tenderly she tried to give me courage. Oh, the coquetry of happiness! While I took it all for the genuine thing. I thought that she... But, my God, how could I have thought it? How could I have been so blind when everything had been taken by another already, when nothing was mine, when, in fact, her very tenderness to me, her anxiety, her love, yes, love for me, was nothing else but joy at the thought of seeing another man so soon, desire to include me too in her happiness? When he did not come, when we waited in vain, she frowned, she grew timid and discouraged. Her movements, her words, were no longer so light, so playful, so gay, and, strange to say, she redoubled her attentiveness to me, as though instinctively desiring to lavish on me what she desired for herself, so anxiously, if her wishes were not accomplished. My Nastenka was so downcast, so dismayed, that I think she realized at last that I loved her, and was sorry for my poor love. So when we are unhappy, we feel the unhappiness of others more. Feeling is not destroyed, but concentrated. I went to meet her with a full heart, and was all impatience. I had no presentiment that I should feel as I do now, that it would not all end happily. She was beaming with pleasure. She was expecting an answer. The answer was himself. He was to come, to run at her call. She arrived a whole hour before I did. At first she giggled at everything, laughed at every word I said. I began talking, but relapsed into silence. "Do you know why I am so glad?" she said. "So glad to look at you? Why I like you so much today?" "Well?" I asked, and my heart began throbbing. "I like you because you have not fallen in love with me. You know that some men in your place would have been pestering and worrying me, would have been sighing and miserable, while you are so nice." Then she wrung my hand so hard that I almost cried out. She laughed. "Goodness, what a friend you are," she began gravely a minute later. "God sent you to me. What would have happened to me if you had not been with me now? How disinterested you are! How truly you care for me! When I am married we will be great friends, more than brother and sister. I shall care almost as I do for him." I felt horribly sad at the moment, yet something like laughter was stirring in my soul. "You are very much upset," I said. "You are frightened. You think he won't come." "Oh dear," she answered, "if I were less happy, I believe I should cry at your lack of faith, at your reproaches. However, you have made me think, and have given me a lot to think about, but I shall think later, and now I will own that you are right. Yes, I am somehow not myself. I am all suspense, and feel everything as it were too lightly. But hush, that's enough about feelings." At that moment we heard footsteps, and in the darkness we saw a figure coming towards us. We both started. She almost cried out. I dropped her hand and made a movement as though to walk away, but we were mistaken. It was not he. "What are you afraid of? Why did you let go of my hand?" she said, giving it to me again. "Come, what is it? We will meet him together. I want him to see how fond we are of each other." "How fond we are of each other!" I cried. "Oh, Nastenka, Nastenka," I thought, "how much you have told me in that saying! Such fondness at certain moments makes the heart cold and the soul heavy. Your hand is cold, mine burns like fire. How blind you are, Nastenka! Oh, how unbearable a happy person is sometimes! But I could not be angry with you." At last my heart was too full. "Listen, Nastenka!" I cried. "Do you know how it has been with me all day?" "Why? How? Tell me quickly. Why have you said nothing all this time?" "To begin with, Nastenka, when I had carried out all your commissions, given the letter, gone to see your good friends, then I went home and went to bed." "Is that all?" she interrupted, laughing. "Yes, almost all," I answered, restraining myself, for foolish tears were already starting into my eyes. I woke an hour before our appointment, and yet, as it were, I had not been asleep. I don't know what happened to me. I came to tell you all about it, feeling as though time were standing still, feeling as though one feeling must remain with me from that time forever, feeling as though 1 minute must go on for all eternity, and as though all life had come to a standstill for me. When I woke up, it seemed as though some musical motive, long familiar, heard somewhere in the past, forgotten and voluptuously sweet, had come back to me now. It seemed to me that it had been clamoring at my heart all my life, and only now... "Oh, my goodness, Nastenka interrupted. "What does all that mean? I don't understand a word." "All, Nastenka. I wanted somehow to convey to you that strange impression," I began in a plaintive voice, in which there still lay hid a hope, though a very faint one. "Leave off! Hush!" she said, and in one instant the sly puss had guessed. Suddenly she became extraordinarily talkative, gay, mischievous. She took my arm, laughed, wanted me to laugh too, and every confused word I uttered evoked from her prolonged ringing laughter. I began to feel angry. She had suddenly begun flirting. "Do you know," she began, "I feel a little vexed that you are not in love with me. There's no understanding human nature. But all the same, Mr. Unapproachable, you cannot blame me for being so simple. I tell you everything, whatever foolish thought comes into my head." "Listen, that's 11, I believe," I said as the slow chime of a bell rang out from a distant tower. She suddenly stopped, left off laughing, and began to count. "Yes, it's 11, she said at last in a timid, uncertain voice. I regretted at once that I had frightened her, making her count the strokes, and I cursed myself for my spiteful impulse. I felt sorry for her, and did not know how to atone for what I had done. I began comforting her, seeking for reasons for his not coming, advancing various arguments, proofs. No one could have been easier to deceive than she was at that moment. And, indeed, anyone at such a moment listens gladly to any consolation, whatever it may be, and is overjoyed if a shadow of excuse can be found. "And indeed it's an absurd thing," I began, warming to my task and admiring the extraordinary clearness of my argument. "Why, he could not have come. You have muddled and confused me, Nastenka, so that I, too, have lost count of the time. Only think, he can scarcely have received the letter. Suppose he is not able to come. Suppose he is going to answer the letter. Could not come before tomorrow. I will go for it as soon as it's light tomorrow, and let you know at once. Consider, there are thousands of possibilities. Perhaps he was not at home when the letter came, and may not have read it even now. Anything may happen, you know." Yes, said Nastenka. "I did not think of that. Of course, anything may happen," she went on in a tone that offered no opposition, though some other faraway thought could be heard like a vexatious discord in it. "I tell you what you must do," she said. "You go as early as possible tomorrow morning, and if you get anything, let me know at once. You know where I live, don't you?" And she began repeating her address to me. Then she suddenly became so tender, so solicitous with me. She seemed to listen attentively to what I told her, but when I asked her some question she was silent, was confused, and turned her head away. I looked into her eyes. Yes, she was crying. How can you? Oh, what a baby you are! What childishness! Come! She tried to smile, to calm herself, but her chin was quivering and her bosom was still heaving. "I was thinking about you," she said after a minute's silence. "You are so kind that I should be a stone if I did not feel it. Do you know what has occurred to me now? I was comparing you two. Why isn't he you? Why isn't he like you? He is not as good as you, though I love him more than you." I made no answer. She seemed to expect me to say something. Of course, it may be that I don't understand him fully yet. You know, I was always, as it were, afraid of him. He was always so grave, as it were, so proud. Of course, I know it's only that he seems like that. I know there's more tenderness in his heart than in mine. I remember how he looked at me when I went in to him. Do you remember? With my bundle? But yet I respect him too much. And doesn't that show that we are not equals? No, Nastenka, no, I answered. It shows that you love him more than anything in the world, and far more than yourself. Yes, supposing that is so, answered Nastenka naively. But do you know what strikes me now? Only I am not talking about him now, but speaking generally. All this came into my mind some time ago. Tell me, how is it that we can't all be like brothers together? Why is it that even the best of men always seem to hide something from other people and keep something back? Why not say straight out what is in one's heart when one knows that one is not speaking idly? As it is, everyone seems harsher than he really is, as though all were afraid of doing injustice to their feelings by being too quick to express them. Oh, Nastenka, what you say is true, but there are many reasons for that. I broke in, suppressing my own feelings at that moment more than ever. No, no, she answered with deep feeling. Here you, for instance, are not like other people. I really don't know how to tell you what I feel, but it seems to me that you, for instance, at the present moment, it seems to me that you are sacrificing something for me, she added, timidly, with a fleeting glance at me. Forgive me for saying so. I am a simple girl, you know. I have seen very little of life, and I really sometimes don't know how to say things, she added in a voice that quivered with some hidden feeling, while she tried to smile. But I only wanted to tell you that I am grateful, that I feel it all too. Oh, may God give you happiness for it. What you told me about your dreamer is quite untrue now. That is, I mean, it's not true of you. You are recovering. You are quite a different man from what you described. If you ever fall in love with someone, God give you happiness with her. I won't wish anything for her, for she will be happy with you. I know, I am a woman myself, so you must believe me when I tell you so. She ceased speaking and pressed my hand warmly. I too could not speak without emotion. Some minutes passed. Yes, it's clear he won't come tonight, she said at last, raising her head. It's late. He will come tomorrow, I said in the most firm and convincing tone. Yes, she added, with no sign of her former depression. I see for myself now that he could not come till tomorrow. Well, good-bye. Till tomorrow. If it rains, perhaps I shall not come, but the day after tomorrow I shall come. I shall come for certain, whatever happens. Be sure to be here. I want to see you. I will tell you everything. And then when we parted, she gave me her hand and said, looking at me candidly, We shall always be together, shan't we? Oh, Nastenka, Nastenka, if only you knew how lonely I am now. As soon as it struck 9 o'clock, I could not stay indoors, but put on my things, and went out in spite of the weather. I was there, sitting on our seat. I went to her street, but I felt ashamed, and turned back without looking at their windows, when I was 2 steps from her door. I went home more depressed than I had ever been before. What a damp, dreary day! If it had been fine, I should have walked about all night. But tomorrow she will tell me everything. The letter has not come today, however, but that was to be expected. They are together by now. End of third night.
Section 5 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Nights, a sentimental story from the Diary of a Dreamer by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Read by Ulf Björklund. Fourth night. My God, how it has all ended. What it has ended in. I arrived at 9 o'clock. She was already there. I noticed her a good way off. She was standing as she had been that first time, with her elbows on the railing, and she did not hear me coming up to her. "Nastenka!" I called to her, suppressing my agitation with an effort. She turned to me quickly. "Well," she said. "Well, make haste." I looked at her in perplexity. "Well, where is the letter? Have you brought the letter?" she repeated, clutching at the railing. "No, there is no letter," I said at last. "Hasn't he been to you yet?" She turned fearfully pale and looked at me for a long time without moving. I had shattered her last hope. "Well, God be with him," she said at last in a breaking voice. "God be with him if he leaves me like that." She dropped her eyes, then tried to look at me and could not. For several minutes she was struggling with her emotion. All at once she turned away, leaning her elbows against the railing, and burst into tears. "Oh, don't," I began. But looking at her, I had not the heart to go on, and what was I to say to her? "Don't try to comfort me," she said. "Don't talk about it, and don't tell me he will come, that he has not cast me off so cruelly and so inhumanely as he has. What for? What for? Can there have been something in my letter? That unlucky letter?" At that point sobs stifled her voice. My heart was torn as I looked at her. "Oh, how inhumanly cruel it is," she began again, "and not a line. Not a line. He might at least have written that he does not want me, that he rejects me, but not a line for 3 days. How easy it is for him to wound, to insult a poor defenseless girl, whose only fault is that she loves him. Oh, what I've suffered during these 3 days, oh dear. When I think that I was the first to go to him, that I humbled myself before him, cried, that I begged of him a little love, and after that... Listen, she said, turning to me, and her black eyes flashed. It isn't so. It can't be so. It isn't natural. Either you are mistaken or I. Perhaps he has not received the letter. Perhaps he still knows nothing about it. How could anyone... Judge for yourself. Tell me, for goodness sake, explain to me. I can't understand it. How could anyone behave with such barbarous coarseness as he has behaved to me? Not one word? Why, the lowest creature on earth is treated more compassionately. Perhaps he has heard something. Perhaps someone has told him something about me, she cried, turning to me inquiringly. What do you think? Listen, Nastenka, I shall go to him tomorrow in your name. Yes, I will question him about everything. I will tell him everything. Yes, you write a letter. Don't say no, Nastenka. Don't say no. I will make him respect your action. He shall hear all about it. And if... No, my friend, no, she interrupted. Enough! Not another word, not another line from me. Enough! I don't know him. I don't love him any more. I will forget him. She could not go on. Calm yourself. Sit here, Nastenka, I said, making her sit down on the seat. I am calm. Don't trouble. It's nothing. It's only tears. They will soon dry. Why, do you imagine I shall do away with myself? That I shall throw myself into the river? My heart was full. I tried to speak, but I could not. Listen, she said, taking my hand. Tell me, you wouldn't have behaved like this, would you? You would not have abandoned a girl who had come to you of herself. You would not have thrown into her face a shameless taunt at her weak, foolish heart. You would have taken care of her. You would have realized that she was alone, that she did not know how to look after herself, that she could not guard herself from loving you, that it was not her fault, that she had done nothing. Oh, dear. Nastenka, I cried at last, unable to control my emotion. Nastenka, you torture me. You wound my heart. You are killing me, Nastenka. I cannot be silent. I must speak at last, give utterance to what is surging in my heart. As I said this, I got up from the seat. She took my hand and looked at me in surprise. What is the matter with you? She said at last. Listen, I said resolutely. Listen to me, Nastenka. What I'm going to say to you now is all nonsense, all impossible, all stupid. I know that this can never be, but I cannot be silent for the sake of what you are suffering now. I beg you beforehand to forgive me." "What is it? What is it?" she said, drying her tears and looking at me intently, while a strange curiosity gleamed in her astonished eyes. "What is the matter?" "It is impossible. But I love you, Nastenka." "There it is. Now everything is told," I said with a wave of my hand. "Now you will see whether you can go on talking to me as you did just now, whether you can listen to what I am going to say to you." "Well, what then?" Nastenka interrupted me. "What of it? I knew you loved me long ago, only I always thought that you simply liked me very much. Oh dear, oh dear." "At first it was simply liking, Nastenka, but now I am just in the same position as you were when you went to him with your bundle, in a worse position than you, Nastenka, because he cared for no one else as you do." "What are you saying to me? I don't understand you in the least. But tell me, what's this for? I don't mean what for, but why are you so suddenly? Oh dear, I'm talking nonsense, but you—" And Nastenka broke off in confusion. Her cheeks flamed. She dropped her eyes. "What's to be done, Nastenka? What am I to do? I am to blame. I have abused your—" "But no, I am not to blame, Nastenka. I feel that. I know that, because my heart tells me I am right. For I cannot hurt you in any way. I cannot wound you. I was your friend, but I am still your friend. I have betrayed no trust. Here my tears are falling, Nastenka. Let them flow. Let them flow. They don't hurt anybody. They will dry, Nastenka." Sit down, she said, making me sit down on the seat. "Oh, my God. No, Nastenka, I won't sit down. I cannot stay here any longer. You cannot see me again. I will tell you everything and go away. I only want to say that you would never have found out that I loved you. I should have kept my secret. I would not have worried you at such a moment with my egoism, no. But I could not resist it now. You spoke of it yourself. It's your fault and not mine. You cannot drive me away from you. No, I don't drive you away, no," said Nastenka, concealing her confusion as best she could, poor child. "You don't drive me away?" "No, but I meant to run from you myself. I will go away. But first I will tell you all, for when you were crying there, I could not sit unmoved. When you wept, when you were in torture at being, I will speak of it, Nastenka, at being forsaken, at your love being repulsed, I felt that in my heart there was so much love for you, Nastenka, so much love, and it seemed so bitter that I could not help you with my love, that my heart was breaking, and I could not be silent. I had to speak, Nastenka. I had to speak. Yes, tell me, talk to me, said Nastenka with an indescribable gesture. Perhaps you think it's strange that I talk to you like this, but speak. I will tell you afterwards. I will tell you everything. You are sorry for me, Nastenka. You are simply sorry for me, my dear little friend. What's done can't be mended. What is said cannot be taken back. Isn't that so? Well, now you know. It's the starting point. Very well. Now it's all right. Only listen. When you were sitting crying, I thought to myself, oh, let me tell you what I was thinking. I thought that, of course it cannot be, Nastenka. I thought that you, somehow, quite apart from me, had ceased to love him. Then I thought that yesterday and the day before yesterday, Nastenka, then I certainly would have succeeded in making you love me. You know, you said yourself, Nastenka, that you almost loved me. Well, what next? Well, that's nearly all I wanted to tell you. All that is left to say is how it would be if you loved me. Only that. Nothing more. Listen, my friend, for anyway you are my friend. I am, of course, a poor humble man of no great consequence. But that's not the point. I don't seem to be able to say what I mean, Nastenka, I am so confused. Only I would love you. I would love you so that even if you still loved him, even if you went on loving the man I don't know, you would never feel that my love was a burden to you. You would only feel every minute that at your side was beating a grateful, grateful heart, a warm heart ready for your sake. Oh, Nastenka, Nastenka, what have you done to me? Don't cry. I don't want you to cry, said Nastenka, getting up quickly from the seat. Come along, get up. Come with me. Don't cry. Don't cry, she said, drying her tears with her handkerchief. Let us go now. Maybe I will tell you something. If he has forsaken me now, if he has forgotten me, though I still love him, I do not want to deceive you. But listen, answer me. If I were to love you, for instance, that is, if I only... Oh, my friend, to think how I wounded you when I laughed at your love, when I praised you for not falling in love with me. Oh, dear, how was it I did not foresee this? How was it I did not foresee this? How could I have been so stupid? But, well, I have made up my mind. I will tell you. Look here, Nastenka, do you know what? I'll go away. That's what I'll do. I'm simply tormenting you. Here you are remorseful for having laughed at me, and I won't have you in addition to your sorrow. Of course it's my fault, Nastenka. But goodbye. Stay, listen to me. Can you wait? What for? How? I love him, but I shall get over it. I must get over it. I cannot fail to get over it. I'm getting over it. I feel that. Who knows? Perhaps it will all end today. For I hate him, for he has been laughing at me while you have been weeping here with me, for you have not repulsed me as he has. For you love me while he has never loved me. For in fact, I love you myself. Yes, I love you. I love you as you love me. I have told you so before. You heard it yourself. I love you because you are better than he is, because you are nobler than he is, because he... The poor girl's emotion was so violent that she could not say more. She laid her head upon my shoulder, then upon my bosom, and wept bitterly. I comforted her. I persuaded her, but she could not stop crying. She kept pressing my hand, and saying between her sobs, Wait, it will be over in a minute. I want to tell you. You mustn't think that these tears... It's nothing. It's weakness. Wait till it's over. At last she left off crying, dried her eyes, and we walked on again. I wanted to speak, but she still begged me to wait. We were silent. At last she plucked up courage and began to speak. It's like this, she began in a weak and quivering voice, in which, however, there was a note that pierced my heart with a sweet pang. Don't think that I am so light and inconstant. Don't think that I can forget and change so quickly. I have loved him for a whole year, and I swear by God that I have never, even in thought, been unfaithful to him. He has despised me. He has been laughing at me. God forgive him. But he has insulted me and wounded my heart. I do not love him, for I can only love what is magnanimous, what understands me, what is generous, for I am like that myself, and he's not worthy of me. Well, that's enough of him. He has done better than if he had deceived my expectations later and showed me later what he was. Well, it's over. But who knows, my dear friend, she went on, pressing my hand, who knows, perhaps my whole love was a mistaken feeling, a delusion. Perhaps it began in mischief and nonsense, because I was kept so strictly by grandmother. Perhaps I ought to love another man, not him, a different man, who would have pity on me, and but don't let us say any more about that. Nastenka broke off, breathless with emotion. I only wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you that if, although I love him, did love him, if, in spite of this, you still say, if you feel that your love is so great that it may at last drive
From my heart, my old feeling, if you will have pity on me, if you do not want to leave me alone to my fate, without hope, without consolation, if you are ready to love me always as you do now, I swear to you that gratitude, that my love will be at last worthy of your love. Will you take my hand? Nastenka, I cried, breathless with sob. Nastenka, oh Nastenka, enough, enough. Well, now it's quite enough, she said, hardly able to control herself. Well, all has been said, hasn't it? Hasn't it? You're happy, and I'm happy too. Now then, not a word about it. Wait, spare me. Talk of something else, for God's sake. Yes, Nastenka, yes, enough about that. Now I am happy. Yes, Nastenka, yes, let's talk of other things. Let us make haste and talk. Yes, I'm ready. As we did not know what to say, we laughed, we wept, we said thousands of things meaningless and incoherent. At one moment we walked along the pavement, then suddenly turned back and crossed the road. Then we stopped and went back again to the embankment. We were like children. I am living alone now, Nastenka, I began, but tomorrow. Of course, you know, Nastenka, I am poor. I have only got 1,200 rubles, but that doesn't matter. Of course not. And Granny has her pension, so she will be no burden. We must take Granny. Of course we must take Granny. But there's Matrona. Yes. And we got Fyokla, too. Matrona is a good woman, but she has one fault. She has no imagination. Nastenka, absolutely none. But that doesn't matter. That is all right. We can live together. Only you must move to us tomorrow. To you? How so? All right, I'm ready. Yes, hire a room from us. We have a top floor. It's empty. We had an old lady lodging there, but she has gone away, and I know Granny would like to have a young man. I said to her, why a young man? And she said, oh, because I am old. Only don't you fancy, Nastenka, that I want him as a husband for you. So I guessed it was with that idea. Oh, Nastenka. We have both laughed. Come, that's enough. That's enough. But where do you live? I've forgotten. Over that way near Exbridge. Baranikov's buildings. It's that big house? Yes, that big house. Oh, I know, it's a nice house. Only you know you had better give it up and come to us as soon as possible. Tomorrow, Nastenka, tomorrow. I owe a little for my rent there, but that doesn't matter. I shall soon get my salary. And you know I will perhaps give lessons. I will learn something myself and then give lessons. Capital! And I shall soon get a bonus. So by tomorrow you will be my lodger. And we will go to the Barber of Seville, for they're soon going to give it again. Yes, we'll go, said Nastenka, but better see something else and not the Barber of Seville. Very well, something else. Of course, that will be better. I did not think. As we talked like this, we walked along in a sort of delirium, a sort of intoxication, as though we did not know what was happening to us. At one moment we stopped and talked for a long time at the same place. Then we went on again, and goodness knows where we went. And again tears, and again laughter. All of a sudden Nastenka would want to go home, and I would not dare to detain her, but would want to see her to the house. We set off, and in a quarter of an hour found ourselves at the embankment by our seat. Then she would sigh, and tears would come into her eyes again. I would turn chill with dismay, but she would press my hand and force me to walk, to talk, to chatter as before. It's time I was home at last. I think it must be very late, Nastenka said at last. We must give over being childish. Yes, Nastenka, only I shan't sleep tonight. I don't think I shall sleep either. Only see me home. I should think so. Only this time we really must get to my house. We must. Honor bright. For you know, one must go home sometime. Honor bright, I answered, laughing. Well, come along. Come along. Look at the sky, Nastenka. Look. Tomorrow will be a lovely day. What a blue sky. What a moon. Look, that yellow cloud is covering it now. Look. Look. No, it has passed by. Look. But Nastenka did not look at the cloud. She stood mute as though turned to stone. A minute later she huddled timidly close up to me. Her hand trembled in my hand. I looked at her. She pressed still more closely to me. At that moment a young man passed by us. He suddenly stopped, looked at us intently, and then again took a few steps on. My heart began throbbing. "Who is it, Nastenka?" I said in an undertone. "It's he," she answered in a whisper, huddling up to me still more closely, still more tremulously. I could hardly stand on my feet. "Nastenka? Nastenka, it's you!" I heard a voice behind us, and at the same moment the young man took several steps toward us. My God, how she cried out! How she started! How she tore herself out of my arms and rushed to meet him! I stood and looked at them, utterly crushed. But she had hardly given him her hand, had hardly flung herself into his arms, when she turned to me again, was beside me again in a flash, and before I knew where I was she threw both arms around my neck and gave me a warm, tender kiss. Then, without saying a word to me, she rushed back to him again, took his hand, and drew him after her. I stood, long time looking after them. At last the two vanished from my sight. End of fourth night. Morning. My night ended with the morning. It was a wet day. The rain was falling and beating disconsolately upon my window pane. It was dark in the room and grey outside. My head ached and I was giddy. Fever was stealing over my limbs.
"There's a letter for you, sir. The postman brought it,"
Matrona said, stooping over me. A letter? From whom? I cried, jumping from my chair.
"I don't know, sir. Better look. Maybe it's written there where it's from."
I broke the seal. It was from her. "Oh, forgive me. Forgive me. I beg you on my knees to forgive me. I deceived you and myself. It was a dream, a mirage. My heart aches for you today. Forgive me. Forgive me. Don't blame me, for I have not changed to you in the least. I told you that I would love you. I love you now. I more than love you. Oh, my God. If only I could love you both at once. Oh, if only you were he. Oh, if only he were you. Echoed in my mind. I remembered your words, Nastenka. God knows what I would do for you now. I know that you are sad and dreary. I have wounded you, but you know, when one loves, a wrong is soon forgotten, and you love me. Thank you. Yes, thank you for that love, for it will live in my memory like a sweet dream which lingers long after awakening. For I shall remember forever that instant when you opened your heart to me like a brother, and so generously accepted the gift of my shattered heart to care for it, nurse it, and heal it. If you forgive me, the memory of you will be exalted by a feeling of everlasting gratitude, which will never be effaced from my soul. I will treasure that memory. I will be true to it. I will not betray it. I will not betray my heart. It is too constant. It returned so quickly yesterday to him to whom it has always belonged. We shall meet. You will come to us. You will not leave us. You will be forever a friend, a brother to me. And when you see me, you will give me your hand. Yes, you will give it to me. You have forgiven me, haven't you? You love me as before. Oh, love me. Do not forsake me, because I love you so at this moment, because I am worthy of your love, because I will deserve it. My dear, next week I am to be married to him. He has come back in love. He has never forgotten me. You will not be angry at my writing about him, but I want to come and see you with him. You will like him, won't you? Forgive me. Remember and love your Nastenka. I read the letter over and over again for a long time, tears gushing to my eyes. At last it fell from my hands, and I hid my face.
"Dearie, I say, dearie," Matrona began.
What is it, Matrona?
I have taken all the cobwebs off the ceiling. You can have a wedding or give a party.
I looked at Matrona. She was still a hearty, youngish old woman, but I don't know why all at once I suddenly pictured her with lustreless eyes, a wrinkled face, bent, decrepit. I don't know why I suddenly pictured my room grown old like Matrona. The walls and the floors looked discolored. Everything seemed dingy. The spiders' webs were thicker than ever. I don't know why, but when I looked out of the window, it seemed to me that the house opposite had grown old and dingy too, that the stucco on the columns was peeling off and crumbling, that the cornices were cracked and blackened, and that the walls, of a vivid, deep yellow, were patchy. Either the sunbeams suddenly peeping out from the clouds for a moment were hidden again behind a veil of rain, and everything had grown dingy again before my eyes, or perhaps the whole vista of my future flashed before me so sad and forbidding, and I saw myself just as I was now, 15 years hence, older, in the same room, just as solitary, with the same Matrona grown no cleverer for those 15 years. But to imagine that I should bear you a grudge, Nastenka, that I should cast a dark cloud over your serene, untroubled happiness, that by my bitter reproaches I should cause distress to your heart, should poison it with secret remorse, and should force it to throb with anguish at the moment of bliss, that I should crush a single one of those tender blossoms which you have twined in your dark tresses when you go with him to the altar. Oh, never, never. May your sky be clear, may your sweet smile be bright and untroubled, and may you be blessed for that moment of blissful happiness which you gave to another lonely and grateful heart. My God, a whole moment of happiness, is that too little for the whole of a man's life? End of Morning and End of White Nights, a sentimental story from the Diary of a Dreamer by Fyodor Dostoevsky.
Section 6 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Author's Note. The author of the diary and the diary itself are, of course, imaginary. Nevertheless, it is clear that such persons as the writer of these notes not only may, but positively must, exist in our society, when we consider the circumstances in the midst of which our society is formed. I have tried to expose to the view of the public, more distinctly than is commonly done, one of the characters of the recent past. He is one of the representatives of a generation still living. In this fragment, entitled Underground, this person introduces himself and his views, and, as it were, tries to explain the causes owing to which he has made his appearance and was bound to make his appearance in our midst. In the second fragment there are added the actual notes of this person concerning certain events in his life. End author's note. Part 1. Underground. Chapter 1. I am a sick man. I am a spiteful man. I am an unattractive man. I believe my liver is diseased. However, I know nothing at all about my disease, and do not know for certain what ails me. I don't consult a doctor for it, and never have, though I have a respect for medicine and doctors. Besides, I am extremely superstitious. Sufficiently so to respect medicine, anyway. I am well educated enough not to be superstitious, but I am superstitious. No, I refuse to consult a doctor from spite. That you probably will not understand. Well, I understand it, though. Of course, I can't explain who it is precisely that I am mortifying in this case by my spite. I am perfectly well aware that I cannot pay out the doctors by not consulting them. I know better than anyone that by all this I am only injuring myself and no one else. But still, if I don't consult the doctor, It is from spite. My liver is bad. Well, let it get worse. I have been going on like that for a long time, 20 years. Now I am 40. I used to be in the government service, but am no longer. I was a spiteful official. I was rude, and took pleasure in being so. I did not take bribes, you see, so I was bound to find a recompense in that, at least. A poor jest, but I will not scratch it out. I wrote it thinking it would sound very witty, but now that I have seen myself that I only wanted to show off in a despicable way, I will not scratch it out on purpose. When petitioners used to come for information to the table at which I sat, I used to grind my teeth at them, and felt intense enjoyment when I succeeded in making anybody unhappy. I almost always did succeed. For the most part they were all timid people. Of course, they were petitioners. But of the uppish ones, there was one officer in particular I could not endure. He simply would not be humble, and clanked his sword in a disgusting way. I carried on a feud with him for 18 months over that sword. At last I got the better of him. He left off clanking it. That happened in my youth, though. But do you know, gentlemen, what was the chief point about my spite? Why, the whole point, the real sting of it lay in the fact that continually, even in the moment of the acutest spleen, I was inwardly conscious with shame that I was not only not a spiteful, but not even an embittered man, that I was simply scaring sparrows at random and amusing myself by it. I might foam at the mouth, but bring me a doll to play with, give me a cup of tea with sugar in it, and maybe I should be appeased. I might even be genuinely touched, though probably I should grind my teeth at myself afterwards, and lie awake at night with shame for months after. That was my way. I was lying when I said just now that I was a spiteful official. I was lying from spite. I was simply amusing myself with the petitioners and with the officer, and in reality I never could become spiteful. I was conscious every moment in myself of many, very many elements absolutely opposite to that. I felt them positively swarming in me, these opposite elements. I knew that they had been swarming in me all my life, and craving some outlet from me, but I would not let them, purposely would not let them come out. They tormented me till I was ashamed. They drove me to convulsions and sickened me. At last, how they sickened me. Now, are not you fancying, gentlemen, that I am expressing remorse for something now, that I am asking your forgiveness for something? I'm sure you are fancying that. However, I assure you, I do not care if you are. It was not only that I could not become spiteful, I did not know how to become anything. Neither spiteful nor kind, neither a rascal nor an honest man, neither a hero nor an insect. Now I am living out my life in my corner, taunting myself with the spiteful and useless consolation that an intelligent man cannot become anything seriously, and it is only the fool who becomes anything. Yes, a man in the 19th century must and morally ought to be preeminently a characterless creature. A man of character, an active man, is preeminently a limited creature. That is my conviction of 40 years. I am 40 years old now, and you know 40 years is a whole lifetime. You know it is extreme old age. To live longer than 40 years is bad manners, is vulgar, immoral. Who does live beyond 40? Answer that. Sincerely and honestly. I will tell you who do. Fools and worthless fellows. I tell all old men that to their face. All these venerable old men, all these silver-haired and reverend seniors. I tell the whole world that to its face. I have a right to say so, for I shall go on living to 60 myself, to 70, to 80. Stay, let me take breath. You imagine, no doubt, gentlemen, that I want to amuse you. You are mistaken in that, too. I am by no means such a mirthful person as you imagine, or as you may imagine. However, irritated by all this babble, and I feel that you are irritated, you think fit to ask me who I am. Then my answer is, I am a collegiate assessor. I was in the service that I might have something to eat, and solely for that reason. And when last year a distant relation left me 6,000 roubles in his will, I immediately retired from the service and settled down in my corner. I used to live in this corner before, but now I have settled down in it. My room is a wretched, horrid one in the outskirts of the town. My servant is an old country woman, ill-natured from stupidity, and moreover, there is always a nasty smell about her. I am told that the Petersburg climate is bad for me, and that with my small means it is very expensive to live in Petersburg. I know all that better than all these sage and experienced counsellors and monitors. But I am remaining in Petersburg. I am not going away from Petersburg. I am not going away because... why, it is absolutely no matter whether I am going away or not going away. But what can a decent man speak of with most pleasure? Answer: of himself. Well, so I will talk about myself. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. I want now to tell you, gentlemen, whether you care to hear it or not, why I could not even become an insect. I tell you solemnly that I have many times tried to become an insect, but I was not equal even to that. I swear, gentlemen, that to be too conscious is an illness, a real thorough-going illness. For man's everyday needs, it would have been quite enough to have the ordinary human consciousness, that is, half or a quarter of the amount which falls to the lot of a cultivated man of our unhappy 19th century, especially one who has the fatal ill luck to inhabit Petersburg, the most theoretical and intentional town on the whole terrestrial globe. There are intentional and unintentional towns. It would have been quite enough, for instance, to have the consciousness by which all so-called direct persons and men of action live. I bet you think I am writing all this from affectation, to be witty at the expense of men of action, and what is more, that from ill-bred affectation. I am clanking a sword like my officer. But, gentlemen, whoever can pride himself on his diseases, and even swagger over them? Though, after all, every one does do that. People do pride themselves on their diseases, and I do, maybe, more than anyone. We will not dispute it. My contention was absurd. But yet I am firmly persuaded that a great deal of consciousness, every sort of consciousness, in fact, is a disease. I stick to that. Let us leave that, too, for a minute. Tell me this. Why does it happen that at the very moments when I am most capable of feeling every refinement of all that is sublime and beautiful, as they used to say at one time, it would, as though of design, happen to me not only to feel but to do such ugly things, such that, well, in short, actions that all, perhaps, commit, but which, as though purposely, occurred to me at the very time when I was most conscious that they ought not to be committed. The more conscious I was of goodness and of all that was sublime and beautiful, the more deeply I sank into my mire, and the more ready I was to sink in it altogether. But the chief point was that all this was, as it were, not accidental in me, but as though it were bound to be so. It was as though it were my most normal condition, and not in the least disease or depravity, so that at last all desire in me to struggle against this depravity passed. It ended by my almost believing, perhaps actually believing, that this was perhaps my normal condition. But at first, in the beginning, what agonies I endured in that struggle! I did not believe it was the same with other people, and all my life I hid this fact about myself as a secret. I was ashamed. Even now, perhaps I am ashamed. I got to the point of feeling a sort of secret abnormal despicable enjoyment in returning home to my corner on some disgusting Petersburg night, acutely conscious that that day I had committed a loathsome action again, that what was done could never be undone, and secretly, inwardly gnawing at myself for it, tearing and consuming myself, till at last the bitterness turned into a sort of shameful, accursed sweetness, and at last into positive, real enjoyment. Yes, into enjoyment. Into enjoyment. I insist upon that. I have spoken of this because I keep wanting to know for a fact whether other people feel such enjoyment. I will explain. The enjoyment was just from the too intense consciousness of one's own degradation. It was from feeling oneself that one had reached the last barrier, that it was horrible, but that it could not be otherwise, that there was no escape for you, that you never could become a different man, that even if time and faith were still left you to change into something different, you would most likely not wish to change, or if you did wish to, even then you would do nothing, because perhaps in reality there was nothing for you to change into. And the worst of it was, and the root of it all, that it was all in accord with the normal fundamental laws of over-acute consciousness, and with the inertia that was the direct result of those laws, and that consequently one was not only unable to change, but could do absolutely nothing. Thus it would follow, as the result of acute consciousness, that one is not to blame in being a scoundrel, as though that were any consolation to the scoundrel once he had come to realize that he actually is a scoundrel. But enough. I have talked a lot of nonsense. But what have I explained? How is enjoyment in this to be explained? But I will explain it. I will get to the bottom of it. That is why I have taken up my pen. I, for instance, have a great deal of amour propre. I am as suspicious and prone to take offence as a humpback or a dwarf, but upon my word, I sometimes have had moments when if I had happened to be slapped in the face, I should perhaps have been positively glad of it. I say, in earnest, that I should probably have been able to discover even in that a peculiar sort of enjoyment. The enjoyment, of course, of despair, but in despair there are the most intense enjoyments, especially when one is very acutely conscious of the hopelessness of one's position. And when one is slapped in the face, why then the consciousness of being rubbed into a pulp would positively overwhelm one. The worst of it is, look at it which way you will, it still turns out that I was always the most to blame in everything, and what is most humiliating of all, to blame for no fault of my own, but, so to say, through the laws of nature. In the first place, to blame because I am cleverer than any of the people surrounding me. I have always considered myself cleverer than any of the people surrounding me, and sometimes, would you believe it, have been positively ashamed of it. At any rate, I have all my life, as it were, turned my eyes away and never could look people straight in the face. To blame, finally, because even if I had had magnanimity, I should only have had more suffering from the sense of its uselessness. I should certainly have never been able to do anything from being magnanimous, neither to forgive, for my assailant would perhaps have slapped me from the laws of nature, and one cannot forgive the laws of nature, nor to forget, for even if it were owing to the laws of nature, it is insulting all the same. Finally, even if I had wanted to be anything but magnanimous, had desired on the contrary to revenge myself on my assailant, I could not have revenged myself on anyone for anything, because I should certainly never have made up my mind to do anything, even if I had been able to. Why should I not have made up my mind? About that in particular, I want to say a few words. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. With people who know how to revenge themselves, and to stand up for themselves in general, how is it done? Why, when they are possessed, let us suppose, by the feeling of revenge, then for the time there is nothing else but that feeling left in their whole being. Such a gentleman simply dashes straight for his object like an infuriated bull with its horns down, and nothing but a wall will stop him. By the way, facing the wall, such gentlemen, that is, the direct persons, and men of action, are genuinely nonplussed. For them a wall is not an evasion, as for us people who think and consequently do nothing. It is not an excuse for turning aside, an excuse for which we are always very glad, though we scarcely believe in it ourselves, as a rule. No, they are nonplussed in all sincerity. The wall has for them something tranquilizing, morally soothing, final, maybe even something mysterious. But of the wall later. Well, such a direct person I regard as the real normal man, as his tender mother nature wished to see him when she graciously brought him into being on the earth. I envy such a man, till I am green in the face. He is stupid. I am not disputing that. But perhaps the normal man should be stupid. How do you know? Perhaps it is very beautiful, in fact. And I am the more persuaded of that suspicion, if one can call it so, by the fact that if you take, for instance, the antithesis of the normal man, that is, the man of acute consciousness, who has come, of course, not out of the lap of nature, but out of a retort. This is almost mysticism, gentlemen, but I suspect this too. This retort-made man is sometimes so nonplussed in the presence of his antithesis that with all his exaggerated consciousness he genuinely thinks of himself as a mouse and not a man. It may be an acutely conscious mouse, yet it is a mouse, while the other is a man, and therefore, etc., etc. And the worst of it is, he himself, his very own self, looks on himself as a mouse. No one asks him to do so, and that is an important point. Now let us look at this mouse in action. Let us suppose, for instance, that it feels insulted too, and it almost always does feel insulted, and wants to revenge itself too. There may even be a greater accumulation of spite in it than in l'homme de la nature et de la vérité. The base and nasty desire to vent that spite on its assailant rankles perhaps even more nastily in it than in l'homme de la nature et de la vérité. For through his innate stupidity the latter looks upon his revenge as justice, pure and simple, while in consequence of his acute consciousness the mouse does not believe in the justice of it, to come at last to the deed itself, to the very act of revenge. Apart from the one fundamental nastiness, the luckless mouse succeeds in creating around it so many other nastinesses in the form of doubts and questions, adds to the one question so many unsettled questions that there inevitably works up around it a sort of fatal brew, a stinking mess, made up of its doubts, emotions, and of the contempt spat upon it by the direct men of action, who stand solemnly about it as judges and arbitrators, laughing at it till their healthy sides ache. Of course the only thing left for it is to dismiss all that with a wave of its paw, and with a smile of assumed contempt, in which it does not even itself believe, creep ignominiously into its mouse hole. There, in its nasty, stinking underground home, our insulted, crushed, and ridiculed mouse promptly becomes absorbed in cold, malignant, and above all, everlasting spite. For 40 years together it will remember its injury down to the smallest, most ignominious details, and every time will add of itself details still more ignominious, spitefully teasing and tormenting itself with its own imagination. It will itself be ashamed of its imaginings, but yet it will recall it all, it will go over and over every detail, it will invent unheard of things against itself, pretending that those things might happen, and will forgive nothing. Maybe it will begin to revenge itself too, but as it were piecemeal, in trivial ways, from behind the stove, incognito, without believing either in its own right to vengeance or in the success of its revenge, knowing that from all its efforts at revenge it will suffer 100 times more than he on whom it revenges itself, while he, I dare say, will not even scratch himself. On its deathbed it will recall it all over again, with interest accumulated over all the years, and But it is just in that cold, abominable half despair, half belief, in that conscious burying oneself alive for grief in the underworld of 40 years, in that acutely recognized and yet partly doubtful hopelessness of one's position, in that hell of unsatisfied desires turned inward, in that fever of oscillations, of resolutions determined forever, and repented of again a minute later, that the savour of that strange enjoyment of which I have spoken lies. It is so subtle, so difficult of analysis, that persons who are a little limited, or even simply persons of strong nerves, will not understand a single atom of it. Possibly, you will add on your own account with a grin, people will not understand it either who have never received a slap in the face. And in that way you will politely hint to me that I too, perhaps, have had the experience of a slap in the face in my life, and so I speak as one who knows. I bet that you were thinking that. But set your minds at rest, gentlemen. I have not received a slap in the face, though it is absolutely a matter of indifference to me what you may think about it. Possibly I even regret, myself, that I have given so few slaps in the face during my life. But enough, not another word on that subject of such extreme interest to you. I will continue calmly concerning persons with strong nerves who do not understand a certain refinement of enjoyment. Though in certain circumstances these gentlemen bellow their loudest like bulls, though this, let us suppose, does them the greatest credit, yet, as I have said already, confronted with the impossible they subside at once. The impossible means the stone wall. What stone wall? Why, of course, the laws of nature, the deductions of natural science, mathematics. As soon as they prove to you, for instance, that you are descended from a monkey, then it is no use scowling, accept it for a fact. When they prove to you that in reality one drop of your own fat must be dearer to you than 100,000 of your fellow creatures, and that this conclusion is the final solution of all so-called virtues and duties, and all such prejudices and fancies, then you have just to accept it. There is no help for it, for twice two is a law of mathematics. Just try refuting it. Upon my word, they will shout at you, it is no use protesting. It is a case of twice two makes four. Nature does not ask your permission. She has nothing to do with your wishes, and whether you like her laws or dislike them, you are bound to accept her as she is, and consequently all her conclusions. A wall, you see, is a wall, and so on, and so on. Merciful heavens! But what do I care for the laws of nature and arithmetic, when for some reason I dislike those laws and the fact that twice two makes four? Of course, I cannot break through the wall by battering my head against it, if I really have not the strength to knock it down. But I am not going to be reconciled to it simply because it is a stone wall and I have not the strength. As though such a stone wall really were a consolation, and really did contain some word of conciliation, simply because it is as true as twice two makes four. Oh, absurdity of absurdities! How much better it is to understand it all, to recognize it all the impossibilities, and the stone wall, not to be reconciled to one of those impossibilities and stone walls, if it disgust you to be reconciled to it, by the way of the most inevitable, logical combinations to reach the most revolting conclusions on the everlasting theme, that even for the stone wall you are yourself somehow to blame, though again it is as clear as day you are not to blame in the least, and therefore grinding your teeth in silent impotence to sink into luxurious inertia, brooding on the fact that there is no one even for you to feel vindictive against, that you have not and perhaps never will have an object for your spite, that it is a sleight of hand, a bit of juggling, a card sharper's trick, that it is simply a mess, no knowing what and no knowing who, but in spite of all these uncertainties and jugglings, still there is an ache in you, and the more you do not know, the worse the ache. End of chapter 3. Section 7 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 1. Underground. Chapter 4. Ha ha ha. You will be finding enjoyment in toothache next, you cry with a laugh. Well, even in toothache there is enjoyment, I answer. I had toothache for a whole month, and I know there is. In that case, of course, people are not spiteful in silence, but moan. But they are not candid moans, they are malignant moans. And the malignancy is the whole point. The enjoyment of the sufferer finds expression in those moans. If he did not feel enjoyment in them, he would not moan. It is a good example, gentlemen, and I will develop it. Those moans express in the first place all the aimlessness of your pain, which is so humiliating to your consciousness. The whole legal system of nature on which you spit disdainfully, of course, but from which you suffer all the same, while she does not. They express the consciousness that you have no enemy to punish, but that you have pain, the consciousness that in spite of all possible Wagenheims you are in complete slavery to your teeth, that if someone wishes it, your teeth will leave off aching, and if he does not, they will go on aching another 3 months, and that finally, if you are still contumacious and still protest, all that is left to you for your own gratification is to thrash yourself or beat your wall with your fist as hard as you can, and absolutely nothing more. Well, these mortal insults, these jeers on the part of someone unknown, end at last in an enjoyment which sometimes reaches the highest degree of voluptuousness. I ask you, gentlemen, listen sometimes to the moans of an educated man of the 19th century suffering from toothache. On the second or third day of the attack, when he is beginning to moan, not as he moaned on the first day, that is, not simply because he has a toothache, not just as any coarse peasant, but as a man affected by progress and European civilization, a man who is divorced from the soil and the national elements, as they express it nowadays. His moans become nasty, disgustingly malignant, and go on for whole days and nights. And of course he knows himself that he is doing himself no sort of good with his moans. He knows better than anyone that he is only lacerating and harassing himself and others for nothing. He knows that even the audience before whom he is making his efforts, and his whole family, listen to him with loathing, do not put a ha'porth of faith in him, and inwardly understand that he might moan differently, more simply, without trills and flourishes, and that he is only amusing himself like that from ill humour, from malignancy. Well, in all these recognitions and disgraces, it is that there lies a voluptuous pleasure, as though he would say, I am worrying you, I am lacerating your hearts, I am keeping everyone in the house awake. Well, stay awake then. You too feel every minute that I have toothache. I am not a hero to you now, as I tried to seem before, but simply a nasty person, an impostor. Well, so be it then. I am very glad that you see through me. It is nasty for you to hear my despicable moans. Well, let it be nasty. Here I will let you have a nastier flourish in a minute. You do not understand even now, gentlemen? No, it seems our development and our consciousness must go further to understand all the intricacies of this pleasure. You laugh, delighted. My jests, gentlemen, are of course in bad taste, jerky, involved, lacking self-confidence, but of course that is because I do not respect myself. Can a man of perception respect himself at all? End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Come, can a man who attempts to find enjoyment in the very feeling of his own degradation possibly have a spark of respect for himself? I am not saying this now from any mawkish kind of remorse, and indeed I never could endure saying, "Forgive me, papa, I won't do it again." Not because I am incapable of saying that. On the contrary, perhaps just because I have been too capable of it. And in what a way, too! As though of design, I used to get into trouble in cases when I was not to blame in any way. That was the nastiest part of it. At the same time I was genuinely touched and penitent. I used to shed tears and, of course, deceived myself, though I was not acting in the least, and there was a sick feeling in my heart at the time. For that one could not even blame the laws of nature. Though the laws of nature have continually all my life offended me more than anything, it is loathsome to remember it all, but it was loathsome even then. Of course, a minute or so later I would realize wrathfully that it was all a lie, a revolting lie, an affected lie, that is, all this penitence, this emotion, these vows of reform. You will ask why I did worry myself with such antics. Answer: because it was very dull to sit with one's hands folded, and so one began cutting capers. That is really it. Observe yourself more carefully, gentlemen, then you will understand that that is so. I invented adventures for myself and made up a life, so as at least to live in some way. How many times has it happened to me, well, for instance, to take offence simply on purpose, for nothing? And one knows oneself, of course, that one is offended at nothing, that one is putting it on, but yet one brings oneself at last to the point of being really offended. All my life I have had an impulse to play such pranks, so that in the end I could not control it in myself. Another time, twice in fact, I tried hard to be in love. I suffered, too, gentlemen, I assure you. In the depth of my heart there was no faith in my suffering, only a faint stir of mockery, but yet I did suffer, and in the real orthodox way. I was jealous, beside myself, and it was all from ennui, gentlemen, all from ennui. Inertia overcame me. You know the direct, legitimate fruit of consciousness is inertia. That is, conscious sitting with the hands folded. I have referred to this already. I repeat with emphasis, all direct persons and men of action are active just because they are stupid and limited. How to explain that? I will tell you. In consequence of their limitation, they take immediate and secondary causes for primary ones, and in that way persuade themselves more quickly and easily than other people do that they have found an infallible foundation for their activity, and their minds are at ease. And you know that is the chief thing. To begin to act, you know, you must first have your mind completely at ease, and no trace of doubt left in it. Why, how am I, for example, to set my mind at rest? Where are the primary causes on which I am to build? Where are my foundations? Where am I to get them from? I exercise myself in reflection, and consequently with me every primary cause at once draws after itself another, still more primary, and so on to infinity. That is just the essence of every sort of consciousness and reflection. It must be a case of the laws of nature again. What is the result of it in the end? Why, just the same. Remember I spoke just now of vengeance? I am sure you did not take it in. I said that a man revenges himself because he sees justice in it. Therefore he has found a primary cause, that is, justice. And so he is at rest on all sides, and consequently he carries out his revenge calmly and successfully, being persuaded that he is doing a just and honest thing. But I see no justice in it. I find no sort of virtue in it either, and consequently if I attempt to revenge myself, it is only out of spite. Spite, of course, might overcome everything, all my doubts, and so might serve quite successfully in place of a primary cause, precisely because it is not a cause. But what is to be done if I have not even spite? I began with that just now, you know. In consequence again of those accursed laws of consciousness, anger in me is subject to chemical disintegration. You look into it. The object flies off into air, your reasons evaporate, the criminal is not to be found. The wrong becomes not a wrong but a phantom, something like the toothache, for which no one is to blame. And consequently there is only the same outlet left again. That is, to beat the wall as hard as you can. So you give it up with a wave of the hand because you have not found a fundamental cause. And try letting yourself be carried away by your feelings, blindly, without reflection, without a primary cause, repelling consciousness at least for a time. Hate or love, if only not to sit with your hands folded. The day after tomorrow, at the latest, you will begin despising yourself for having knowingly deceived yourself. Result, a soap bubble and inertia. Oh, gentlemen, do you know perhaps I consider myself an intelligent man, only because all my life I have been able neither to begin nor to finish anything. Granted, I am a babbler, a harmless, vexatious babbler, like all of us, but what is to be done if the direct and sole vocation of every intelligent man is babble? That is, the intentional pouring of water through a sieve. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Oh, if I had done nothing simply from laziness. Heavens, how I should have respected myself then. I should have respected myself because I should at least have been capable of being lazy. There would at least have been one quality, as it were, positive in me, in which I could have believed myself. Question: what is he? Answer: a sluggard. How very pleasant it would have been to hear that of oneself. It would mean that I was positively defined. It would mean that there was something to say about me. Sluggard. Why, it is a calling and vocation. It is a career. Do not jest, it is so. I should then be a member of the best club by right, and should find my occupation in continually respecting myself. I knew a gentleman who prided himself all his life on being a connoisseur of Lafitte. He considered this as his positive virtue, and never doubted himself. He died, not simply with a tranquil, but with a triumphant conscience. And he was quite right too. Then I should have chosen a career for myself. I should have been a sluggard and a glutton. Not a simple one, but, for instance, one with sympathies for everything good and beautiful. How do you like that? I have long had visions of it. That good and beautiful weighs heavily on my mind at 40. But that is at 40. Then, oh, then it would have been different. I should have found for myself a form of activity in keeping with it, to be precise, drinking to the health of everything good and beautiful. I should have snatched at every opportunity to drop a tear into my glass and then to drain it to all that is good and beautiful. I should then have turned everything into the good and the beautiful. In the nastiest, unquestionable trash, I should have sought out the good and the beautiful. I should have exuded tears like a wet sponge. An artist, for instance, paints a picture worthy of Gay. At once I drink to the health of the artist who painted the picture worthy of Gay, because I love all that is good and beautiful. An author has written As You Will. At once I drink to the health of anyone you will, because I love all that is good and beautiful. I should claim respect for doing so. I should persecute anyone who would not show me respect. I should live at ease. I should die with dignity. Why, it is charming, perfectly charming. And what a good round belly I should have grown. What a treble chin I should have established. What a ruby nose I should have colored for myself, so that every one would have said, looking at me, here is an asset. Here is something real and solid. And say what you like, it is very agreeable to hear such remarks about oneself in this negative age. End of chapter 6. Section 8 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 1. Underground. Chapter 7. But these are all golden dreams. Oh, tell me, who was it first announced, who was it first proclaimed, that man only does nasty things because he does not know his own interests, and that if he were enlightened, if his eyes were opened to his real normal interests, man would at once cease to do nasty things, would at once become good and noble, because, being enlightened and understanding his real advantage, he would see his own advantage in the good and nothing else. And we all know that not one man can, consciously, act against his own interests. Consequently, so to say, through necessity, he would begin doing good. Oh, the babe! Oh, the pure innocent child! Why, in the first place, when in all these thousands of years has there been a time when man has acted only from his own interest? What is to be done with the millions of facts that bear witness that men consciously, that is, fully understanding their real interests, have left them in the background and have rushed headlong on another path, to meet peril and danger, compelled to this course by nobody and by nothing but, as it were, simply disliking the beaten track, and have obstinately, wilfully struck out another difficult, absurd way, seeking it almost in the darkness. So I suppose this obstinacy and perversity were pleasanter to them than any advantage. Advantage? What is advantage? And will you take it upon yourself to define with perfect accuracy in what the advantage of man consists? And what if it so happens that a man's advantage sometimes not only may, but even must, consist in his desiring, in certain cases, what is harmful to himself and not advantageous? And if so, if there can be such a case, the whole principle falls into dust. What do you think? Are there such cases? You laugh. Laugh away, gentlemen, but only answer me. Have man's advantages been reckoned up with perfect certainty? Are there not some which not only have not been included, but cannot possibly be included under any classification? You see, you gentlemen have, to the best of my knowledge, taken your whole register of human advantages from the averages of statistical figures and politico-economical formulas. Your advantages are prosperity, wealth, freedom, peace, and so on and so on. So that the man who should, for instance, go openly and knowingly in opposition to all that list, would, to your thinking, and indeed mine too, of course, be an obscurantist or an absolute madman. Would not he? But you know, this is what is surprising. Why does it so happen that all these statisticians, sages, and lovers of humanity, when they reckon up human advantages, invariably leave one out? They don't even take it into their reckoning in the form in which it should be taken, and the whole reckoning depends upon that. It would be no great matter, they would simply have to take it, this advantage, and add it to the list. But the trouble is that this strange advantage does not fall under any classification, and is not in place in any list. I have a friend, for instance. Gentlemen, but of course he is your friend too. And indeed there is no one to whom he is not a friend. When he prepares for any undertaking, this gentleman immediately explains to you, elegantly and clearly, exactly how he must act in accordance with the laws of reason and truth. What is more, he will talk to you with excitement and passion of the true normal interests of man. With irony he will upbraid the short-sighted fools who do not understand their own interests, nor the true significance of virtue. And within a quarter of an hour, without any sudden outside provocation, but simply through something inside him which is stronger than all his interests, he will go off on quite a different tack. That is, act in direct opposition to what he has just been saying about himself, in opposition to the laws of reason, in opposition to his own advantage, in fact, in opposition to everything. I warn you that my friend is a compound personality, and therefore it is difficult to blame him as an individual. The fact is, gentlemen, it seems there must really exist something that is dearer to almost every man than his greatest advantages. Or, not to be illogical, there is a most advantageous advantage, the very one omitted of which we spoke just now, which is more important and more advantageous than all other advantages, for the sake of which a man, if necessary, is ready to act in opposition to all laws, that is, in opposition to reason honor, peace, prosperity, in fact, in opposition to all those excellent and useful things, if only he can attain that fundamental, most advantageous advantage which is dearer to him than all. Yes, but it's advantage all the same, you will retort. But excuse me, I'll make the point clear. And it is not a case of playing upon words. What matters is that this advantage is remarkable from the very fact that it breaks down all our classifications, and continually shatters every system constructed by lovers of mankind for the benefit of mankind. In fact, it upsets everything. But before I mention this advantage to you, I want to compromise myself personally, and therefore I boldly declare that all these fine systems, all these theories for explaining to mankind their real normal interests, in order that inevitably striving to pursue these interests they may at once become good and noble, are in my opinion, so far, mere logical exercises. Yes, logical exercises. Why, to maintain this theory of the regeneration of mankind by means of the pursuit of his own advantage is to my mind almost the same thing as to affirm, for instance, following Buckle, that through civilization mankind becomes softer and consequently less bloodthirsty and less fitted for warfare. Logically, it does seem to follow from his arguments. But man has such a predilection for systems and abstract deductions that he is ready to distort the truth intentionally. He is ready to deny the evidence of his senses only to justify his logic. I take this example because it is the most glaring instance of it. Only look about you. Blood is being spilt in streams, and in the merriest way, as though it were champagne. Take the whole of the 19th century in which Buckle lived. Take Napoleon the Great, and also the present one. Take North America, the Eternal Union. Take the farce of Schleswig-Holstein. And what is it that civilization softens in us? The only gain of civilization for mankind is the greater capacity for variety of sensations, and absolutely nothing more. And through the development of this many-sidedness, man may come to finding enjoyment in bloodshed. In fact, this has already happened to him. Have you noticed that it is the most civilized gentlemen who have been the subtlest slaughterers, to whom the Attilas and the Nastenka Razins could not hold a candle? And if they are not so conspicuous as the Attilas and the Nastenka Razins, it is simply because they are so often met with, are so ordinary, and have become so familiar to us. In any case, civilization has made mankind, if not more bloodthirsty, at least more vilely, more loathsomely bloodthirsty. In old days he saw justice in bloodshed, and with his conscience at peace exterminated those he thought proper. Now we do think bloodshed abominable, and yet we engage in this abomination, and with more energy than ever. Which is worse? Decide that for yourselves. They say that Cleopatra, excuse an instance from Roman history, was fond of sticking gold pins into her slave girls' breasts, and derived gratification from their screams and writhings. You will say that that was in the comparatively barbarous times. That these are barbarous times too, because also, comparatively speaking, pins are stuck in even now. That though man has now learned to see more clearly than in barbarous ages, he is still far from having learnt to act as reason and science would dictate. But yet you are fully convinced that he will be sure to learn when he gets rid of certain old bad habits, and when common sense and science have completely re-educated human nature and turned it in a normal direction. You are confident that then men will cease from intentional error and will, so to say, be compelled not to want to set his will against his normal interests. That is not all. Then you say, science itself will teach man, though to my mind it's a superfluous luxury, that he never really had any caprice or will of his own, and that he himself is something of the nature of a piano key or the stop of an organ, and that there are, besides, things called the laws of nature, so that everything he does is not done by his willing it, but is done of itself by the laws of nature. Consequently, we have only to discover these laws of nature, and man will no longer have to answer for his actions, and life will become exceedingly easy for him. All human actions will then, of course, be tabulated according to these laws, mathematically, like tables of logarithms up to 108,000, and entered in an index. Or better still, there would be published certain edifying works of the nature of encyclopedic lexicons, in which everything will be so clearly calculated and explained that there will be no more incidents or adventures in the world. Then, this is all what you say, new economic relations will be established, all ready made and worked out with mathematical exactitude, so that every possible question will vanish in the twinkling of an eye, simply because every possible answer to it will be provided. Then the palace of crystal will be built. Then, in fact, those will be halcyon days. Of course, there is no guaranteeing, this is my comment, that it will not be, for instance, frightfully dull then. For what will one have to do when everything will be calculated and tabulated? But, on the other hand, everything will be extraordinarily irrational. Of course, boredom may lead you to anything. It is boredom sets one sticking golden pins into people. But all that would not matter. What is bad, this is my comment again, is that I dare say people will be thankful for the gold pins then. Man is stupid, you know, phenomenally stupid. Or rather, he is not at all stupid, but he is so ungrateful that you could not find another like him in all creation. I, for instance, would not be in the least surprised if all of a sudden, apropos of nothing, in the midst of general prosperity, a gentleman with an ignoble, or rather with a reactionary and ironical countenance, were to arise and, putting his arms akimbo, say to us all, "I say, gentlemen, hadn't we better kick over the whole show and scatter rationalism to the winds, simply to send these logarithms to the devil, and to enable us to live once more at our own sweet foolish will?" That again would not matter. But what is annoying is that he would be sure to find followers. Such is the nature of man. And all that for the most foolish reason, which, one would think, was hardly worth mentioning. That is, that man everywhere and at all times, whoever he may be, has preferred to act as he chose, and not in the least as his reason and advantage dictated. And one may choose what is contrary to one's own interests, and sometimes one positively ought. That is my idea. One's own free unfettered choice, one's own caprice, however wild it may be, one's own fancy worked up at times to frenzy, is that very most advantageous advantage, which we have overlooked, which comes under no classification, and against which all systems and theories are continually being shattered to atoms. And how do these wiseacres know that man wants a normal, a virtuous choice? What has made them conceive that man must want a rationally advantageous choice? What man wants is simply independent choice, whatever that independence may cost, and wherever it may lead. And choice, of course, the devil only knows what choice. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Ha, ha, ha. But you know there is no such thing as choice, in reality. Say what you like. You will interpose with a chuckle. Science has succeeded in so far analyzing man, that we know already that choice and what is called freedom of will is nothing else than... Stay, gentlemen. I meant to begin with that myself. I confess I was rather frightened. I was just going to say that the devil only knows what choice depends on, and that perhaps that was a very good thing, but I remembered the teaching of science, and pulled myself up. And here you have begun upon it. Indeed, if there really is some day discovered a formula for all our desires and caprices, that is, an explanation of what they depend upon, by what laws they arise, how they develop, what they are aiming at in one case and in another, and so on, that is a real mathematical formula. Then most likely man will at once cease to feel desire, indeed he will be certain to. For who would want to choose by rule? Besides, he will at once be transformed from a human being into an organ stop, or something of the sort. For what is a man without desires, without free will, and without choice, if not a stop in an organ? What do you think? Let us reckon the chances. Can such a thing happen or not? You decide. Our choice is usually mistaken from a false view of our advantage. We sometimes choose absolute nonsense, because in our foolishness we see in that nonsense the easiest means for attaining a supposed advantage. But when all that is explained and worked out on paper, which is perfectly possible, for it is contemptible and senseless to suppose that some laws of nature man will never understand, then certainly so-called desires will no longer exist. For if a desire should come into conflict with reason, we shall then reason and not desire, because it will be impossible, retaining our reason, to be senseless in our desires, and in that way knowingly act against reason and desire to injure ourselves. And as all choice and reasoning can be really calculated, because there will some day be discovered the laws of our so-called free will, so, joking apart, there may one day be something like a table constructed of them, so that we really shall choose in accordance with it. If, for instance, some day they calculate and prove to me that I made a long nose at someone because I could not help making a long nose at him, and that I had to do it in that particular way, what freedom is left me? Especially if I am a learned man and have taken my degree somewhere. Then I should be able to calculate my whole life for 30 years beforehand. In short, if this could be arranged, there would be nothing left for us to do. Anyway, we should have to understand that. And, in fact, we ought unwearyingly to repeat to ourselves that at such and such a time, and in such and such circumstances, nature does not ask our leave, that we have got to take her as she is, and not fashion her to suit our fancy, and if we really aspire to formulas and tables of rules, and well, even to the chemical retort, there's no help for it. We must accept the retort too, or else it will be accepted without our consent. Yes, but here I come to a stop. Gentlemen, you must excuse me for being over philosophical. It's the result of 40 years underground. Allow me to indulge my fancy. You see, gentlemen, reason is an excellent thing, there's no disputing that, but reason is nothing but reason, and satisfies only the rational side of man's nature, while will is a manifestation of the whole life, that is, of the whole human life, including reason and all the impulses. And although our life in this manifestation of it is often worthless, yet it is life, and not simply extracting square roots. Here I, for instance, quite naturally want to live in order to satisfy all my capacities for life, and not simply my capacity for reasoning. That is, not simply 1/20th of my capacity for life. What does reason know? Reason only knows what it has succeeded in learning. Some things, perhaps, it will never learn. This is a poor comfort. But why not say so frankly? And human nature acts as a whole, with everything that is in it, consciously or unconsciously, and even if it goes wrong, it lives. I suspect, gentlemen, that you are looking at me with compassion. You tell me again that an enlightened and developed man, such, in short, as the future man will be, cannot consciously desire anything disadvantageous to himself, that can be proved mathematically. I thoroughly agree. It can, by mathematics. But I repeat for the 100th time, there is one case, one only, when man may consciously, purposely desire what is injurious to himself, what is stupid, very stupid, simply in order to have the right to desire for himself even what is very stupid, and not to be bound by an obligation to desire only what is sensible. Of course, this very stupid thing, this caprice of ours, may be in reality, gentlemen, more advantageous for us than anything else on earth, especially in certain cases, and in particular it may be more advantageous than any advantage even when it does us obvious harm and contradicts the soundest conclusions of our reason concerning our advantage. For in any circumstances it preserves for us what is most precious and most important, that is, our personality, our individuality. Some, you see, maintain that this really is the most precious thing for mankind. Choice can, of course, if it chooses, be in agreement with reason, and especially if this is not abused, but kept within bounds. It is profitable and sometimes even praiseworthy. But very often, and even most often, Choice is utterly and stubbornly opposed to reason. And do you know that that too is profitable, sometimes even praiseworthy? Gentlemen, let us suppose that man is not stupid. Indeed, one cannot refuse to suppose that, if only from one consideration, that if man is stupid, then who is wise? But if he is not stupid, he is monstrously ungrateful, phenomenally ungrateful. In fact, I believe that the best definition of man is the ungrateful biped. But that is not all. That is not his worst defect. His worst defect is his perpetual moral obliquity. Perpetual, from the days of the flood to the Schleswig-Holstein period. Moral obliquity, and consequently lack of good sense, for it has long been accepted that lack of good sense is due to no other cause than moral obliquity. Put it to the test, and cast your eyes upon the history of mankind. What will you see? Is it a grand spectacle? Grand if you like. Take the Colossus of Rhodes, for instance. That's worth something. With good reason, Mr. Dostoevsky testifies of it that some say that it is the work of man's hands, while others maintain that it has been created by nature herself. Is it many-colored? Maybe it is many-colored too. If one takes the dress uniforms, military and civilian, of all peoples in all ages, that alone is worth something. And if you take the undress uniforms, you will never get to the end of it. No historian would be equal to the job. Is it monotonous? Maybe it's monotonous too. It's fighting and fighting. They are fighting now, they fought first, and they fought last. You will admit that it is almost too monotonous. In short, one may say anything about the history of the world, anything that might enter the most disordered imagination. The only thing one can't say is that it's rational. The very word sticks in one's throat. And indeed, this is the odd thing that is continually happening. There are continually turning up in life moral and rational persons, sages and lovers of humanity, who make it their object to live all their lives as morally and rationally as possible, to be, so to speak, a light to their neighbours, simply in order to show them that it is possible to live morally and rationally in this world. And yet we all know that those very people sooner or later have been false to themselves, playing some queer trick, often a most unseemly one. Now I ask you, what can be expected of man, since he is a being endowed with such strange qualities? Shower upon him every earthly blessing, drown him in a sea of happiness, so that nothing but bubbles of bliss can be seen on the surface, give him economic prosperity, such that he should have nothing else to do but sleep, eat cakes, and busy himself with the continuation of his species, and even then, out of sheer ingratitude, sheer spite, man would play you some nasty trick. He would even risk his cakes, and would deliberately desire the most fatal rubbish, the most uneconomical absurdity, simply to introduce into all this positive good sense his fatal fantastic element. It is just his fantastic dreams, his vulgar folly, that he will desire to retain simply in order to prove to himself, as though that were so necessary, that men still are men and not the keys of a piano, which the laws of nature threaten to control so completely that soon one will be able to desire nothing but by the calendar. And that is not all. Even if man really were nothing but a piano key, even if this were proved to him by natural science and mathematics, even then he would not become reasonable, but would purposely do something perverse out of simple ingratitude, simply to gain his point. And if he does not find means, he will contrive destruction and chaos, will contrive sufferings of all sorts, only to gain his point. He will launch a curse upon the world, and as only man can curse, it is his privilege, the primary distinction between him and other animals, maybe by his curse alone he will attain his object, that is, convince himself that he is a man and not a piano key. If you say that all this, too, can be calculated and tabulated, chaos and darkness and curses, so that the mere possibility of calculating it all beforehand would stop it all, and reason would reassert itself, then man would purposely go mad in order to be rid of reason and gain his point. I believe in it, I answer for it. For the whole work of man really seems to consist in nothing but proving to himself every minute that he is a man and not a piano key. It may be at the cost of his skin, it may be by cannibalism, and this being so, can one help being tempted to rejoice that it is not yet come off, and that desire still depends on something we don't know? You will scream at me, that is, if you condescend to do so, that no one is touching my free will, that all they are concerned with is that my will should of itself, of its own free will, coincide with my own normal interests, with the laws of nature and arithmetic. Good heavens, gentlemen, what sort of free will is left when we come to tabulation and arithmetic, when it all will be a case of twice two makes four? Twice two makes four without my will, as if free will meant that. End of chapter 8. Section 9 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 1. Underground. Chapter 9. Gentlemen, I am joking, and I know myself that my jokes are not brilliant, but you know one can't take everything as a joke. I am, perhaps, jesting against the grain. Gentlemen, I am tormented by questions. Answer them for me. You, for instance, want to cure men of their old habits and reform their will in accordance with science and good sense. But how do you know not only that it is possible, but also that it is desirable to reform man in that way? And what leads you to the conclusion that man's inclinations need reforming? In short, how do you know that such a reformation will be a benefit to man? And to go to the root of the matter, why are you so positively convinced that not to act against his real normal interests, guaranteed by the conclusions of reason and arithmetic, is certainly always advantageous for man, and must always be a law for mankind? So far, you know, this is only your supposition. It may be the law of logic, but not the law of humanity. You think, gentlemen, perhaps that I am mad. Allow me to defend myself. I agree that man is preeminently a creative animal, predestined to strive consciously for an object, and to engage in engineering, that is, incessantly and eternally to make new roads wherever they may lead. But the reason why he wants sometimes to go off at a tangent may just be that he is predestined to make the road, and perhaps, too, that however stupid the direct practical man may be, the thought sometimes will occur to him that the road almost always does lead somewhere, and that the destination it leads to is less important than the process of making it, and that the chief thing is to save the well-conducted child from despising engineering, and so giving way to the fatal idleness which, as we all know, is the mother of all the vices. Man likes to make roads and to create, that is a fact beyond dispute. But why has he such a passionate love for destruction and chaos also? Tell me that. But on that point I want to say a couple of words myself. May it not be that he loves chaos and destruction, there can be no disputing that he does sometimes love it, because he is instinctively afraid of attaining his object and completing the edifice he is constructing? Who knows, perhaps he only loves that edifice from a distance, and is by no means in love with it at close quarters. Perhaps he only loves building it, and does not want to live in it, but will leave it when completed for the use of les animaux domestiques, such as the ants, the sheep, and so on. Now the ants have quite a different taste. They have a marvellous edifice of that pattern which endures forever, the ant-heap. With the ant-heap the respectable race of ants began, and with the ant-heap they will probably end, which does the greatest credit to their perseverance and good sense. But man is a frivolous and incongruous creature, and perhaps, like a chess player loves the process of the game, not the end of it. And who knows? There is no saying with certainty. Perhaps the only goal on earth to which mankind is striving lies in this incessant process of attaining, in other words, in life itself, and not in the thing to be attained, which must always be expressed as a formula, as positive as twice two makes four. And such positiveness is not life, gentlemen, but is the beginning of death. Anyway, man has always been afraid of this mathematical certainty, and I am afraid of it now. Granted that man does nothing but seek that mathematical certainty. He traverses oceans, sacrifices his life in the quest, but to succeed, really to find it, he dreads, I assure you. He feels that when he has found it, there will be nothing for him to look for. When workmen have finished their work, they do at least receive their pay, they go to the tavern, then they are taken to the police station, and there is occupation for a week. But where can man go? Anyway, one can observe a certain awkwardness about him when he has attained such objects. He loves the process of attaining, but he does not quite like to have attained, and that, of course, is very absurd. In fact, man is a comical creature. There seems to be a kind of jest in it all. But yet mathematical certainty is, after all, something insufferable. Twice two makes four seems to me simply a piece of insolence. Twice two makes four is a pert coxcomb, who stands with arms akimbo, barring your path and spitting. I admit that twice two makes four is an excellent thing, but if we are to give everything its due, twice two makes five is sometimes a very charming thing too. And why are you so firmly, so triumphantly convinced that only the normal and the positive, in other words, only what is conducive to welfare, is for the advantage of man? Is not reason in error as regards advantage? Does not man, perhaps, love something besides well-being? Perhaps he is just as fond of suffering. Perhaps suffering is just as great a benefit to him as well-being. Man is sometimes extraordinarily, passionately in love with suffering. And that is a fact. There is no need to appeal to universal history to prove that. Only ask yourself, if you are a man and have lived at all. As far as my personal opinion is concerned, to care only for well-being seems to me positively ill-bred. Whether it's good or bad, it is sometimes very pleasant, too, to smash things. I hold no brief for suffering, nor for well-being either. I am standing for my caprice, and for its being guaranteed to me when necessary. Suffering would be out of place in vaudevilles, for instance. I know that. In the Palace of Crystal it is unthinkable. Suffering means doubt, negation, and what would be the good of a palace of crystal if there could be any doubt about it? And yet I think man will never renounce real suffering, that is, destruction and chaos. Why, suffering is the sole origin of consciousness. Though I did lay it down at the beginning that consciousness is the greatest misfortune for man, yet I know man prizes it, and would not give it up for any satisfaction. Consciousness, for instance, is infinitely superior to twice two makes four. Once you have mathematical certainty, there is nothing left to do or to understand. There will be nothing left but to bottle up your five senses and plunge into contemplation. While if you stick to consciousness, even though the same result is attained, you can at least flog yourself at times, and that will, at any rate, liven you up. Reactionary as it is, corporal punishment is better than nothing. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. You believe in a palace of crystal that can never be destroyed, a palace at which one will not be able to put out one's tongue, or make a long nose on the sly, and perhaps that is just why I am afraid of this edifice, that it is of crystal, and can never be destroyed, and that one cannot put one's tongue out at it, even on the sly. You see, if it were not a palace, but a hen-house, I might creep into it, to avoid getting wet, and yet I would not call the hen-house a palace out of gratitude to it for keeping me dry. You laugh, and say that in such circumstances a hen-house is as good as a mansion. Yes, I answer, if one had to live simply to keep out of the rain. But what is to be done if I have taken it into my head that that is not the only object in life, and that if one must live, one had better live in a mansion? That is my choice, my desire. You will only eradicate it when you have changed my preference. Well, do change it. Allure me with something else. Give me another ideal. But meanwhile, I will not take a hen house for a mansion. The palace of crystal may be an idle dream. It may be that it is inconsistent with the laws of nature, and that I have invented it only through my own stupidity, through the old-fashioned irrational habits of my generation. But what does it matter to me that it is inconsistent? That makes no difference, since it exists in my desires, or rather exists as long as my desires exist. Perhaps you are laughing again. Laugh away. I will put up with any mockery rather than pretend I am satisfied when I am hungry. I know, anyway, that I will not be put off with a compromise, with a recurring zero, simply because it is consistent with the laws of nature and actually exists. I will not accept as the crown of my desires a block of buildings with tenements for the poor on a lease of 1,000 years, and perhaps with a signboard of a dentist hanging out. Destroy my desires, eradicate my ideals, show me something better, and I will follow you. You will say perhaps that it is not worth your trouble, but in that case I can give you the same answer. We are discussing things seriously, but if you won't deign to give me your attention, I will drop your acquaintance. I can retreat into my underground hole. But while I am alive and have desires, I would rather my hands were withered off than bring one brick to such a building. Don't remind me that I have just rejected the palace of crystal for the sole reason that one cannot put out one's tongue at it. I did not say it because I am so fond of putting my tongue out. Perhaps the thing I resented was, that of all your edifices, there has not been one at which one could not put out one's tongue. On the contrary, I would let my tongue be cut off out of gratitude, if things could be so arranged that I should lose all desire to put it out. It is not my fault that things cannot be so arranged, and that one must be satisfied with model flats. Then why am I made with such desires? Can I have been constructed simply in order to come to the conclusion that all my construction is a cheat? Can this be my whole purpose? I do not believe it. But do you know what? I am convinced that we underground folk ought to be kept on a curb. Though we may sit 40 years underground without speaking, when we do come out into the light of day and break out, we talk and talk and talk. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. The long and short of it is, gentlemen, that it is better to do nothing, better conscious inertia. And so hurrah for underground. Though I have said that I envy the normal man to the last drop of my bile, yet I should not care to be in his place, such as he is now, though I shall not cease envying him. No, no. Anyway, the underground life is more advantageous. There, at any rate, one can... Oh, but even now I am lying. I am lying because I know myself that it is not underground that is better, but something different, quite different, for which I am thirsting, but which I cannot find. Damn underground. I will tell you another thing that would be better, and that is, if I myself believed in anything of what I have just written, I swear to you, gentlemen, there is not one thing, not one word of what I have written that I really believe. That is, I believe it, perhaps, but at the same time, I feel and suspect that I am lying like a cobbler. Then why have you written all this? You will say to me. I ought to put you underground for 40 years without anything to do, and then come to you in your cellar and find out what stage you have reached. How can a man be left with nothing to do for 40 years? Isn't that shameful? Isn't that humiliating, you will say, perhaps, wagging your heads contemptuously? You thirst for life and try to settle the problems of life by a logical tangle, and how persistent, how insolent are your sallies, And at the same time, what a scare you are in. You talk nonsense and are pleased with it, you say impudent things and are in continual alarm and apologizing for them, you declare that you are afraid of nothing, and at the same time try to ingratiate yourself in our good opinion. You declare that you are gnashing your teeth, and at the same time you try to be witty so as to amuse us. You know that your witticisms are not witty, but you are evidently well satisfied with their literary value. You may perhaps have really suffered, but you have no respect for your own suffering. You may have sincerity, but you have no modesty. Out of the pettiest vanity, you expose your sincerity to publicity and ignominy. You doubtlessly mean to say something, but hide your last word through fear, because you have not the resolution to utter it, and only have a cowardly impudence. You boast of consciousness, but you are not sure of your ground, for though your mind works, yet your heart is darkened and corrupt, and you cannot have a full, genuine consciousness without a pure heart. And how intrusive you are! How you insist and grimace! Lies, lies, lies! Of course I have myself made up all the things you say. That, too, is from underground. I have been for 40 years listening to you through a crack under the floor. I have invented them myself. There was nothing else I could invent. It is no wonder that I have learned it by heart, and it has taken a literary form. But can you really be so credulous as to think that I will print all this and give it to you to read too? And another problem. Why do I call you gentlemen? Why do I address you as though you really were my readers? Such confessions as I intend to make are never printed nor given to other people to read. Anyway, I am not strong-minded enough for that, and I don't see why I should be. For you see, a fancy has occurred to me, and I want to realize it at all costs. Let me explain. Every man has reminiscences which he would not tell to everyone, but only to his friends. He has other matters in his mind which he would not reveal even to his friends, but only to himself, and that in secret. But there are other things which a man is afraid to tell even to himself, and every decent man has a number of such things stored away in his mind. The more decent he is, the greater the number of such things in his mind. Anyway, I have only lately determined to remember some of my early adventures. Till now I have always avoided them, even with a certain uneasiness. Now, when I am not only recalling them, but have actually decided to write an account of them, I want to try the experiment whether one can, even with oneself, be perfectly open and not take fright at the whole truth. I will observe, in parenthesis, that Heine says that a true autobiography is almost an impossibility, and that a man is bound to lie about himself. He considers that Rousseau certainly told lies about himself in his confessions, and even intentionally lied out of vanity. I am convinced that Heine is right. I quite understand how sometimes one may, out of sheer vanity, attribute regular crimes to oneself, and indeed I can very well conceive that kind of vanity. But Heine judged of people who made their confessions to the public. I write only for myself, and I wish to declare once and for all that if I write as though I were addressing readers, that is simply because it is easier for me to write in that form. It is a form, an empty form. I shall never have readers. I have made this plain already. I don't wish to be hampered by any restrictions in the compilation of my notes. I shall not attempt any system or method. I will jot things down as I remember them. But here perhaps someone will catch at the word and ask me, if you really don't reckon on readers, why do you make such compacts with yourself, and on paper too? That is, that you won't attempt any system or method, that you jot things down as you remember them, and so on and so on. Why are you explaining? Why do you apologize? Well, there it is, I answer. There is a whole psychology in all this, though. Perhaps it is simply that I am a coward, and perhaps that I purposely imagine an audience before me in order that I may be more dignified while I write. There are perhaps thousands of reasons. Again, what is my object precisely in writing? If it is not for the benefit of the public, why should I not simply recall these incidents in my own mind, without putting them on paper? Quite so, but yet it is more imposing on paper. There is something more impressive in it. I shall be better able to criticize myself and improve my style. Besides, I shall perhaps obtain actual relief from writing. Today, for instance, I am particularly oppressed by one memory of a distant past. It came back vividly to my mind a few days ago, and has remained haunting me like an annoying tune that one cannot get rid of. And yet I must get rid of it somehow. I have hundreds of such reminiscences, but at times some one stands out from the hundred and oppresses me. For some reason I believe that if I write it down, I should get rid of it. Why not try? Besides, I am bored, and I never have anything to do. Writing will be a sort of work. They say work makes man kind-hearted and honest. Well, here is a chance for me, anyway. Snow is falling today, yellow and dingy. It fell yesterday too, and a few days ago. I fancy it is the wet snow that has reminded me of that incident which I cannot shake off now. And so let it be a story apropos of the falling snow. End of chapter 11. End of part 1, Underground.
Section 10 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2. Apropos of the wet snow. When from dark error's subjugation my words of passionate exhortation had wrenched thy fainting spirit free, and writhing prone in thine affliction thou didst recall with malediction the vice that had encompassed thee, and when thy slumbering conscience, fretting by recollection's torturing flame, thou didst reveal the hideous setting of thy life's current ere I came. When suddenly I saw thee sicken, and weeping hide thine anguished face, revolted, maddened, horror-stricken, at memories of foul disgrace. Nekrasov. Translated by Juliet Solskis. Chapter 1. At that time I was only 24. My life was even then gloomy, ill-regulated, and as solitary as that of a savage. I made friends with no one, and positively avoided talking, and buried myself more and more in my hole. At work in the office I never looked at any one, and I was perfectly well aware that my companions looked upon me not only as a queer fellow, but even looked upon me, I always fancied this, with a sort of loathing. I sometimes wondered why it was that nobody except me fancied that he was looked upon with aversion. One of the clerks had a most repulsive pock-marked face, which looked positively villainous. I believe I should not have dared to look at any one with such an unsightly countenance. Another had such a very dirty old uniform that there was an unpleasant odor in his proximity. Yet not one of these gentlemen showed the slightest self-consciousness, either about their clothes, or their countenance, or their character in any way. Neither of them ever imagined that they were looked at with repulsion. If they had imagined it, they would not have minded, so long as their superiors did not look at them in that way. It is clear to me now that, owing to my unbounded vanity and to the high standard I set for myself, I often looked at myself with furious discontent, which verged on loathing, and so I inwardly attributed the same feeling to every one. I hated my face, for instance. I thought it disgusting, and even suspected that there was something base in my expression. And so every day when I turned up at the office I tried to behave as independently as possible, and to assume a lofty expression, so that I might not be suspected of being abject. My face may be ugly, I thought, but let it be lofty, expressive, and above all extremely intelligent. But I was positively and painfully certain that it was impossible for my countenance ever to express those qualities. And what was worst of all, I thought it actually stupid-looking, and I would have been quite satisfied if I could have looked intelligent. In fact, I would even have put up with looking base, if at the same time my face could have been thought strikingly intelligent. Of course, I hated my fellow clerks one and all, and I despised them all, yet at the same time I was, as it were, afraid of them. In fact, it happened at times that I thought more highly of them than of myself. It somehow happened quite suddenly that I alternated between despising them and thinking them superior to myself. A cultivated and decent man cannot be vain without setting a fearfully high standard for himself, and without despising and almost hating himself at certain moments. But whether I despised them or thought them superior, I dropped my eyes almost every time I met any one. I even made experiments whether I could face so-and-sos looking at me, and I was always the first to drop my eyes. This worried me to distraction. I had a sickly dread, too, of being ridiculous, and so had a slavish passion for the conventional in everything external. I loved to fall into the common rut, and had a whole-hearted terror of any kind of eccentricity in myself. But how could I live up to it? I was morbidly sensitive, as a man of our age should be. They were all stupid, and as like one another as so many sheep. Perhaps I was the only one in the office who fancied that I was a coward and a slave, and I fancied it just because I was more highly developed. But it was not only that I fancied it, it really was so. I was a coward and a slave. I say this without the slightest embarrassment. Every decent man of our age must be a coward and a slave. That is his normal condition. Of that I am firmly persuaded. He is made and constructed to that very end, and not only at the present time owing to some casual circumstances, but always, at all times, a decent man is bound to be a coward and a slave. It is the law of nature for all decent people all over the earth. If any one of them happens to be valiant about something, he need not be comforted nor carried away by that. He would show the white feather just the same before something else. That is how it invariably and inevitably ends. Only donkeys and mules are valiant, and they only till they are pushed up to the wall. It is not worth while to pay attention to them, for they really are of no consequence. Another circumstance, too, worried me in those days, that there was no one like me, and I was unlike any one else. I am alone, and they are every one, I thought, and pondered. From that it is evident that I was still a youngster. The very opposite sometimes happened. It was loathsome sometimes to go to the office. Things reached such a point that I often came home ill. But all at once, apropos of nothing, there would come a phase of skepticism and indifference. Everything happened in phases to me, and I would laugh myself at my intolerance and fastidiousness. I would reproach myself with being romantic. At one time I was unwilling to speak to any one, while at other times I would not only talk, but go to the length of contemplating making friends with them. All my fastidiousness would suddenly, for no rhyme or reason, vanish. Who knows, perhaps I never had really had it, and it had simply been affected, and got out of books. I have not decided that question even now. Once I quite made friends with them, visited their homes, played preference, drank vodka, talked of promotions. But here let me make a digression. We Russians, speaking generally, have never had those foolish transcendental romantics, German and still more French, on whom nothing produces any effect. If there were an earthquake, if all France perished at the barricades, they would still be the same. They would not even have the decency to effect a change, but would still go on singing their transcendental songs to the hour of their death, because they are fools. We in Russia have no fools. That is well known. That is what distinguishes us from foreign lands. Consequently, these transcendental natures are not found amongst us in their pure form. The idea that they are is due to our realistic journalists and critics of that day, always on the lookout for Kostanzhoglos and Uncle Pyotr Ivanovitches, and foolishly accepting them as our ideal. They have slandered our romantics, taking them for the same transcendental sort as in Germany or France. On the contrary, the characteristics of our romantics are absolutely and directly opposed to the transcendental European type. and no European standard can be applied to them. Allow me to make use of this word romantic, an old-fashioned and much respected word which has done good service and is familiar to all. The characteristics of our romantic are to understand everything, to see everything, and to see it often incomparably more clearly than our most realistic minds see it. To refuse to accept anyone or anything, but at the same time not to despise anything. To give way, to yield from policy, never to lose sight of a useful practical object, such as rent-free quarters at the government expense, pensions, decorations, to keep their eye on that object through all the enthusiasms and volumes of lyrical poems, and at the same time to preserve the good and the beautiful, inviolate with them to the hour of their death, and to preserve themselves also, incidentally, like some precious jewel wrapped in cotton wool, if only for the benefit of the good and the beautiful. Our romantic is a man of great breadth and the greatest rogue of all our rogues. I can assure you from experience indeed. Of course, that is, if he is intelligent. But what am I saying? The romantic is always intelligent, and I only meant to observe that although we have had foolish romantics, they don't count, and they were only so because in the flower of their youth they degenerated into Germans, and to preserve their precious jewel more comfortably settled somewhere out there, by preference in Weimar or the Black Forest. I, for instance, genuinely despised my official work and did not openly abuse it simply because I was in it myself and got a salary for it. Anyway, take note, I did not openly abuse it. Our romantic would rather go out of his mind, a thing, however, which very rarely happens, than take to open abuse, unless he had some other career in view. And he is never kicked out. At most, they would take him to the lunatic asylum, as the King of Spain, if he should go very mad. But it is only the thin, fair people who go out of their minds in Russia. Innumerable romantics attain later in life to considerable rank in the service. Their many-sidedness is remarkable. And what a faculty they have for the most contradictory sensations! I was comforted by this thought even in those days, and I am of the same opinion now. That is why there are so many broad natures among us who never lose their ideal, even in the depths of degradation. And though they never stir a finger for their ideal, though they are arrant thieves and knaves, yet they tearfully cherish their first ideal and are extraordinarily honest at heart. Yes, it is only among us that the most incorrigible rogue can be absolutely and loftily honest at heart, without in the least ceasing to be a rogue. I repeat, our romantics frequently become such accomplished rascals, I use the term rascals affectionately, suddenly display such a sense of reality and practical knowledge, that their bewildered superiors and the public generally can only ejaculate in amazement. Their many-sidedness is really amazing, and goodness knows what it may develop into later on, and what the future has in store for us. It is not a poor material. I do not say this from any foolish or boastful patriotism, but I feel sure that you are again imagining that I am joking, or perhaps it's just the contrary, and you are convinced that I really think so. Anyway, gentlemen, I shall welcome both views as an honor and a special favor. And do forgive my digression. I did not, of course, maintain friendly relations with my comrades, and soon was at loggerheads with them. And in my youth and inexperience I even gave up bowing to them, as though I had cut off all relations. That, however, only happened to me once. As a rule, I was always alone. In the first place, I spent most of my time at home, reading. I tried to stifle all that was continually seething within me, by means of external impressions. And the only external means I had was reading. Reading, of course, was a great help, exciting me, giving me pleasure and pain. But at times it bored me fearfully. One longed for movement in spite of everything, and I plunged all at once into dark, underground, loathsome vice of the pettiest kind. My wretched passions were acute, smarting from my continual sickly irritability. I had hysterical impulses, with tears and convulsions. I had no resource except reading, that is, there was nothing in my surroundings which I could respect and which attracted me. I was overwhelmed with depression, too. I had an hysterical craving for incongruity and for contrast, and so I took to vice. I have not said all this to justify myself. But no, I am lying. I did want to justify myself. I make that little observation for my own benefit, gentlemen. I don't want to lie. I vowed to myself I would not. And so, furtively, timidly, in solitude, at night, I indulged in filthy vice, with a feeling of shame which never deserted me, even at the most loathsome moments, and which at such moments nearly made me curse. Already, even then, I had my underground world in my soul. I was fearfully afraid of being seen, of being met, of being recognized. I visited various obscure haunts. One night, as I was passing a tavern, I saw through a lighted window some gentlemen fighting with billiard cues, and saw one of them thrown out of window. At other times I should have felt very much disgusted, but I was in such a mood at the time that I actually envied the gentleman thrown out of window, and I envied him so much that I even went into the tavern, and into the billiard-room. Perhaps, I thought, I'll have a fight too, and they'll throw me out of window. I was not drunk. But what is one to do? Depression will drive a man to such a pitch of hysteria. But nothing happened. It seemed that I was not even equal to being thrown out of window, and I went away without having my fight. An officer put me in my place from the first moment. I was standing by the billiard table and in my ignorance blocking up the way, and he wanted to pass. He took me by the shoulders, and without a word, without a warning or explanation, moved me from where I was standing to another spot, and passed by as though he had not noticed me. I could have forgiven blows, but I could not forgive his having moved me without noticing me. Devil knows what I would have given for a real, regular quarrel, a more decent, a more literary one, so to speak. I had been treated like a fly. This officer was over 6 foot, while I was a spindly little fellow. But the quarrel was in my hands. I had only to protest, and I certainly would have been thrown out of the window, but I changed my mind, and preferred to beat a resentful retreat. I went out of the tavern straight home, confused and troubled, and the next night I went out again with the same lewd intentions, still more furtively, abjectly, and miserably than before, as it were with tears in my eyes, but still I did go out again. Don't imagine, though, it was cowardice made me slink away from the officer. I never have been a coward at heart, though I have always been a coward in action. Don't be in a hurry to laugh. I assure you I can explain it all. Oh, if only that officer had been one of the sort who would consent to fight a duel! But no, he was one of those gentlemen, alas, long extinct, who preferred fighting with cues, or, like Gogol's Lieutenant Pirogoff, appealing to the police. They did not fight duels, and would have thought a duel with a civilian like me an utterly unseemly procedure in any case. And they looked upon the duel altogether as something impossible, something free-thinking and French. But they were quite ready to bully, especially when they were over 6 foot. I did not slink away through cowardice, but through an unbounded vanity. I was afraid not of his 6 foot, not of getting a sound thrashing and being thrown out of the window. I should have had physical courage enough, I assure you, but I had not the moral courage. What I was afraid of was that every one present, from the insolent marker down to the lowest little stinking pimply clerk in a greasy collar, would jeer at me and fail to understand when I began to protest and to address them in literary language. For the point of honor, not of honor, but of the point of honor, point d'honneur, one cannot speak among us except in literary language. You can't allude to the point of honor in ordinary language. I was fully convinced, the sense of reality in spite of all my romanticism, that they would all simply split their sides with laughter, and that the officer would not simply beat me, that is, without insulting me, but would certainly prod me in the back with his knee, kick me round the billiard table, and only then perhaps have pity and drop me out of the window. Of course, this trivial incident could not, with me, end in that. I often met that officer afterwards in the street, and noticed him very carefully. I am not quite sure whether he recognized me. I imagine not. I judge from certain signs. But I stared at him with spite and hatred, and so it went on, for several years. My resentment grew even deeper with years. At first I began making stealthy inquiries about this officer. It was difficult for me to do so, for I knew no one. But one day I heard some one shout his surname in the street as I was following him at a distance, as though I were tied to him, and so I learned his surname. Another time I followed him to his flat, and for 10 kopecks learned from the porter where he lived, on which story, whether he lived alone or with others, and so on, in fact, everything one could learn from a porter. One morning, though I had never tried my hand with the pen, it suddenly occurred to me to write a satire on this officer in the form of a novel which would unmask his villainy. I wrote the novel with relish. I did unmask his villainy, I even exaggerated it. At first I so altered his surname that it could easily be recognized, but on second thoughts I changed it, and sent the story to the Otechesvenia Zapiski. But at that time such attacks were not the fashion, and my story was not printed. That was a great vexation to me. Sometimes I was positively choked with resentment. At last I determined to challenge my enemy to a duel. I composed a splendid, charming letter to him, imploring him to apologize to me, and hinting rather plainly at a duel in case of refusal. The letter was so composed that if the officer had had the least understanding of the good and the beautiful, he would certainly have flung himself on my neck and offered me his friendship. And how fine that would have been! How we should have got on together! He could have shielded me with his higher rank, while I could have improved his mind with my culture, and, well, my ideas, and all sorts of things might have happened. Only fancy, this was 2 years after his insult to me, and my challenge would have been a ridiculous anachronism, in spite of all the ingenuity of my letter in disguising and explaining away the anachronism. But, thank God, to this day I thank the Almighty with tears in my eyes, I did not send the letter to him. Cold shivers run down my back when I think of what might have happened if I had sent it. And all at once I revenged myself in the simplest way, by a stroke of genius. A brilliant thought suddenly dawned upon me. Sometimes on holidays I used to stroll along the sunny side of the Nevsky about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, though it was hardly a stroll so much as a series of innumerable miseries, humiliations, and resentments. But no doubt that was just what I wanted. I used to wriggle along in a most unseemly fashion, like an eel, continually moving aside to make way for generals, for officers of the guards and the hussars, or for ladies. At such minutes there used to be a convulsive twinge at my heart, and I used to feel hot all down my back at the mere thought of the wretchedness of my attire, of the wretchedness and abjectness of my little scurrying figure. This was a regular martyrdom, a continual, intolerable humiliation at the thought, which passed into an incessant and direct sensation that I was a mere fly in the eyes of all this world, a nasty, disgusting fly, more intelligent, more highly developed, more refined in feeling than any of them, of course, but a fly that was continually making way for everyone, insulted and injured by everyone. Why I inflicted this torture upon myself, why I went to the Nevsky, I don't know. I felt simply drawn there at every possible opportunity. Already, then, I began to experience a rush of the enjoyment of which I spoke in the first chapter. After my affair with the officer, I felt even more drawn there than before. It was on the Nevsky that I met him most frequently. There I could admire him. He, too, went there chiefly on holidays. He, too, turned out of his path for generals and persons of high rank. And he, too, wriggled between them like an eel. But people like me, or even better dressed like me, he simply walked over. He made straight for them as though there was nothing but empty space before him, and never, under any circumstances, turned aside. I gloated over my resentment watching him, and, always resentfully made way for him. It exasperated me that even in the street I could not be on an even footing with him. Why must you invariably be the first to move aside? I kept asking myself in hysterical rage, waking up sometimes at 3 o'clock in the morning. Why is it you and not he? There's no regulation about it. There's no written law. Let the making way be equal, as it usually is when refined people meet. He moves halfway, and you move halfway. You pass with mutual respect. But that never happened, and I always moved aside, while he did not even notice my making way for him. And lo and behold, a bright idea dawned upon me. What, I thought, if I meet him and don't move on one side? What if I don't move aside on purpose, even if I knock up against him? How would that be? This audacious idea took such a hold on me that it gave me no peace. I was dreaming of it continually, horribly, and I purposely went more frequently to the Nevsky in order to picture more vividly how I should do it when I did do it. I was delighted. This intention seemed to me more and more practical and possible. Of course I shall not really push him, I thought, already more good-natured in my joy. I will simply not turn aside. We'll run up against him, not very violently, but just shouldering each other, just as much as decency permits. I will push against him just as much as he pushes against me. At last I made up my mind completely. But my preparations took a great deal of time. To begin with, when I carried out my plan I should need to be looking rather more decent, and so I had to think of my get-up. In case of emergency, if, for instance, there were any sort of public scandal, and the public there is the most recherché, the Countess walks there, Prince D. walks there, all the literary world is there, I must be well dressed. That inspires respect, and of itself puts us on an equal footing in the eyes of society. With this object I asked for some of my salary in advance, and bought at Churkin's a pair of black gloves and a decent hat. Black gloves seemed to me both more dignified and bon ton than the lemon-colored ones which I had contemplated at first. The color is too gaudy, it looks as though one were trying to be conspicuous, and I did not take the lemon-colored ones. I had got ready long beforehand a good shirt with white bone studs. My overcoat was the only thing that held me back. The coat in itself was a very good one. It kept me warm. But it was wadded, and it had a raccoon collar, which was the height of vulgarity. I had to change the collar at any sacrifice, and to have a beaver one like an officer's. For this purpose I began visiting the Gostiny Dvor, and after several attempts I pitched upon a piece of cheap German beaver. Though these German beavers soon grow shabby and look wretched, yet at first they look exceedingly well, and I only needed it for one occasion. I asked the price. Even so, it was too expensive. After thinking it over thoroughly, I decided to sell my raccoon collar. The rest of the money, a considerable sum for me, I decided to borrow from Anton Antonitch Sitotachkin, my immediate superior, an unassuming person, though grave and judicious. He never lent money to any one, but I had, on entering the service, been specially recommended to him by an important personage who had got me my berth. I was horribly worried. To borrow from Anton Antonitch seemed to me monstrous and shameful. I did not sleep for 2 or 3 nights. Indeed, I did not sleep well at that time. I was in a fever. I had a vague sinking at my heart, or else a sudden throbbing. Anton Antonitch was surprised at first, then he frowned, then he reflected, and did after all lend me the money, receiving from me a written authorization to take from my salary a fortnight later the sum that he had lent me. In this way everything was at last ready. The handsome beaver replaced the mean-looking raccoon, and I began by degrees to get to work. It would never have done to act off-hand, at random. The plan had to be carried out skillfully, by degrees. But I must confess that after many efforts I began to despair. We simply could not run into each other. I made every preparation. I was quite determined. It seemed as though we should run into one another directly, and before I knew what I was doing I had stepped aside for him again, and he had passed without noticing me. I even prayed as I approached him that God would grant me determination. One time I had made up my mind thoroughly, but it ended in my stumbling and falling at his feet because, at the very last instant, when I was 6 inches from him, my courage failed me. He very calmly stepped over me, while I flew on one side like a ball. That night I was ill again. feverish, and delirious. And suddenly it ended most happily. The night before I had made up my mind not to carry out my fatal plan and to abandon it all, and with that object I went to the Nevsky for the last time, just to see how I would abandon it all. Suddenly, 3 paces from my enemy, I unexpectedly made up my mind. I closed my eyes, and we ran full tilt, shoulder to shoulder, against one another. I did not budge an inch, and passed him on a perfectly equal footing. He did not even look round, and pretended not to notice it. But he was only pretending, I am convinced of that. I am convinced of that to this day. Of course, I got the worst of it. He was stronger, but that was not the point. The point was that I had attained my object. I had kept up my dignity. I had not yielded a step, and had put myself publicly on an equal social footing with him. I returned home feeling that I was fully avenged for everything. I was delighted. I was triumphant, and sang Italian arias. Of course, I will not describe to you what happened to me 3 days later. If you have read my first chapter, you can guess that for yourself. The officer was afterwards transferred. I have not seen him now for 14 years. What is the dear fellow doing now? Whom is he walking over? End of Chapter 1. Recording by Bill Borst. Section 11 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2, apropos of the wet snow. Chapter 2. But the period of my dissipation would end, and I always felt very sick afterwards. It was followed by remorse. I tried to drive it away. I felt too sick. By degrees, however, I grew used to that too. I grew used to everything, or rather I voluntarily resigned myself to enduring it. But I had a means of escape that reconciled everything, that was to find refuge in the good and the beautiful. In dreams, of course. I was a terrible dreamer. I would dream for 3 months on end, tucked away in my corner, and you may believe me that at those moments I had no resemblance to the gentleman who, in the perturbation of his chicken heart, put a collar of German beaver on his greatcoat. I suddenly became a hero. I would not have admitted my 6-foot lieutenant even if he had called on me. I could not even picture him before me then. What were my dreams, and how I could satisfy myself with them, it is hard to say now, but at the time I was satisfied with them. Though, indeed, even now I am to some extent satisfied with them. Dreams were particularly sweet and vivid after a spell of dissipation. They came with remorse, and with tears, with curses and transports. There were moments of such positive intoxication, of such happiness, that there was not the faintest trace of irony within me, on my honor. I had faith, hope, love. I believed blindly at such times that by some miracle, by some external circumstance, all this would suddenly open out, expand, that suddenly a vista of suitable activity, beneficent, good, and above all, ready-made. What sort of activity I had no idea, but the great thing was that it should be all ready for me, would rise up before me, and I should come out into the light of day, almost riding a white horse and crowned with laurel. Anything but the foremost place I could not conceive for myself, and for that very reason I quite contentedly occupied the lowest in reality. Either to be a hero or to grovel in the mud. There was nothing between. That was my ruin, for when I was in the mud I comforted myself with the thought that at other times I was a hero. And the hero was a cloak for the mud. For an ordinary man it was shameful to defile himself, but a hero was too lofty to be utterly defiled, and so he might defile himself. It is worth noting that these attacks of the good and the beautiful visited me even during the period of dissipation, and just at the times when I was touching the bottom. They came in separate spurts, as though reminding me of themselves, but did not banish the dissipation by their appearance. On the contrary, they seemed to add a zest to it by contrast, and were only sufficiently present to serve as an appetizing sauce. That sauce was made up of contradictions and sufferings, of agonizing inward analysis, and all these pangs and pinpricks gave a certain piquancy, even a significance to my dissipation, in fact, completely answered the purpose of an appetizing sauce. There was a certain depth of meaning in it, and I could hardly have resigned myself to the simple, vulgar, direct debauchery of a clerk and have endured all the filthiness of it. What could have allured me about it then and have drawn me at night into the street? No, I had a lofty way of getting out of it all. And what loving kindness, O Lord, what loving kindness I felt at times in those dreams of mine, in those flights into the good and the beautiful! Though it was fantastic love, though it was never applied to anything human in reality, yet there was so much of this love that one did not feel afterwards even the impulse to apply it in reality. That would have been superfluous. Everything, however, passed satisfactorily by a lazy and fascinating transition into the sphere of art, that is, into the beautiful forms of life, lying ready, largely stolen from the poets and novelists, and adapted to all sorts of needs and uses. I, for instance, was triumphant over every one. Every one, of course, was in dust and ashes, and was forced spontaneously to recognize my superiority. And I forgave them all. I was a poet and a grand gentleman. I fell in love. I came in for countless millions, and immediately devoted them to humanity, and at the same time I confessed before all the people my shameful deeds, which, of course, were not merely shameful, but had in them much that was good and beautiful, something in the Manfred style. Every one would kiss me and weep. What idiots they would be if they did not! While I should go barefoot and hungry, preaching new ideas and fighting a victorious Austerlitz against the obscurantists. Then the band would play a march, an amnesty would be declared, the Pope would agree to retire from Rome to Brazil, then there would be a ball for the whole of Italy, at the Villa Borghese, on the shores of the Lake of Como, the Lake of Como being for that purpose transferred to the neighborhood of Rome. Then would come a scene in the bushes, and so on, as though you did not know all about it. You will say that it is vulgar and contemptible to drag all this into public after all the tears and transports which I have myself confessed. But why is it contemptible? Can you imagine that I am ashamed of it all, and that it was stupider than anything in your life, gentlemen? And I can assure you that some of these fancies were by no means badly composed. It did not all happen on the shores of Lake Como. And yet you are right, it really is vulgar and contemptible. And most contemptible of all it is that now I am attempting to justify myself to you. And even more contemptible than that is my making this remark now. But that's enough, or there will be no end to it. Each step will be more contemptible than the last. I could never stand more than 3 months of dreaming at a time without feeling an irresistible desire to plunge into society. To plunge into society meant to visit my superior at the office, Anton Antonitch Syetotchkin. He was the only permanent acquaintance I have had in my life, and wonder at the fact myself now. But I only went to see him when that phase came over me, and when my dreams had reached such a point of bliss that it became essential at once to embrace my fellows and all mankind, and for that purpose I needed at least one human being actually existing. I had to call on Anton Antonitch, however, on Tuesday, his at-home day, so I had always to time my passionate desire to embrace humanity so that it might fall on a Tuesday. This Anton Antonitch lived on the 4th story in a house in 5 corners, in 4 low-pitched rooms, one smaller than the other, of a particularly frugal and sallow appearance. He had 2 daughters and their aunt, who used to pour out the tea. Of the daughters, one was 13 and another 14. They both had snub noses, and I was awfully shy of them, because they were always whispering and giggling together. The master of the house usually sat in his study on a leather couch in front of the table with some grey-headed gentleman, usually a colleague from our office or some other department. I never saw more than 2 or 3 visitors there, always the same. They talked about the excise duty, about business in the Senate, about salaries, about promotions, about His Excellency and the best means of pleasing him, and so on. I had the patience to sit like a fool beside these people for 4 hours at a stretch, listening to them without knowing what to say to them or venturing to say a word. I became stupefied. Several times I felt myself perspiring. I was overcome by a sort of paralysis. But this was pleasant and good for me. On returning home I deferred for a time my desire to embrace all mankind. I had, however, one other acquaintance, of a sort, Simonov, who was an old schoolfellow. I had a number of schoolfellows indeed in Petersburg, but I did not associate with them, and had even given up nodding to them in the street. I believe I had transferred into the department I was in simply to avoid their company, and to cut off all connection with my hateful childhood. Curses on that school and all those terrible years of penal servitude! In short, I parted from my schoolfellows as soon as I got out into the world. There were 2 or 3 left, to whom I nodded in the street. One of them was Simonov, who had been in no way distinguished at school, was of a quiet and equitable disposition, but I discovered in him a certain independence of character and even honesty. I don't even suppose that he was particularly stupid. I had at one time spent some rather soulful moments with him, but these had not lasted long, and had somehow been suddenly clouded over. He was evidently uncomfortable at these reminiscences, and was, I fancy, always afraid that I might take up the same tone again. I suspected that he had an aversion for me, but still I went on going to see him, not being quite certain of it. And so on one occasion, unable to endure my solitude, and knowing that as it was Thursday Anton Antonitch's door would be closed, I thought of Simonov. Climbing up to his 4th story, I was thinking that the man disliked me, and that it was a mistake to go and see him. But as it always happened that such reflections impelled me, as though purposely, to put myself into a false position, I went in. It was almost a year since I had last seen Simonov. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. I found 2 of my old schoolfellows with him. They seemed to be discussing an important matter. All of them took scarcely any notice of my entrance, which was strange, for I had not met them for years. Evidently they looked upon me as something on the level of a common fly. I had not been treated like that even at school, though they all hated me. I knew, of course, that they must despise me now for my lack of success in the service, and for my having let myself sink so low, going about badly dressed and so on, which seemed to them a sign of my incapacity and insignificance. But I had not expected such contempt. Simonov was positively surprised at my turning up. Even in old days he had always seemed surprised at my coming. All this disconcerted me. I sat down, feeling rather miserable, and began listening to what they were saying. They were engaged in warm and earnest conversation about a farewell dinner which they wanted to arrange for the next day to a comrade of theirs called Zverkov, an officer in the army, who was going away to a distant province. This Zverkov had been all the time at school with me too. I had begun to hate him particularly in the upper forms. In the lower forms he had simply been a pretty, playful boy whom everyone liked. I had hated him, however, even in the lower forms, just because he was a pretty and playful boy. He was always bad at his lessons, and got worse and worse as he went on. However, he left with a good certificate, as he had powerful interest. During his last year at school he came in for an estate of 200 serfs, and as almost all of us were poor, he took up a swaggering tone among us. He was vulgar in the extreme, but at the same time he was a good-natured fellow, even in his swaggering. In spite of superficial, fantastic, and sham notions of honour and dignity, all but very few of us positively grovelled before Zverkov, and the more so the more he swaggered. And it was not from any interested motive that they grovelled, but simply because he had been favoured by the gifts of nature. Moreover, it was, as it were, an accepted idea among us that Zverkov was a specialist in regard to tact and the social graces. This last fact particularly infuriated me. I hated the abrupt, self-confident tone of his voice, his admiration of his own witticisms, which were often frightfully stupid, though he was bold in his language. I hated his handsome but stupid face, for which I would, however, have gladly exchanged my intelligent one, and the free and easy military manners in fashion in the 40s. I hated the way in which he used to talk of his future conquests of women. He did not venture to begin his attack upon women until he had the epaulets of an officer and was looking forward to them with impatience, and boasted of the duels he would constantly be fighting. I remember how I, invariably so taciturn, suddenly fastened upon Zverkov when one day talking at a leisure moment with his schoolfellows of his future relations with the fair sex, and growing as sportive as a puppy in the sun, he all at once declared that he would not leave a single village girl on his estate unnoticed, that was his droit de seigneur, and that if the peasants dared to protest he would have them all flogged, and double the tax on them, the bearded rascals. Our servile rabble applauded, but I attacked him, not from compassion for the girls and their fathers, but simply because they were applauding such an insect. I got the better of him on that occasion, but though Zverkov was stupid, he was lively and impudent, and so laughed it off, and in such a way that my victory was not really complete. The laugh was on his side. He got the better of me on several occasions afterwards, but without malice, jestingly, casually. I remained angrily and contemptuously silent and would not answer him. When we left school he made advances to me. I did not rebuff them, for I was flattered, but we soon parted, and quite naturally. Afterwards I heard of his barrack-room success as a lieutenant, and of the fast life he was leading. Then there came other rumours of his successes in the service. By then he had taken to cutting me in the street, and I suspected that he was afraid of compromising himself by greeting a personage as insignificant as me. I saw him once in the theatre, in the third tier of boxes. By then he was wearing shoulder-straps. He was twisting and twirling about, ingratiating himself with the daughters of an ancient general. In 3 years he had gone off considerably, though he was still rather handsome and adroit. One could see that by the time he was 30 he would be corpulent. So it was to this Zverkov that my schoolfellows were going to give a dinner on his departure. They had kept up with him for those 3 years, though privately they did not consider themselves on an equal footing with him. I am convinced of that. Of Simonov's 2 visitors, one was Ferfitchkin, a Russianized German, a little fellow with the face of a monkey, a blockhead, who was always deriding everyone, a very bitter enemy of mine from our days in the lower forms. A vulgar, impudent, swaggering fellow, who affected a most sensitive feeling of personal honour, though of course he was a wretched little coward at heart. He was one of those worshippers of Zverkov who made up to the latter from interested motives, and often borrowed money from him. Simonov's other visitor, Trudolyubov, was a person in no way remarkable. A tall young fellow, in the army, with a cold face, fairly honest, though he worshipped success of every sort, and was only capable of thinking of promotion. He was some sort of distant relation of Zverkov's, and this, foolish as it seems, gave him a certain importance among us. He always thought me of no consequence whatever. His behaviour to me, though not quite courteous, was tolerable. "Well, with 7 roubles each," said Trudolyubov, 21 roubles between the 3 of us, we ought to be able to get a good dinner. Zverkov, of course, won't pay. Of course not, since we are inviting him, Simonov decided. Can you imagine, Ferfitchkin interrupted hotly and conceitedly, like some insolent flunkey boasting of his master, the general's decorations, can you imagine that Zverkov will let us pay alone? He will accept from delicacy, but he will order half a dozen bottles of champagne. "Do we want half a dozen for the 4 of us?" observed Trudolyubov, taking notice only of the half-dozen. "So the 3 of us, with Zverkov for the 4th, 21 roubles, at the Hôtel de Paris at 5 o'clock tomorrow," Simonov, who had been asked to make the arrangements, concluded finally. "How 21 roubles?" I asked in some agitation, with a show of being offended. "If you count me, it will not be 21, but 28 roubles." It seemed to me that to invite myself so suddenly and unexpectedly would be positively graceful, and that they would all be conquered at once and would look at me with respect. "Do you want to join too?" Simonov observed, with no appearance of pleasure, seeming to avoid looking at me. He knew me through and through. It infuriated me that he knew me so thoroughly. "Why not? I am an old schoolfellow of his too, I believe, and I must own I feel hurt that you have left me out," I said, boiling over again. "And where were we to find you?" Ferfitchkin put in roughly. "You never were on good terms with Zverkov," Trudolyubov added, frowning. But I had already clutched at the idea and would not give it up. "It seems to me that no one has a right to form an opinion upon that," I retorted in a shaking voice, as though something tremendous had happened. "Perhaps that is just my reason for wishing it now, that I have not always been on good terms with him." "Oh, there's no making you out, with these refinements," Trudolyubov jeered. "We'll put your name down," Simonov decided, addressing me. "Tomorrow at 5 o'clock at the Hôtel de Paris." "What about the money?" Ferfitchkin began in an undertone, indicating me to Simonov, but he broke off, for even Simonov was embarrassed. "That will do," said Trudolyubov, getting up. "If he wants to come so much, let him." "But it's a private thing, between us friends," Ferfitchkin said crossly, as he too picked up his hat. "It's not an official gathering." "We do not want at all, perhaps—" They went away. Ferfitchkin did not greet me in any way as he went out. Trudolyubov barely nodded. Simonov, with whom I was left tete-a-tete, was in a state of vexation and perplexity, and looked at me queerly. He did not sit down, and did not ask me to. Yes. Tomorrow, then. Will you pay your subscription now? I just ask so as to know," he muttered in embarrassment. I flushed crimson, and as I did so I remembered that I had owed Simonov 15 roubles for ages, which I had, indeed, never forgotten, though I had not paid it. "You will understand, Simonov, that I could have no idea when I came here. I am very much vexed that I have forgotten—" All right, that doesn't matter. You can pay tomorrow after the dinner. I simply wanted to know— Please don't—" He broke off and began pacing the room, still more vexed. As he walked he began to stamp with his heels. "Am I keeping you?" I asked, after 2 minutes of silence. "Oh," he said, starting. "That is, to be truthful, yes. I have to go and see someone. Not far from here," he added in an apologetic voice, somewhat abashed. "My goodness, why didn't you say so?" I cried, seizing my cap with an astonishingly free and easy air, which was the last thing I should have expected of myself. "It's close by, not 2 paces away," Simonov repeated, accompanying me to the front door with a fussy air which did not suit him at all. "So 5 o'clock punctually tomorrow," he called down the stairs after me. He was very glad to get rid of me. I was in a fury. What possessed me? What possessed me to force myself upon them, I wondered, grinding my teeth, as I strode along the street. For a scoundrel, a pig like that Zverkov! Of course, I had better not go. Of course, I must just snap my fingers at them. I am not bound in any way. I'll send Simonov a note by tomorrow's post. But what made me furious was that I knew for certain that I should go, that I should make a point of going. And the more tactless, the more unseemly my going would be, the more certainly I would go. And there was a positive obstacle to my going. I had no money. All I had was 9 roubles. I had to give 7 of that to my servant, Apollon, for his monthly wages. That was all I paid him. He had to keep himself. Not to pay him was impossible, considering his character, but I will talk about that fellow, about that plague of mine, another time. However, I knew I should go and should not pay him his wages. That night I had the most hideous dreams. No wonder. All the evening I had been oppressed by memories of my miserable days at school, and I could not shake them off. I was sent to the school by distant relations, upon whom I was dependent, and of whom I have heard nothing since. They sent me there a forlorn, silent boy, already crushed by their reproaches, already troubled by doubt, and looking with savage distrust at every one. My schoolfellows met me with spiteful and merciless gibes because I was not like any of them. But I could not endure their taunts. I could not give in to them with the ignoble readiness with which they gave in to one another. I hated them from the first, and shut myself away from every one in timid, wounded, and disproportionate pride. Their coarseness revolted me. They laughed cynically at my face, at my clumsy figure. And yet what stupid faces they had themselves! In our school, the boys' faces seemed in a special way to degenerate and grow stupider. How many fine-looking boys came to us! In a few years they became repulsive. Even at 16 I wondered at them morosely. Even then I was struck by the pettiness of their thoughts, the stupidity of their pursuits, their games, their conversations. They had no understanding of such essential things, they took no interest in such striking, impressive subjects, that I could not help considering them inferior to myself. It was not wounded vanity that drove me to it, and for God's sake do not thrust upon me your hackneyed remarks, repeated to nausea, that I was only a dreamer, while they even then had an understanding of life. They understood nothing, they had no idea of real life, and I swear that that was what made me most indignant with them. On the contrary, the most obvious striking reality they accepted with fantastic stupidity, and even at that time were accustomed to respect success. Everything that was just, but oppressed and looked down upon, they laughed at heartlessly and shamefully. They took rank for intelligence. Even at 16 they were already talking about a snug berth. Of course, a great deal of it was due to their stupidity, to the bad examples with which they had always been surrounded in their childhood and boyhood. They were monstrously depraved. Of course, a great deal of that, too, was superficial and an assumption of cynicism. Of course, there were glimpses of youth and freshness even in their depravity. But even that freshness was not attractive, and showed itself in a certain rakishness. I hated them horribly, though perhaps I was worse than any of them. They repaid me in the same way, and did not conceal their aversion for me. But by then I did not desire their affection. On the contrary, I continually longed for their humiliation. To escape from their derision I purposely began to make all the progress I could with my studies, and forced my way to the very top. This impressed them. Moreover, they all began by degrees to grasp that I had already read books none of them could read, and understood things, not forming part of our school curriculum, of which they had not even heard. They took a savage and sarcastic view of it, but were morally impressed, especially as the teachers began to notice me on those grounds. The mockery ceased, but the hostility remained, and cold and strained relations became permanent between us. In the end I could not put up with it. With years, a craving for society, for friends, developed in me. I attempted to get on friendly terms with some of my schoolfellows, but somehow or other my intimacy with them was always strained, and soon ended of itself. Once, indeed, I did have a friend, but I was already a tyrant at heart. I wanted to exercise unbounded sway over him. I tried to instill into him a contempt for his surroundings. I required of him a disdainful and complete break with those surroundings. I frightened him with my passionate affection. I reduced him to tears, to hysterics. He was a simple and devoted soul, but when he devoted himself to me entirely I began to hate him immediately and repulsed him, as though all I needed him for was to win a victory over him, to subjugate him and nothing else. But I could not subjugate all of them. My friend was not at all like them either. He was, in fact, a rare exception. The first thing I did on leaving school was to give up the special job for which I had been destined, so as to break all ties, to curse my past, and shake the dust from off my feet. And goodness knows why, after all that, I should go trudging off to Simonov's. Early next morning I roused myself and jumped out of bed with excitement, as though it were all about to happen at once. But I believed that some radical change in my life was coming, and would inevitably come that day. Owing to its rarity, perhaps, any external event, however trivial, always made me feel as though some radical change in my life were at hand. I went to the office, however, as usual, but sneaked away home 2 hours earlier to get ready. The great thing, I thought, is not to be the first to arrive, or they will think I am overjoyed at coming. But there were thousands of such great points to consider, and they all agitated and overwhelmed me. I polished my boots a second time with my own hands. Nothing in the world would have induced Apollon to clean them twice a day, as he considered that it was more than his duties required of him. I stole the brushes to clean them from the passage, being careful he should not detect it, for fear of his contempt. Then I minutely examined my clothes, and thought that everything looked old, worn, and threadbare. I had let myself get too slovenly. My uniform, perhaps, was tidy, but I could not go out to dinner in my uniform. The worst of it was that on the knee of my trousers was a big yellow stain. I had a foreboding that that stain would deprive me of 9/10 of my personal dignity. I knew, too, that it was very poor to think so. But this is no time for thinking. Now I am in for the real thing, I thought, and my heart sank. I knew, too, perfectly well, even then, that I was monstrously exaggerating the facts. But how could I help it? I could not control myself, and was already shaking with fever. With despair I pictured to myself how coldly and disdainfully that scoundrel Zverkov would meet me, with what dull-witted, invincible contempt the blockhead Trudolyubov would look at me, with what impudent rudeness the insect Ferfitchkin would snigger at me in order to curry favour with Zverkov, how completely Simonov would take it all in, and how he would despise me for the abjectness of my vanity and lack of spirit. And worst of all, how paltry, unliterary, commonplace it would all be. Of course, the best thing would be not to go at all. But that was most impossible of all. If I feel impelled to do anything, I seem to be pitchforked into it. I should have jeered at myself ever afterwards. So you funked it, you funked it, you funked the real thing. On the contrary, I passionately longed to show all that rabble that I was by no means such a spiritless creature as I seemed to myself. What is more, even in the acutest paroxysm of this cowardly fever, I dreamed of getting the upper hand, of dominating them, carrying them away, making them like me, if only for my elevation of thought and unmistakable wit. They would abandon Zverkov. He would sit on one side, silent and ashamed, while I should crush him. Then, perhaps, we would be reconciled, and drink to our everlasting friendship. But what was most bitter and most humiliating for me was that I knew even then, knew fully and for certain, that I needed nothing of all this really, that I did not really want to crush, to subdue, to attract them, and that I did not care a straw really for the result, even if I did achieve it. Oh, how I prayed for the day to pass quickly! In unutterable anguish I went to the window, opened the movable pane, and looked out into the troubled darkness of the thickly falling wet snow. At last my wretched little clock hissed out 5. I seized my hat, and trying not to look at Apollon, who had been all day expecting his month's wages, but in his foolishness was unwilling to be the first to speak about it, I slipped between him and the door, and jumping into a high-class sledge, on which I spent my last half-rouble, I drove up in grand style to the Hôtel de Paris. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Bill Borst. Section 12 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2. Apropos of the wet snow. Chapter 4. I had been certain the day before that I should be the first to arrive. But it was not a question of being the first to arrive. Not only were they not there, but I had difficulty in finding our room. The table was not laid even. What did it mean? After a good many questions, I elicited from the waiters that the dinner had been ordered not for 5, but for 6 o'clock. This was confirmed at the buffet, too. I felt really ashamed to go on questioning them. It was only 25 minutes past 5. If they changed the dinner hour, they ought at least to have let me know. That is what the post is for, and not to have put me in an absurd position in my own eyes and even before the waiters. I sat down. The servant began laying the table. I felt even more humiliated when he was present. Towards 6 o'clock they brought in candles, though there were lamps burning in the room. It had not occurred to the waiter, however, to bring them in at once when I arrived. In the next room, 2 gloomy, angry-looking persons were eating their dinners in silence, at 2 different tables. There was a great deal of noise, even shouting in a room further away. One could hear the laughter of a crowd of people, and nasty little shrieks in French. There were ladies at the dinner. It was sickening, in fact. I rarely passed more unpleasant moments, so much so that when they did arrive altogether punctually at 6, I was overjoyed to see them, as though they were my deliverers, and even forgot that it was incumbent upon me to show resentment. Zverkov walked in at the head of them. Evidently he was the leading spirit. He and all of them were laughing. But, seeing me, Zverkov drew himself up a little, walked up to me deliberately with a slight, rather jaunty bend from the waist. He shook hands with me in a friendly, but not over-friendly fashion, with a sort of circumspect courtesy like that of a general, as though in giving me his hand he were warding off something. I had imagined, on the contrary, that on coming in he would at once break into his habitual thin, shrill laugh and fall to making his insipid jokes and witticisms. I had been preparing for them ever since the previous day, but I had not expected such condescension, such high official courtesy. So then, he felt himself ineffably superior to me in every respect. If he only meant to insult me by that high official tone, it would not matter, I thought. I could pay him back for it one way or another. But what if, in reality, without the least desire to be offensive, that sheep's head had a notion in earnest that he was superior to me, and could only look at me in a patronizing way? The very supposition made me gasp. "I was surprised to hear of your desire to join us," he began, lisping and drawling, which was something new. "You and I seem to have seen nothing of one another. You'd fight shy of us. You shouldn't. We are not such terrible people as you think. Well, anyway, I am glad to renew our acquaintance." And he turned carelessly to put down his hat on the window. "Have you been waiting long?" Trudolyubov inquired. "I arrived at 5 o'clock, as you told me yesterday," I answered aloud with an irritability that threatened an explosion. "Didn't you let him know that we had changed the hour?" said Trudolyubov to Simonov. "No, I didn't. I forgot," the latter replied with no sign of regret, and without even apologizing to me he went off to order the hors d'oeuvres. "So you've been here a whole hour?" "Oh, poor fellow!" Zverkov cried ironically, for to his notions this was bound to be extremely funny. That rascal Ferfitchkin followed with his nasty little snigger like a puppy yapping. My position struck him too as exquisitely ludicrous and embarrassing. "It isn't funny at all!" I cried to Ferfitchkin, more and more irritated. "It wasn't my fault, but other people's. They neglected to let me know. It was simply absurd." "It's not only absurd, but something else as well," muttered Trudolyubov, naively taking my part. "You are not hard enough upon it. It was simply rudeness, unintentional, of course, and how could Simonov—" "If a trick like that had been played on me," observed Ferfitchkin, "I should—" "But you should have ordered something for yourself," Zverkov interrupted, "or simply asked for dinner without waiting for us." "You will allow that I might have done that without your permission," I rapped out. "If I waited, it was—" "Let us sit down, gentlemen," cried Simonov, coming in. "Everything is ready. I can answer for the champagne. It is capitally frozen. You see, I did not know your address, where I was to look for you." He suddenly turned to me, but again he seemed to avoid looking at me. Evidently he had something against me. It must have been what happened yesterday. All sat down. I did the same. It was a round table. Trudolyubov was on my left, Simonov on my right. Zverkov was sitting opposite, Ferfitchkin next to him, between him and Trudolyubov. "Tell me, are you in a government office?" Zverkov went on, attending to me. Seeing that I was embarrassed, he seriously thought that he ought to be friendly to me, and, so to speak, cheer me up. "Does he want me to throw a bottle at his head?" I thought, in a fury. In my novel surroundings I was unnaturally ready to be irritated. "In the N office," I answered jerkily, with my eyes on my plate. "And have you a good berth?" "I say, what made you leave your original job?" "What made me was that I wanted to leave my original job," I drawled more than he, hardly able to control myself. Ferfitchkin went off into a guffaw. Simonov looked at me ironically. Trudolyubov left off eating and began looking at me with curiosity. Zverkov winced, but he tried not to notice it. "And the remuneration?" "What remuneration?" "I mean your salary. Why are you cross-examining me?" However, I told him at once what my salary was. I turned horribly red. "It is not very handsome," Zverkov observed majestically. "Yes, you can't afford to dine at cafes on that," Ferfitchkin added insolently. "To my thinking it's very poor," Trudolyubov observed gravely. "And how thin you have grown! How you have changed!" added Zverkov, with a shade of venom in his voice, scanning me and my attire with a sort of insolent compassion. "Oh, spare his blushes!" cried Ferfitchkin, sniggering. "My dear sir, allow me to tell you that I am not blushing," I broke out at last. "Do you hear? I am dining here at this cafe at my own expense, not at other people's. Note that, Mr. Ferfitchkin." "What? Isn't every one here dining at his own expense? You would seem to be—" Ferfitchkin flew out at me, turning as red as a lobster, and looking me in the face with fury. "That," I answered, feeling I had gone too far. "And I imagine it would be better to talk of something more intelligent." "You intend to show off your intelligence, I suppose." "Don't disturb yourself. That would be quite out of place here." "Why are you clacking away like that, my good sir, eh? Have you gone out of your wits in your office?" "Enough, gentlemen, enough!" Zverkov cried, authoritatively. "How stupid it is!" muttered Simonov. "It really is stupid. We have met here, a company of friends, for a farewell dinner to a comrade, and you carry on an altercation," said Trudolyubov, rudely addressing himself to me alone. "You invited yourself to join us, so don't disturb the general harmony." "Enough, enough!" cried Zverkov. "Give over, gentlemen, it's out of place. Better let me tell you how I nearly got married the day before yesterday." And then followed a burlesque narrative of how this gentleman had almost been married 2 days before. There was not a word about the marriage, however, but the story was adorned with generals, colonels, and kammerjunkers, while Zverkov almost took the lead among them. It was greeted with approving laughter. Ferfitchkin positively squealed. No one paid any attention to me, and I sat crushed and humiliated. "Good heavens! These are not the people for me," I thought. "And what a fool I have made of myself before them! I let Ferfitchkin go too far, though. The brutes imagine they are doing me an honour in letting me sit down with them. They don't understand that it's an honour to them and not to me. I've grown thinner. My clothes— oh, damn my trousers! Zverkov noticed the yellow stain on the knee as soon as he came in. But what's the use? I must get up at once, this very minute, take my hat and simply go without a word. With contempt. And tomorrow I can send a challenge. The scoundrels! As though I cared about the 7 roubles. They may think— Damn it! I don't care about the 7 roubles. I'll go this minute. Of course I remained. I drank sherry and Lafitte by the glassful in my discomfiture. Being unaccustomed to it, I was quickly affected. My annoyance increased as the wine went to my head. I longed all at once to insult them all in a most flagrant manner and then go away, to seize the moment and show what I could do, so that they would say, "He's clever, though he is absurd," and, in fact, damn them all. I scanned them all insolently with my drowsy eyes, but they seemed to have forgotten me altogether. They were noisy, vociferous, cheerful. Zverkov was talking all the time. I began listening. Zverkov was talking of some exuberant lady whom he had at last led on to declaring her love (of course he was lying like a horse), and how he had been helped in this affair by an intimate friend of his, a Prince Kolya, an officer in the hussars, who had 3,000 serfs. "And yet this Kolya, who has 3,000 serfs, has not put in an appearance here tonight, to see you off," I cut in suddenly. For a minute every one was silent. "You are drunk already." Trudolyubov deigned to notice me at last, glancing contemptuously in my direction. Zverkov, without a word, examined me as though I were an insect. I dropped my eyes. Simonov made haste to fill up the glasses with champagne. Trudolyubov raised his glass, as did every one else but me. "Your health and good luck on the journey!" he cried to Zverkov. "To old times, to our future, hurrah!" They all tossed off their glasses and crowded around Zverkov to kiss him. I did not move. My full glass stood untouched before me. "Why, aren't you going to drink it?" roared Trudolyubov, losing patience and turning menacingly to me. "I want to make a speech separately on my own account, and then I'll drink it, Mr. Trudolyubov." "Spiteful brute!" muttered Simonov. I drew myself up in my chair and feverishly seized my glass, prepared for something extraordinary, though I did not know myself precisely what I was going to say. "Silence!" cried Ferfitchkin. "Now for a display of wit!" Zverkov waited very gravely, knowing what was coming. "Mr. Lieutenant Zverkov," I began, "let me tell you that I hate phrases, phrasemongers, and men in corsets. That's the first point, and there is a second one to follow it." There was a general stir. "The second point is, I hate ribaldry, and ribald talkers, especially ribald talkers. The third point, I love justice, truth, and honesty." I went on almost mechanically, for I was beginning to shiver with horror myself, and had no idea how I came to be talking like this. "I love thought, Monsieur Zverkov. I love true comradeship, on an equal footing, and not— I love— But, however, why not? I will drink your health too, Mr. Zverkov. Seduce the Circassian girls, shoot the enemies of the fatherland, and— to your health, Monsieur Zverkov." Zverkov got up from his seat, bowed to me, and said, "I am very much obliged to you." He was frightfully offended, and turned pale. "Damn the fellow!" roared Trudolyubov, bringing his fist down on the table. "Well, he wants a punch in the face for that," squealed Ferfitchkin. "We ought to turn him out," muttered Simonov. "Not a word, gentlemen, not a movement!" cried Zverkov solemnly, checking the general indignation. "I thank you all, but I can show him for myself how much value I attach to his words. Mr. Ferfitchkin, you will give me satisfaction tomorrow for your words just now," I said aloud, turning with dignity to Ferfitchkin. "A duel, you mean?" "Certainly," he answered. But probably I was so ridiculous as I challenged him, and it was so out of keeping with my appearance, that every one, including Ferfitchkin, was prostrate with laughter. "Yes, let him alone, of course. He is quite drunk," Trudolyubov said with disgust. "I shall never forgive myself for letting him join us," Simonov muttered again. "Now's the time to throw a bottle at their heads," I thought to myself. I picked up the bottle, and filled my glass. "No, I'd better sit on to the end," I went on thinking. "You would be pleased, my friends, if I went away. Nothing will induce me to go. I'll go on sitting here and drinking to the end, on purpose, as a sign that I don't think you of the slightest consequence. I will go on sitting and drinking because this is a public house and I paid my entrance money. I'll sit here and drink, for I look upon you as so many pawns, as inanimate pawns. I'll sit here and drink, and sing if I want to. Yes, sing, for I have the right to sing. But I did not sing. I simply tried not to look at any of them. I assumed most unconcerned attitudes and waited with impatience for them to speak first. But alas, they did not address me. And oh, how I wished at that moment to be reconciled to them. It struck 8, at last 9. They moved from the table to the sofa. Zverkov stretched himself on a lounge and put one foot on a round table. Wine was brought there. He did, as a fact, order 3 bottles on his own account. I, of course, was not invited to join them. They all sat around him on the sofa. They listened to him, almost with reverence. It was evident that they were fond of him. What for? What for? I wondered. From time to time they were moved to drunken enthusiasm and kissed each other. They talked of the Caucasus, of the nature of true passion, of snug berths in the service, of the income of an hussar called Podachevsky, whom none of them knew personally, and rejoiced in the largeness of it, of the extraordinary grace and beauty of a Princess D., whom none of them had ever seen. Then it came to Shakespeare's being immortal. I smiled contemptuously and walked up and down the other side of the room, opposite the sofa, from the table to the stove and back again. I tried my very utmost to show them that I could do without them. And yet I purposely made a noise with my boots thumping with my heels. But it was all in vain. They paid no attention. I had the patience to walk up and down in front of them from 8 o'clock till 11, in the same place, from the table to the stove and back again. I walk up and down to please myself, and no one can prevent me. The waiter who came into the room stopped from time to time to look at me. I was somewhat giddy from turning round so often. At moments it seemed to me that I was in delirium. During those 3 hours I was 3 times soaked with sweat and dry again. At times, with an intense, acute pang, I was stabbed to the heart by the thought that 10 years, 20 years, 40 years would pass, and that even in 40 years I would remember with loathing and humiliation those filthiest, most ludicrous, and most awful moments of my life. No one could have gone out of his way to degrade himself more shamelessly, and I fully realized it, fully, and yet I went on pacing up and down from the table to the stove. Oh, if you only knew what thoughts and feelings I am capable of, how cultured I am, I thought at moments, mentally addressing the sofa on which my enemies were sitting. But my enemies behaved as though I were not in the room. Once, only once, they turned towards me, just when Zverkov was talking about Shakespeare, and I suddenly gave a contemptuous laugh. I laughed in such an affected and disgusting way that they all at once broke off their conversation, and silently and gravely for 2 minutes watched me walking up and down from the table to the stove, taking no notice of them. But nothing came of it. They said nothing, and 2 minutes later they ceased to notice me again. It struck 11. "Friends!" cried Zverkov, getting up from the sofa. "Let us all be off now. There!" Of course, the others assented. I turned sharply to Zverkov. I was so harassed, so exhausted, that I would have cut my throat to put an end to it. I was in a fever. My hair, soaked with perspiration, stuck to my forehead and temples. "Zverkov, I beg your pardon," I said abruptly and resolutely. "Ferfitchkin, yours too, and everyone's. I have insulted you all." "Aha! A duel is not in your line, old man," Ferfitchkin hissed venomously. It sent a sharp pang to my heart. "No, it's not the duel I'm afraid of, Ferfitchkin. I am ready to fight you tomorrow after we are reconciled. I insist upon it, in fact, and you cannot refuse. I want to show you that I am not afraid of a duel. You shall fire first, and I shall fire into the air." "He is comforting himself," said Simonov. "He's simply raving," said Trudolyubov. "But let us pass. Why are you barring our way?" "What do you want?" Zverkov answered disdainfully. They were all flushed. Their eyes were bright. They had been drinking heavily. "I ask for your friendship, Zverkov. I insulted you, but—" "Insulted? You insulted me? Understand, sir, that you never, under any circumstances, could possibly insult me." "And that's enough for you. Out of the way," concluded Trudolyubov. "Olympia is mine, friends. That's agreed," cried Zverkov. "We won't dispute your right. We won't dispute your right," the others answered, laughing. I stood as though spat upon. The party went noisily out of the room. Trudolyubov struck up some stupid song. Simonov remained behind for a moment to tip the waiters. I suddenly went up to him. "Simonov, give me 6 roubles," I said with desperate resolution. He looked at me in extreme amazement, with vacant eyes. He too was drunk. "You don't mean you are coming with us?" "Yes." "I've no money," he snapped out, and with a scornful laugh he went out of the room. I clutched at his overcoat. It was a nightmare. "Simonov, I saw you had money. Why do you refuse me? And I a scoundrel? Beware of refusing me. If you knew why I am asking! My whole future, my whole plans depend upon it." Simonov pulled out the money and almost flung it at me. "Take it, if you have no sense of shame," he pronounced pitilessly, and ran to overtake them. I was left for a moment alone. Disorder, the remains of dinner, a broken wine-glass on the floor, spilt wine, cigarette ends, fumes of drink and delirium in my brain, an agonizing misery in my heart, and finally the waiter, who had seen and heard all and was looking inquisitively into my face. "I am going there," I cried. "Either they shall all go down on their knees to beg for my friendship, or I will give Zverkov a slap in the face." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. "So this is it at last. Contact with real life," I muttered as I ran headlong downstairs. "This is very different from the Pope's leaving Rome and going to Brazil. Very different from the ball on Lake Como. You are a scoundrel," a thought flashed through my mind, "if you laugh at this now. "No matter," I cried, answering myself. "Now everything is lost." There was no trace to be seen of them, but that made no difference. I knew where they had gone. At the steps was standing a solitary night sledge-driver, in a rough peasant coat, powdered over with the still falling wet and, as it were, warm snow. It was hot and steamy. The little shaggy piebald horse was also covered with snow and coughing. I remember that very well. I made a rush for the roughly made sledge, but as soon as I raised my foot to get into it, the recollection of how Simonov had just given me 6 roubles seemed to double me up, and I tumbled into the sledge like a sack. "No, I must do a great deal to make up for all that," I cried. "But I will make up for it, or perish on the spot this very night. Start!" We set off. There was a perfect whirl in my head. They won't go down on their knees to beg for my friendship. That is a mirage. Cheap mirage, revolting, romantic, and fantastical. That's another ball on Lake Como. And so I am bound to slap Zverkov's face. It is my duty to. And so it is settled. I am flying to give him a slap in the face. Hurry up! The driver tugged at the reins. As soon as I go in, I'll give it him. Ought I, before giving him the slap, to say a few words by way of preface? No. I'll simply go in and give it him. They will all be sitting in the drawing-room, and he with Olympia on the sofa. That damned Olympia! She laughed at my looks on one occasion and refused me. I'll pull Olympia's hair, pull Zverkov's ears. No, better one ear, and pull him by it round the room. Maybe they will all begin beating me, and will kick me out. That's most likely, indeed. No matter. Anyway, I shall first slap him. The initiative will be mine, and by the laws of honour that is everything. He will be branded and cannot wipe off the slap by any blows, by nothing but a duel. He will be forced to fight. And let them beat me now. Let them, the ungrateful wretches. Trudolyubov will beat me hardest, he is so strong. Ferfitchkin will be sure to catch hold sideways and tug at my hair. But no matter, no matter. That's what I am going for. The blockheads will be forced at last to see the tragedy of it all. When they drag me to the door, I shall call out to them that in reality they are not worth my little finger. "Get on, driver, get on!" I cried to the driver. He started and flicked his whip. I shouted so savagely. "We shall fight at daybreak, that's a settled thing. I've done with the office. Ferfitchkin made a joke about it just now. But where can I get pistols? Nonsense. I'll get my salary in advance and buy them. And powder, and bullets? That's the second's business. And how can it all be done by daybreak? And where am I to get a second? I have no friends." "Nonsense!" I cried, lashing myself up more and more. "It's of no consequence. The first person I meet in the street is bound to be my second, just as he would be bound to pull a drowning man out of water. The most eccentric things may happen. Even if I were to ask the director himself to be my second tomorrow, he would be bound to consent, if only from a feeling of chivalry, and to keep the secret. Anton Antonitch. The fact is that at that very minute the disgusting absurdity of my plan and the other side of the question was clearer and more vivid to my imagination than it could be to any one on earth. But, "Get on, driver, get on, you rascal, get on!" "Ugh, sir," said the son of toil. Cold shivers suddenly ran down me. Wouldn't it be better to go straight home? My God, why did I invite myself to this dinner yesterday? But no, it's impossible. And my walking up and down for 3 hours from the table to the stove? No, they, and no one else must pay for my walking up and down. They must wipe out this dishonour. Drive on. And what if they give me into custody? They won't dare. They'll be afraid of the scandal. And what if Zverkov is so contemptuous that he refuses to fight a duel? He is sure to. But in that case I'll show them. I will turn up at the posting-station when he is setting off tomorrow. I'll catch him by the leg. I'll pull off his coat when he gets into the carriage. I'll get my teeth into his hand. I'll bite him. See what lengths you can drive a desperate man to. He may hit me on the head, and they may belabour me from behind. I will shout to the assembled multitude, "Look at this young puppy who is driving off to captivate the Circassian girls, after letting me spit in his face." Of course, after that everything will be over. The office will have vanished off the face of the earth. I shall be arrested, I shall be tried, I shall be dismissed from the service, thrown in prison, sent to Siberia. Never mind. In 15 years, when they let me out of prison, I will trudge off to him, a beggar, in rags. I shall find him in some provincial town. He will be married and happy. He will have a grown-up daughter. I shall say to him, "Look, monster, at my hollow cheeks and my rags. I've lost everything, my career, my happiness, art, science, the woman I loved, and all through you. Here are pistols. I have come to discharge my pistol, and I forgive you." Then I shall fire into the air, and he will hear nothing more of me. I was actually on the point of tears, though I knew perfectly well at that moment that all this was out of Pushkin's Silvio and Lermontov's Masquerade. And all at once I felt horribly ashamed, so ashamed that I stopped the horse, got out of the sledge, and stood still in the snow in the middle of the street. The driver gazed at me, sighing and astonished. What was I to do? I could not go on there. It was evidently stupid, and I could not leave things as they were, because that would seem as though— Heavens! How could I leave things? And after such insults! "No," I cried, throwing myself into the sledge again. "It is ordained. It is fate. Drive on! Drive on!" And in my impatience I punched the sledge-driver on the back of the neck. "What are you up to? What are you hitting me for?" the peasant shouted, but he whipped up his nag so that it began kicking. The wet snow was falling in big flakes. I unbuttoned myself, regardless of it. I forgot everything else, for I had finally decided on the slap, and felt with horror that it was going to happen, now, at once, and that no force could stop it. The deserted street lamps gleamed sullenly in the snowy darkness, like torches at a funeral. The snow drifted under my greatcoat, under my coat, under my cravat, and melted there. I did not wrap myself up. All was lost anyway. At last we arrived. I jumped out, almost unconscious, ran up the steps, and began knocking and kicking at the door. I felt fearfully weak, particularly in my legs and my knees. The door was opened quickly, as though they knew I was coming. As a fact, Simonov had warned them that perhaps another gentleman would arrive, and this was a place in which one had to give notice and to observe certain precautions. It was one of those millinery establishments which were abolished by the police a good time ago. By day it was really a shop, but at night, if one had an introduction, one might visit it for other purposes. I walked rapidly through the dark shop into the familiar drawing-room, where there was only one candle burning, and stood still in amazement. There was no one there. "Where are they?" I asked somebody. But by now, of course, they had separated. Before me was standing a person with a stupid smile, the Madame herself, who had seen me before. A minute later a door opened and another person came in. Taking no notice of anything, I strode about the room, and I believe I talked to myself. I felt as though I had been saved from death and was conscious of this, joyfully, all over. I should have given that slap. I should certainly have given it. But now they were not here, and— everything had vanished and changed. I looked around. I could not realize my condition yet. I looked mechanically at the girl who had come in, and had a glimpse of a fresh, young, rather pale face, with straight, dark eyebrows, and with grave, as it were, wondering eyes that attracted me at once. I should have hated her if she had been smiling. I began looking at her more intently, and, as it were, with effort. I had not fully collected my thoughts. There was something simple and good-natured in her face, but something strangely grave. I am sure that this stood in her way here, and no one of those fools had noticed her. She could not, however, have been called a beauty, though she was tall, strong-looking, and well-built. She was very simply dressed. Something loathsome stirred within me. I went straight up to her. I chanced to look into the glass. My harassed face struck me as revolting in the extreme. Pale, angry, abject, with dishevelled hair. No matter, I am glad of it, I thought. I am glad that I shall seem repulsive to her. I like that. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Bill Borst. Section 13 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2. Apropos of the wet snow. Chapter 6. Somewhere behind a screen, a clock began wheezing, as though oppressed by something, as though someone were strangling it. After an unnaturally prolonged wheezing there followed a shrill, nasty, and, as it were, unexpectedly rapid chime, as though someone were suddenly jumping forward. It struck 2. I woke up, though I had indeed not been asleep, but lying half-conscious. It was almost completely dark in the narrow, cramped, low-pitched room, cumbered up with an enormous wardrobe and piles of cardboard boxes and all sorts of frippery and litter. The candle end that had been burning on the table was going out, and gave a faint flicker from time to time. In a few minutes there would be complete darkness. I was not long in coming to myself. Everything came back to my mind at once, without an effort, as though it had been in ambush to pounce upon me again. And, indeed, even while I was unconscious, a point seemed continually to remain in my memory unforgotten, and round it my dreams moved drearily. But, strange to say, everything that had happened to me in that day seemed to me now, on waking, to be in the far, far away past, as though I had long, long ago lived all that down. My head was full of fumes. Something seemed to be hovering over me, rousing me, exciting me, and making me restless. Misery and spite seemed surging up in me again and seeking an outlet. Suddenly I saw beside me 2 wide-open eyes scrutinizing me curiously and persistently. The look in those eyes was coldly detached, sullen, as it were utterly remote. It weighed upon me. A grim idea came into my brain and passed all over my body, as a horrible sensation, such as one feels when one goes into a damp and mouldy cellar. There was something unnatural in those 2 eyes beginning to look at me only now. I recalled, too, that during those 2 hours I had not said a single word to this creature, and had, in fact, considered it utterly superfluous. In fact, the silence had for some reason gratified me. Now I suddenly realized vividly the hideous idea, revolting as a spider, of vice, which, without love, grossly and shamelessly begins with that in which true love finds its consummation. For a long time we gazed at each other like that, but she did not drop her eyes before mine, and her expression did not change, so that at last I felt uncomfortable. "What is your name?" I asked abruptly, to put an end to it. "Liza," she answered almost in a whisper, but somehow far from graciously, and she turned her eyes away. I was silent. "What weather! The snow, it's disgusting!" I said, almost to myself, putting my arm under my head despondently, and gazing at the ceiling. She made no answer. This was horrible. "Have you always lived in Petersburg?" I asked a minute later, almost angrily, turning my head slightly towards her. "No." "Where do you come from?" "From Riga," she answered reluctantly. "Are you a German?" "No, Russian." "Have you been here long?" "Where?" "In this house." "A fortnight." She spoke more and more jerkily. The candle went out. I could no longer distinguish her face. "Have you a father and mother?" "Yes." "No." "I have." "Where are they?" "There, in Riga." "What are they?" "Oh, nothing." "Nothing? Why, what class are they?" "Tradespeople." "Have you always lived with them?" "Yes." "How old are you?" 20. "Why did you leave them?" "Oh, for no reason." That answer meant, "Let me alone, I feel sick, sad." We were silent. God knows why I did not go away. I felt myself more and more sick and dreary. The images of the previous day began of themselves, apart from my will, flitting through my memory in confusion. I suddenly recalled something I had seen that morning when, full of anxious thoughts, I was hurrying to the office. "I saw them carrying a coffin out yesterday, and they nearly dropped it," I suddenly said aloud, not that I desired to open the conversation, but as it were by accident. "A coffin?" "Yes, in the Haymarket. They were bringing it up out of a cellar." "From a cellar?" "Not from a cellar, but from a basement. Oh, you know, down below, from a house of ill fame. It was filthy all round. Eggshells, litter, a stench. It was loathsome." Silence. "A nasty day to be buried," I began, simply to avoid being silent. "Nasty in what way?" "The snow, the wet." I yawned. "It makes no difference," she said suddenly, after a brief silence. "No, it's horrid." I yawned again. "The gravediggers must have sworn at getting drenched by the snow. And there must have been water in the grave." "Why water in the grave?" she asked, with a sort of curiosity, but speaking even more harshly and abruptly than before. I suddenly began to feel provoked. "Why, there must have been water at the bottom a foot deep. You can't dig a dry grave in Volkovo cemetery." "Why?" "Why? Why, the place is waterlogged. It's a regular marsh, so they bury them in water. I've seen it myself, many times." I had never seen it once. Indeed, I had never been in Volkovo, and had only heard stories of it. "Do you mean to say you don't mind how you die?" "But why should I die?" she answered, as though defending herself. "Why, some day you will die, and you will die just the same as that dead woman. She was a girl like you. She died of consumption." "A wench would have died in hospital. She knows all about it already. She said wench, not girl." "She was in debt to her madam," I retorted, more and more provoked by the discussion, "and went on earning money for her up to the end, though she was in consumption. Some sledge-drivers standing by were talking about her to some soldiers, and telling them so. No doubt they knew her. They were laughing. They were going to meet in a pot-house to drink to her memory. A great deal of this was my invention." Silence followed, profound silence. She did not stir. "And is it better to die in a hospital?" "Isn't it just the same? Besides, why should I die?" she added irritably. "If not now, a little later." "Why a little later?" "Why, indeed? Now you are young, pretty, fresh, you fetch a high price. But after another year of this life you will be very different. You will go off." "In a year?" "Anyway, in a year you will be worth less," I continued malignantly. "You will go from here to something lower, another house, a year later to a third, lower and lower, and in 7 years you will come to a basement in the Haymarket. That will be if you were lucky, but it would be much worse if you got some disease, consumption, say, and caught a chill, or something or other. It's not easy to get over an illness in your way of life. If you catch anything you may not get rid of it, and so you would die." "Oh, well, then I shall die," she answered quite vindictively, and she made a quick movement. "But one is sorry." "Sorry for whom?" "Sorry for life." Silence. "Have you been engaged to be married, eh?" "What's that to you?" "Oh, I am not cross-examining you. It's nothing to me. Why are you so cross? Of course you may have had your own troubles. What is it to me? It's simply that I felt sorry." "Sorry for whom?" "Sorry for you." "No need," she whispered, hardly audibly, and again made a faint movement. That incensed me at once. What? I was so gentle with her, and she— "Why do you think that you are on the right path?" "I don't think anything." "That's what's wrong, that you don't think. Realize it while there is still time. There still is time. You are still young, good-looking. You might love, be married, be happy."
"Not all married women are happy," she snapped out.
in the rude, abrupt tone she had used at first. "Not all, of course, but anyway it is much better than the life here, infinitely better. Besides, with love one can live even without happiness. Even in sorrow life is sweet. Life is sweet, however one lives. But here, what is there but foulness? Phew!" I turned away with disgust. I was no longer reasoning coldly. I began to feel myself what I was saying, and warmed to the subject. I was already longing to expound the cherished ideas I had brooded over in my corner. Something suddenly flared up in me. An object had appeared before me. "Never mind my being here. I am not an example for you. I am perhaps worse than you are. I was drunk when I came here, though," I hastened, however, to say in self-defense. "Besides, a man is no example for a woman. It's a different thing. I may degrade and defile myself, but I am not any one's slave. I come and go, and that's an end of it. I shake it off, and I am a different man. But you are a slave from the start. Yes, a slave. You give up everything, your whole freedom. If you want to break your chains afterwards, you won't be able to. You will be more and more fast in the snares. It is an accursed bondage. I know it. I won't speak of anything else, maybe you won't understand, but tell me. No doubt you are in debt to your madam? There, you see," I added, though she made no answer, but only listened in silence, entirely absorbed. "That's a bondage for you. You will never buy your freedom. They will see to that. It's like selling your soul to the devil. And besides, perhaps I, too, am just as unlucky. How do you know? And wallow in the mud on purpose out of misery. You know, men take to drink from grief. Well, maybe I am here from grief. Come, tell me, what is there good here? Here you and I came together just now and did not say one word to one another all the time, and it was only afterwards you began staring at me like a wild creature, and I at you. Is that loving? Is that how one human being should meet another? It's hideous, that's what it is." "Yes," she assented sharply and hurriedly. I was positively astounded by the promptitude of this "yes." So the same thought may have been straying through her mind when she was staring at me just before. So she, too, was capable of certain thoughts. Damn it all, this was interesting, this was a point of likeness, I thought, almost rubbing my hands. And indeed it's easy to turn a young soul like that. It was the exercise of my power that attracted me most. She turned her head nearer to me, and it seemed to me in the darkness that she propped herself on her arm. Perhaps she was scrutinizing me. How I regretted that I could not see her eyes. I heard her deep breathing. "Why have you come here?" I asked her, with a note of authority already in my voice. "Oh, I don't know." "But how nice it would be to be living in your father's house! It's warm and free. You have a home of your own. But what if it's worse than this?" I must take the right tone flashed through my mind. I may not get far with sentimentality. But it was only a momentary thought. I swear she really did interest me. Besides, I was exhausted and moody, and cunning so easily goes hand in hand with feeling. "Who denies it?" I hastened to answer. "Anything may happen. I am convinced that some one has wronged you, and that you are more sinned against than sinning. Of course, I know nothing of your story, but it's not likely a girl like you has come here of her own inclination." "A girl like me?" she whispered, hardly audibly, but I heard it. Damn it all, I was flattering her. That was horrid. But perhaps it was a good thing. She was silent. "See, Liza, I will tell you about myself. If I had had a home from childhood, I shouldn't be what I am now. I often think that. However bad it may be at home, anyway, they are your father and mother, and not enemies, strangers. Once a year, at least, they'll show their love of you. Anyway, you know you are at home. I grew up without a home, and perhaps that's why I've turned so unfeeling." I waited again. Perhaps she doesn't understand, I thought, and indeed it is absurd, it's moralizing. "If I were a father and had a daughter, I believe I should love my daughter more than my sons, really," I began indirectly, as though talking of something else, to distract her attention. I must confess I blushed. "Why so?" she asked. Ah, so she was listening. "I don't know, Liza. I knew a father who was a stern, austere man, but used to go down on his knees to his daughter, used to kiss her hands, her feet. He couldn't make enough of her, really. When she danced at parties, he used to stand for 5 hours at a stretch, gazing at her. He was mad over her. I understand that. She would fall asleep tired at night, and he would wake to kiss her in her sleep and make the sign of the cross over her. He would go about in a dirty old coat. He was stingy to every one else, but would spend his last penny for her, giving her expensive presents. And it was his greatest delight when she was pleased with what he gave her. Fathers always love their daughters more than the mothers do. Some girls live happily at home, and I believe I should never let my daughters marry." "What next?" she said with a faint smile. "I should be jealous, I really should. To think that she should kiss any one else, that she should love a stranger more than her father. It's painful to imagine it. Of course, that's all nonsense. Of course, every father would be reasonable at last. But I believe before I should let her marry, I should worry myself to death. I should find fault with all her suitors. But I should end by letting her marry whom she herself loved. The one whom the daughter loves always seems the worst to the father, you know. That is always so. So many family troubles come from that. Some are glad to sell their daughters rather than marrying them honorably." Ah, so that was it. "Such a thing, Liza, happens in those accursed families in which there is neither love nor God," I retorted warmly. "And where there is no love, there is no sense, either. There are such families, it's true, but I am not speaking of them. You must have seen wickedness in your own family if you talk like that. Truly, you must have been unlucky. That sort of thing mostly comes about through poverty." "And is it any better with the gentry? Even among the poor, honest people live happily." Yes, perhaps. Another thing, Liza. Man is fond of reckoning up his troubles, but does not count his joys. If he counted them up as he ought, he would see that every lot has enough happiness provided for it. And what if all goes well with the family, if the blessing of God is upon it? If the husband is a good one, loves you, cherishes you, never leaves you? There is happiness in such a family. Even sometimes there is happiness in the midst of sorrow. And indeed sorrow is everywhere. If you marry, you will find out for yourself. But think of the first years of married life with one you love. What happiness there sometimes is in it. And indeed, it's the ordinary thing. In those early days even quarrels with one's husband end happily. Some women get up quarrels with their husbands just because they love them. Indeed, I knew a woman like that. She seemed to say that because she loved him, she would torment him and make him feel it. You know that you may torment a man on purpose through love. Women are particularly given to that, thinking to themselves, "I will love him so, I will make so much of him afterwards, that it's no sin to torment him a little now." And all in the house rejoice in the sight of you. And you are happy, and gay, and peaceful, and honorable. Then there are some women who are jealous. If he went off anywhere, I knew one such woman, she couldn't restrain herself, but would jump up at night and run off on the sly to find out where he was, whether he was with some other woman. That's a pity. And the woman knows herself it's wrong, and her heart fails her, and she suffers, but she loves. It's all through love. And how sweet it is to make it up after quarrels, to own herself in the wrong, or to forgive him. And they are both so happy, all at once, as though they had met anew, been married over again, as though their love had begun afresh. And no one should know what passes between husband and wife if they love one another. And whatever quarrels there may be between them, they ought not to call in their own mother to judge between them and tell tales of one another. They are their own judges. Love is a holy mystery and ought to be hidden from all other eyes, whatever happens. That makes it holier and better. They respect one another more, and much is built on respect. And if once there has been love, if they have been married for love, Why should love pass away? Surely one can keep it. It is rare that one cannot keep it. And if the husband is kind and straightforward, why should not love last? The first phase of married love will pass, it is true, but then there will come a love that is better still. Then there will be the union of souls, they will have everything in common, there will be no secrets between them. And once they have children, the most difficult times will seem to them happy, so long as there is love and courage. Even toil will be a joy. You may deny yourself bread for your children, and even that will be a joy. They will love you for it afterwards. So you are laying by for your future. As the children grow up, you feel that you are an example, a support for them. That even after you die, your children will always keep your thoughts and feelings, because they have received them from you. They will take on your semblance and likeness. So you see, this is a great duty. How can it fail to draw the father and mother nearer? People say it's a trial to have children. Who says that? It is heavenly happiness. Are you fond of little children, Liza? I am awfully fond of them. You know, a little rosy baby at your bosom, and what husband's heart is not touched, seeing his wife nursing his child? A plump little rosy baby, sprawling and snuggling, chubby little hands and feet, clean, tiny little nails, so tiny that it makes one laugh to look at them. Eyes that look as if they understand everything, and while it sucks it clutches at your bosom with its little hand, plays. When its father comes up, the child tears itself away from the bosom, flings itself back, looks at its father, laughs as though it were fearfully funny, and falls to sucking again. Or it will bite its mother's breast when its little teeth are coming, while it looks sideways at her with its little eyes as though to say, "Look, I am biting." Is not all that happiness when they are the three together, husband, wife, and child? One can forgive a great deal for the sake of such moments. Yes, Liza. One must first learn to live one's self before one blames others. It's by pictures like that one must get at you, I thought to myself, though I did not speak with real feeling, and all at once I flushed crimson. What if she were suddenly to burst out laughing? What should I do then? That idea drove me to fury. Towards the end of my speech I really was excited, and now my vanity was somehow wounded. The silence continued. I almost nudged her. "Why are you—" she began and stopped. But I understood. There was a quiver of something different in her voice, not abrupt, harsh, and unyielding as before, but something soft and shamefaced, so shamefaced that I suddenly felt ashamed and guilty. "What?" I asked with tender curiosity. "Why, you—" "What?" "Why, you speak somehow like a book," she said, and again there was a note of irony in her voice. That remark sent a pang to my heart. It was not what I was expecting. I did not understand that she was hiding her feelings under irony, that this is usually the last refuge of modest and chaste-souled people when the privacy of their soul is coarsely and intrusively invaded, and that their pride makes them refuse to surrender till the last moment, and shrink from giving expression to their feelings before you. I ought to have guessed the truth from the timidity with which she had repeatedly approached her sarcasm, only bringing herself to utter it at last with an effort. But I did not guess, and an evil feeling took possession of me. "Wait a bit," I thought. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Bill Borst.
Section 14 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew David King. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2. Apropos of the wet snow. Chapter 7. Oh, hush, Liza. How can you talk about being like a book when it makes even me, an outsider, feel sick? Though I don't look at it as an outsider, for, indeed, it touches me to the heart. Is it possible that you do not feel sick at being here yourself? Evidently habit does wonders. God knows what habit can do with anyone. Can you seriously think that you will never grow old, that you will always be good-looking, and that they will keep you here forever and ever? I say nothing of the loathsomeness of the life here. So let me tell you this about it. About your present life, I mean. Here, though, you are young now, attractive, nice, with soul and feeling, yet you know, as soon as I came to myself just now, I felt at once sick at being here with you. One can only come here when one is drunk. But if you were anywhere else, living as good people live, I should perhaps be more than attracted by you, should fall in love with you, should be glad of a look from you, let alone a word. I should hang about your door, should go down on my knees to you, should look upon you as my betrothed and think it an honor to be allowed to. I should not dare to have an impure thought about you. But here, you see, I know that I have only to whistle, and you have to come with me whether you like it or not. I don't consult your wishes, but you mine. The lowest laborer hires himself as a workman, but he doesn't make a slave of himself altogether. Besides, he knows that he will be free again presently. But when are you free? Only think what you are giving up here. What is it you are making a slave of? It is your soul together with your body. You are selling your soul which you have no right to dispose of. You give your love to be outraged by every drunkard. Love, but that's everything, you know. It's a priceless diamond. It's a maiden's treasure, love. Why, a man would be ready to give his soul, to face death to gain that love. But how much is your love worth now? You are sold, all of you, body and soul, and there is no need to strive for love, and you can have everything without love. And you know there is no greater insult to a girl than that. Do you understand? To be sure, I have heard that they comfort you, poor fools. They let you have lovers of your own here. But you know that's simply a farce, that's simply a sham. It's just laughing at you, and you are taken in by it. Why, do you suppose he really loves you, that lover of yours? I don't believe it. How can he love you when he knows you may be called away from him any minute? He would be a low fellow if he did. Will he have a grain of respect for you? What have you in common with him? He laughs at you and robs you. That is all his love amounts to. You are lucky if he does not beat you. Very likely he does beat you, too. Ask him, if you have got one, whether he will marry you. He will laugh in your face, if he doesn't spit in it or give you a blow. But maybe he is not worth a bad halfpenny himself. And for what have you ruined your life, if you come to think of it? For the coffee that they give you to drink and the plentiful meals? But with what object are they feeding you up? An honest girl couldn't swallow the food, for she would know what she was being fed for. You are in debt here, and, of course, you will always be in debt, and you will go on in debt to the end, till the visitors here begin to scorn you. And that will soon happen. Don't rely upon your youth. All that flies by express train here, you know. You will be kicked out. Not simply kicked out. Long before that she'll begin nagging at you, scolding you, abusing you, as though you had not sacrificed your health for her, had not thrown away your youth and your soul for her benefit, but as though you had ruined her, beggared her, robbed her. And don't expect anyone to take your part. The others, your companions, will attack you, too. Win her favor, for all are in slavery here, and have lost all conscience and pity here long ago. They have become utterly vile, and nothing on earth is viler, more loathsome, and more insulting than their abuse. And you are laying down everything here, unconditionally, youth and health and beauty and hope, and at 22 you will look like a woman of 35, and you will be lucky if you are not diseased, pray to God for that. No doubt you are thinking now that you have a gay time and no work to do. Yet there is no work harder or more dreadful in the world or ever has been. One would think that the heart alone would be worn out with tears. And you won't dare to say a word, not half a word, when they drive you away from here. You will go away as though you were to blame. You will change to another house, then to a third, then somewhere else, till you come down at last to the Haymarket. There you will be beaten at every turn. That is good manners there. The visitors don't know how to be friendly without beating you. You don't believe that it is so hateful there? Go and look for yourself sometime. You can see with your own eyes. Once, one New Year's Day, I saw a woman at a door. They had turned her out as a joke to give her a taste of the frost because she had been crying so much, and they shut the door behind her. At 9 o'clock in the morning she was already quite drunk, disheveled, half naked, covered with bruises. Her face was powdered, but she had a black eye. Blood was trickling from her nose and her teeth. Some cabman had just given her a drubbing. She was sitting on the stone steps. A salt fish of some sort was in her hand. She was crying, wailing something about her luck and beating with the fish on the steps. And cabmen and drunken soldiers were crowding in the doorway taunting her. You don't believe that you will ever be like that? I should be sorry to believe it, too. But how do you know? Maybe 10 years, 8 years ago, that very woman with the salt fish came here fresh as a cherub. Innocent, pure, knowing no evil, blushing at every word. Perhaps she was like you, proud, ready to take offense, not like the others. Perhaps she looked like a queen and knew what happiness was in store for the man who should love her and whom she should love. Do you see how it ended? And what if at that very minute when she was beating on the filthy steps with that fish, drunken and disheveled, what if at that very minute she recalled the pure early days in her father's house, when she used to go to school and the neighbor's son watched for her on the way, declaring that he would love her as long as he lived, that he would devote his life to her, and when they vowed to love one another forever and be married as soon as they were grown up? No, Liza, it would be happy for you if you were to die soon of consumption in some corner, in some cellar like that woman just now. In the hospital, do you say? You will be lucky if they take you. But what if you are still of use to the madam here? Consumption is a queer disease. It is not like fever. The patient goes on hoping till the last minute and says he is all right. He deludes himself, and that just suits your madam. Don't doubt it, that's how it is. You have sold your soul, and what is more, you owe money, so you daren't say a word. But when you are dying, all will abandon you, all will turn away from you, for then there will be nothing to get from you. What's more, they will reproach you for cumbering the place, for being so long over dying. However you beg, you won't get a drink of water without abuse. Whenever are you going off, you nasty hussy? You won't let us sleep with your moaning. You make the gentleman sick. That's true, I have heard such things said myself. They will thrust you dying into the filthiest corner in the cellar. In the damp and the darkness, what will your thoughts be, lying there alone? When you die, strange hands will lay you out, with grumbling and impatience. No one will bless you. No one will sigh for you. They only want to get rid of you as soon as may be. They will buy a coffin, take you to the grave, as they did that poor woman today, and celebrate your memory at the tavern. In the grave, sleet, filth, wet snow. No need to put themselves out for you. Let her down, Vanuha. It's just like her luck. Even here she is head foremost, a hussy. Shorten the cord, you rascal. It's all right as it is. All right, is it? Why, she's on her side. She was a fellow creature, after all. But never mind, throw the earth on her. And they won't care to waste much time quarreling over you. They will scatter the wet blue clay as quick as they can and go off to the tavern. And there your memory on earth will end. Other women have children to go to their graves, fathers, husbands. Well, for you, neither tear nor sigh nor remembrance. No one in the whole world will ever come to you. Your name will vanish from the face of the earth, as though you had never existed, never been born at all. Nothing but filth and mud. However you knock at your coffin lid at night, when the dead arise, however you cry, let me out, kind people, to live in the light of day. My life was no life at all. My life has been thrown away like a dish clout. It was drunk away in the tavern at the Haymarket. Let me out, kind people, to live in the world again. And I worked myself up to such a pitch that I began to have a lump in my throat myself. And all at once I stopped, sat up in dismay, and, bending over apprehensively, began to listen with a beating heart. I had reason to be troubled. I had felt for some time that I was turning her soul upside down and rending her heart, and the more I was convinced of it, the more eagerly I desired to gain my object as quickly and as effectually as possible. It was the exercise of my skill that carried me away, yet it was not merely sport. I knew I was speaking stiffly, artificially, even bookishly, in fact. I could not speak except like a book. But that did not trouble me, I knew. I felt that I should be understood and that this very bookishness might be an assistance. But now, having attained my effect, I was suddenly panic-stricken. Never before had I witnessed such despair. She was lying on her face, thrusting her face into the pillow and clutching it in both hands. Her heart was being torn. Her youthful body was shuddering all over as though in convulsions. Suppressed sobs rent her bosom and suddenly burst out in weeping and wailing. Then she pressed closer into the pillow. She did not want anyone here, not a living soul, to know of her anguish and her tears. She bit the pillow, bit her hand till it bled, I saw that afterwards, or, thrusting her fingers into her disheveled hair, seemed rigid with the effort of restraint, holding her breath and clenching her teeth. I began saying something, begging her to calm herself, but felt that I did not dare, and all at once, in a sort of cold shiver, almost in terror, began fumbling in the dark, trying hurriedly to get dressed to go. It was dark, though I tried my best I could not finish dressing quickly. Suddenly I felt a box of matches and a candlestick with a whole candle in it. As soon as the room was lighted up, Liza sprang up, sat up in bed, and with a contorted face, with a half-insane smile, looked at me almost senselessly. I sat down beside her and took her hands. She came to herself, made an impulsive movement towards me, would have caught hold of me, but did not dare, and slowly bowed her head before me. Liza, my dear, I was wrong. Forgive me, my dear, I began, but she squeezed my hand in her fingers so tightly that I felt I was saying the wrong thing, and stopped. This is my address, Liza. Come to me. I will come, she answered resolutely, her head still bowed. But now I am going. Goodbye, till we meet again. I got up. She, too, stood up and suddenly flushed all over, gave a shudder, snatched up a shawl that was lying on a chair and muffled herself in it to her chin. As she did this, she gave another sickly smile, blushed and looked at me strangely. I felt wretched. I was in haste to get away, to disappear. Wait a minute, she said suddenly, in the passage just at the doorway, stopping me with her hand on my overcoat. She put down the candle in hot haste and ran off. Evidently she had thought of something or wanted to show me something. As she ran away she flushed, her eyes shone, and there was a smile on her lips. What was the meaning of it? Against my will I waited. She came back a minute later with an expression that seemed to ask forgiveness for something. In fact, it was not the same face, not the same look as the evening before, sullen, mistrustful, and obstinate. Her eyes now were imploring, soft, and at the same time trustful, caressing, timid. The expression with which children look at people they are very fond of whom they are asking a favor. Her eyes were a light hazel. They were lovely eyes, full of life and capable of expressing love as well as sullen hatred. Making no explanation, as though I, as a sort of higher being, must understand everything without explanations, she held out a piece of paper to me. Her whole face was positively beaming at that instant with naive, almost childish, triumph. I unfolded it. It was a letter to her from a medical student or someone of that sort, a very high-flown and flowery but extremely respectful love letter. I don't recall the words now, but I remember well that through the high-flown phrases there was apparent a genuine feeling, which cannot be feigned. When I had finished reading it, I met her glowing, questioning, and childishly impatient eyes fixed upon me. She fastened her eyes upon my face and waited impatiently for what I should say. In a few words, hurriedly, but with a sort of joy and pride, she explained to me that she had been to a dance somewhere, in a private house, a family of very nice people who knew nothing, absolutely nothing, for she had only come here so lately, and it had all happened. Then she hadn't made up her mind to stay, and was certainly going away as soon as she had paid her debt. And at that party there had been the student who had danced with her all the evening. He talked to her, and it turned out that he had known her in old days at Riga when he was a child. They had played together, but a very long time ago. And he knew her parents, but about this he knew nothing, nothing whatever, and had no suspicion. And the day after the dance, 3 days ago, he had sent her that letter through the friend with whom she had gone to the party, and, well, that was all. She dropped her shining eyes with a sort of bashfulness as she finished. The poor girl was keeping that student's letter as a precious treasure, and had run to fetch it, her only treasure, because she did not want me to go away without knowing that she, too, was honestly and genuinely loved, that she, too, was addressed respectfully. No doubt that letter was destined to lie in her box and lead to nothing. But none the less I am certain that she would keep it all her life as a precious treasure, as her pride and justification. And now at such a minute she had thought of that letter and brought it with naive pride to raise herself in my eyes, that I might see, that I, too, might think well of her. I said nothing, pressed her hand, and went out. I so longed to get away. I walked all the way home, in spite of the fact that the melting snow was still falling in heavy flakes. I was exhausted, shattered, in bewilderment. But behind the bewilderment, the truth was already gleaming. The loathsome truth. End of chapter 7. Recording by Andrew David King. Find me online at www.andrewdavidking.com.
Section 15 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2. Apropos of the wet snow. Chapter 8. It was some time, however, before I consented to recognize that truth. Waking up in the morning after some hours of heavy leaden sleep, and immediately realizing all that had happened on the previous day, I was positively amazed at my last night's sentimentality with Liza, at all those outcries of horror and pity. To think of having such an attack of womanish hysteria! Pah! I concluded. And what did I thrust my address upon her for? What if she comes? Let her come, though. It doesn't matter. But obviously that was not now the chief and most important matter. I had to make haste and at all costs save my reputation in the eyes of Zverkov and Simonov as quickly as possible. That was the chief business. And I was so taken up that morning that I actually forgot all about Liza. First of all, I had at once to repay what I had borrowed the day before from Simonov. I resolved on a desperate measure, to borrow 15 roubles straight off from Anton Antonitch. As luck would have it, he was in the best of humours that morning and gave it to me at once, on the first asking. I was so delighted at this that as I signed the IOU with a swaggering air, I told him casually that the night before I had been keeping it up with some friends at the Hôtel de Paris. We were giving a farewell party to a comrade, in fact, I might say a friend of my childhood, and you know, a desperate rake, fearfully spoilt. Of course he belongs to a good family and has considerable means, a brilliant career. He is witty, charming, a regular Lovelace, you understand. We drank an extra half dozen, and it went off all right. All this was uttered very easily, unconstrainedly, and complacently. On reaching home, I promptly wrote to Simonov. To this hour I am lost in admiration when I recall the truly gentlemanly, good-humoured, candid tone of my letter. With tact and good breeding, and above all, entirely without superfluous words, I blamed myself for all that had happened. I defended myself, if I really may be allowed to defend myself, by alleging that being utterly unaccustomed to wine, I had been intoxicated with the first glass, which I said I had drunk before they arrived, while I was waiting for them at the Hôtel de Paris between 5 and 6 o'clock. I begged Simonov's pardon especially. I asked him to convey my explanations to all the others, especially to Zverkov, whom I seemed to remember as though in a dream I had insulted. I added that I would have called upon all of them myself, but my head ached, and besides I had not the face to. I was particularly pleased with a certain lightness, almost carelessness, strictly within the bounds of politeness, however, which was apparent in my style, and better than any possible arguments, gave them at once to understand that I took rather an independent view of all that unpleasantness last night, that I was by no means so utterly crushed as you, my friends, probably imagine, but on the contrary looked upon it as a gentleman serenely respecting himself should look upon it. On a young hero's past no censure is cast. There is actually an aristocratic playfulness about it, I thought admiringly, as I read over the letter, and it's all because I am an intellectual and cultivated man. Another man in my place would not have known how to extricate himself. But here I have got out of it and am as jolly as ever again, and all because I am a cultivated and educated man of our day. And indeed, perhaps everything was due to the wine yesterday. No, it was not the wine. I did not drink anything at all between 5 and 6, when I was waiting for them. I had lied to Simonov. I had lied shamelessly. And indeed I wasn't ashamed now. Hang it all, though, the great thing was that I was rid of it. I put 6 roubles in the letter, sealed it up, and asked Apollon to take it to Simonov. When he learned that there was money in the letter, Apollon became more respectful and agreed to take it. Towards evening I went out for a walk. My head was still aching and giddy after yesterday, but as evening came on and the twilight grew denser, my impressions, and, following them, my thoughts, grew more and more different and confused. Something was not dead within me. In the depths of my heart and conscience it would not die, and it showed itself in acute depression. For the most part I jostled my way through the most crowded business streets, along Myasnchensky Street, along Sadovy Street, and in Yusupov Garden. I always liked particularly sauntering along these streets in the dusk, just when there were crowds of working people of all sorts going home from their daily work, with faces looking cross with anxiety. What I liked was just that cheap bustle, that bare prose. On this occasion the jostling of the streets irritated me more than ever. I could not make out what was wrong with me. I could not find the clue. Something seemed rising up continually in my soul, painfully, and refusing to be appeased. I returned home completely upset. It was just as though some crime were lying on my conscience. The thought that Liza was coming worried me continually. It seemed queer to me that of all my recollections of yesterday, this tormented me, as it were, especially, as it were, quite separately. Everything else I had quite succeeded in forgetting by the evening. I dismissed it all, and was still perfectly satisfied with my letter to Simonov. But on this point I was not satisfied at all. It was as though I were worried only by Liza. What if she comes? I thought incessantly. Well, it doesn't matter, let her come. It's horrid that she should see, for instance, how I live. Yesterday I seemed such a hero to her, while now, It's horrid, though, that I have let myself go so. The room looks like a beggar's, and I brought myself to go out to dinner in such a suit, and my American leather sofa with the stuffing sticking out, and my dressing gown, which will not cover me, such tatters, and she will see all this, and she will see Apollon. That beast is certain to insult her. He will fasten upon her in order to be rude to me. And I, of course, shall be panic-stricken as usual. I shall begin bowing and scraping before her, and pulling my dressing gown round me. I shall begin smiling, telling lies. Oh, the beastliness! And it isn't the beastliness of it that matters most. There is something more important, more loathsome, viler. Yes, viler. And to put on that dishonest, lying mask again. When I reached that thought I fired up all at once. Why dishonest? How dishonest! I was speaking sincerely last night. I remember there was real feeling in me too. What I wanted was to excite an honourable feeling in her. Her crying was a good thing. It will have a good effect. Yet I could not feel at ease. All that evening, even when I had come back home, even after 9 o'clock, when I calculated that Liza could not possibly come, still she haunted me. And what was worse, she came back to my mind always in the same position. One moment out of all that had happened last night stood vividly before my imagination. The moment when I struck a match and saw her pale, distorted face with its look of torture, and what a pitiful, what an unnatural, what a distorted smile she had at that moment. But I did not know then that 15 years later I should still in my imagination see Liza, always with that pitiful, distorted, inappropriate smile which was on her face at that minute. Next day I was ready again to look upon it all as nonsense, due to overexcited nerves, and, above all, as exaggerated. I was always conscious of that weak point of mine, and sometimes very much afraid of it. I exaggerate everything. That is where I go wrong, I repeated to myself every hour. But, however, Liza will very likely come all the same, was the refrain with which all my reflections ended. I was so uneasy that I sometimes flew into a fury. She'll come, she is certain to come, I cried, running about the room. If not today, she will come tomorrow. She'll find me out. The damnable romanticism of these pure hearts. Oh, the vileness, oh, the silliness, oh, the stupidity of these wretched sentimental souls. Why, how fail to understand? How could one fail to understand? But at this point I stopped short, and in great confusion indeed. And how few words, I thought in passing, were needed. How little of the idyllic, and affectedly, bookishly, artificially idyllic too, had sufficed to turn a whole human life at once according to my will. That's virginity, to be sure, freshness of soil. At times a thought occurred to me to go to her, to tell her all, and beg her not to come to me. But this thought stirred such wrath in me that I believed I should have crushed that damned Liza if she had chanced to be near me at the time. I should have insulted her, have spat at her, have turned her out, have struck her. One day passed, however, another, and another. She did not come, and I began to grow calmer. I felt particularly bold and cheerful after 9 o'clock. I even sometimes began dreaming, and rather sweetly. I, for instance, became the salvation of Liza, simply through her coming to me and my talking to her. I develop her, educate her. Finally, I notice that she loves me passionately. I pretend not to understand. I don't know, however, why I pretend, just for effect perhaps. At last, all confusion, transfigured, trembling and sobbing, she flings herself at my feet and says that I am her saviour, and that she loves me better than anything in the world. I am amazed, but, Liza, I say, can you imagine that I have not noticed your love? I saw it all, I divined it, but I did not dare to approach you first, because I had an influence over you, and was afraid that you would force yourself, from gratitude, to respond to my love, would try to rouse in your heart a feeling which was perhaps absent, and I did not wish that, because it would be tyranny, it would be indelicate. In short, I launch off at that point into European, inexplicably lofty subtleties a la George Sand. But now you are mine. You are my creation, you are pure, you are good, you are my noble wife. Into my house come bold and free, its rightful mistress there to be. Then we begin living together, go abroad, and so on, and so on. In fact, in the end it seemed vulgar to me myself, and I began putting out my tongue at myself. Besides, they won't let her out, the hussy, I thought. They don't let them go out very readily, especially in the evening. For some reason I fancied she would come in the evening, and at 7 o'clock precisely. Though she did say she was not altogether a slave there yet, and had certain rights. So, damn it all, she will come, she is sure to come. It was a good thing, in fact, that Apollon distracted my attention at that time by his rudeness. He drove me beyond all patience. He was the bane of my life, the curse laid upon me by Providence. We had been squabbling continually for years, and I hated him. My God, how I hated him! I believe I had never hated any one in my life as I hated him, especially at some moments. He was an elderly, dignified man who worked part of his time as a tailor. But for some unknown reason he despised me beyond all measure, and looked down upon me insufferably, though indeed he looked down upon every one. Simply to glance at that flaxen, smoothly brushed head, at the tuft of hair he combed up on his forehead and oiled with sunflower oil, at that dignified mouth, compressed into the shape of the letter V, made one feel one was confronting a man who never doubted of himself. He was a pedant to the most extreme point, the greatest pedant I had met on earth, and with that had a vanity only befitting Alexander of Macedon. He was in love with every button on his coat, every nail on his fingers, absolutely in love with them, and he looked it. In his behaviour to me he was a perfect tyrant. He spoke very little to me, and if he chanced to glance at me, he gave me a firm, majestically self-confident, and invariably ironical look that drove me sometimes to fury. He did his work with the air of doing me the greatest favour, though he did scarcely anything for me, and did not, indeed, consider himself bound to do anything. There could be no doubt that he looked upon me as the greatest fool on earth, and that he did not get rid of me was simply that he could get wages from me every month. He consented to do nothing for me for 7 roubles a month. Many sins should be forgiven me for what I suffered from him. My hatred reached such a point that sometimes his very step almost threw me into convulsions. What I loathed particularly was his lisp. His tongue must have been a little too long, or something of that sort, for he continually lisped, and seemed to be very proud of it, imagining that it greatly added to his dignity. He spoke in a slow, measured tone, with his hands behind his back and his eyes fixed on the ground. He maddened me particularly when he read aloud the Psalms to himself behind his partition. Many a battle I waged over that reading, but he was awfully fond of reading aloud in the evenings in a slow, even, sing-song voice, as though over the dead. It is interesting that that is how he is ended. He hires himself out to read the Psalms over the dead, and at the same time he kills rats and makes blacking. But at that time I could not get rid of him. It was as though he were chemically combined with my existence. Besides, nothing would have induced him to consent to leave me. I could not live in furnished lodgings. My lodging was my private solitude, my shell, my cave, in which I concealed myself from all mankind, and Apollon seemed to me, for some reason, an integral part of that flat, and for 7 years I could not turn him away. To be 2 or 3 days behind with his wages, for instance, was impossible. He would have made such a fuss, I should not have known where to hide my head. But I was so exasperated with every one during those days, that I made up my mind for some reason, and with some object, to punish Apollon, and not pay him for a fortnight the wages that were owing him. I had for a long time, for the last 2 years, been intending to do this, simply in order to teach him not to give himself airs with me, and to show him that if I liked I could withhold his wages. I purposed to say nothing to him about it, and was purposely silent, indeed, in order to score off his pride, and force him to be the first to speak of his wages. Then I would take the 7 roubles out of a drawer, show him I have the money put aside on purpose, but that I won't. I simply won't pay him his wages. I won't, just because that is what I wish, because I am master, and it is for me to decide, because he has been disrespectful, because he has been rude.
but if he were to ask respectfully, I might be softened and give it to him. Otherwise he might wait another fortnight, another 3 weeks, a whole month. But angry as I was, yet he got the better of me. I could not hold out for 4 days. He began as he always did begin in such cases, for there had been such cases already. There had been attempts, and it may be observed, I knew all this beforehand. I knew his nasty tactics by heart. He would begin by fixing upon me an exceedingly severe stare, keeping it up for several minutes at a time, particularly on meeting me or seeing me out of the house. If I held out and pretended not to notice these stares, he would, still in silence, proceed to further tortures. All at once, apropos of nothing, he would walk softly and smoothly into my room, when I was pacing up and down or reading, stand at the door, one hand behind his back and one foot behind the other, and fix upon me a stare more than severe, utterly contemptuous. If I suddenly asked him what he wanted, he would make me no answer, but continue staring at me persistently for some seconds, then with a peculiar compression of his lips and a most significant air, deliberately turn round and deliberately go back to his room. 2 hours later he would come out again and again present himself before me in the same way. It had happened that, in my fury, I did not even ask him what he wanted, but simply raised my head sharply and imperiously and began staring back at him. So we stared at one another for 2 minutes. At last he turned with deliberation and dignity and went back again for 2 hours. If I were still not brought to reason by all this, but persisted in my revolt, he would suddenly begin sighing while he looked at me, long deep sighs as though measuring by them the depths of my moral degradation, and of course it ended at last by his triumphing completely. I raged and shouted, but still was forced to do what he wanted. This time the usual staring manoeuvres had scarcely begun when I lost my temper and flew at him in a fury. I was irritated beyond endurance, apart from him. "Stay!" I cried in a frenzy as he was slowly and silently turning, with one hand behind his back, to go to his room. "Stay! Come back, I tell you!" And I must have bawled so unnaturally that he turned round and even looked at me with some wonder. However, he persisted in saying nothing, and that infuriated me. "How dare you come and look at me like that, without being sent for? Answer!" After looking at me calmly for half a minute, he began turning round again. "Stay!" I roared, running up to him. "Don't stir! There! Answer now! What did you come in to look at?" "If you have any order to give me, it's my duty to carry it out," he answered, after another silent pause, with a slow, measured lisp, raising his eyebrows and calmly twisting his head from one side to another, all this with exasperating composure. "That's not what I'm asking you about, you torturer!" I shouted, turning crimson with anger. "I'll tell you why you came here myself. You see, I don't give you your wages. You are so proud you don't want to bow down and ask for it, and so you come to punish me with your stupid stares, to worry me, and you have no sus-picion how stupid it is. Stupid! Stupid, stupid, stupid!" He would have turned round again without a word, but I seized him. "Listen!" I shouted to him. "Here's the money, do you see? Here it is." I took it out of the table drawer. "Here's the 7 roubles complete, but you are not going to have it. You are not going to have it until you come respectfully with bowed head to beg my pardon. Do you hear?" "That cannot be," he answered with the most unnatural self-confidence. "It shall be so," I said. "I give you my word of honour. It shall be." "And there's nothing for me to beg your pardon for," he went on, as though he had not noticed my exclamations at all. "Why, besides, you call me a torturer, for which I can summon you at the police station at any time for insulting behaviour." "Go! Summon me!" I roared. "Go at once, this very minute, this very second. You are a torturer all the same, a torturer." But he merely looked at me, then turned and, regardless of my loud calls to him,
he walked to his room with an even step and without looking round. If it had not been for Liza, nothing of this would have happened, I decided inwardly. Then, after waiting a minute, I went myself behind his screen with a dignified and solemn air, though my heart was beating slowly and violently. "Apollon," I said quietly and emphatically, though I was breathless, "go at once, without a minute's delay, and fetch the police officer." He had meanwhile settled himself at his table, put on his spectacles, and taken up some sewing. But hearing my order, he burst into a guffaw. "At once! Go this minute! Go on, or else you can't imagine what will happen." "You are certainly out of your mind," he observed, without even raising his head, lisping as deliberately as ever, and threading his needle. "Who ever heard of a man sending for the police against himself? And as for being frightened, you are upsetting yourself about nothing, for nothing will come of it." "Go!" I shrieked, clutching him by the shoulder. I felt I should strike him in a minute. But I did not notice the door from the passage, softly and slowly open at that instant, and a figure come in, stop short, and begin staring at us in perplexity. I glanced, nearly swooned with shame, and rushed back to my room. There, clutching at my hair with both hands, I leaned my head against the wall and stood motionless in that position. 2 minutes later I heard Apollon's deliberate footsteps. "There is some woman asking for you," he said, looking at me with peculiar severity. Then he stood aside and let in Liza. He would not go away, but stared at us sarcastically. "Go away, go away," I commanded in desperation. At that moment my clock began whirring and wheezing, and struck 7. End of chapter 8.
Section 16 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2. Apropos of wet snow. Chapter 9. Into my house come bold and free, its rightful mistress there to be. I stood before her crestfallen, revoltingly confused, and I believe I smiled as I did my utmost to wrap myself in the skirts of my ragged, wadded dressing-gown, exactly as I had imagined the scene not long before in a fit of depression. After standing over us for a couple of minutes, Apollon went away, but that did not make me more at ease. What made it worse was that she, too, was overwhelmed with confusion, more so, in fact, than I should have expected. At the sight of me, of course. "Sit down," I said mechanically, moving a chair up to the table, and I sat down on the sofa. She obediently sat down at once, and gazed at me open-eyed, evidently expecting something from me at once. This naivete of expectation drove me to fury, but I restrained myself. She ought to have tried not to notice, as though everything had been as usual, while instead of that and I dimly felt that I should make her pay dearly for all this. "You have found me in a strange position, Liza," I began, stammering and knowing that this was the wrong way to begin. "No, no, don't imagine anything," I cried, seeing that she had suddenly flushed. "I am not ashamed of my poverty. On the contrary, I look with pride on my poverty. I am poor but honorable. One can be poor and honorable," I muttered. "However, would you like tea?" "No," she was beginning. "Wait a minute." I leapt up and ran to Apollon. I had to get out of the room somehow. "Apollon!" I whispered in feverish haste, flinging down before him the 7 roubles which had remained all the time in my clenched fist. "Here are your wages. You see, I give them to you. But for that you must come to my rescue. Bring me tea and a dozen rusks from the restaurant. If you won't go, you'll make me a miserable man. You don't know what this woman is. This is everything. You may be imagining something, but you don't know what that woman is." Apollon, who had already sat down to his work and put on his spectacles again, at first glanced askance at the money without speaking or putting down his needle. Then, without paying the slightest attention to me or making any answer, he went on busying himself with his needle, which he had not yet threaded. I waited before him for 3 minutes with my arms crossed à la Napoleon. My temples were moist with sweat. I was pale, I felt it. But, thank God, he must have been moved to pity looking at me. Having threaded his needle, he deliberately got up from his seat, deliberately moved back his chair, deliberately took off his spectacles, deliberately counted the money, and finally, asking me over his shoulder, "Shall I get a whole portion?" deliberately walked out of the room. As I was going back to Liza, the thought occurred to me on the way. Shouldn't I run away just as I was, in my dressing-gown, no matter where, and then let happen what would? I sat down again. She looked at me uneasily. For some minutes we were silent. "I will kill him!" I shouted suddenly, striking the table with my fist so that the ink spurted out of the inkstand. "What are you saying?" she cried, starting. "I will kill him! Kill him!" I shrieked, suddenly striking the table in absolute frenzy, and at the same time fully understanding how stupid it was to be in such a frenzy. "You don't know, Liza, what that torturer is to me. He is my torturer. He has gone now to fetch some rusks. He—" And suddenly I burst into tears. It was an hysterical attack. How ashamed I felt in the midst of my sobs, but still I could not restrain them. She was frightened. "What is the matter? What is wrong?" she cried, fussing about me. "Water! Give me water, over there," I muttered in a faint voice, though I was inwardly conscious that I could have got on very well without water, and without muttering in a faint voice. But I was, what is called, putting it on, to save appearances, though the attack was a genuine one. She gave me water, looking at me in bewilderment. At that moment Apollon brought in the tea. It suddenly seemed to me that this commonplace, prosaic tea was horribly undignified and paltry after all that had happened, and I blushed crimson. Liza looked at Apollon with positive alarm. He went out without a glance at either of us. "Liza, do you despise me?" I asked, looking at her fixedly, trembling with impatience to know what she was thinking. She was confused, and did not know what to answer. "Drink your tea," I said to her angrily. I was angry with myself, but, of course, it was she who would have to pay for it. A horrible spite against her suddenly surged up in my heart. I believe I could have killed her. To revenge myself on her, I swore inwardly not to say a word to her all the time. She is the cause of it all, I thought. Our silence lasted for 5 minutes. The tea stood on the table. We did not touch it. I had got to the point of purposely refraining from beginning in order to embarrass her further. It was awkward for her to begin alone. Several times she glanced at me with mournful perplexity. I was obstinately silent. I was, of course, myself the chief sufferer, because I was fully conscious of the disgusting meanness of my spiteful stupidity, and yet at the same time I could not restrain myself. "I want to get away from there altogether," she began, to break the silence in some way, but, poor girl, that was just what she ought not to have spoken about at such a stupid moment to a man so stupid as I was. My heart positively ached with pity for her tactless and unnecessary straightforwardness, but something hideous at once stifled all compassion in me. It even provoked me to greater venom. I did not care what happened. Another 5 minutes passed. "Perhaps I am in your way," she began timidly, hardly audibly, and was getting up. But as soon as I saw this first impulse of wounded dignity, I positively trembled with spite, and at once burst out. "Why have you come to me? Tell me that, please," I began, gasping for breath, and regardless of logical connection in my words. I longed to have it all out at once, at one burst. I did not even trouble how to begin. "Why have you come? Answer! Answer!" I cried, hardly knowing what I was doing. "I'll tell you, my good girl, why you have come. You've come because I talked sentimental stuff to you then. So now you are soft as butter and longing for fine sentiments again. So you may as well know that I was laughing at you then, and I am laughing at you now. Why are you shuddering? Yes, I was laughing at you. I had been insulted just before at dinner by the fellows who came that evening before me. I came to you meaning to thrash one of them, an officer, but I didn't succeed. I didn't find him. I had to avenge the insult on some one to get back my own again. You turned up. I vented my spleen on you and laughed at you. I had been humiliated, so I wanted to humiliate. I had been treated like a rag, so I wanted to show my power. That's what it was, and you imagined I had come there on purpose to save you. Yes? You imagined that? You imagined that?" I knew that she would perhaps be muddled and not take it all in exactly, but I knew too that she would grasp the gist of it very well indeed, and so indeed she did. She turned white as a handkerchief, tried to say something, and her lips worked painfully, but she sank on a chair as though she had been felled by an axe, and all the time afterwards she listened to me with her lips parted and her eyes wide open, shuddering with awful terror. The cynicism of my words overwhelmed her. "Save you!" I went on, jumping up from my chair and running up and down the room before her. "Save you from what? But perhaps I am worse than you myself. Why didn't you throw it in my teeth when I was giving you that sermon? But what did you come here yourself for? Was it to read us a sermon? Power! Power was what I wanted then. Sport was what I wanted. I wanted to wring out your tears, your humiliation, your hysteria. That was what I wanted then. Of course, I couldn't keep it up then, because I am a wretched creature. I was frightened, and the devil knows why, gave you my address in my folly. Afterwards, before I got home, I was cursing and swearing at you because of that address. I hated you already because of the lies I had told you, because I only like playing with words, only dreaming. But do you know, what I really want is that you should all go to hell. That is what I want. I want peace. Yes, I'd sell the whole world for a farthing, straight off, so long as I was left in peace. Is the world to go to pot, or am I to go without my tea? I say that the world may go to pot for me as long as I always get my tea. Did you know that, or not? Well, anyway, I know that I am a blackguard, a scoundrel, an egoist, a sluggard. Here I have been shuddering for the last 3 days at the thought of your coming, and you know what has worried me particularly for these 3 days? That I posed as such a hero to you, and now you would see me in a wretched torn dressing-gown, beggarly, loathsome. I told you just now that I was not ashamed of my poverty, so you may as well know that I am ashamed of it. I am more ashamed of it than of anything, more afraid of it than of being found out if I were a thief, because I am as vain as though I had been skinned and the very air blowing on me hurt. Surely by now you must realize that I shall never forgive you for having found me in this wretched dressing-gown, just as I was flying at Apollon like a spiteful cur. The Saviour, the former hero, was flying like a mangy, unkempt sheep-dog at his lackey, and the lackey was jeering at him. And I shall never forgive you for the tears I could not help shedding before you just now, like some silly woman put to shame. And for what I am confessing to you now, I shall never forgive you either. Yes, you must answer for it all, because you turned up like this, because I am a blackguard, because I am the nastiest, stupidest, absurdest, and most envious of all the worms on earth, who are not a bit better than I am, but the devil knows why are never put to confusion. While I shall always be insulted by every louse, that is my doom. And what is it to me that you don't understand a word of this? And what do I care? What do I care about you, and whether you go to ruin there or not? Do you understand? How I shall hate you now, after saying this, for having been here and listening? Why, it's not once in a lifetime a man speaks out like this, and then it is in hysterics. What more do you want? Why do you still stand confronting me after all this? Why are you worrying me? Why don't you go?" But at this point a strange thing happened. I was so accustomed to think and imagine everything from books, and to picture everything in the world to myself just as I had made it up in my dreams beforehand, that I could not all at once take in this strange circumstance. What happened was this. Liza, insulted and crushed by me, understood a great deal more than I imagined. She understood from all this what a woman understands, first of all, if she feels genuine love, that is, that I was myself unhappy. The frightened and wounded expression on her face was followed first by a look of sorrowful perplexity. When I began calling myself a scoundrel and a blackguard, and my tears flowed (the tirade was accompanied throughout by tears), her whole face worked convulsively. She was on the point of getting up and stopping me. When I finished, she took no notice of my shouting. "Why are you here? Why don't you go away?" but realized only that it must have been very bitter to me to say all this. Besides, she was so crushed, poor girl. She considered herself infinitely beneath me. How could she feel anger or resentment? She suddenly leapt up from her chair with an irresistible impulse, and held out her hands, yearning towards me, though still timid and not daring to stir. At this point there was a revulsion in my heart, too. Then she suddenly rushed to me, threw her arms around me, and burst into tears. I, too, could not restrain myself, and sobbed as I never had before. "They won't let me. I can't be good," I managed to articulate. Then I went to the sofa, fell on it, face downwards, and sobbed on it for a quarter of an hour in genuine hysterics. She came close to me, put her arms around me, and stayed motionless in that position. But the trouble was that the hysterics could not go on forever, and I am writing the loathsome truth. Lying face downwards on the sofa with my face thrust into my nasty leather pillow, I began by degrees to be aware of a far-away, involuntary, but irresistible feeling that it would be awkward now for me to raise my head and look Liza straight in the face. Why was I ashamed? I don't know, but I was ashamed. The thought, too, came into my overwrought brain that our parts now were completely changed, that she was now the heroine, while I was just such a crushed and humiliated creature as she had been before me that night, 4 days before. And all this came into my mind during the minutes I was lying on my face on the sofa. My God, surely I was not envious of her then. I don't know, to this day I cannot decide, and at the time, of course, I was still less able to understand what I was feeling than now. I cannot get on without domineering and tyrannizing over someone, but there is no explaining anything by reasoning, and so it is useless to reason. I conquered myself, however, and raised my head. I had to do so sooner or later, and I am convinced, to this day, that it was just because I was ashamed to look at her that another feeling was suddenly kindled and flamed up in my heart, a feeling of mastery and possession. My eyes gleamed with passion, and I gripped her hands tightly. How I hated her, and how I was drawn to her at that minute! The one feeling intensified the other. It was almost like an act of vengeance. At first there was a look of amazement, even of terror, on her face, but only for one instant. She warmly and rapturously embraced me. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. A quarter of an hour later I was rushing up and down the room in frenzied impatience. From minute to minute I went up to the screen and peeped through the crack at Liza. She was sitting on the ground with her head leaning against the bed, and must have been crying. But she did not go away, and that irritated me. This time she understood it all. I had insulted her finally. But there's no need to describe it. She realized that my outburst of passion had been simply revenge, a fresh humiliation, and that to my earlier, almost causeless hatred was added, now, a personal hatred, born of envy. Though I do not maintain positively that she understood all this distinctly, but she certainly did fully understand that I was a despicable man, and what was worse, incapable of loving her. I know I shall be told that this is incredible, but it is incredible to be as spiteful and stupid as I was. It may be added that it was strange I should not love her, or at any rate appreciate her love. Why is it strange? In the first place, by then I was incapable of love, For I repeat, with me loving meant tyrannizing and showing my moral superiority. I have never in my life been able to imagine any other sort of love, and have nowadays come to the point of sometimes thinking that love really consists in the right, freely given by the beloved object, to tyrannize over her. Even in my underground dreams I did not imagine love except as a struggle. I began it always with hatred and ended it with moral subjugation. And afterwards I never knew what to do with the subjugated object. And what is there to wonder at in that, since I had succeeded in so corrupting myself, since I was so out of touch with real life, as to have actually thought of reproaching her, and putting her to shame for having come to me to hear fine sentiments, and did not even guess that she had come, not to hear fine sentiments, but to love me, because to a woman all reformation, all salvation from any sort of ruin, and all moral renewal is included in love and can only show itself in that form. I did not hate her so much, however, when I was running about the room and peeping through the crack in the screen. I was only insufferably oppressed by her being here. I wanted her to disappear. I wanted peace, to be left alone in my underground world. Real life oppressed me with its novelties so much that I could hardly breathe. But several minutes passed, and she still remained, without stirring, as though she were unconscious. I had the shamelessness to tap softly at the screen, as though to remind her. She started, sprang up, and flew to seek her kerchief, her hat, her coat, as though making her escape from me. 2 minutes later she came from behind the screen and looked with heavy eyes at me. I gave a spiteful grin, which was forced, however, to keep up appearances, and I turned away from her eyes. "Good-bye," she said, going towards the door. I ran up to her, seized her hand, opened it, thrust something in it, and closed it again. Then I turned at once and dashed away in haste to the other corner of the room, to avoid seeing, anyway. I did mean a moment since to tell a lie, to write that I did this accidentally, not knowing what I was doing through foolishness, through losing my head. But I don't want to lie, and so I will say straight out that I opened her hand and put the money in it, from spite. It came into my head to do this while I was running up and down the room and she was sitting behind the screen. But this I can say for certain: though I did that cruel thing purposely, it was not an impulse from the heart, but came from my evil brain. This cruelty was so affected, so purposely made up, so completely a product of the brain, of books, that I could not even keep it up a minute. First I dashed away to avoid seeing her, and then in shame and despair rushed after Liza. I opened the door in the passage and began listening. "Liza! Liza!" I cried on the stairs, but in a low voice, not boldly. There was no answer, but I fancied I heard her footsteps, lower down on the stairs. "Liza!" I cried more loudly. No answer. But at that minute I heard the stiff outer glass door open heavily with a creak, and slam violently. The sound echoed up the stairs. She had gone. I went back to my room in hesitation. I felt horribly oppressed. I stood still at the table, beside the chair on which she had sat, and looked aimlessly before me. A minute passed. Suddenly I started. Straight before me on the table I saw, in short, I saw a crumpled, blue, 5-rouble note, the one I had thrust into her hand a minute before. It was the same note. It could be no other. There was no other in the flat. So she had managed to fling it from her hand on the table at the moment when I had dashed into the further corner. Well, I might have expected that she would do that. Might I have expected it? No. I was such an egoist, I was so lacking in respect for my fellow creatures, that I could not even imagine she would do so. I could not endure it. A minute later I flew like a madman to dress, flinging on what I could at random, and ran headlong after her. She could not have got 200 paces away when I ran out into the street. It was a still night, and the snow was coming down in masses and falling almost perpendicularly, covering the pavement, and the empty street, as though with a pillow. There was no one in the street. No sound was to be heard. The street lamps gave a disconsolate and useless glimmer. I ran 200 paces to the crossroads and stopped short. Where had she gone? And why was I running after her? Why? To fall down before her, to sob with remorse, to kiss her feet, to entreat her forgiveness. I longed for that. My whole breast was being rent to pieces, and never, never shall I recall that minute with indifference. But what for? I thought, should I not begin to hate her, perhaps even tomorrow, just because I had kissed her feet today? Should I give her happiness? Had I not recognized that day, for the 100th time, what I was worth? Should I not torture her? I stood in the snow, gazing into the troubled darkness, and pondered this. And will it not be better, I mused fantastically afterwards at home, stifling the living pang of my heart with fantastic dreams, will it not be better that she should keep the resentment of the insult forever? Resentment, why, it is purification. It is a most stinging and painful consciousness. Tomorrow I should have defiled her soul and have exhausted her heart, while now the feeling of insult will never die in her heart, and however loathsome the filth awaiting her, the feeling of insult will elevate and purify her. By hatred. Perhaps, too, by forgiveness. Will all that make things easier for her, though? And, indeed, I will ask on my own account here an idle question. Which is better, cheap happiness or exalted sufferings? Well, which is better? So I dreamed as I sat at home that evening, almost dead with the pain in my soul. Never had I endured such suffering and remorse, yet could there have been the faintest doubt when I ran out from my lodging that I should turn back half-way? I never met Liza again, and I have heard nothing of her. I will add, too, that I remained for a long time afterwards pleased with the phrase about the benefit from resentment and hatred, in spite of the fact that I almost fell ill from misery. Even now, so many years later, all this is somehow a very evil memory. I have many evil memories now, but hadn't I better end my notes here? I believe I made a mistake in beginning to write them. Anyway, I have felt ashamed all the time I've been writing this story. So it's hardly literature, so much as a corrective punishment. Why, to tell long stories, showing how I have spoiled my life through morally rotting in my corner, through lack of fitting environment, through divorce from real life and rankling spite in my underground world, would certainly not be interesting. A novel needs a hero, and all the traits for an anti-hero are expressly gathered together here. And what matters most, it all produces an unpleasant impression, for we are all divorced from life. We are all cripples, every one of us more or less. We are so divorced from it that we feel at once a sort of loathing for real life, and so cannot bear to be reminded of it. Why, we have come almost to looking upon real life as an effort, almost as hard work, and we are all privately agreed that it is better in books. And why do we fuss and fume sometimes? Why are we perverse and ask for something else? We don't know what ourselves. It would be the worse for us if our petulant prayers were answered. Come, try, give any one of us, for instance, a little more independence. Untie our hands, widen the spheres of our activity, relax the control, and yes, I assure you, we should be begging to be under control again at once. I know that you will very likely be angry with me for that, and will begin shouting and stamping. Speak for yourself, you will say, and for your miseries in your underground holes, and don't dare to say all of us. Excuse me, gentlemen, I am not justifying myself with that all of us. As for what concerns me in particular, I have only in my life carried to an extreme what you have not dared to carry half-way, and what's more, you have taken your cowardice for good sense, and have found comfort in deceiving yourselves. So that perhaps, after all, there is more life in me than in you. Look into it more carefully. Why, we don't even know what living means now, what it is, and what it is called. Leave us alone without books, and we shall be lost and in confusion at once. We shall not know what to join on to, what to cling to, what to love and what to hate, what to respect and what to despise. We are oppressed at being men, men with a real individual body and blood. We are ashamed of it, we think it a disgrace, and try to contrive to be some sort of impossible generalized man. We are stillborn, and for generations past have been begotten, not by living fathers, and that suits us better and better. We are developing a taste for it. Soon we shall contrive to be born somehow from an idea. But enough. I don't want to write more from underground. The notes of this paradoxalist do not end here, however. He could not refrain from going on with them, but it seems to us that we may stop here. End of Chapter 10, and end of Notes from Underground, by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Recording by Bill Borst. Jamestown, New York.
Section 17 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karina Schultz. A Faint Heart by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 1. Under the same roof, in the same flat, on the same fourth story, lived two young men, colleagues in the service, Arkady Ivanovitch Nefedovitch and Vasya Shumkov. The author, of course, feels the necessity of explaining to the reader why one is given his full title, while the other's name is abbreviated, if only that such a mode of expression may not be regarded as unseemly and rather familiar. But to do so, it would first be necessary to explain and describe the rank and years and calling and duty in the service, and even, indeed, the characters of the persons concerned. And since there are so many writers who begin in that way, the author of the proposed story, solely in order to be unlike them, that is, some people will perhaps say entirely on account of his boundless vanity, decides to begin straight away with action. Having completed this introduction, he begins. Toward 6 o'clock on New Year's Eve, Shumkov returned home. Arkady Ivanovitch, who was lying on the bed, woke up and looked at his friend with half-closed eyes. He saw that Vasya had on his very best trousers and a very clean shirt front. That, of course, struck him. Where had Vasya to go like that? And he had not dined at home either. Meanwhile, Shumkov had lighted a candle, and Arkady Ivanovitch guessed immediately that his friend was intending to wake him accidentally. Vasya did, in fact, clear his throat twice, walked twice up and down the room, and at last, quite accidentally, let the pipe, which he had begun filling in the corner by the stove, slip out of his hands. Arkady Ivanovitch laughed to himself. "Vasya, give over pretending," he said. "Arkasha, you are not asleep?" "I really cannot say for certain. It seems to me I am not." "Oh, Arkasha, how are you, dear boy? Well, brother, you don't know what I have to tell you." "I certainly don't know. Come here." As though expecting this, Vasya went up to him at once, not at all anticipating, however, treachery from Arkady Ivanovitch. The other seized him very adroitly by the arms, turned him over, held him down, and began, as it is called, strangling his victim. And apparently this proceeding afforded the light-hearted Arkady Ivanovitch great satisfaction. "Caught!" he cried. "Caught!" Arkasha, what are you about? Let me go! For goodness' sake, let me go, I shall crumple my dress coat." "As though that mattered. What do you want with the dress coat? Why were you so confiding as to put yourself in my hands? Tell me, where have you been? Where have you dined?" "Arkasha, for goodness' sake, let me go." "Where have you dined?" "Why, it's about that I want to tell you." "Tell away, then." "But first, let me go." "Not a bit of it. I won't let you go till you tell me." Arkasha! "But do you understand? I can't. It is utterly impossible," cried Vasya, helplessly wriggling out of his friend's powerful clutches. "You know there are subjects." "How subjects?" "Why, subjects that you can't talk about in such a position without losing your dignity. It's utterly impossible. It would make it ridiculous, and this is not a ridiculous matter. It is important.
Here, he's going in for being important. That's a new idea. You tell me so as to make me laugh, that's how you must tell me. I don't want anything important, or else you are no true friend of mine. Do you call yourself a friend, eh? Arkasha, I really can't. Well, I don't want to hear. Well, Arkasha, began Vasya, lying across the bed and doing his utmost to put all the dignity possible into his words. Arkasha, if you like, I will tell you, only... Well, what? Well, I am engaged to be married. Without uttering another word, Arkady Ivanovitch took Vasya up in his arms like a baby, though the latter was by no means short, but rather long and thin, and began dexterously carrying him up and down the room, pretending that he was hushing him to sleep. "I'll put you in your swaddling clothes, master bridegroom," he kept saying. But seeing that Vasya lay in his arms, not stirring or uttering a word, he thought better of it at once, and reflecting that the joke had gone too far, set him down in the middle of the room and kissed him on the cheek in the most genuine and friendly way. "Vasya, you are not angry?" "Arkasha, listen." "Come, it's New Year's Eve." "Oh, I'm all right. But why are you such a madman, such a scatterbrain? How many times have I told you? Arkasha, it's really not funny at all." "Oh, well, you are not angry?" "Oh, I'm all right. Am I ever angry with anyone? But you have wounded me, do you understand?" "But how have I wounded you? In what way?" "I come to you as a friend, with a full heart, to pour out my soul to you, to tell you of my happiness." "What happiness? Why don't you speak?" "Oh, well, I am going to get married," Vasya answered with vexation, for he really was a little exasperated. "You? You are going to get married? So you really mean it?" Arkasha cried at the top of his voice. "No, no, but what's this? He talks like this and his tears are flowing. Vasya, my little Vasya, don't, my little son. Is it true, really?" And Arkady Ivanovitch flew to hug him again. "Well, do you see how it is now?" said Vasya. "You are kind, of course, you are a friend, I know that. I come to you with such joy, such rapture, and all of a sudden I have to disclose all the joy of my heart, all my rapture struggling across the bed in an undignified way. You understand, Arkasha," Vasya went on, half laughing. "You see, it made it seem comic, and in a sense I did not belong to myself at that minute. I could not let this be slighted. What's more, if you had asked me her name, I swear I would sooner you killed me than have answered you." "But, Vasya, why did you not speak? You should have told me all about it sooner, and I would not have played the fool," cried Arkady Ivanovitch in genuine despair. "Come, that's enough, that's enough. Of course, that's how it is. You know what it all comes from my having a good heart. What vexes me is that I could not tell you as I wanted to, making you glad and happy, telling you nicely and initiating you into my secret properly. Really, Arkasha, I love you so much that I believe if it were not for you, I shouldn't be getting married, and in fact I shouldn't be living in this world at all." Arkady Ivanovitch, who was excessively sentimental, cried and laughed at once as he listened to Vasya. Vasya did the same. Both flew to embrace one another again and forgot the past. "How is it? How is it? Tell me all about it, Vasya. I am astonished. Excuse me, brother, but I am utterly astonished. It's a perfect thunderbolt, by Jove. Nonsense, nonsense, brother, you have made it up. You've really made it up. You are telling fibs," cried Arkady Ivanovitch. And he actually looked into Vasya's face with genuine uncertainty, but seeing in it the radiant confirmation of a positive intention of being married as soon as possible, threw himself on the bed and began rolling from side to side in ecstasy till the walls shook. "Vasya, sit here," he said at last, sitting down on the bed. "I really don't know, brother, where to begin." They looked at one another in joyful excitement. "Who is she, Vasya?" "The Artemyevs," Vasya pronounced, in a voice weak with emotion. "No." "Well, I did buzz into your ears about them at first, and then I shut up and you noticed nothing. Ah, Arkasha, if you knew how hard it was to keep it from you. but I was afraid to speak. I thought it would all go wrong, and you know I was in love, Arkasha. My God, my God. You see, this was the trouble," he began, pausing continually from agitation. "She had a suitor a year ago, but he was suddenly ordered somewhere. I knew him, he was a fellow, bless him. Well, he did not write at all, he simply vanished. They waited and waited, wondering what it meant. 4 months ago he suddenly came back married, and has never set foot within their doors. It was coarse, shabby, and they had no one to stand up for them. She cried and cried, poor girl, and I fell in love with her. Indeed, I had been in love with her long before, all the time. I began comforting her, and was always going there. Well, and I really don't know how it has all come about, only she came to love me. A week ago I could not restrain myself. I cried, I sobbed, and told her everything, well, that I love her, everything. In fact, I am ready to love you too, Vasily Petrovitch, only I am a poor girl, don't make a mock of me. I don't dare to love anyone. Well, brother, you understand. You understand? On that, we got engaged on the spot. I kept thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. I said to her, 'How are we to tell your mother?' She said, 'It will be hard. Wait a little. She's afraid, and now maybe she would not let you have me. She keeps crying, too.' Without telling her, I blurted it out to her mother today. Lizanka fell on her knees before her. I did the same. Well, she gave us her blessing. Arkasha, Arkasha, my dear fellow, we will live together. No, I won't part from you for anything." "Vasya, look at you as I may, I can't believe it. I don't believe it, I swear. I keep feeling as though... Listen, how can you be engaged to be married? How is it I didn't know, eh? Do you know, Vasya, I will confess it to you now. I was thinking of getting married myself, but now, since you are going to be married, it is just as good. Be happy, be happy. Brother, I feel so light-hearted now. There is such sweetness in my soul," said Vasya, getting up and pacing about the room excitedly. "Don't you feel the same? We shall be poor, of course, but we shall be happy. And you know it is not a wild fancy. Our happiness is not a fairy tale. We shall be happy in reality." "Vasya, Vasya, listen!" "What?" said Vasya, standing before Arkady Ivanovitch. "The idea occurs to me. I am really afraid to say it to you. Forgive me and settle my doubts. What are you going to live on? You know I am delighted that you are going to be married, of course. I am delighted, and I don't know what to do with myself. But what are you going to live on, eh?" "Oh, good heavens! What a fellow you are, Arkasha," said Vasya, looking at Nefedevitch in profound astonishment. "What do you mean? Even her old mother, even she did not think of that for 2 minutes when I put it all clearly before her. You had better ask what they are living on. They have 500 roubles a year between the 3 of them. The pension, which is all they have, since the father died. She and her old mother and her little brother, whose schooling is paid for out of that income too, that is how they live. It's you and I are the capitalists. Some good years it works out to as much as 700 for me. I say, Vasya, excuse me. I really... You know, I am only thinking how to prevent things going wrong. How do you mean, 700? It's only 300. 300! And Yulian Mastakovitch? Have you forgotten him? Yulian Mastakovitch? But you know that's uncertain, brother. That's not the same thing as 300 roubles of secure salary, where every rouble is a friend you can trust. Yulian Mastakovitch, of course. He's a great man. In fact, I respect him. I understand him, though he is so far above us. And by Jove, I love him, because he likes you and gives you something for your work, though he might not pay you, but simply order a clerk to work for him. But you will agree, Vasya. Let me tell you too. I am not talking nonsense. I admit in all Petersburg you won't find a handwriting like your handwriting. I am ready to allow that to you, Nefedevitch concluded, not without enthusiasm. But God forbid, you may displease him all at once. You may not satisfy him. Your work with him may stop. He may take another clerk. All sorts of things may happen. In fact, You know Yulian Mastakovitch may be here today and gone tomorrow. Well, Arkasha, the ceiling might fall on our heads this minute. Oh, of course, I mean nothing. But listen, hear what I have got to say, you know. I don't see how he can part with me. No, hear what I have to say. Hear what I have to say. You see, I perform all my duties punctually. You know how kind he is. You know, Arkasha, he gave me 50 roubles in silver today. Did he really, Vasya? A bonus for you? Bonus indeed. It was out of his own pocket. He said, "Why, you have had no money for 5 months, brother. Take some if you want it. Thank you, I am satisfied with you." Yes, really. Yes, you don't work for me for nothing, said he. He did indeed. That's what he said. It brought tears into my eyes, Arkasha. Good heavens, yes. I say, Vasya, have you finished copying those papers? No, I haven't finished them yet. Vasya, my angel, what have you been doing? Listen, Arkasha, it doesn't matter. They are not wanted for another 2 days. I have time enough. How is it you have not done them? That's all right. That's all right. You look so horror-stricken that you turn me inside out and make my heart ache. You are always going on at me like this. He's forever crying out, "Oh, oh, oh." Only consider, what does it matter? Why, I shall finish it, of course I shall finish it. What if you don't finish it? Cried Arkady, jumping up. And he has made you a present today, and you going to be married. Tut, tut, tut. It's all right, cried Shumkov. I shall sit down directly. I shall sit down this minute. How did you come to leave it, Vasya? Oh, Arkasha, how could I sit down to work? Have I been in a fit state? Why, even at the office I could scarcely sit still. I could scarcely bear the beating of my heart. Oh, now I shall work all night, and I shall work all tomorrow night, and the night after too, and I shall finish it. Is there a great deal left? Don't hinder me, for goodness sake. Don't hinder me. Hold your tongue. Arkady Ivanovitch went on tiptoe to the bed and sat down, and then suddenly wanted to get up, but was obliged to sit down again, remembering that he might interrupt him, though he could not sit still for excitement. It was evident that the news had thoroughly upset him, and the first thrill of delight had not yet passed off. He glanced at Shumkov, the latter glanced at him, smiled, and shook his finger at him. Then, frowning severely, as though all his energy and the success of his work depended upon it, fixed his eyes on the papers. It seemed that he too could not yet master his emotion. He kept changing his pen, fidgeting in his chair, rearranging things, and setting to work again, but his hand trembled and refused to move. "Arkasha, I've talked to them about you," he cried suddenly, as though he had just remembered it. "Yes?" cried Arkasha. "I was just wanting to ask you that. Well?" "Well, I'll tell you everything afterwards. Of course, it is my own fault, but it quite went out of my head that I didn't mean to say anything till I had written 4 pages. But I thought of you and of them. I really can't write, brother. I keep thinking about you." Vasya smiled. A silence followed. "Phew, what a horrid pen!" cried Shumkov, flinging it on the table in vexation. He took another. "Vasya, listen, one word." "Well, make haste, and for the last time." "Have you a great deal left to do?" "Ah, brother," Vasya frowned, as though there could be nothing more terrible and murderous in the whole world than such a question. "A lot, a fearful lot." "Do you know, I have an idea." "What?" "Oh, never mind, go on writing." "Why, what? What?" "It's past 6, Vasya." Here Nefedevitch smiled and winked slyly at Vasya, though with a certain timidity, not knowing how Vasya would take it. "Well, what is it?" said Vasya, throwing down his pen, looking him straight in the face and actually turning pale with excitement. "Do you know what?" "For goodness sake, what is it?" "I tell you what, you are excited, you won't get much done. Stop, stop, stop." "I have it, listen," said Nefedevitch, jumping up from the bed in delight, preventing Vasya from speaking and doing his utmost to ward off all objections. "First of all, you must get calm, you must pull yourself together, mustn't you?" Arkasha, Arkasha, cried Vasya, jumping up from his chair. I will work all night. I will, really. Of course, of course. You won't go to bed till morning. I won't go to bed. I won't go to bed at all. No, that won't do. That won't do. You must sleep. Go to bed at 5. I will call you at 8. Tomorrow is a holiday. You can sit and scribble away all day long. Then the night and... But have you a great deal left to do? Yes, look, look. Vasya, quivering with excitement and suspense, showed the manuscript. Look. I say, brother, that's not much. My dear fellow, there's some more of it, said Vasya, looking very timidly at Nefedevitch, as though the decision whether he was to go or not depended upon the latter. How much? 2 signatures? Well, what's that? Come, I tell you what. We shall have time to finish it. By Jove, we shall. Arkasha? Vasya, listen. Tonight, on New Year's Eve, everyone is at home with his family. You and I are the only ones without a home or relations. Oh, Vasya! Nefedevitch clutched Vasya and hugged him in his leonine arms. Arkasha, it's settled. Vasya, boy, I only wanted to say this. You see, Vasya, listen. Bandy-legs, listen. Arkady stopped, with his mouth open, because he could not speak for delight. Vasya held him by the shoulders, gazed into his face, and moved his lips as though he wanted to speak for him. Well, he brought out at last, introduce me to them today. Arkady, let's go to tea there. I tell you what, we won't even stay to see in the new year, we'll come away earlier, cried Vasya, with genuine inspiration. That is, we'll go for 2 hours, neither more nor less. And then separation till I have finished. Vasya, boy! Arkady! 3 minutes later, Arkady was dressed in his best. Vasya did nothing but brush himself because he had been in such haste to work that he had not changed his trousers. They hurried out into the street, each more pleased than the other. End of Part 1. Section 18 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karina Schultz. A Faint Heart by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2. Their way lay from the Petersburg side to Kolomna. Arkady Ivanovitch stepped out boldly and vigorously, so that from his walk alone one could see how glad he was at the good fortune of his friend, who was more and more radiant with happiness. Vasya trotted along with shorter steps, though his deportment was none the less dignified. Arkady Ivanovitch, in fact, had never seen him before to such advantage. At that moment he actually felt more respect for him, and Vasya's physical defect, of which the reader is not yet aware, Vasya was slightly deformed, which always called forth a feeling of loving sympathy in Arkady Ivanovitch's kind heart, contributed to the deep tenderness the latter felt for him at this moment, a tenderness of which Vasya was in every way worthy. Arkady Ivanovitch felt ready to weep with happiness, but he restrained himself. "Where are you going? Where are you going, Vasya? It is nearer this way," he cried, seeing that Vasya was making in the direction of Voznesenky. "Hold your tongue, Arkasha." "It really is nearer, Vasya." "Do you know what, Arkasha?" Vasya began mysteriously, in a voice quivering with joy. "I tell you what. I want to take Lizanka a little present." "What sort of present?" "At the corner here, brother, is Madame Leroux's, a wonderful shop." "Well?" "A cap, my dear, a cap. I saw such a charming little cap today. I inquired, I was told it was the fag on Manon Lescaut, a delightful thing. Cherry-colored ribbons, and if it is not dear... Arkasha, even if it is dear..." "I think you are superior to any of the poets, Vasya. Come along." They ran along, and 2 minutes later went into the shop. They were met by a black-eyed Frenchwoman with curls, who, from the first glance at her customers, became as joyous and happy as they, even happier, if one may say so.
Vasya was ready to kiss Madame Leroux in his delight. "Arkasha," he said in an undertone, casting a casual glance at all the grand and beautiful things on little wooden stands on the huge table. "Lovely things! What's that? What's this? This one, for instance. This little sweet, do you see?" Vasya whispered, pointing to a charming cap further away, which was not the one he meant to buy, because he had already from afar descried and fixed his eyes upon the real, famous one, standing at the other end. He looked at it in such a way that one might have supposed someone was going to steal it, or as though the cap itself might take wings and fly into the air just to prevent Vasya from obtaining it. "Look," said Arkady Ivanovitch, pointing to one. "I think that's better." "Well, Arkasha, that does you credit. I began to respect you for your taste," said Vasya, resorting to cunning with Arkasha in the tenderness of his heart. "Your cap is charming, but come this way." "Where is there a better one, brother?" "Look, this way." "That?" said Arkady, doubtfully. But when Vasya, incapable of restraining himself any longer, took it from the stand from which it seemed to fly spontaneously, as though delighted at falling at last into the hands of so good a customer, and they heard the rustle of its ribbons, ruches, and lace, an unexpected cry of delight broke from the powerful chest of Arkady Ivanovitch. Even Madame Leroux, while maintaining her incontestable dignity and preeminence in matters of taste, and remaining mute from condescension, rewarded Vasya with a smile of complete approbation, everything in her glance, gesture, and smile saying at once, "Yes, you have chosen rightly, and are worthy of the happiness which awaits you." "It has been dangling its charms in coy seclusion," cried Vasya, transferring his tender feelings to the charming cap. "You have been hiding on purpose, you sly little pet!" And he kissed it, that is, the air surrounding it, for he was afraid to touch his treasure. "Retiring as true worth and virtue," Arkady added enthusiastically, quoting humorously from a comic paper he had read that morning. "Well, Vasya?" "Hurrah, Arkasha! You are witty today. I predict you will make a sensation, as women say. Madame Leroux! Madame Leroux!" "What is your pleasure?" "Dear Madame Leroux!" Madame Leroux looked at Arkady Ivanovitch and smiled condescendingly. "You wouldn't believe how I adore you at this moment. Allow me to give you a kiss." And Vasya kissed the shopkeeper. She certainly at that moment needed all her dignity to maintain her position with such a madcap. But I contend that the innate, spontaneous courtesy and grace with which Madame Leroux received Vasya's enthusiasm was equally befitting. She forgave him, and how tactfully, how graciously, she knew how to behave in the circumstances. How could she have been angry with Vasya? "Madame Leroux, how much?" 5 roubles in silver," she answered, straightening herself with a new smile. "And this one, Madame Leroux?" said Arkady Ivanovitch, pointing to his choice. "That one is 8 roubles." "There, you see there, you see! Come, Madame Leroux, tell me which is nicer, more graceful, more charming, which of them suits you best?" "The second is richer, but your choice, c'est plus coquet." "Then we will take it." Madame Leroux took a sheet of very delicate paper, pinned it up, and the paper with the cap wrapped in it seemed even lighter than the paper alone. Vasya took it carefully, almost holding his breath, bowed to Madame Leroux, said something else very polite to her, and left the shop. "I am a ladies' man. I was born to be a ladies' man," said Vasya, laughing a little noiseless, nervous laugh, and dodging the passers-by, whom he suspected of designs for crushing his precious cap. "Listen, Arkady, brother," he began a minute later, and there was a note of triumph, of infinite affection in his voice. "Arkady, I am so happy, I am so happy!" "Vasya, how glad I am, dear boy!" "No, Arkasha, no. I know that there is no limit to your affection for me, but you cannot be feeling 1/100th part of what I am feeling at this moment. My heart is so full, so full. Arkasha, I am not worthy of such happiness. I feel that, I am conscious of it. Why has it come to me?" he said, his voice full of stifled sobs. "What have I done to deserve it? Tell me. Look what lots of people, what lots of tears, what sorrow,
What work-a-day life without a holiday, while I am loved by a girl like that. But you will see her yourself immediately. You will appreciate her noble heart. I was born in a humble station. Now I have a grade in the service and an independent income. My salary. I was born with a physical defect. I am a little deformed. See, she loves me as I am. Yulian Mastakovich was so kind, so attentive, so gracious today. He does not often talk to me. He came up to me. Well, how goes it, Vasya? Yes, really, he called me Vasya. Are you going to have a good time for the holiday, eh? He laughed. Well, the fact is, Your Excellency, I have work to do. But then I plucked up courage and said, and maybe I shall have a good time too, Your Excellency. I really said it. He gave me the money on the spot. Then he said a couple of words more to me. Tears came into my eyes, brother. I actually cried. And he too seemed touched. He patted me on the shoulder and said, Feel always, Vasya, as you feel this now. Vasya paused for an instant. Arkady Ivanovitch turned away, and he too wiped away a tear with his fist. And, Vasya went on, I have never spoken to you of this, Arkady. Arkady, you make me so happy with your affection. Without you I could not live. No, don't say anything, Arkady. Let me squeeze your hand. Let me... Thank you. Again Vasya could not finish. Arkady Ivanovitch longed to throw himself on Vasya's neck, but as they were crossing the road and heard almost in their ears a shrill, "Hi there!" they ran frightened and excited to the pavement. Arkady Ivanovitch was positively relieved. He set down Vasya's outburst of gratitude to the exceptional circumstances of the moment. He was vexed. He felt that he had done so little for Vasya hitherto. He felt actually ashamed of himself when Vasya began thanking him for so little. But they had all their lives before them, and Arkady Ivanovitch breathed more freely. The Artemyevs had quite given up expecting them. The proof of it was that they had already sat down to tea. And the old, it seems, are sometimes more clear-sighted than the young, even when the young are so exceptional. Lizanka had very earnestly maintained, "He isn't coming, Mamma, I feel in my heart he is not coming," while her mother, on the contrary, declared that she had a feeling that he would certainly come, that he would not stay away, that he would run round, that he could have no office work now on New Year's Eve. Even as Lizanka opened the door, she did not in the least expect to see them, and greeted them breathlessly, with her heart throbbing like a captured bird's, flushing and turning as red as a cherry, a fruit which she wonderfully resembled. Good heavens, what a surprise it was! What a joyful "Oh!" broke from her lips. "Deceiver! My darling!" she cried, throwing her arms round Vasya's neck. But imagine her amazement, her sudden confusion. Just behind Vasya, as though trying to hide behind his back, stood Arkady Ivanovitch, a trifle out of countenance. It must be admitted that he was awkward in the company of women, very awkward indeed. In fact, on one occasion something occurred, but of that later. You must put yourself in his place, however. There was nothing to laugh at. He was standing in the entry, in his galoshes and overcoat, and in a cap with flaps over the ears, which he would have hastened to pull off, but he had, all twisted round in a hideous way, a yellow knitted scarf, which, to make things worse, was knotted at the back. He had to disentangle all this, to take it off as quickly as possible, to show himself to more advantage, for there is no one who does not prefer to show himself to advantage. And then Vasya. Vexatious, insufferable Vasya. Of course, always the same dear, kind Vasya, but now insufferable, ruthless Vasya. "Here!" he shouted. "Lizanka, I have brought you my Arkady. What do you think of him? He is my best friend. Embrace him, kiss him, Lizanka. Give him a kiss in advance. Afterwards you will know him better. You can take it back again." Well, what, I ask you, was Arkady Ivanovitch to do? And he had only untwisted half of the scarf so far. I really am sometimes ashamed of Vasya's excess of enthusiasm. It is, of course, the sign of a good heart, but it's awkward, not nice.
At last both went in. The mother was unutterably delighted to make Arkady Ivanovitch's acquaintance. She had heard so much about him, but she did not finish. A joyful "Oh!" ringing musically through the room interrupted her in the middle of a sentence. Good heavens! Lizanka was standing before the cap which had suddenly been unfolded before her gaze. She clasped her hands with the utmost simplicity, smiling such a smile. Oh heavens, why had not Madame Leroux an even lovelier cap? Oh heavens, but where could you find a lovelier cap? It was quite first rate. Where could you get a better one? I mean it, seriously. This ingratitude on the part of lovers moves me, in fact, to indignation, and even wounds me a little. Why, look at it for yourself, reader. Look, what could be more beautiful than this little love of a cap? Come, look at it. But no, my strictures are uncalled for. They had by now all agreed with me. It had been a momentary aberration. The blindness, the delirium of feeling, I am ready to forgive them. But then you must look. You must excuse me, kind reader, I am still talking about the cap. Made of tulle, light as a feather, a broad cherry-colored ribbon covered with lace passing between the tulle and the ruche, and at the back 2 wide long ribbons, they would fall down a little below the nape of the neck. All that the cap needed was to be tilted a little to the back of the head. Come, look at it. I ask you, after that... But I see you are not looking. You think it does not matter. You are looking in a different direction. You are looking at 2 big tears, big as pearls, that rose in 2 jet black eyes, quivered for one instant on the eyelashes, and then dropped on the ethereal tulle of which Madame Leroux's artistic masterpiece was composed. And again I feel vexed. Those 2 tears were scarcely a tribute to the cap. No, to my mind, such a gift should be given in cool blood, as only then can its full worth be appreciated. I am, I confess, dear reader, entirely on the side of the cap. They sat down, Vasya with Lizanka and the old mother with Arkady Ivanovitch. They began to talk, and Arkady Ivanovitch did himself credit, I am glad to say that for him. One would hardly, indeed, have expected it of him. After a couple of words about Vasya, he most successfully turned the conversation to Yulian Mastakovitch, his patron, and he talked so cleverly that the subject was not exhausted for an hour. You ought to have seen with what dexterity, what tact, Arkady Ivanovitch touched upon certain peculiarities of Yulian Mastakovitch, which directly or indirectly affected Vasya. The mother was fascinated, genuinely fascinated. She admitted it herself. She purposely called Vasya aside and said to him that his friend was a most excellent and charming young man, and what was of most account, such a serious, steady young man. Vasya almost laughed aloud with delight. He remembered how the serious Arkady had tumbled him on his bed for a quarter of an hour. Then the mother signed to Vasya to follow her quietly and cautiously into the next room. It must be admitted that she treated Lizanka rather unfairly. She behaved treacherously to her daughter, in the fullness of her heart, of course, and showed Vasya on the sly the present Lizanka was preparing to give him for the New Year. It was a paper case, embroidered in beads and gold in a very choice design. On one side was depicted a stag, absolutely lifelike, running swiftly, and so well done. On the other side was the portrait of a celebrated general, also an excellent likeness. I cannot describe Vasya's raptures. Meanwhile, time was not being wasted in the parlour. Lizanka went straight up to Arkady Ivanovitch. She took his hand, she thanked him for something, and Arkady Ivanovitch gathered that she was referring to her precious Vasya. Lizanka was, indeed, deeply touched. She had heard that Arkady Ivanovitch was such a true friend of her betrothed, so loved him, so watched over him, guiding him at every step with helpful advice, that she, Lizanka, could hardly help thanking him, could not refrain from feeling grateful, and hoping that Arkady Ivanovitch might like her, if only half as well as Vasya. Then she began questioning him as to whether Vasya was careful of his health, expressed some apprehensions in regard to his marked impulsiveness of character, and his lack of knowledge of men and practical life. She said that she would in time watch over him religiously, that she would take care of and cherish his lot, and finally she hoped that Arkady Ivanovitch would not leave them, but would live with them. "We three shall live like one," she cried with extremely naive enthusiasm. But it was time to go. They tried, of course, to keep them, but Vasya answered point blank that it was impossible. Arkady Ivanovitch said the same. The reason was, of course, inquired into, and it came out at once that there was work to be done, entrusted to Vasya by Yulian Mastakovitch, urgent, necessary, dreadful work, which must be handed in on the morning of the next day but one, and that it was not only unfinished, but had been completely laid aside. The mamma sighed when she heard of this, while Lizanka was positively scared, and hurried Vasya off in alarm. The last kiss lost nothing from this haste. Though brief and hurried, it was only the more warm and ardent. At last they parted, and the two friends set off home. Both began at once confiding to each other their impressions as soon as they found themselves in the street. And could they help it? Indeed, Arkady Ivanovitch was in love, desperately in love with Lizanka. And to whom could he better confide his feelings than to Vasya, the happy man himself? And so he did. He was not bashful, but confessed everything at once to Vasya. Vasya laughed heartily and was immensely delighted, and even observed that this was all that was needed to make them greater friends than ever. "You have guessed my feelings, Vasya," said Arkady Ivanovitch. "Yes, I love her as I love you. She will be my good angel as well as yours, for the radiance of your happiness will be shed on me too, and I can bask in its warmth. She will keep house for me too, Vasya. My happiness will be in her hands. Let her keep house for me as she will for you. Yes, friendship for you is friendship for her. You are not separable from me now, only I shall have two beings like you instead of one." Arkady paused in the fullness of his feelings, while Vasya was shaken to the depths of his being by his friend's words. The fact is, he had never expected anything of the sort from Arkady. Arkady Ivanovitch was not very great at talking, as a rule. He was not fond of dreaming either. Now he gave way to the liveliest, freshest, rainbow-tinted daydreams. "How I will protect and cherish you both," he began again. "To begin with, Vasya, I will be godfather to all your children, every one of them. And secondly, Vasya, we must bestir ourselves about the future. We must buy furniture, and take a lodging so that you and she and I can each have a little room to ourselves. Do you know, Vasya, I'll run about tomorrow and look at the notices on the gates. 2 rooms, we should not need more. I really believe, Vasya, I talked nonsense this morning. There will be money enough. Why, as soon as I glanced into her eyes, I calculated at once that there would be enough to live on. It will all be for her. Oh, how we will work! Now, Vasya, we might venture up to 25 roubles for rent. A lodging is everything, brother. Nice rooms. And at once a man is cheerful, and his dreams are of the brightest hues. And besides, Lizanka will keep the purse for both of us. Not a farthing will be wasted. Do you suppose I would go to a restaurant? What do you take me for? Not on any account. And then we shall get a bonus and reward, for we shall be zealous in the service. Oh, how we shall work, like oxen toiling in the fields. Only fancy," and Arkady Ivanovitch's voice was faint with pleasure, "all at once and quite unexpected, 25 or 30 roubles. Whenever there's an extra, there'll be a cap, or a scarf, or a pair of little stockings. She must knit me a scarf. Look what a horrid one I've got, the nasty yellow thing. It did me a bad turn today. And you wore a nice one, Vasya, to introduce me while I had my head in a halter. Though never mind that now. And look here, I undertake all the silver. I am bound to give you some little present. That will be an honor, that will flatter my vanity. My bonuses won't fail me, surely. You don't suppose they would give them to Skorohodov? No fear, they won't be landed in that person's pocket. I'll buy you silver spoons, brother, good knives, not silver knives, but thoroughly good ones.
And a waistcoat, that is, a waistcoat for myself. I shall be best man, of course. Only now, brother, you must keep at it. You must keep at it. I shall stand over you with a stick, brother, today and tomorrow and all night. I shall worry you to work. Finish, make haste, and finish, brother. And then again to spend the evening, and then again both of us happy. We will go in for Lotto. We will spend the evening there. Oh, it's jolly. Oh, the devil, how vexing it is. I can't help you. I should like to take it and write it all for you. Why is it our handwriting is not alike? Yes, answered Vasya. Yes, I must make haste. I think it must be 11 o'clock. We must make haste. To work. And saying this, Vasya, who had been all the time alternately smiling and trying to interrupt with some enthusiastic rejoinder the flow of his friend's feelings, and had, in short, been showing the most cordial response, suddenly subsided, sank into silence, and almost ran along the street. It seemed as though some burdensome idea had suddenly chilled his feverish head. He seemed all at once dispirited. Arkady Ivanovitch felt quite uneasy. He scarcely got an answer to his hurried questions from Vasya, who confined himself to a word or two, sometimes an irrelevant exclamation. "Why, what is the matter with you, Vasya?" he cried at last, hardly able to keep up with him. "Can you really be so uneasy?" "Oh, brother, that's enough chatter," Vasya answered with vexation. "Don't be depressed, Vasya. Come, come," Arkady interposed. "Why, I have known you write much more in a shorter time. What's the matter?
You've simply a talent for it.
You can write quickly in an emergency. They are not going to lithograph your copy. You've plenty of time. The only thing is that you are excited now and preoccupied, and the work won't go so easily." Vasya made no reply, or muttered something to himself, and they both ran home in genuine anxiety. Vasya sat down to the papers at once. Arkady Ivanovitch was quiet and silent. He noiselessly undressed and went to bed, keeping his eyes fixed on Vasya. A sort of panic came over him. "What is the matter with him?" he thought to himself, looking at Vasya's face that grew whiter and whiter, at his feverish eyes, at the anxiety that was betrayed in every movement he made. "Why, his hand is shaking. What a stupid! Why did I not advise him to sleep for a couple of hours, till he had slept off his nervous excitement anyway?" Vasya had just finished a page. He raised his eyes, glanced casually at Arkady, and at once, looking down, took up his pen again. "Listen, Vasya," Arkady Ivanovitch began suddenly, "wouldn't it be best to sleep a little now? Look, you are in a regular fever." Vasya glanced at Arkady with vexation, almost with anger, and made no answer. "Listen, Vasya, you'll make yourself ill." Vasya at once changed his mind. "How would it be to have tea, Arkady?" he said. "How so? Why?" "It will do me good. I am not sleepy. I'm not going to bed. I am going on writing. But now I should like to rest and have a cup of tea, and the worst moment will be over." "First rate, brother Vasya. Delightful. Just so. I was wanting to propose it myself, and I can't think why it did not occur to me to do so. But I say, Mavra won't get up. She won't wake for anything." "True." "That's no matter, though," cried Arkady Ivanovitch, leaping out of bed. "I will set the samovar myself. It won't be the first time." Arkady Ivanovitch ran to the kitchen and set to work to get the samovar. Vasya, meanwhile, went on writing. Arkady Ivanovitch, moreover, dressed and ran out to the baker's, so that Vasya might have something to sustain him for the night. A quarter of an hour later the samovar was on the table. They began drinking tea, but conversation flagged. Vasya still seemed preoccupied. "Tomorrow," he said at last, as though he had just thought of it, "I shall have to take my congratulations for the New Year." "You need not go at all." "Oh yes, brother, I must," said Vasya. "Why, I will sign the visitors' book for you everywhere. How can you? You work tomorrow. You must work tonight, till 5 o'clock in the morning, as I said, and then get to bed. Or else you will be good for nothing tomorrow. I'll wake you at 8 o'clock, punctually." "But will it be all right, your signing for me?" said Vasya, half assenting. "Why, what could be better? Everyone does it." I am really afraid. Why? Why? It's all right, you know, with other people, but Yulian Mastakovich, he has been so kind to me, you know, Arkasha, and when he notices it's not my own signature... Notices? Why, what a fellow you are, really, Vasya. How could he notice? Come, you know I can imitate your signature awfully well, and make just the same flourish to it. Upon my word I can. What nonsense! Who would notice? Vasya made no reply, but emptied his glass hurriedly. Then he shook his head doubtfully. Vasya, dear boy, if only we succeed. Vasya, what's the matter with you? You quite frighten me. Do you know, Vasya, I am not going to bed now. I am not going to sleep. Show me, have you a great deal left? Vasya gave Arkady such a look that his heart sank, and his tongue failed him. Vasya, what is the matter? What are you thinking? Why do you look like that? Arkady, I really must go tomorrow to wish Yulian Mastakovich a happy new year. Well, go then, said Arkady, gazing at him open-eyed, in uneasy expectation. I say, Vasya, do write faster. I am advising you for your good, I really am. How often Yulian Mastakovich himself has said that what he likes particularly about your writing is its legibility. Why, it is all that Skoropohin cares for, that writing should be good and distinct like a copy, so as afterwards to pocket the paper and take it home for his children to copy. He can't buy copybooks, the blockhead. Yulian Mastakovich is always saying, always insisting, legible, legible, legible. What is the matter, Vasya? I really don't know how to talk to you. It quite frightens me. You crush me with your depression. It's all right, said Vasya, and he fell back in his chair as though fainting. Arkady was alarmed. Will you have some water? Vasya! Vasya! Don't, said Vasya, pressing his hand. I am all right. I only feel sad. I can't tell why. Better talk of something else. Let me forget it. Calm yourself, for goodness sake. Calm yourself, Vasya. You will finish it all right. On my honor you will. And even if you don't finish, what will it matter? You talk as though it were a crime. Arkady, said Vasya, looking at his friend with such meaning that Arkady was quite frightened, for Vasya had never been so agitated before. If I were alone, as I used to be... No, I don't mean that. I keep wanting to tell you as a friend, to confide in you. But why worry you, though? You see, Arkady, to some much is given, others do a little thing as I do. Well, if gratitude, appreciation is expected of you, and you can't give it... Vasya, I don't understand you in the least. I have never been ungrateful, Vasya went on softly, as though speaking to himself. But if I am incapable of expressing all I feel, it seems, Arkady, as though I am really ungrateful, and that's killing me. What next? What next? As though gratitude meant nothing more than your finishing that copy in time? Just think what you are saying, Vasya. Is that the whole expression of gratitude? Vasya sank into silence at once, and looked open-eyed at Arkady, as though his unexpected argument had settled all his doubts. He even smiled, but the same melancholy expression came back to his face at once. Arkady, taking this smile as a sign that all his uneasiness was over, and the look that succeeded it as an indication that he was determined to do better, was greatly relieved. Well, brother Arkasha, you will wake up, said Vasya. Keep an eye on me. If I fall asleep, it will be dreadful. I'll set to work now. Arkasha? What? Oh, it's nothing. I meant... Vasya settled himself and said no more. Arkady got into bed. Neither of them said one word about their friends, the Artemyevs. Perhaps both of them felt that they had been a little to blame, and that they ought not to have gone for their jaunt when they did. Arkady soon fell asleep, still worried about Vasya. To his own surprise he woke up exactly at 8 o'clock in the morning. Vasya was asleep in his chair, with the pen in his hand, pale and exhausted. The candle had burnt out. Mavra was busy getting the samovar ready in the kitchen.
End of Part 2. Section 19 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karina Schultz. A Faint Heart by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 3. "Vasya! Vasya!" Arkady cried in alarm. "When did you fall asleep?" Vasya opened his eyes and jumped up from his chair. "Oh!" he cried. "I must have fallen asleep." He flew to the papers. Everything was right. All were in order. There was not a blot of ink, nor spot of grease from the candle on them. "I think I must have fallen asleep about 6 o'clock," said Vasya. "How cold it is in the night. Let us have tea and I will go on again." "Do you feel better?" Yes, I'm all right. I'm all right now." "A happy new year to you, brother Vasya." "And to you too, brother. The same to you, dear boy." They embraced each other. Vasya's chin was quivering and his eyes were moist. Arkady Ivanovitch was silent. He felt sad. They drank their tea hastily. "Arkady, I've made up my mind. I am going myself to Yulian Mastakovitch." "Why, he wouldn't notice." "But my conscience feels ill at ease, brother."
But you know it's for his sake you are sitting here. It's for his sake you are wearing yourself out."
"Enough."
"Do you know what, brother? I'll go round and see."
"Whom?" asked Vasya.
"The Artemyevs. I'll take them your good wishes for the new year as well as mine."
"My dear fellow. Well, I'll stay here. And I see it's a good idea of yours. I shall be working here. I shan't waste my time. Wait 1 minute, I'll write a note."
"Yes, do, brother, do. There's plenty of time. I've still to wash and shave and to brush my best coat. Well, Vasya, we are going to be contented and happy. Embrace me, Vasya."
"Ah, if only we may, brother." "Does Mr. Shumkov live here?" They heard a child's voice on the stairs. "Yes, my dear, yes," said Mavra, showing the visitor in.
"What's that? What is it?" cried Vasya, leaping up from the table and rushing to the entry. "Petinka, you?"
"Good morning. I have the honor to wish you a happy new year, Vasily Petrovitch," said a pretty boy of 10 years old with curly black hair. "Sister sends you her love, and so does Mamma, and Sister told me to give you a kiss for her."
Vasya caught the messenger up in the air and printed a long enthusiastic kiss on his lips, which were very much like Lizanka's. "Kiss him, Arkady," he said, handing Petya to him, and without touching the ground the boy was transferred to Arkady Ivanovitch's powerful and eager arms.
"Will you have some breakfast, dear?" "Thank you, very much. We have had it already. We got up early today. The others have gone to church. Sister was 2 hours curling my hair and pomading it, washing me and mending my trousers, for I tore them yesterday playing with Shashka in the street. We were snowballing. Well, well, well. So she dressed me up to come and see you, and then pomaded my head, and then gave me a regular kissing. She said, 'Go to Vasya, wish him a happy new year, and ask whether they are happy, whether they had a good night, and to ask something else, oh, yes, whether you had finished the work you spoke of yesterday, when you were there. Oh, I've got it all written down,' said the boy, reading from a slip of paper which he took out of his pocket. 'Yes, they were uneasy.' It will be finished, it will be. Tell her that it will be. I shall finish it, on my word of honor. And something else. Oh, yes, I forgot. Sister sent a little note, and a present, and I was forgetting it. My goodness. Oh, you little darling. Where is it? Where is it? That's it. Oh, look, brother, see what she writes. The darling, the precious. You know I saw there yesterday a paper case for me. It's not finished, so she says. I am sending you a lock of my hair, and the other will come later. Look, brother, look!" And overwhelmed with rapture, he showed Arkady Ivanovitch a curl of luxuriant jet black hair. Then he kissed it fervently and put it in his breast pocket, nearest his heart.
"Vasya, I shall get you a locket for that curl," Arkady Ivanovitch said resolutely at last. "And we are going to have hot veal, and tomorrow brains. Mamma wants to make cakes, but we are not going to have millet porridge," said the boy after a moment's thought, to wind up his budget of interesting items. "Oh, what a pretty boy!" cried Arkady Ivanovitch. "Vasya, you are the happiest of mortals." The boy finished his tea, took from Vasya a note, 1,000 kisses, and went out happy and frolicsome as before. "Well, brother," began Arkady Ivanovitch, highly delighted, "you see how splendid it all is. You see, everything is going well. Don't be downcast, don't be uneasy. Go ahead, get it done, Vasya, get it done. I'll be home at 2 o'clock. I'll go round to them and then to Yulian Mastakovitch. Well, goodbye, brother, goodbye. Oh, if only... Very good, you go, very good," said Vasya. "Then I really won't go to Yulian Mastakovitch." "Goodbye." "Stay, brother, stay, tell them... Well, whatever you think fit. Kiss her and give me a full account of everything afterwards." "Come, come, of course, I know all about it. This happiness has upset you, the suddenness of it all. You've not been yourself since yesterday. You have not got over the excitement of yesterday. Well, it's settled. Now try and get over it, Vasya. Goodbye, goodbye." At last the friends parted. All the morning Arkady Ivanovitch was preoccupied and could think of nothing but Vasya. He knew his weak, highly nervous character. "Yes, this happiness has upset him. I was right there," he said to himself. "Upon my word, he has made me quite depressed too. That man will make a tragedy of anything. What a feverish creature. Oh, I must save him, I must save him," said Arkady, not noticing that he himself was exaggerating into something serious, a slight trouble, in reality quite trivial. Only at 11 o'clock he reached the porter's lodge of Yulian Mastakovitch's house, to add his modest name to the long list of illustrious persons who had written their names on a sheet of blotted and scribbled paper in the porter's lodge. What was his surprise when he saw just above his own the signature of Vasya Shumkov! It amazed him. "What's the matter with him?" he thought. Arkady Ivanovitch, who had just been so buoyant with hope, came out feeling upset. There was certainly going to be trouble, but how? And in what form? He reached the Artemyevs with gloomy forebodings. He seemed absent-minded from the first, and after talking a little with Lizanka, went away with tears in his eyes. He was really anxious about Vasya. He went home running, and on the Neva came full tilt upon Vasya himself. The latter, too, was uneasy. "Where are you going?" cried Arkady Ivanovitch. Vasya stopped as though he had been caught in a crime. "Oh, it's nothing, brother. I wanted to go for a walk." "You could not stand it, and have been to the Artemyevs? Oh, Vasya, Vasya, why did you go to Yulian Mastakovitch?" Vasya did not answer, but then with a wave of his hand he said, "Arkady, I don't know what is the matter with me. Come, come, Vasya, I know what it is. Calm yourself. You've been excited and overwrought ever since yesterday. Only think, it's not much to bear. Everybody's fond of you, everybody's ready to do anything for you. Your work is getting on all right. You will get it done, you will certainly get it done. I know that you have been imagining something. You have had apprehensions about something. No, it's all right, it's all right. Do you remember, Vasya, do you remember it was the same with you once before? Do you remember when you got your promotion? In your joy and thankfulness you were so zealous that you spoilt all your work for a week. It is just the same with you now." "Yes, yes, Arkady, but now it is different, it is not that at all." "How is it different? And very likely the work is not urgent at all, while you are killing yourself." "It's nothing, it's nothing. I am all right, it's nothing. Well, come along." "Why, are you going home, and not to them?" "Yes, brother. How could I have the face to turn up there? I have changed my mind. It was only that I could not stay on alone without you.
Now you are coming back with me. I'll sit down to write again. Let us go." They walked along and for some time were silent. Vasya was in haste. "Why don't you ask me about them?" said Arkady Ivanovitch. "Oh, yes. Well, Arkasha, what about them?" "Vasya, you are not like yourself." "Oh, I am all right. I am all right. Tell me everything, Arkasha," said Vasya, in an imploring voice, as though to avoid further explanations. Arkady Ivanovitch sighed. He felt utterly at a loss, looking at Vasya. His account of their friends roused Vasya. He even grew talkative. They had dinner together. Lizanka's mother had filled Arkady Ivanovitch's pockets with little cakes, and eating them the friends grew more cheerful. After dinner Vasya promised to take a nap, so as to sit up all night. He did, in fact, lie down. In the morning someone whom it was impossible to refuse had invited Arkady Ivanovitch to tea. The friends parted. Arkady promised to come back as soon as he could, by 8 o'clock if possible. The 3 hours of separation seemed to him like 3 years. At last he got away and rushed back to Vasya. When he went into the room he found it in darkness. Vasya was not at home. He asked Mavra. Mavra said that he had been writing all the time and had not slept at all. Then he had paced up and down the room, and after that, an hour before, he had run out, saying he would be back in half an hour. "And when," says he, "Arkady Ivanovitch comes in, tell him, old woman," says he, Mavra told him in conclusion, "that I have gone out for a walk," and he repeated the order 3 or 4 times. He is at the Artemyevs', thought Arkady Ivanovitch, and he shook his head. A minute later he jumped up with renewed hope. "He has simply finished," he thought. "That's all it is. He couldn't wait, but ran off there. But no, he would have waited for me. Let's have a peep what he has there." He lighted a candle and ran to Vasya's writing table. The work had made progress and it looked as though there were not much left to do. Arkady Ivanovitch was about to investigate further when Vasya himself walked in. "Oh, you are here?" he cried with a start of dismay. Arkady Ivanovitch was silent. He was afraid to question Vasya. The latter dropped his eyes and remained silent too, as he began sorting the papers. At last their eyes met. The look in Vasya's was so beseeching, imploring, and broken that Arkady shuddered when he saw it. His heart quivered and was full. "Vasya, my dear boy, what is it? What's wrong?" he cried, rushing to him and squeezing him in his arms. "Explain to me, I don't understand you. And your depression, what is the matter with you, my poor tormented boy? What is it? Tell me all about it, without hiding anything. It can't be only this." Vasya held him tight and could say nothing. He could scarcely breathe. "Don't, Vasya, don't! Well, if you don't finish it, what then? I don't understand you. Tell me your trouble. You see, it is for your sake oh dear, he said, walking up and down the room and clutching at everything he came across, as though seeking at once some remedy for Vasya. "I will go to Yulian Mastakovitch instead of you tomorrow. I will ask him, entreat him to let you have another day. I will explain it all to him, anything, if it worries you so." "God forbid!" cried Vasya, and turned as white as the wall. He could scarcely stand on his feet. "Vasya, Vasya!" Vasya pulled himself together. His lips were quivering. He tried to say something, but could only convulsively squeeze Arkady's hand in silence. His hand was cold. Arkady stood facing him, full of anxious and miserable suspense. Vasya raised his eyes again. "Vasya, God bless you, Vasya! You wring my heart, my dear boy, my friend!" Tears gushed from Vasya's eyes. He flung himself on Arkady's bosom. "I have deceived you, Arkady," he said. "I have deceived you. Forgive me, forgive me. I have been faithless to your friendship." "What is it, Vasya? What is the matter?" asked Arkady in real alarm. "Look!" And with a gesture of despair Vasya tossed out of the drawer onto the table 6 thick manuscripts, similar to the one he had copied.
What's this?" "What I have to get through by the day after tomorrow. I haven't done a quarter. Don't ask me how it has happened," Vasya went on, speaking at once of what was distressing him so terribly. "Arkady, dear friend, I don't know myself what came over me. I feel as though I were coming out of a dream. I have wasted 3 weeks doing nothing. I kept going to see her. My heart was aching. I was tormented by the uncertainty. I could not write. I did not even think about it. Only now, when happiness is at hand for me, I have come to my senses." "Vasya," began Arkady Ivanovitch resolutely, "Vasya, I will save you. I understand it all. It's a serious matter. I will save you. Listen to me. I will go to Yulian Mastakovitch tomorrow. Don't shake your head. No, listen. I will tell him exactly how it has all been. Let me do that. I will explain to him. I will go into everything. I will tell him how crushed you are, how you are worrying yourself." "Do you know that you are killing me now?" Vasya brought out, turning cold with horror. Arkady Ivanovitch turned pale, but at once, controlling himself, laughed. "Is that all? Is that all?" he said. "Upon my word, Vasya, upon my word. Aren't you ashamed? Come, listen. I see that I am grieving you. You see, I understand you. I know what is passing in your heart. Why, we have been living together for 5 years, thank God. You are such a kind, soft-hearted fellow, but weak, unpardonably weak. Why, even Lisaveta Mikhailovna has noticed it. And you are a dreamer, and that's a bad thing, too. You may go from bad to worse, brother. I tell you, I know what you want. You would like Yulian Mastakovitch, for instance, to be beside himself, and maybe to give a ball, too, from joy, because you are going to get married. Stop, you are frowning. You see that at one word from me you are offended on Yulian Mastakovitch's account. I'll let him alone. You know I respect him just as much as you do. But, argue as you may, you can't prevent my thinking that you would like there to be no one unhappy in the whole world when you are getting married. Yes, brother, you must admit that you would like me, for instance, your best friend, to come in for a fortune of 100,000 all of a sudden. You would like all the enemies in the world to be suddenly, for no rhyme or reason, reconciled, so that in their joy they might all embrace one another in the middle of the street, and then, perhaps, come here to call on you. Vasya, my dear boy, I am not laughing. It is true, you've said as much to me long ago, in different ways. Because you are happy, you want everyone, absolutely everyone, to become happy at once. It hurts you and troubles you to be happy alone. And so you want at once to do your utmost to be worthy of that happiness, and maybe to do some great deed to satisfy your conscience. Oh, I understand how ready you are to distress yourself for having suddenly been remiss just where you ought to have shown your zeal, your capacity, well, maybe your gratitude, as you say. It is very bitter for you to think that Yulian Mastakovitch may frown and even be angry when he sees that you have not justified the expectations he had of you. It hurts you to think that you may hear reproaches from the man you look upon as your benefactor, and at such a moment, when your heart is full of joy and you don't know on whom to lavish your gratitude. Isn't that true? It is, isn't it? Arkady Ivanovitch, whose voice was trembling, paused, and drew a deep breath. Vasya looked affectionately at his friend. A smile passed over his lips. His face even lighted up, as though with a gleam of hope. "Well, listen then," Arkady Ivanovitch began again, growing more hopeful. "There's no necessity that you should forfeit Yulian Mastakovitch's favour. Is there, dear boy? Is there any question of it? And since it is so," said Arkady, jumping up, "I shall sacrifice myself for you. I am going tomorrow to Yulian Mastakovitch, and don't oppose me. You magnify your failure to a crime, Vasya. Yulian Mastakovitch is magnanimous and merciful, And what is more, he is not like you. He will listen to you and me, and get us out of our trouble, brother Vasya. Well, are you calmer? Vasya pressed his friend's hands with tears in his eyes. Hush, hush, Arkady, he said. The thing is settled. I haven't finished, so very well. If I haven't finished, I haven't finished, and there's no need for you to go. I will tell him all about it. I will go myself. I am calmer now. I am perfectly calm. Only you mustn't go. But listen. Vasya, my dear boy, Arkady Ivanovitch cried joyfully, I judged from what you said. I am glad that you have thought better of things and have recovered yourself. But whatever may befall you, whatever happens, I am with you, remember that. I see that it worries you to think of my speaking to Yulian Mastakovitch, and I won't say a word, not a word. You shall tell him yourself. You see, you shall go tomorrow. Oh no, you had better not go. You'll go on writing here, you see. And I'll find out about this work, whether it is very urgent or not, whether it must be done by the time or not. And if you don't finish it in time, what will come of it? Then I will run back to you. Do you see? Do you see there is still hope? Suppose the work is not urgent, it may be all right. Yulian Mastakovitch may not remember, then all is saved. Vasya shook his head doubtfully, but his grateful eyes never left his friend's face. Come, that's enough. I am so weak, so tired, he said, sighing. I don't want to think about it. Let us talk of something else. I won't write either now. Do you know, I'll only finish 2 short pages just to get to the end of a passage. Listen, I have long wanted to ask you, how is it you know me so well? Tears dropped from Vasya's eyes on Arkady's hand. If you knew, Vasya, how fond I am of you, you would not ask that, yes. Yes, yes, Arkady, I don't know that, because I don't know why you are so fond of me. Yes, Arkady, do you know? Even your love has been killing me. Do you know, ever so many times, particularly when I am thinking of you in bed, for I always think of you when I am falling asleep, I shed tears, and my heart throbs at the thought, well, at the thought that you are so fond of me, while I can do nothing to relieve my heart, can do nothing to repay you. You see, Vasya, you see what a fellow you are. Why, how upset you are now, said Arkady, whose heart ached at that moment and who remembered the scene in the street the day before. Nonsense. You want me to be calm, but I never have been so calm and happy. Do you know? Listen, I want to tell you all about it, but I am afraid of wounding you. You keep scolding me and being vexed, and I am afraid. See how I am trembling now. I don't know why. You see, this is what I want to say. I feel as though I had never known myself before. Yes, I only began to understand other people too, yesterday. I did not feel or appreciate things fully, brother. My heart was hard. Listen, how has it happened that I have never done good to anyone in the world? Because I couldn't. I am not even pleasant to look at, but everybody does me good. You, to begin with. Do you suppose I don't see that? Only I said nothing. Hush, Vasya. Oh, Arkasha, it's all right, Vasya interrupted, hardly able to articulate for tears. I talked to you yesterday about Yulian Mastakovitch, and you know yourself how stern and severe he is. Even you have come in for a reprimand from him. Yet he deigned to jest with me yesterday, to show his affection and kind-heartedness, which he prudently conceals from everyone. Come, Vasya, that only shows you deserve your good fortune. Oh, Arkasha, how I long to finish all this. No, I shall ruin my good luck. I feel that. Oh no, not through that, Vasya added, seeing that Arkady glanced at the heap of urgent work lying on the table. That's nothing. That's only paper covered with writing. It's nonsense. That matter's settled. I went to see them today, Arkasha.
I did not go in. I felt depressed and sad. I simply stood at the door. She was playing the piano. I listened. You see, Arkady," he went on, dropping his voice, "I did not dare to go in." "I say, Vasya, what is the matter with you? You look at one so strangely." "Oh, it's nothing. I feel a little sick. My legs are trembling. It's because I sat up last night. Yes, everything looks green before my eyes. It's here, here." He pointed to his heart. He fainted. When he came to himself, Arkady tried to take forcible measures. He tried to compel him to go to bed. Nothing would induce Vasya to consent. He shed tears, wrung his hands, wanted to write, was absolutely set on finishing his 2 pages. To avoid exciting him, Arkady let him sit down to the work. "Do you know," said Vasya, as he settled himself in his place, "an idea has occurred to me. There is hope." He smiled to Arkady, and his pale face lighted up with a gleam of hope. "I will take him what is done the day after tomorrow. About the rest I will tell a lie. I will say it has been burnt, that it has been sopped in water, that I have lost it, that in fact I have not finished it. I cannot lie. I will explain. Do you know what? I'll explain to him all about it. I will tell him how it was that I could not... I'll tell him about my love. He has got married himself just lately. He'll understand me. I will do it all, of course, respectfully, quietly. He will see my tears and be touched by them. Yes, of course, you must go. You must go and explain to him, but there's no need of tears. Tears for what? Really, Vasya, you quite scare me. Yes, I'll go, but now let me write. Let me write, Arkasha. I am not interfering with anyone. Let me write. End of Part 3. Section 20 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karina Schultz. A Faint Heart by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 4. Arkady flung himself on the bed. He had no confidence in Vasya, no confidence at all. Vasya was capable of anything, but to ask forgiveness for what? How? That was not the point. The point was that Vasya had not carried out his obligations, that Vasya felt guilty in his own eyes, felt that he was ungrateful to destiny, that Vasya was crushed, overwhelmed by happiness and thought himself unworthy of it, that, in fact, he was simply trying to find an excuse to go off his head on that point, and that he had not recovered from the unexpectedness of what had happened the day before. "That's what it is," thought Arkady Ivanovitch. "I must save him. I must reconcile him to himself. He will be his own ruin." He thought, and resolved to go at once next day to Yulian Mastakovitch and to tell him all about it. Vasya was sitting writing. Arkady Ivanovitch, worn out, lay down to think things over again, and only woke at daybreak. "Damnation again!" he cried, looking at Vasya. The latter was still sitting writing. Arkady rushed up to him, seized him and forcibly put him to bed. Vasya was smiling. His eyes were closing with sleep. He could hardly speak. "I wanted to go to bed," he said. "Do you know, Arkady, I have an idea. I shall finish. I made my pen go faster. I could not have sat at it any longer. Wake me at 8 o'clock." Without finishing his sentence, he dropped asleep and slept like the dead. "Mavra," said Arkady Ivanovitch to Mavra, who came in with the tea, "he asked to be waked in an hour. Don't wake him on any account. Let him sleep 10 hours if he can. Do you understand?" "I understand, sir." "Don't get the dinner. Don't bring in the wood. Don't make a noise or it will be the worse for you. If he asks for me, tell him I have gone to the office. Do you understand?" "I understand, bless you, sir.
Let him sleep and welcome. I am glad my gentlemen should sleep well, and I take good care of their things. And about that cup that was broken, and you blamed me, your honor, it wasn't me, it was poor pussy broke it. I ought to have kept an eye on her. Sh, you confounded thing, I said. Hush, be quiet, be quiet. Arkady Ivanovitch followed Mavra out into the kitchen, asked for the key and locked her up there. Then he went to the office. On the way he considered how he could present himself before Yulian Mastakovitch, and whether it would be appropriate and not impertinent. He went into the office timidly, and timidly inquired whether His Excellency were there. Receiving the answer that he was not and would not be, Arkady Ivanovitch instantly thought of going to his flat, but reflected very prudently that if Yulian Mastakovitch had not come to the office, he would certainly be busy at home. He remained. The hours seemed to him endless. Indirectly he inquired about the work entrusted to Shumkov, but no one knew anything about this. All that was known was that Yulian Mastakovitch did employ him on special jobs, but what they were no one could say. At last it struck 3 o'clock, and Arkady Ivanovitch rushed out, eager to get home. In the vestibule he was met by a clerk, who told him that Vasily Petrovitch Shumkov had come about 1 o'clock and asked, the clerk added, whether you were here and whether Yulian Mastakovitch had been here. Hearing this, Arkady Ivanovitch took a sledge and hastened home beside himself with alarm. Shumkov was at home. He was walking about the room in violent excitement. Glancing at Arkady Ivanovitch, he immediately controlled himself, reflected, and hastened to conceal his emotion. He sat down to his papers without a word. He seemed to avoid his friend's questions, seemed to be bothered by them, to be pondering to himself on some plan, and deciding to conceal his decision because he could not reckon further on his friend's affection. This struck Arkady, and his heart ached with a poignant and oppressive pain. He sat on the bed and began turning over the leaves of some book, the only one he had in his possession, keeping his eye on poor Vasya. But Vasya remained obstinately silent, writing, and not raising his head. So passed several hours, and Arkady's misery reached an extreme point. At last, at 11 o'clock, Vasya lifted his head and looked with a fixed, vacant stare at Arkady. Arkady waited. 2 or 3 minutes passed. Vasya did not speak. " Vasya !" cried Arkady. Vasya made no answer. " Vasya !" he repeated, jumping up from the bed. " Vasya, what is the matter with you ? What is it ?" he cried, running up to him. Vasya raised his eyes and again looked at him with the same vacant, fixed stare. " He's in a trance," thought Arkady, trembling all over with fear. He seized a bottle of water, raised Vasya, poured some water on his head, moistened his temples, rubbed his hands in his own, and Vasya came to himself. " Vasya, Vasya !" cried Arkady, unable to restrain his tears. " Vasya, save yourself, rouse yourself, rouse yourself." He could say no more, but held him tight in his arms. A look as of some oppressive sensation passed over Vasya's face. He rubbed his forehead and clutched at his head as though he were afraid it would burst. " I don't know what is the matter with me," he added at last. " I feel torn to pieces. Come, it's all right, it's all right, give over, Arkady, don't grieve," he repeated, looking at him with sad, exhausted eyes. " Why be so anxious ? Come." " You comforting me !" cried Arkady, whose heart was torn. " Vasya," he said at last, " lie down and have a little nap, won't you ? Don't wear yourself out for nothing. You'll set to work better afterwards." " Yes, yes," said Vasya, " by all means, I'll lie down, very good. Yes, you see I meant to finish, but now I've changed my mind, yes." And Arkady led him to the bed. " Listen, Vasya," he said firmly, " we must settle this matter finally. Tell me, what were you thinking about ?"" Oh," said Vasya, with a flourish of his weak hand, turning over on the other side. " Come, Vasya, come, make up your mind. I don't want to hurt you. I can't be silent any longer. You won't sleep till you've made up your mind, I know."
As you like, Vasya repeated enigmatically. He will give in, thought Arkady Ivanovitch. Attend to me, Vasya, he said. Remember what I say, and I will save you tomorrow. Tomorrow I will decide your fate. What am I saying, your fate? You have so frightened me, Vasya, that I am using your own words. Fate indeed. It's simply nonsense, rubbish. You don't want to lose Yulian Mastakovitch's favor affection, if you like. No, and you won't lose it. You will see. Arkady Ivanovitch would have said more, but Vasya interrupted him. He sat up in bed, put both arms round Arkady Ivanovitch's neck, and kissed him. Enough, he said in a weak voice. Enough, say no more about that. And again he turned his face to the wall. My goodness, thought Arkady. My goodness, what is the matter with him? He is utterly lost. What has he in his mind? He will be his own undoing. Arkady looked at him in despair. If he were to fall ill, thought Arkady, perhaps it would be better. His trouble would pass off with illness, and that might be the best way of settling the whole business. But what nonsense I am talking. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, Vasya seemed to be asleep. Arkady Ivanovitch was relieved. A good sign, he thought. He made up his mind to sit beside him all night. But Vasya was restless. He kept twitching and tossing about on the bed, and opening his eyes for an instant. At last exhaustion got the upper hand. He slept like the dead. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Arkady Ivanovitch began to doze in the chair with his elbow on the table. He had a strange and agitated dream. He kept fancying that he was not asleep and that Vasya was still lying on the bed, but, strange to say, he fancied that Vasya was pretending, that he was deceiving him, that he was getting up, stealthily watching him out of the corner of his eye, and was stealing up to the writing table. Arkady felt a scalding pain at his heart. He felt vexed and sad and oppressed to see Vasya not trusting him, hiding and concealing himself from him. He tried to catch hold of him, to call out, to carry him to the bed, then Vasya kept shrieking in his arms, and he laid on the bed a lifeless corpse. He opened his eyes and woke up. Vasya was sitting before him at the table, writing. Hardly able to believe his senses, Arkady glanced at the bed. Vasya was not there. Arkady jumped up in a panic, still under the influence of his dream. Vasya did not stir. He went on writing. All at once Arkady noticed with horror that Vasya was moving a dry pen over the paper, was turning over perfectly blank pages, and hurrying to fill up the paper, as though he were doing his work in a most thorough and efficient way. No, this is not a trance, thought Arkady Ivanovitch, and he trembled all over. Vasya, Vasya, speak to me, he cried, clutching him by the shoulder. But Vasya did not speak. He went on as before, scribbling with a dry pen over the paper. At last I have made the pen go faster, he said, without looking up at Arkady. Arkady seized his hand and snatched away the pen. A moan broke from Vasya. He dropped his hand and raised his eyes to Arkady. Then, with an air of misery and exhaustion, he passed his hand over his forehead as though he wanted to shake off some leaden weight that was pressing upon his whole being. And slowly, as though lost in thought, he let his head sink on his breast. Vasya! Vasya! Cried Arkady in despair. Vasya! A minute later Vasya looked at him. Tears stood in his large blue eyes, and his pale, mild face wore a look of infinite suffering. He whispered something. What? What is it? Cried Arkady, bending down to him. What for? Why are they doing it to me? Whispered Vasya. What for? What have I done? Vasya, what is it? What are you afraid of? What is it? Cried Arkady, wringing his hands in despair. Why are they sending me for a soldier? Said Vasya, looking his friend straight in the face. Why is it? What have I done? Arkady's hair stood on end with horror. He refused to believe his ears. He stood over him, half dead. A minute later he pulled himself together. "It's nothing, it's only for the minute," he said to himself, with pale face and blue quivering lips, and he hastened to put on his outdoor things. He meant to run straight for a doctor. All at once Vasya called to him. Arkady rushed to him and clasped him in his arms like a mother whose child is being torn from her. "Arkady, Arkady, don't tell anyone, don't tell anyone, do you hear? It is my trouble, I must bear it alone." "What is it? What is it? Rouse yourself! Vasya, rouse yourself!" Vasya sighed and slow tears trickled down his cheeks. "Why kill her? How is she to blame?" he muttered in an agonized, heartrending voice. "The sin is mine, the sin is mine." He was silent for a moment. "Farewell, my love, farewell, my love," he whispered, shaking his luckless head. Arkady started, pulled himself together, and would have rushed for the doctor. "Let us go, it is time!" cried Vasya, carried away by Arkady's last movement. "Let us go, brother, let us go, I am ready. You lead the way." He paused and looked at Arkady with a downcast and mistrustful face. "Vasya, for goodness' sake, don't follow me. Wait for me here. I will come back to you directly, directly," said Arkady Ivanovitch, losing his head and snatching up his cap to run for a doctor. Vasya sat down at once. He was quiet and docile, but there was a gleam of some desperate resolution in his eye. Arkady turned back, snatched up from the table an open penknife, looked at the poor fellow for the last time, and ran out of the flat. It was 8 o'clock. It had been broad daylight for some time in the room. He found no one. He was running about for a full hour. All the doctors whose addresses he had got from the house porter when he inquired of the latter whether there were no doctor living in the building, had gone out, either to their work or on their private affairs. There was one who saw patients. This one questioned at length and in detail the servant who announced that Nefedevitch had called, asking him who it was, from whom he came, what was the matter, and concluded by saying that he could not go, that he had a great deal to do, and that patients of that kind ought to be taken to a hospital. Then Arkady, exhausted, agitated, and utterly taken aback by this turn of affairs, cursed all the doctors on earth, and rushed home in the utmost alarm about Vasya. He ran into the flat. Mavra, as though there were nothing the matter, went on scrubbing the floor, breaking up wood and preparing to light the stove. He went into the room. There was no trace of Vasya. He had gone out. "Which way? Where? Where will the poor fellow be off to?" thought Arkady, frozen with terror. He began questioning Mavra. She knew nothing, had neither seen nor heard him go out, God bless him. Nefedevitch rushed off to the Artemyevs. It occurred to him for some reason that he must be there. It was 10 o'clock by the time he arrived. They did not expect him, knew nothing, and had heard nothing. He stood before them, frightened, distressed, and asked where was Vasya. The mother's legs gave way under her. She sank back on the sofa. Lizanka, trembling with alarm, began asking what had happened. What could he say? Arkady Ivanovitch got out of it as best he could, invented some tale which of course was not believed, and fled, leaving them distressed and anxious. He flew to his department that he might not be too late there, and he let them know that steps might be taken at once. On the way it occurred to him that Vasya would be at Yulian Mastakovitch's. That was more likely than anything. Arkady had thought of that first of all, even before the Artemyevs. As he drove by His Excellency's door, he thought of stopping, but at once told the driver to go straight on. He made up his mind to try and find out whether anything had happened at the office, and if he were not there, to go to His Excellency, ostensibly to report on Vasya. Someone must be informed of it. As soon as he got into the waiting room, he was surrounded by fellow clerks, for the most part young men of his own standing in the service. With one voice they began asking him what had happened to Vasya. At the same time they all told him that Vasya had gone out of his mind and thought that he was to be sent for a soldier as a punishment for having neglected his work. Arkady Ivanovitch, answering them in all directions, or rather avoiding giving a direct answer to anyone, rushed into the inner room. On the way he learned that Vasya was in Yulian Mastakovitch's private room, that everyone had been there, and that Esper Ivanovitch had gone in there too. He was stopped on the way. One of the senior clerks asked him who he was and what he wanted. Without distinguishing the person, he said something about Vasya, and went straight into the room. He heard Yulian Mastakovitch's voice from within. "Where are you going?" someone asked him at the very door. Arkady Ivanovitch was almost in despair. He was on the point of turning back, but through the open door he saw his poor Vasya. He pushed the door and squeezed his way into the room. Everyone seemed to be in confusion and perplexity, because Yulian Mastakovitch was apparently much chagrined. All the more important personages were standing about him talking, and coming to no decision. At a little distance stood Vasya. Arkady's heart sank when he looked at him. Vasya was standing, pale, with his head up, stiffly erect, like a recruit before a new officer, with his feet together and his hands held rigidly at his sides. He was looking Yulian Mastakovitch straight in the face. Arkady was noticed at once, and someone who knew that they lodged together mentioned the fact to His Excellency. Arkady was led up to him. He tried to make some answer to the questions put to him, glanced at Yulian Mastakovitch, and seeing on his face a look of genuine compassion, began trembling and sobbing like a child. He even did more. He snatched His Excellency's hand and held it to his eyes, wetting it with his tears, so that Yulian Mastakovitch was obliged to draw it hastily away, and waving it in the air, said, "Come, my dear fellow, come, I see you have a good heart." Arkady sobbed and turned an imploring look on everyone. It seemed to him that they were all brothers of his dear Vasya, that they were all worried and weeping about him. How has it happened? How has it happened?" asked Yulian Mastakovitch. "What has sent him out of his mind?" Gratitude," was all Arkady Ivanovitch could articulate. Everyone heard his answer with amazement, and it seemed strange and incredible to everyone that a man could go out of his mind from gratitude. Arkady explained as best he could. "Good heavens, what a pity!" said Yulian Mastakovitch at last. "And the work entrusted to him was not important and not urgent in the least. It was not worth while for a man to kill himself over it. Well, take him away." At this point Yulian Mastakovitch turned to Arkady Ivanovitch again and began questioning him once more. "He begs," he said, pointing to Vasya, "that some girl should not be told of this. Who is she? His betrothed, I suppose?" Arkady began to explain. Meanwhile Vasya seemed to be thinking of something, as though he were straining his memory to the utmost to recall some important, necessary matter, which was particularly wanted at this moment. From time to time he looked round with a distressed face, as though hoping someone would remind him of what he had forgotten. He fastened his eyes on Arkady. All of a sudden there was a gleam of hope in his eyes. He moved with the left leg forward, took 3 steps as smartly as he could, clicking with his right boot as soldiers do when they move forward at the call from their officer. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. "I have a physical defect and am small and weak, and I am not fit for military service, Your Excellency," he said abruptly. At that, everyone in the room felt a pang at his heart, and, firm as was Yulian Mastakovitch's character, tears trickled from his eyes. "Take him away," he said with a wave of his hands. "Present," said Vasya in an undertone. He wheeled round to the left and marched out of the room. All who were interested in his fate followed him out. Arkady pushed his way out behind the others. They made Vasya sit down in the waiting room till the carriage came which had been ordered to take him to the hospital. He sat down in silence and seemed in great anxiety. He nodded to anyone he recognized as though saying good-bye. He looked round towards the door every minute and prepared himself to set off when he should be told it was time. People crowded in a close circle round him. They were all shaking their heads and lamenting. Many of them were much impressed by his story, which had suddenly become known. Some discussed his illness, while others expressed their pity and high opinion of Vasya, saying that he was such a quiet, modest young man, that he had been so promising. People described what efforts he had made to learn, how eager he was for knowledge, how he had worked to educate himself. "He had risen by his own efforts from a humble position," someone observed. They spoke with emotion of His Excellency's affection for him. Some of them fell to explaining why Vasya was possessed by the idea that he was being sent for a soldier because he had not finished his work. They said that the poor fellow had so lately belonged to the class liable for military service, and had only received his first grade through the good offices of Yulian Mastakovitch, who had had the cleverness to discover his talent, his docility, and the rare mildness of his disposition. In fact, there was a great number of views and theories. A very short fellow clerk of Vasya's was conspicuous as being particularly distressed. He was not very young, probably about 30. He was pale as a sheet, trembling all over, and smiling queerly, perhaps because any scandalous affair or terrible scene both frightens and at the same time somewhat rejoices the outside spectator. He kept running round the circle that surrounded Vasya, and, as he was so short, stood on tiptoe and caught at the button of everyone, that is, of those with whom he felt entitled to take such a liberty, and kept saying that he knew how it had all happened, that it was not so simple, but a very important matter, that it couldn't be left without further inquiry, then stood on tiptoe again, whispered in someone's ear, nodded his head again 2 or 3 times, and ran round again. At last everything was over. The porter made his appearance, and an attendant from the hospital went up to Vasya and told him it was time to start. Vasya jumped up in a flutter and went with them, looking about him. He was looking about for someone. "Vasya, Vasya!" cried Arkady Ivanovitch, sobbing. Vasya stopped, and Arkady squeezed his way up to him. They flung themselves into each other's arms in a last bitter embrace. It was sad to see them. What monstrous calamity was wringing the tears from their eyes? What were they weeping for? What was their trouble? Why did they not understand one another? "Here, here, take it, take care of it," said Shumkov, thrusting a paper of some kind into Arkady's hand. "They will take it away from me. Bring it me later on, bring it. Take care of it." Vasya could not finish. They called to him. He ran hurriedly downstairs, nodding to everyone, saying good-bye to everyone. There was despair in his face. At last he was put in the carriage and taken away. Arkady made haste to open the paper. It was Liza's curl of black hair, from which Vasya had never parted. Hot tears gushed from Arkady's eyes. Oh, poor Liza! When office hours were over, he went to the Artemyevs'. There is no need to describe what happened there. Even Petya, little Petya, though he could not quite understand what had happened to dear Vasya, went into a corner, hid his face in his little hands, and sobbed in the fullness of his childish heart. It was quite dusk when Arkady returned home. When he reached the Neva he stood still for a minute and turned a keen glance up the river into the smoky frozen thickness of the distance, which was suddenly flushed crimson with the last purple and blood-red glow of sunset, still smouldering on the misty horizon. Night lay over the city, and the wide plain of the Neva, swollen with frozen snow, was shining in the last gleams of the sun, with myriads of sparks of gleaming hoarfrost. There was a frost of 20 degrees. A cloud of frozen steam hung about the overdriven horses and the hurrying people. The condensed atmosphere quivered at the slightest sound, and from all the roofs on both sides of the river, columns of smoke rose up like giants, and floated across the cold sky, intertwining and untwining as they went, so that it seemed new buildings were rising up above the old, a new town was taking shape in the air. It seemed as if all that world, with all its inhabitants, strong and weak, with all their habitations, the refuges of the poor, or the gilded palaces for the comfort of the powerful of this world, was at that twilight hour like a fantastic vision of fairyland, like a dream which in its turn would vanish and pass away like vapour into the dark blue sky. A strange thought came to poor Vasya's forlorn friend. He started, and his heart seemed at that instant flooded with a hot rush of blood kindled by a powerful, overwhelming sensation he had never known before. He seemed only now to understand all the trouble, and to know why his poor Vasya had gone out of his mind. unable to bear his happiness. His lips twitched, his eyes lighted up, he turned pale, and as it were had a clear vision into something new. He became gloomy and depressed and lost all his gaiety. His old lodging grew hateful to him. He took a new room. He did not care to visit the Artemyevs, and indeed he could not. 2 years later he met Lizanka in church. She was by then married. Beside her walked a wet nurse with a tiny baby. They greeted each other and for a long time avoided all mention of the past. Lisa said that, thank God, she was happy, that she was not badly off, that her husband was a kind man, and that she was fond of him. But suddenly in the middle of a sentence her eyes filled with tears, her voice failed, she turned away, and bowed down to the church pavement to hide her grief. End of Part 4, and end of A Faint Heart by Fyodor Dostoevsky.
Section 21 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Christmas Tree and a Wedding by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. The other day I saw a wedding, but no, I had better tell you about the Christmas tree. The wedding was nice, I liked it very much, but the other incident was better. I don't know how it was that, looking at that wedding, I thought of that Christmas tree. This is what happened. Just 5 years ago, on New Year's Eve, I was invited to a children's party. The giver of the party was a well-known and businesslike personage, with connections, with a large circle of acquaintances, and a good many schemes on hand, so that it may be supposed that this party was an excuse for getting the parents together and discussing various interesting matters in an innocent, casual way. I was an outsider. I had no interesting matter to contribute, and so I spent the evening rather independently. There was another gentleman present who was, I fancied, of no special rank or family, and who, like me, had simply turned up at this family festivity. He was the first to catch my eye. He was a tall, lanky man, very grave and very correctly dressed. But one could see that he was in no mood for merrymaking and family festivity. Whenever he withdrew into a corner, he left off smiling and knitted his bushy black brows. He had not a single acquaintance in the party except his host. One could see that he was fearfully bored, but that he was valiantly keeping up the part of a man perfectly happy and enjoying himself. I learned afterwards that this was a gentleman from the provinces, who had a critical and perplexing piece of business in Petersburg, who had brought a letter of introduction to our host, for whom our host was, by no means, con amore, using his interest, and whom he had invited out of civility to his children's party. He did not play cards, cigars were not offered him, everyone avoided entering into conversation with him, most likely recognizing the bird from its feathers. And so my gentleman was forced to sit the whole evening stroking his whiskers simply to have something to do with his hands. His whiskers were certainly very fine, but he stroked them so zealously that, looking at him, one might have supposed that the whiskers were created first and the gentleman only attached to them in order to stroke them. In addition to this individual who assisted in this way at our host's family festivity (he had 5 fat, well-fed boys), I was attracted too by another gentleman. But he was quite of a different sort. He was a personage. He was called Yulian Mastakovitch. From the first glance one could see that he was an honored guest, and stood in the same relation to our host as our host stood in relation to the gentleman who was stroking his whiskers. Our host and hostess said no end of polite things to him, waited on him hand and foot, pressed him to drink, flattered him, brought their visitors up to be introduced to him, but did not take him to be introduced to anyone else. I noticed that tears glistened in our host's eyes when he remarked about the party that he had rarely spent an evening so agreeably. I felt, as it were, frightened in the presence of such a personage, and so, after admiring the children, I went away into a little parlor, which was quite empty, and sat down in an arbor of flowers which filled up almost half the room. The children were all incredibly sweet, and resolutely refused to model themselves on the grown-ups, regardless of all the admonitions of their governesses and mammas. They stripped the Christmas tree to the last sweetmeat in the twinkling of an eye, and had succeeded in breaking half the playthings before they knew what was destined for which. Particularly charming was a black-eyed, curly-headed boy who kept trying to shoot me with his wooden gun. But my attention was still more attracted by his sister, a girl of 11, quiet, dreamy, pale, with big prominent dreamy eyes, exquisite as a little Cupid. The children hurt her feelings in some way, and so she came away from them to the same empty parlor in which I was sitting, and played with her doll in the corner. The visitors respectfully pointed out her father, a wealthy contractor, and someone whispered that 300,000 rubles were already set aside for her dowry. I turned round to glance at the group who were interested in such a circumstance, and my eye fell on Yulian Mastakovich, who, with his hands behind his back and his head on one side, was listening with the greatest attention to these gentlemen's idle gossip. Afterwards I could not help admiring the discrimination of the host and hostess in the distribution of the children's presents. The little girl, who had already a portion of 300,000 rubles, received the costliest doll. Then followed presents diminishing in value in accordance with the rank of the parents of these happy children. Finally, the child of lowest degree, a thin, freckled, red-haired little boy of 10, got nothing but a book of stories about the marvels of nature and tears of devotion, etc., without pictures or even woodcuts. He was the son of a poor widow, the governess of the children of the house, an oppressed and scared little boy. He was dressed in a short jacket of inferior nankin. After receiving his book, he walked round the other toys for a long time. He longed to play with the other children, but did not dare. It was evident that he already felt and understood his position. I love watching children. Their first independent approaches to life are extremely interesting. I noticed that the red-haired boy was so fascinated by the costly toys of the other children, especially by a theater in which he certainly longed to take some part, that he made up his mind to sacrifice his dignity. He smiled and began playing with the other children. He gave away his apple to a fat-faced little boy who had a mass of goodies tied up in a pocket handkerchief already, and even brought himself to carry another boy on his back, simply not to be turned away from the theater. But an insolent youth gave him a heavy thump a minute later. The child did not dare to cry. Then the governess, his mother, made her appearance, and told him not to interfere with the other children's playing. The boy went away to the same room in which was the little girl. She let him join her, and the two set to work very eagerly, dressing the expensive doll. I had been sitting more than half an hour in the ivy arbor, listening to the little prattle of the red-haired boy and the beauty with the dowry of 300,000, who was nursing her doll, when Yulian Mastakovich suddenly walked into the room. He had taken advantage of the general commotion following a quarrel among the children to step out of the drawing-room. I had noticed him a moment before talking very cordially to the future heiress's papa, whose acquaintance he had just made, of the superiority of one branch of the service over another. Now he stood in hesitation and seemed to be reckoning something on his fingers. 300, 300, he was whispering. 11, 12, 13, and so on. 16. 5 years, supposing it is at 4%. 5 times 12 is 60. Yes, to that 60, well, in 5 years we may assume it will be 400. Yes, but he won't stick to 4%, the rascal. He can get 8 or 10. Well, 500, let us say, 500 at least, that's certain. Well, say a little more for frills. His hesitation was at an end, he blew his nose and was on the point of going out of the room when he suddenly glanced at the little girl and stopped short. He did not see me behind the pots of greenery. It seemed to me that he was greatly excited. Either his calculations had affected his imagination or something else, for he rubbed his hands and could hardly stand still. This excitement reached its utmost limit when he stopped and bent another resolute glance at the future heiress. He was about to move forward, but first looked round, then moving on tiptoe as though he felt guilty, he advanced towards the children. He approached with a little smile, bent down and kissed her on the head. The child, not expecting this attack, uttered a cry of alarm. "What are you doing here, sweet child?" he asked in a whisper, looking round and patting the girl's cheek. "We are playing." "Ah, with him?" Julian Mastakovich looked askance at the boy. "You had better go into the drawing-room, my dear," he said to him. The boy looked at him open-eyed and did not utter a word. Julian Mastakovich looked round him again and again bent down to the little girl. "And what is this you've got? A dolly, dear child?" he asked. "Yes, a dolly," answered the child, frowning and a little shy. "A dolly. And do you know, dear child, what your dolly is made of?" "I don't know," the child answered in a whisper, hanging her head. "It's made of rags, darling. You had better go into the drawing-room to your playmates, boy," said Yulian Mastakovich, looking sternly at the boy. The boy and girl frowned and clutched at each other. They did not want to be separated. "And do you know why they gave you that doll?" asked Yulian Mastakovich, dropping his voice to a softer and softer tone. "I don't know." "Because you have been a sweet and well-behaved child all the week." At this point Yulian Mastakovich, more excited than ever, speaking in most dulcet tones, asked at last, in a hardly audible voice choked with emotion and impatience, "And will you love me, dear little girl, when I come and see your papa and mamma?" Saying this, Yulian Mastakovich tried once more to kiss the dear little girl, but the red-haired boy, seeing that the little girl was on the point of tears, clutched her hand and began whimpering from sympathy for her. Yulian Mastakovich was angry in earnest. "Go away from here, go away," he said to the boy. "Go into the drawing-room, go in there to your playmates." "No, he needn't, you go away," said the little girl. Leave him alone," she said, almost crying. Someone made a sound at the door. Yulian Mastakovich instantly raised his majestic person and took alarm. But the red-haired boy was even more alarmed than Yulian Mastakovich. He abandoned the little girl, and, shirking along by the wall, stole out of the parlor into the dining-room. To avoid arousing suspicion, Yulian Mastakovich, too, went into the dining-room. He was as red as a lobster, and, glancing into the looking-glass, seemed to be ashamed at himself. He was perhaps vexed with himself for his impetuosity and hastiness. Possibly he was at first so much impressed by his calculations, so inspired and fascinated by them, that in spite of his seriousness and dignity he made up his mind to behave like a boy, and directly approach the object of his intentions, even though she could not be really the object of his attentions for another 5 years at least. I followed the estimable gentleman into the dining-room, and there beheld a strange spectacle. Yulian Mastakovich, flushed with vexation and anger, was frightening the red-haired boy, who, retreating from him, did not know where to run in his terror. "Go away! What are you doing here? Go away, you scamp! Are you after the fruit here, eh? Get along, you naughty boy! Get along, you sniveller, to your playmates!" The panic-stricken boy in his desperation tried creeping under the table. Then his persecutor, in a fury, took out his large batiste handkerchief and began flicking it under the table at the child, who kept perfectly quiet. It must be observed that Yulian Mastakovich was a little inclined to be fat. He was a sleek, red-faced, solidly built man, paunchy, with thick legs, what is called a fine figure of a man, round as a nut. He was perspiring, breathless, and fearfully flushed. At last he was almost rigid. So great was his indignation, and perhaps, who knows, his jealousy. I burst into loud laughter. Yulian Mastakovitch turned round, and, in spite of all his consequence, was overcome with confusion. At that moment from the opposite door our host came in. The boy crept out from under the table and wiped his elbows and his knees. Yulian Mastakovitch hastened to put to his nose the handkerchief which he was holding in his hand by one end. Our host looked at the three of us in some perplexity, but as a man who knew something of life, and looked at it from a serious point of view, he at once availed himself of the chance of catching his visitor by himself. "Here, this is the boy," he said, pointing to the red-haired boy, "for whom I had the honour to solicit your influence." "Ah," said Yulian Mastakovitch, who had hardly quite recovered himself. "The son of my children's governess," said our host, in the tone of a petitioner. "A poor woman, the widow of an honest civil servant, and therefore, Yulian Mastakovitch, if it were possible—" "Oh, no, no," Yulian Mastakovitch made haste to answer. "No, excuse me, Philip Alexeyevitch, it's quite impossible. I've made inquiries. There's no vacancy, and if there were, there are 20 applicants who have far more claim than he. I am very sorry, very sorry." "What a pity," said our host. "He is a quiet, well-behaved boy." "A great rascal, as I notice," answered Yulian Mastakovitch, with a nervous twist of his lip. "Get along, boy. Why are you standing there? Go to your playmates," he said, addressing the child. At that point he could not contain himself, and glanced at me out of one eye. I, too, could not contain myself, and laughed straight in his face. Yulian Mastakovitch turned away at once, and in a voice calculated to reach my ear, asked who was that strange man. They whispered together and walked out of the room. I saw Yulian Mastakovitch afterwards shaking his head incredulously as our host talked to him. After laughing to my heart's content, I returned to the drawing-room. There the great man, surrounded by fathers and mothers of families, including the host and hostess, was saying something very warmly to a lady to whom he had just been introduced. The lady was holding by the hand the little girl with whom Yulian Mastakovitch had had the scene in the parlour a little while before. Now he was launching into praises and raptures over the beauty, the talents, the grace and the charming manners of the charming child. He was unmistakably making up to the mamma. The mother listened to him almost with tears of delight. The father's lips were smiling. Our host was delighted at the general satisfaction. All the guests, in fact, were sympathetically gratified. Even the children's games were checked that they might not hinder the conversation. The whole atmosphere was saturated with reverence. I heard afterwards the mamma of the interesting child, deeply touched, beg Yulian Mastakovitch, in carefully chosen phrases, to do her the special honour of bestowing upon them the precious gift of his acquaintance, and heard with what unaffected delight Yulian Mastakovitch accepted the invitation, and how afterwards the guests, dispersing in different directions, moving away with the greatest propriety, poured out to one another the most touchingly flattering comments upon the contractor, his wife, his little girl, and above all upon Yulian Mastakovitch. "Is that gentleman married?" I asked, almost aloud, of one of my acquaintances, who was standing nearest to Yulian Mastakovitch. Yulian Mastakovitch flung a searching and vindictive glance at me. "No," answered my acquaintance, chagrined to the bottom of his heart by the awkwardness of which I had intentionally been guilty. "I passed lately by a certain church. I was struck by the crowd of people in carriages. I heard people talking of the wedding. It was a cloudy day, it was beginning to sleet. I made my way through the crowd at the door and saw the bridegroom. He was a sleek, well-fed, round, paunchy man, very gorgeously dressed up. He was running fussily about, giving orders. At last the news passed through the crowd that the bride was coming. I squeezed my way through the crowd and saw a marvellous beauty who could scarcely have reached her first season. But the beauty was pale and melancholy. She looked preoccupied. I even fancied that her eyes were red with recent weeping. The classic severity of every feature of her face gave a certain dignity and seriousness to her beauty. But through that sternness and dignity, through that melancholy, could be seen the look of childish innocence, something indescribably naive, fluid, youthful, which seemed mutely begging for mercy. People were saying that she was only just 16. Glancing attentively at the bridegroom, I suddenly recognized him as Yulian Mastakovich, whom I had not seen for 5 years. I looked at her. My God! I began to squeeze my way as quickly as I could out of the church. I heard people saying in the crowd that the bride was an heiress, that she had a dowry of 500,000, and a trousseau worth ever so much. It was a good stroke of business, though, I thought as I made my way into the street. End of A Christmas Tree and a Wedding by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 22 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Polzunkov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 1. I began to scrutinize the man closely. Even in his exterior there was something so peculiar that it compelled one, however far away one's thoughts might be, to fix one's eyes upon him and go off into the most irrepressible roar of laughter. That is what happened to me. I must observe that the little man's eyes were so mobile, or perhaps he was so sensitive to the magnetism of every eye fixed upon him, that he almost by instinct guessed that he was being observed, turned at once to the observer, and anxiously analyzed his expression. His continual mobility, his turning and twisting, made him look strikingly like a dancing doll. It was strange. He seemed afraid of jeers, in spite of the fact that he was almost getting his living by being a buffoon for all the world, and exposed himself to every buffet in a moral sense and even in a physical one, judging from the company he was in. Voluntary buffoons are not even to be pitied, but I noticed at once that this strange creature, this ridiculous man, was by no means a buffoon by profession. There was still something gentlemanly in him. His very uneasiness, his continual apprehensiveness about himself, were actually a testimony in his favor. It seemed to me that his desire to be obliging was due more to kindness of heart than to mercenary considerations. He readily allowed them to laugh their loudest at him, and in the most unseemly way, to his face. But at the same time, and I am ready to take my oath on it, his heart ached and was sore at the thought that his listeners were so caddishly brutal as to be capable of laughing, not at anything said or done, but at him, at his whole being, at his heart, at his head, at his appearance, at his whole body, flesh and blood. I am convinced that he felt at that moment all the foolishness of his position. But the protest died away in his heart at once, though it invariably sprang up again in the most heroic way. I am convinced that all this was due to nothing else but a kind heart, and not to fear of the inconvenience of being kicked out and being unable to borrow money from someone. This gentleman was forever borrowing money, that is, he asks for alms in that form, when, after playing the fool and entertaining them at his expense, he felt a certain sense entitled to borrow money from them. But, good heavens, what a business the borrowing was, and with what countenance he asked for the loan! I could not have imagined that on such a small space as the wrinkled, angular face of that little man, room could be found, at one and the same time, for so many different grimaces, for such strange, variously characteristic shades of feeling, such absolutely killing expressions. Everything was there, shame and an assumption of insolence, and vexation at the sudden flushing of his face, and anger and fear of failure, and entreaty to be forgiven for having dared to pester, and a sense of his own dignity, and a still greater sense of his own abjectness. All this passed over his face like lightning. For 6 whole years he had struggled along in God's world in this way, and so far had been unable to take up a fitting attitude, at the interesting moment of borrowing money. I need not say that he never could grow callous and completely abject. His heart was too sensitive, too passionate. I will say more. Indeed, in my opinion, he was one of the most honest and honorable men in the world, but with a little weakness of being ready to do anything abject at anyone's bidding, good-naturedly and disinterestedly, simply to oblige a fellow creature. In short, he was what is called a rag, in the fullest sense of the word. The most absurd thing was that he was dressed like anyone else, neither worse nor better, tidily, even with a certain elaborateness, and actually had pretensions to respectability and personal dignity. This external equality and internal inequality, his uneasiness about himself, and at the same time his continual self-deprecation, all this was strikingly incongruous and provocative of laughter and pity. If he had been convinced in his heart, and in spite of his experience, it did happen to him at moments to believe this, that his audience were the most good-natured people in the world, who were simply laughing at something amusing, and not at the sacrifice of his personal dignity, he would most readily have taken off his coat, put it on wrong side outwards, and have walked about the streets in that attire, for the diversion of others and his own gratification. But equality he could never anyhow attain. Another trait, the queer fellow was proud, and even, by fits and starts, when it was not too risky, generous. It was worth seeing and hearing how he could sometimes, not sparing himself, consequently with pluck, almost with heroism, dispose of one of his patrons, who had infuriated him to madness. But that was at moments. In short, he was a martyr in the fullest sense of the word, but the most useless and consequently the most comic martyr. There was a general discussion going on among the guests. All at once I saw our queer friend jump upon his chair and call out at the top of his voice, anxious for the exclusive attention of the company. "Listen," the master of the house whispered to me. "He sometimes tells the most curious stories. Does he interest you?" I nodded and squeezed myself into the group. The sight of a well-dressed gentleman jumping upon his chair and shouting at the top of his voice did, in fact, draw the attention of all. Many who did not know the queer fellow looked at one another in perplexity. The others roared with laughter. "I knew Fedosey Nikolaitch. I ought to know Fedosey Nikolaitch better than anyone," cried the queer fellow from his elevation. "Gentlemen, allow me to tell you something. I can tell you a good story about Fedosey Nikolaitch. I know a story. Exquisite." "Tell it, Osip Mihailitch, tell it. Tell it." "Listen, listen, listen. I begin. But, gentlemen, this is a peculiar story." "Very good, very good." "It's a comic story." "Very good, excellent, splendid, get on." "It is an episode in the private life of your humble—" "But why do you trouble yourself to announce that it is comic? And even somewhat tragic? In short, the story which it will afford you all pleasure to hear me now relate, gentlemen, is the story in consequence of which I have come into company so interesting and profitable. No puns! This story, in short, the story, make haste and finish the introduction, the story which has its value, a fair-haired young gentleman with mustaches pronounced in a husky voice, dropping his hand into his coat pocket and, as though by chance, pulling out a purse instead of his handkerchief. The story, my dear sirs, after which I should like to see many of you in my place, and finally the story in consequence of which I have not married. Married? A wife? Polzunkov tried to get married? I confess I should like to see Madame Polzunkov. Allow me to inquire the name of the would-be Madame Polzunkov, piped a youth, making his way up to the storyteller. And so, for the first chapter, gentlemen, it was just 6 years ago, in spring, the 31st of March, note the date, gentlemen, on the eve. Of the 1st of April, cried a young man with ringlets. You are extraordinarily quick at guessing. It was evening. Twilight was gathering over the district town of N. The moon was about to float out. Everything in proper style, in fact. And so, in the very late twilight, I, too, floated out of my poor lodging on the sly, after taking leave of my restricted granny, now dead. Excuse me, gentlemen, for making use of such a fashionable expression, which I had heard for the last time from Nikolay Nikolaitch. But my granny was indeed restricted. She was blind, dumb, deaf, stupid, Everything you please. I confess I was in a tremor. I was prepared for great deeds. My heart was beating like a kitten's when some bony hand clutches it by the scruff of the neck. Excuse me, Monsieur Polzunkov. What do you want? Tell it more simply. Don't overexert yourself, please. All right, said Osip Mihailitch, a little taken aback. I went into the house of Fedosey Nikolaitch, the house that he had bought. Fedosey Nikolaitch, as you know, is not a mere colleague, but the full-blown head of a department. I was announced, and was at once shown into the study. I can see it now. The room was dark, almost dark, but candles were not brought. Behold, Fedosey Nikolaitch walks in. There he and I were left in the darkness. "Whatever happened to you?" asked an officer. "What do you suppose?" asked Polzunkov, turning promptly, with a convulsively working face, to the young man with ringlets. "Well, gentlemen, a strange circumstance occurred, though indeed there was nothing strange in it. It was what is called an everyday affair. I simply took out of my pocket a roll of paper, and he a roll of paper. Paper notes? Paper notes, and we exchanged. I don't mind betting that there's a flavor of bribery about it," observed a respectably dressed, closely cropped young gentleman. "Bribery?" Polzunkov caught him up. "Oh, may I be a liberal, such as many I have seen. If you too, when it is your lot to serve in the provinces, do not warm your hands at your country's hearth, for as an author said, even the smoke of our native land is sweet to us. She is our mother, gentlemen, our mother Russia. We are her babes, and so we suck her." There was a roar of laughter. "Only, would you believe it, gentlemen? I have never taken bribes," said Polzunkov, looking round at the whole company distrustfully. A prolonged burst of Homeric laughter drowned Polzunkov's word in guffaws. "It really is so, gentlemen." But here he stopped, still looking round at everyone with a strange expression of face. Perhaps, who knows, at that moment the thought came into his mind that he was more honest than many of all that honorable company. Anyway, the serious expression of his face did not pass away till the general merriment was quite over. "And so," Polzunkov began, when all was still, "though I never did take bribes, yet, that time I transgressed, I put in my pocket a bribe, from a bribe-taker, that is. There were certain papers in my hands which, if I had cared to send to a certain person, it would have gone ill with Fedosey Nikolaitch." "So then he bought them from you?" "He did." "Did he give much?" "He gave as much as many a man nowadays would sell his conscience for complete, with all its variations, if only he could get anything for it. But I felt as though I were scalded when I put the money in my pocket. I really don't understand what always comes over me, gentlemen. But I was more dead than alive. My lips twitched and my legs trembled. Well, I was to blame, entirely to blame. I was utterly conscience-stricken. I was ready to beg Fedosey Nikolaitch's forgiveness. Well, what did he do? Did he forgive you? But I didn't ask for his forgiveness. I only mean that that is how I felt. Then I have a sensitive heart, you know. I saw he was looking me straight in the face. 'Have you no fear of God, Osip Mihailitch?' said he. Well, what could I do? From a feeling of propriety I put my head on one side and I flung up my hands. 'In what way,' said I, 'have I no fear of God, Fedosey Nikolaitch?' But I just said that from a feeling of propriety I was ready to sink into the earth. After being so long a friend of our family, after being, I may say, like a son, and who knows what heaven had in store for us, Osip Mihailitch? And all of a sudden to inform against me, to think of that now? What am I to think of mankind after that, Osip Mihailitch?' Yes, gentlemen, he did read me a lecture. 'Come,' he said, 'you tell me what I am to think of mankind after that, Osip Mihailitch.' What is he to think, I thought. And do you know, there was a lump in my throat, and my voice was quivering, and knowing my hateful weakness, I snatched up my hat. 'Where are you off to, Osip Mihailitch? Surely on the eve of such a day you cannot bear malice against me? What wrong have I done you?' 'Fedosey Nikolaitch,' I said. 'Fedosey Nikolaitch.' In fact, I melted, gentlemen. I melted like a sugar stick. And the roll of notes that was lying in my pocket, that too seemed screaming out, 'You ungrateful brigand, you accursed thief!' It seemed to weigh 100 weight. If only it had weighed 100 weight. I see, says Fedosey Nikolaitch. I see your penitence. You know tomorrow, Saint Mary of Egypt's day. Well, don't weep, said Fedosey Nikolaitch. That's enough. You've erred, and you are penitent. Come along. Maybe I may succeed in bringing you back again into the true path, says he. Maybe, my modest penance. Yes, penance, I remember he used that expression, the rascal. Will warm, says he, your hardened, I will not say hardened, but erring heart. He took me by the arm, gentlemen, and led me to his family circle. A cold shiver ran down my back. I shuddered. I thought, with what eyes shall I present myself? You must know, gentlemen, what shall I say? A delicate position had arisen here. Not Madame Polzunkov? Maria Fedosievna. Only she was not destined, you know, to bear that name you have given her. She did not attain that honor. Fedosey Nikolaitch was right, you see, when he had said that I was almost looked upon as a son in the house. It had been so, indeed, 6 months before, when a certain retired junker, called Mihailo Maximych Dvigalov, was still living. But by God's will he died, and he put off settling his affairs till death settled his business for him. Ugh! Well, never mind, gentlemen, forgive me, it was a slip of the tongue. It's a bad pun, but it doesn't matter its being bad. What happened was far worse. When I was left, so to say, with nothing in prospect but a bullet through the brain, for that junker, though he would not admit me into his house, he lived in a grand style, for he had always known how to feather his nest. Yet perhaps correctly he believed me to be his son. Aha! Yes, that's how it was. So they began to cold shoulder me at Fedosey Nikolaitch's. I noticed things, I kept quiet. But all at once, unluckily for me, or perhaps luckily, a cavalry officer galloped into our little town like snow on our head. His business, buying horses for the army, was light and active, in cavalry style, but he settled himself solidly at Fedosey Nikolaitch's, as though he were laying siege to it. I approached the subject in a roundabout way, as my nasty habit is. I said one thing and another, asking him what I had done to be treated so, saying that I was almost like a son to him, and when might I expect him to behave more like a father? Well, he began answering me, and when he begins to speak you are in for a regular epic in 12 cantos, and all you can do is listen, lick your lips, and throw up your hands in delight. And not a ha'porth of sense. At least there's no making out the sense. You stand puzzled like a fool. He puts you in a fog, he twists about like an eel, and wriggles away from you. It's a special gift, a real gift. It's enough to frighten people, even if it's no concern of theirs. I tried one thing and another, and went hither and thither. I took the lady songs and presented her with sweets, and thought of witty things to say to her. I tried sighing and groaning. My heart aches, I said, it aches from love. And I went in for tears and secret explanations. Man is foolish, you know. I never reminded myself that I was 30. Not a bit of it. I tried all my arts. It was no go. It was a failure. And I gained nothing but jeers and jibes. I was indignant, I was choking with anger. I slunk off and would not set foot in the house. I thought and made up my mind to denounce him. Well, of course, it was a shabby thing. I meant to give away a friend, I confess. I had heaps of material, and splendid material, a grand case. It brought me 1,500 roubles when I changed it and my report on it for banknotes. Ah, so that was the bribe. Yes, sir, that was the bribe. And it was a bribe taker who had to pay it. And I didn't do wrong, I can assure you. End of part 1.
Section 23 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Iskra Nikolova. Polzunkov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2. Well, now I will go on. He drew me, if you will kindly remember, more dead than alive, into the room where they were having tea. They all met me seeming as it were offended, that is, not exactly offended, but hurt, so hurt that it was simply they seemed shattered, absolutely shattered, and at the same time there was a look of becoming dignity on their faces, a gravity in their expression, something fatherly, parental. The prodigal son had come back to them. That's what it had come to. They made me sit down to tea, but there was no need to do that. I felt as though a samovar was toiling in my bosom, and my feet were like ice. I was humbled, I was cowed. Marya Fominishna, his wife, addressed me familiarly from the first word. " How is it you have grown so thin, my boy ?"" I've not been very well, Marya Fominishna," I said. My wretched voice shook. And then, quite suddenly, she must have been waiting for a chance to get a dig at me, the old snake, she said. " I suppose your conscience felt ill at ease, Osip Mihalitch, my dear. Our fatherly hospitality was a reproach to you. You have been punished for the tears I have shed." Yes, upon my word, she really said that. She had the conscience to say it. Why, that was nothing to her. She was a terror. She did nothing but sit there and pour out tea. But if you were in the market, my darling, I thought, you'd shout louder than any fishwife there. That's the kind of woman she was. And then, to my undoing, the daughter, Marya Fedosyevna, came in all her innocence, a little pale, and her eyes red as though she had been weeping. I was bowled over on the spot like a fool. But it turned out afterwards that the tears were a tribute to the cavalry officer. He had made tracks for home and taken his hook for good and all. For you know it was high time for him to be off. I may as well mention the fact here. Not that his leave was up precisely, but you see, it was only later that the loving parents grasped the position and had found out all that had happened. What could they do? They hushed their trouble up, an addition to the family. Well, I could not help it. As soon as I looked at her, I was done for. I stole a glance at my hat, I wanted to get up and make off. But there was no chance of that. They took away my hat. I must confess, I did think of getting off without it. Well, I thought. But no, they latched the doors. There followed friendly jokes, winking, little airs and graces. I was overcome with embarrassment, said something stupid, talked nonsense about love. My charmer sat down to the piano and with an air of wounded feeling sang the song about the hussar who leaned upon the sword. That finished me off. " Well," said Fedosey Nikolaitch, " all is forgotten, come to my arms." I fell just as I was, with my face on his waistcoat. " My benefactor, you are a father to me," said I. And I shed floods of hot tears. Lord have mercy on us, what a to-do there was ! He cried, his good lady cried, Mashenka cried. There was a flaxen-headed creature there. She cried too. That wasn't enough. The younger children crept out of all the corners the Lord had filled their quiver full, and they howled too. Such tears, such emotion, such joy. They found their prodigal. It was like a soldier's return to his home. Then followed refreshments, we played forfeits, and I have a pain. Where is it? In my heart. Who gave it you? My charmer blushed. The old man and I had some punch. They won me over and did for me completely. I returned to my grandmother with my head in a whirl. I was laughing all the way home. For full 2 hours I paced up and down our little room. I waked up my old granny and told her of my happiness. " But did he give you any money, the brigand ?"" He did, granny, he did, my dear. Luck has come to us all of a heap. We've only to open our hand and take it." I waked up Saffron. " Saffron," I said, " take off my boots." Saffron pulled off my boots. " Come, Saffron, congratulate me now. Give me a kiss. I'm going to get married, my lad. I'm going to get married. You can get jolly drunk to morrow. You can have a spree, my dear soul. Your master is getting married." My heart was full of jokes and laughter. I was beginning to drop off to sleep, but something made me get up again. I sat in thought. To-morrow is the 1st of April, a bright and playful day. What should I do ? And I thought of something. Why, gentlemen, I got out of bed, lighted a candle, and sat down to the writing table just as I was. I was in a fever of excitement, quite carried away. You know, gentlemen, what it is when a man is quite carried away. I wallowed joyfully in the mud, my dear friends. You see what I'm like. They take something from you, and you give them something else as well, and say, ' Take that too.' They strike you on the cheek, and in your joy you offer them your whole back. Then they try to lure you like a dog with a bun, and you embrace them with your foolish paws and fall to kissing them with all your heart and soul. Why, see what I'm doing now, gentlemen. You're laughing and whispering, I see it. After I have told you all my story, you will begin to turn me into ridicule, you will begin to attack me, but yet I go on talking and talking and talking. And who tells me to? Who drives me to do it? Who is standing behind my back whispering to me, ' Speak, speak, and tell them.' And yet I do talk. I go on telling you. I try to please you, as though you were my brothers, all my dearest friends. Eh !" The laughter, which had sprung up by degrees on all sides, completely drowned at last the voice of the speaker, who really seemed worked up into a sort of ecstasy. He paused, for several minutes his eyes strayed about the company, then suddenly, as though carried away by a whirlwind, he waved his hand, burst out laughing himself, as though he really found his position amusing, and fell to telling his story again. I scarcely slept all night, gentlemen. I was scribbling all night. You see, I thought of a trick, Gentlemen, the very thought of it makes me ashamed. It wouldn't have been so bad if it all had been done at night. I might have been drunk, blundered, been silly and talked nonsense, but not a bit of it. I woke up in the morning as soon as it was light. I hadn't slept more than an hour or two, and was in the same mind. I dressed, I washed, I curled and pomaded my hair, put on my new dress coat, and went straight off to spend the holiday with Fedosey Nikolaitch, and I kept the joke I had written in my hat. He met me again with open arms and invited me again to his fatherly waistcoat. But I assumed an air of dignity. I had the joke I thought of the night before in my mind. I drew a step back. " No, Fedosey Nikolaitch, but will you please read this letter ?" And I gave it him together with my daily report. And do you know what was in it ? Why, for such and such reasons the aforesaid Osip Mihalitch asks to be discharged. And under my petition I signed my full rank. Just think what a notion ! Good Lord, it was the cleverest thing I could think of. As today was the 1st of April, I was pretending, for the sake of a joke, that my resentment was not over, that I had changed my mind in the night and was grumpy and more offended than ever, as though to say, ' My dear benefactor, I don't want to know you nor your daughter either. I put the money in my pocket yesterday, so I am secure. So here's my petition for a transfer to be discharged. I don't care to serve under such a chief as Fedosey Nikolaitch. I want to go into a different office, and then maybe I'll inform.' I pretended to be a regular scoundrel. I wanted to frighten them. And a nice way of frightening them, wasn't it ? A pretty thing, gentlemen, wasn't it ? You see, my heart had grown tender towards them since the day before, so I thought I would have a little joke at the family. I would tease the fatherly heart of Fedosey Nikolaitch. As soon as he took my letter and opened it, I saw his whole countenance change. ' What's the meaning of this, Osip Mihalitch ?' And like a little fool I said, ' The 1st of April. Many happy returns of the day, Fedosey Nikolaitch.' Just like a silly schoolboy who hides behind his grandmother's armchair and then shouts ' Oof ' into her ear suddenly at the top of his voice, meaning to frighten her. Yes, yes, I feel quite ashamed to talk about it, gentlemen. No, I won't tell you. Nonsense, what happened then ? Nonsense, nonsense, tell us, yes, do !" rose on all sides. There was an outcry and a hullabaloo, my dear friends. Such exclamations of surprise. And you mischievous fellow, you naughty man, and what a fright I had given them, and all so sweet that I felt ashamed and wondered how such a holy place could be profaned by a sinner like me. " Well, my dear boy," piped the mamma, " you gave me such a fright that my legs are all of a tremble still. I can hardly stand on my feet. I ran to Masha as though I were crazy. ' Mashenka,' I said, ' what will become of us ? See how your friend has turned out and I was unjust to you, my dear boy. You must forgive an old woman like me. I was taken in. Well, I thought, when he got home last night, he got home late. He began thinking, and perhaps he fancied that we sent for him on purpose yesterday, that we wanted to get hold of him. I turned cold at the thought. Give over, Mashenka. Don't go on winking at me. Osip Mihailitch isn't a stranger. I am your mother. I am not likely to say any harm. Thank God I am not 20, but turned 45. Well, gentlemen, I almost flopped at her feet on the spot. Again there were tears, again there were kisses. Jokes began. Fedosey Nikolaitch, too, thought he would make April fools of us. He told us the fiery bird had flown up with a letter in her diamond beak. He tried to take us in, too. Didn't we laugh? Weren't we touched? Phoo, I feel ashamed to talk about it. Well, my good friends, the end is not far off now. One day passed, 2, 3, a week. I was regularly engaged to her. I should think so. The wedding rings were ordered, the day was fixed, only they did not want to make it public for a time. They wanted to wait for the inspector's visit to be over. I was all impatience for the inspector's arrival. My happiness depended upon him. I was in a hurry to get his visit over. And in the excitement and rejoicing, Fedosey Nikolaitch threw all the work upon me, writing up the accounts, making up the reports, checking the books, balancing the totals. I found things in terrible disorder. Everything had been neglected. There were muddles and irregularities everywhere. Well, I thought, I must do my best for my father-in-law. And he was ailing all the time. He was taken ill, it appears. He seemed to get worse day by day. And indeed I grew as thin as a rake myself. I was afraid I would break down. However, I finished the work grandly. I got things straight for him in time. Suddenly they sent a messenger for me. I ran headlong. What could it be? I saw my Fedosey Nikolaitch, his head bandaged up in a vinegar compress, frowning, sighing, and moaning. " My dear boy, my son," he said, " if I die, to whom shall I leave you, my darlings ?" His wife trailed in with all his children. Mashenka was in tears, and I blubbered too. " Oh no," he said, " God will be merciful. He will not visit my transgressions on you." Then he dismissed them all, told me to shut the door after them, and we were left alone, tete-a-tete. " I have a favour to ask of you." " What favour ?"" Well, my dear boy, there is no rest for me even on my deathbed. I am in want." " How so ?" I positively flushed crimson, I could hardly speak. " Why, I had to pay some of my own money into the treasury. I grudge nothing for the public weal, my boy. I don't grudge my life. Don't you imagine any ill. I'm sad to think that slanderers have blackened my name to you. You were mistaken. My hair has gone white from grief. The inspector is coming down upon us. and Matveyev is 7,000 roubles short, and I shall have to answer for it. Who else? It will be visited upon me, my boy. Where were my eyes? And how can we get it from Matveyev? He has had trouble enough already. Why should I bring the poor fellow to ruin? Holy saints, I thought, what a just man, what a heart! And I don't want to take my daughter's money, which has been set aside for her dowry. That sum is sacred. I have money of my own, it's true, but I have lent it all to friends. How is one to collect it all in a minute? I simply fell on my knees before him. My benefactor, I cried, I have wronged you, I have injured you. It was slanderers who wrote against you. Don't break my heart. Take back your money. He looked at me, and there were tears in his eyes. That was just what I expected from you, my son. Get up. I forgave you at the time for the sake of my daughter's tears. Now my heart forgives you freely. You have healed my wounds. I bless you for all time. Well, when he blessed me, gentlemen, I scurried home as soon as I could. I got the money. Here, father, here's the money. I've only spent 50 roubles. Well, that's all right, he said, but now every trifle may count. The time is short. Write a report dated some days ago that you were short of money and had taken 50 roubles on account. I'll tell the authorities you had it in advance. Well, gentlemen, what do you think? I did write that report too. Well, what then? What happened? How did it end? As soon as I had written the report, gentlemen, this is how it ended. The next day, in the early morning, an envelope with a government seal arrived. I looked at it, and what had I got? The sack. That is, instructions to hand over my work, to deliver the accounts, and to go about my business. How so? That's just what I cried at the top of my voice. How so? Gentlemen, there was a ringing in my ears. I thought there was no special reason for it, but no, the inspector had arrived in the town. My heart sank. It's not for nothing, I thought. And just as I was, I rushed off to Fedosey Nikolaitch. How is this? I said. What do you mean? He said. Why, I am dismissed. Dismissed? How? Why, look at this. Well, what of it? Why, but I didn't ask for it. Yes, you did. You sent in your papers on the 1st of April. I had never taken that letter back. Fedosey Nikolaitch, I can't believe my ears. I can't believe my eyes. Is this you? It is me. Why? My God! I'm sorry, sir. I'm very sorry that you made up your mind to retire from the service so early. A young man ought to be in the service, and you've begun to be a little light-headed of late. And as for your character, set your mind at rest. I'll see to that. Your behaviour has always been so exemplary. But that was a little joke, Fedosey Nikolaitch. I didn't mean it. I just gave you the letter for your fatherly... that's all." " That's all ? A queer joke, sir. Does one jest with documents like that ? Why, you are sometimes sent to Siberia for such jokes. Now good bye, I am busy. We have the inspector here. The duties of the service before everything. You can kick up your heels, but we have to sit here at work. But I'll get you a character. Oh, another thing. I've just bought a house from Matveyev. We're moving in a day or two. So I expect I shall not have the pleasure of seeing you at our new residence. Bon voyage." I ran home. " We are lost, Granny." She wailed, poor dear, and then I saw the page from Fedosey Nikolaitch's running up with a note and a bird cage, and in the cage there was a starling. In the fullness of my heart I had given her the starling. And in the note there were the words April 1st and nothing more. What do you think of that, gentlemen ? What happened then ? What happened then ? What then ? I met Fedosey Nikolaitch once. I meant to tell him to his face he was a scoundrel. Well ? But somehow I couldn't bring myself to it, gentlemen. End of Part 2 and end of Polzunkov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Recording by Iskra Nikolova.
Section 24 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Hero by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 1. At that time I was nearly 11. I had been sent in July to spend the holiday in a village near Moscow with a relation of mine called T., whose house was full of guests. 50 or perhaps more, I don't remember, I didn't count. The house was full of noise and gaiety. It seemed as though it were a continual holiday which would never end. It seemed as though our host had taken a vow to squander all his vast fortune as rapidly as possible, and he did indeed succeed not long ago in justifying this surmise, that is, in making a clean sweep of it all to the last stick. Fresh visitors used to drive up every minute. Moscow was close by, in sight, so that those who drove away only made room for others, and the everlasting holiday went on its course. Festivities succeeded one another, and there was no end in sight to the entertainments. There were riding parties about the environs, excursions to the forest or the river, picnics, dinners in the open air, suppers on the great terrace of the house, bordered with 3 rows of gorgeous flowers that flooded with their fragrance the fresh night air, and illuminated the brilliant lights, which made our ladies, who were almost every one of them pretty at all times, seem still more charming. With their faces excited by the impressions of the day, with their sparkling eyes, with their interchange of sprightly conversation, their peals of ringing laughter, dancing, music, singing. If the sky were overcast, tableaux vivants, charades, proverbs were arranged, private theatricals were got up, there were good talkers, story-tellers, wits. Certain persons were prominent in the foreground. Of course, backbiting and slander ran their course, as without them the world could not get on, and millions of persons would perish of boredom, like flies. But as I was at that time 11, I was absorbed by very different interests, and either failed to observe these people, or, if I noticed anything, did not see it all. It was only afterwards that some things came back to my mind. My childish eyes could only see the brilliant side of the picture, and the general animation, splendour and bustle
all that seen and heard for the first time made such an impression upon me that for the first few days I was completely bewildered and my little head was in a whirl. I keep speaking of my age, and of course I was a child, nothing more than a child. Many of these lovely ladies petted me without dreaming of considering my age. But strange to say, a sensation which I did not myself understand already had possession of me. Something was already whispering in my heart, of which till then it had had no knowledge, no conception, and for some reason it began all at once to burn and throb, and often my face glowed with a sudden flush. At times I felt as it were abashed and even resentful of the various privileges of my childish years. At other times a sort of wonder overwhelmed me, and I would go off into some corner where I could sit unseen, as though to take breath, and remember something, something which it seemed to me I had remembered perfectly till then, and now had suddenly forgotten, something without which I could not show myself anywhere, and could not exist at all. At last it seemed to me as though I were hiding something from everyone, but nothing would have induced me to speak of it to anyone, because, small boy that I was ready to weep with shame. Soon, in the midst of the vortex around me, I was conscious of a certain loneliness. There were other children, but all were either much older or younger than I. Besides, I was in no mood for them. Of course nothing would have happened to me if I had not been in an exceptional position. In the eyes of those charming ladies I was still the little unformed creature whom they at once liked to pet, and with whom they could play as though he were a little doll. One of them particularly, a fascinating fair woman with very thick luxuriant hair such as I had never seen before and probably shall never see again, seemed to have taken a vow never to leave me in peace. I was confused, while she was amused by the laughter which she continually provoked from all around us by her wild, giddy pranks with me, and this apparently gave her immense enjoyment. At school, among her schoolfellows, she was probably nicknamed the Tease. She was wonderfully good looking, and there was something in her beauty which drew one's eyes from the first moment. And certainly she had nothing in common with the ordinary modest little fair girls, white as down and soft as white mice or pastors' daughters. She was not very tall, and was rather plump, but had soft, delicate, exquisitely cut features. There was something quick as lightning in her face, and indeed she was like fire all over, light, swift, alive. Her big open eyes seemed to flash sparks. They glittered like diamonds, and I would never exchange such blue sparkling eyes for any black ones, were they blacker than any Andalusian orb. And indeed my blonde was fully a match for the famous brunette whose praises were sung by a great and well known poet, who, in a superb poem, vowed by all Castile that he was ready to break his bones to be permitted only to touch the mantle of his divinity with the tip of his finger. Add to that my charmer was the merriest in the world, the wildest giggler, playful as a child, although she had been married for the last 5 years. There was a continual laugh upon her lips, fresh as the morning rose that, with the first ray of sunshine, opens its fragrant crimson bud, with the cool dewdrops still hanging heavy upon it. I remember that the day after my arrival private theatricals were being got up. The drawing room was, as they say, packed to overflowing. There was not a seat empty, and as I was somehow late, I had to enjoy the performance standing. But the amusing play attracted me to move forwarder and forwarder, and unconsciously I made my way to the first row, where I stood at last, leaning my elbows on the back of an armchair in which a lady was sitting. It was my blonde divinity, but we had not yet made acquaintance, and I gazed, as it happened, at her marvellous fascinating shoulders, plump and white as milk, though it did not matter to me in the least whether I stared at a woman's exquisite shoulders or at the cap with flaming ribbons that covered the grey locks of a venerable lady in the front row. Near my blonde divinity sat a spinster lady not in her first youth, one of those who, as I chanced to observe later, always take refuge in the immediate neighbourhood of young and pretty women,
selecting such as are not fond of cold-shouldering young men. But that is not the point. Only this lady noted my fixed gaze, bent down to her neighbor, and with a simper whispered something in her ear. The blonde lady turned at once, and I remember that her glowing eyes so flashed upon me in the half dark that, not prepared to meet them, I started as though I were scalded. The beauty smiled. "Do you like what they are acting?" she asked, looking into my face with a shy and mocking expression. "Yes," I answered, still gazing at her with a sort of wonder that evidently pleased her. "But why are you standing? You'll get tired. Can't you find a seat?" "That's just it, I can't," I answered, more occupied with my grievance than with the beauty's sparkling eyes, and rejoicing in earnest at having found a kind heart to whom I could confide my troubles. "I have looked everywhere, but all the chairs are taken," I added, as though complaining to her that all the chairs were taken. "Come here," she said briskly, quick to act on every decision, and indeed on every mad idea that flashed on her giddy brain. "Come here and sit on my knee." "On your knee?" I repeated, taken aback. I have mentioned already that I had begun to resent the privileges of childhood and to be ashamed of them in earnest. This lady, as though in derision, had gone ever so much further than the others. Moreover, I had always been a shy and bashful boy, and of late had begun to be particularly shy with women. "Why, yes, on my knee. Don't you want to sit on my knee?" she persisted, beginning to laugh more and more, so that at last she was simply giggling. Goodness knows at what, perhaps at her freak, or perhaps at my confusion, but that was just what she wanted. I flushed, and in my confusion looked round, trying to find where to escape. But seeing my intention, she managed to catch hold of my hand to prevent me from going away, and pulling it towards her, suddenly, quite unexpectedly, to my intense astonishment, squeezed it in her mischievous warm fingers, and began to pinch my fingers till they hurt so much that I had to do my very utmost not to cry out, and in my effort to control myself made the most absurd grimaces. I was besides moved to the greatest amazement, perplexity, and even horror at the discovery that there were ladies so absurd and spiteful as to talk nonsense to boys, and even pinch their fingers, for no earthly reason and before everybody. Probably my unhappy face reflected my bewilderment, for the mischievous creature laughed in my face as though she were crazy, and meantime she was pinching my fingers more and more vigorously. She was highly delighted in playing such a mischievous prank, and completely mystifying and embarrassing a poor boy. My position was desperate. In the first place, I was hot with shame, because almost every one near had turned round to look at us, some in wonder, others with laughter, grasping at once that the beauty was up to some mischief. I dreadfully wanted to scream too, for she was wringing my fingers with positive fury, just because I didn't scream, while I, like a Spartan, made up my mind to endure the agony, afraid by crying out of causing a general fuss, which was more than I could face. In utter despair I began at last struggling with her, trying with all my might to pull away my hand, but my persecutor was much stronger than I was. At last I could bear it no longer, and uttered a shriek. That was all she was waiting for. Instantly she let me go, and turned away as though nothing had happened, as though it was not she who had played the trick, but some one else, exactly like some schoolboy, who, as soon as the master's back is turned, plays some trick on some one near him, pinches some small weak boy, gives him a flip, a kick, or a nudge with his elbows, and instantly turns again, buries himself in his book, and begins repeating his lesson, and so makes a fool of the infuriated teacher, who flies down like a hawk at the noise. But luckily for me, the general attention was distracted at the moment by the masterly acting of our host, who was playing the chief part in the performance, some comedy of scribes. Every one began to applaud. Under cover of the noise, I stole away and hurried to the furthest end of the room, from which, concealed behind a column, I looked with horror towards the place where the treacherous beauty was sitting. She was still laughing, holding her handkerchief to her lips. And for a long time she was continually turning round, looking for me in every direction, probably regretting that our silly tussle was so soon over, and hatching some other trick to play on me. That was the beginning of our acquaintance, and from that evening she would never let me alone. She persecuted me without consideration or conscience. She became my tyrant and tormentor. The whole absurdity of her jokes with me lay in the fact that she pretended to be head over ears in love with me, and teased me before everyone. Of course, for a wild creature as I was, all this was so tiresome and vexatious that it almost reduced me to tears, and I was sometimes put in such a difficult position that I was on the point of fighting with my treacherous admirer. My naive confusion, my desperate distress, seemed to egg her on to persecute me more. She knew no mercy, while I did not know how to get away from her. The laughter which always accompanied us, and which she knew so well how to excite, roused her to fresh pranks. But at last people began to think that she went a little too far in her jests. And indeed, as I remember now, she did take outrageous liberties with a child such as I was. But that was her character. She was a spoilt child in every respect. I heard afterwards that her husband, a very short, very fat, and very red-faced man, very rich and apparently very much occupied with business, spoilt her more than anyone. Always busy and flying round, he could not stay 2 hours in one place. Every day he drove into Moscow, sometimes twice in the day, and always, as he declared himself, on business. It would be hard to find a livelier and more good-natured face than his facetious but always well-bred countenance. He not only loved his wife to the point of weakness, softness, he simply worshipped her like an idol. He did not restrain her in anything. She had masses of friends, male and female. In the first place, almost everybody liked her, and secondly, the feather-headed creature was not herself over-particular in the choice of her friends, though there was a much more serious foundation to her character than might be supposed from what I have just said about her. But of all her friends, she liked best of all one young lady, a distant relation who was also of our party now. There existed between them a tender and subtle affection, one of those attachments which sometimes spring up at the meeting of two dispositions often the very opposite of each other, of which one is deeper, purer, and more austere, while the other, with lofty humility and generous self-criticism, lovingly gives way to the other, conscious of the friend's superiority and cherishing the friendship as a happiness. Then begins that tender and noble subtlety in the relations of such characters, love and infinite indulgence on the one side, on the other love and respect, a respect approaching awe, approaching anxiety as to the impression made on the friend so highly prized, and an eager, jealous desire to get closer and closer to that friend's heart in every step in life. These two friends were of the same age, but there was an immense difference between them in everything. In looks, to begin with. Mme. M. was also very handsome, but there was something special in her beauty that strikingly distinguished her from the crowd of pretty women. There was something in her face that at once drew the affection of all to her, or rather, which aroused a generous and lofty feeling of kindliness in every one who met her. There are such happy faces. At her side every one grew, as it were, better, freer, more cordial. And yet her big mournful eyes, full of fire and vigour, had a timid and anxious look, as though every minute dreading something antagonistic and menacing, and this strange timidity at times cast so mournful a shade over her mild, gentle features, which recalled the serene faces of Italian Madonnas, that looking at her one soon became oneself sad, as though for some trouble of one's own. The pale, thin face in which, through the irreproachable beauty of the pure, regular lines and the mournful severity of some mute, hidden grief, there often flitted the clear looks of early childhood, telling of trustful years and perhaps simple-hearted happiness in the recent past, the gentle but diffident, hesitating smile, all aroused such unaccountable sympathy for her that every heart was unconsciously stirred with a sweet and warm anxiety that powerfully interceded on her behalf, even at a distance, and made even strangers feel akin to her. But the lovely creature seemed silent and reserved, though no one could have been more attentive and loving if any one needed sympathy. There are women who are like sisters of mercy in life. Nothing can be hidden from them, nothing, at least, that is a sore or wound of the heart. Any one who is suffering may go boldly and hopefully to them without fear of being a burden, for few men know the infinite patience of love, compassion, and forgiveness that may be found in some women's hearts. Perfect treasures of sympathy, consolation, and hope are laid up in these pure hearts, so often full of suffering of their own, for a heart which loves much grieves much, though their wounds are carefully hidden from the curious eye, for deep sadness is most often mute and concealed. They are not dismayed by the depth of the wound, nor by its foulness and its stench. Any one who comes to them is deserving of help. They are, as it were, born for heroism. Madame M. was tall, supple, and graceful, but rather thin. All her movements seemed somehow irregular, at times slow, smooth, and even dignified, at times childishly hasty. And yet at the same time there was a sort of timid humility in her gestures, something tremulous and defenceless, though it neither desired nor asked for protection. I have mentioned already that the outrageous teasing of the treacherous fair lady abashed me, flabbergasted me, and wounded me to the quick. But there was for that another secret, strange, and foolish reason which I concealed, at which I shuddered as at a skeleton. At the very thought of it, brooding, utterly alone and overwhelmed, in some dark mysterious corner to which the inquisitorial, mocking eye of the blue-eyed rogue could not penetrate, I almost gasped with confusion, shame, and fear. In short, I was in love. That, perhaps, is nonsense. That could hardly have been. But why was it, of all the faces surrounding me, only her face caught my attention? Why was it that it was only she whom I cared to follow with my eyes, though I certainly had no inclination in those days to watch ladies and seek their acquaintance? This happened most frequently on the evenings when we were all kept indoors by bad weather, and when, lonely, hiding in some corner of the big drawing room, I stared about me aimlessly, unable to find anything to do, for except my teasing ladies, few people ever addressed me, and I was insufferably bored on such evenings. Then I stared at the people round me, listened to the conversation, of which I often did not understand one word, and at that time the mild eyes, the gentle smile and lovely face of Mme. M., for she was the object of my passion, for some reason caught my fascinated attention, and the strange, vague, but unutterably sweet impression remained with me. Often for hours together I could not tear myself away from her. I studied every gesture, every movement she made, listened to every vibration of her rich, silvery, but rather muffled voice. But strange to say, as the result of all my observations, I felt, mixed with a sweet and timid impression, a feeling of intense curiosity. It seemed as though I were on the verge of some mystery. Nothing distressed me so much as being mocked at in the presence of Mme. M. This mockery and humorous persecution, as I thought, humiliated me. And when there was a general burst of laughter at my expense, in which Mme. M. sometimes could not help joining, in despair, beside myself with misery, I used to tear myself from my tormentor and run away upstairs, where I remained in solitude the rest of the day, not daring to show my face in the drawing room. I did not yet, however, understand my shame nor my agitation. The whole process went on in me unconsciously. I had hardly said 2 words to Mme. M., and indeed I should not have dared to, but one evening, after an unbearable day, I turned back from an expedition with the rest of the company,
I was horribly tired, and made my way home across the garden. On a seat in a secluded avenue I saw Mme. M. She was sitting quite alone, as though she had purposely chosen this solitary spot. Her head was drooping, and she was mechanically twisting her handkerchief. She was so lost in thought that she did not hear me till I reached her. Noticing me, she got up quickly from her seat, turned round, and I saw her hurriedly wipe her eyes with her handkerchief. She was crying. Drying her eyes, she smiled to me and walked back with me to the house. I don't remember what we talked about, but she frequently sent me off on one pretext or another to pick a flower or to see who was riding in the next avenue, and when I walked away from her, she at once put her handkerchief to her eyes again and wiped away rebellious tears, which would persist in rising again and again from her heart and dropping from her poor eyes. I realized that I was very much in her way when she sent me off so often, and indeed she saw herself that I noticed it all, but yet could not control herself, and that made my heart ache more and more for her. I raged at myself at that moment, and was almost in despair, cursed myself for my awkwardness and lack of resource, and at the same time did not know how to leave her tactfully without betraying that I had noticed her distress, but walked beside her in mournful bewilderment, almost in alarm, utterly at a loss, and unable to find a single word to keep up our scanty conversation. This meeting made such an impression on me that I stealthily watched Mme. M. the whole evening with eager curiosity, and never took my eyes off her. But it happened that she twice caught me unawares watching her, and on the second occasion, noticing me, she gave me a smile. It was the only time she smiled that evening. The look of sadness had not left her face, which was now very pale. She spent the whole evening talking to an ill-natured and quarrelsome old lady, whom nobody liked, owing to her spying and backbiting habits, but of whom every one was afraid, and consequently every one felt obliged to be polite to her. At 10 o'clock, Mme. M.'s husband arrived. Till that moment I watched her very attentively, never taking my eyes off her mournful face. Now, at the unexpected entrance of her husband, I saw her start, and her pale face turned suddenly as white as a handkerchief. It was so noticeable that other people observed it. I overheard a fragmentary conversation, from which I guessed that Mme. M. was not quite happy. They said her husband was as jealous as an Arab, not from love, but from vanity. He was before all things a European, a modern man, who sampled the newest ideas and prided himself upon them. In appearance he was a tall, dark-haired, particularly thick-set man, with European whiskers, with a self-satisfied red face, with teeth white as sugar, and with an irreproachably gentlemanly deportment. He was called a clever man. Such is the name given in certain circles to a peculiar species of mankind which grows fat at other people's expense, which does absolutely nothing and has no desire to do anything, and whose heart has turned into a lump of fat from everlasting slothfulness and idleness. You continually hear from such men that there is nothing they can do, owing to certain very complicated and hostile circumstances which thwart their genius, and that it was sad to see the waste of their talents. This is a fine phrase of theirs, their mot d'ordre, their watchword, a phrase which those well-fed, fat friends of ours bring out at every minute, so that it has long ago bored us as an errant Tartuffism, an empty form of words. Some, however, of these amusing creatures, who cannot succeed in finding anything to do, though indeed they never seek it, try to make every one believe that they have not a lump of fat for a heart, but on the contrary something very deep, though what precisely the greatest surgeon would hardly venture to decide, from civility, of course. These gentlemen make their way in the world through the fact that all their instincts are bent in the direction of coarse sneering, short-sighted censure, and immense conceit. Since they have nothing else to do but note and emphasize the mistakes and weaknesses of others, and as they have precisely as much good feeling as an oyster,
It is not difficult for them with such powers of self-preservation to get on with people fairly successfully. They pride themselves extremely upon that. They are, for instance, as good as persuaded that almost the whole world owes them something, that it is theirs, like an oyster which they keep in reserve, that all are fools except themselves, that every one is like an orange or a sponge which they will squeeze as soon as they want the juice, that they are the masters everywhere, and that all this acceptable state of affairs is solely due to the fact that they are people of so much intellect and character. In their measureless conceit, they do not admit any defects in themselves. They are like that species of practical rogues, innate Tartuffes and Falstaffs, who are such thorough rogues that at last they have come to believe that that is as it should be, that is, that they should spend their lives in knavishness. They have so often assured every one that they are honest men, that they have come to believe that they are honest men, and that their roguery is honesty. They are never capable of inner judgment before their conscience, of generous self-criticism. For some things they are too fat. Their own priceless personality, their Baal and Moloch, their magnificent ego is always in the foreground everywhere. All nature, the whole world for them is no more than a splendid mirror, created for the little god to admire himself continually in it, and to see no one and nothing behind himself. So it is not strange that he sees everything in the world in such a hideous light. He has a phrase in readiness for everything, and, the acme of ingenuity on his part, the most fashionable phrase. It is just these people, indeed, who help to make the fashion, proclaiming at every crossroad an idea in which they scent success. A fine nose is just what they have for sniffing a fashionable phrase and making it their own before other people get hold of it, so that it seems to have originated with them. They have a particular store of phrases for proclaiming their profound sympathy for humanity, for defining what is the most correct and rational form of philanthropy, and continually attacking romanticism. In other words, everything fine and true, each atom of which is more precious than all their mollusk tribe. But they are too coarse to recognize the truth in an indirect, roundabout, and unfinished form, and they reject everything that is immature, still fermenting, and unstable. The well-nourished man has spent all his life in merry-making, with everything provided, has done nothing himself, and does not know how hard every sort of work is, and so woe betide you if you jar upon his fat feelings by any sort of roughness. He'll never forgive you for that. He will always remember it, and will gladly avenge it. The long and short of it is, that my hero is neither more nor less than a gigantic, incredibly swollen bag, full of sentences, fashionable phrases, and labels of all sorts and kinds. M. M., however, had a specialty, and was a very remarkable man. He was a wit, good talker and story-teller, and there was always a circle round him in every drawing-room. That evening he was particularly successful in making an impression. He took possession of the conversation. He was in his best form, gay, pleased at something, and he compelled the attention of all. But Mme. M. looked all the time as though she were ill. Her face was so sad that I fancied every minute the tears would begin quivering on her long eyelashes. All this, as I have said, impressed me extremely and made me wonder. I went away with a feeling of strange curiosity, and dreamed all night of M. M., though till then I had rarely had dreams. End of part 1. Section 25 of White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Hero by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated from the Russian by Constance Garnett. Part 2.
Next day, early in the morning, I was summoned to a rehearsal of some tableau vivant in which I had to take part. The tableaux vivants, theatricals, and afterwards a dance were all fixed for the same evening, 5 days later, the birthday of our host's younger daughter. To this entertainment, which was almost improvised, another 100 guests were invited from Moscow and from surrounding villas, so that there was a great deal of fuss, bustle, and commotion. The rehearsal, or rather review of the costumes, was fixed so early in the morning because our manager, a well-known artist, a friend of our host's, who had consented through affection for him to undertake the arrangement of the tableaux and the training of us for them, was in haste now to get to Moscow to purchase properties and to make final preparations for the fete, as there was no time to lose. I took part in one tableau with Mme. M. It was a scene from medieval life, and was called The Lady of the Castle and Her Page. I felt unutterably confused on meeting Mme. M. at the rehearsal. I kept feeling that she would at once read in my eyes all the reflections, the doubts, the surmises that had arisen in my mind since the previous day. I fancied too that I was, as it were, to blame in regard to her for having come upon her tears the day before and hindered her grieving, so that she could hardly help looking at me askance, as an unpleasant witness and unforgiven sharer of her secret. But thank goodness it went off without any great trouble. I was simply not noticed. I think she had no thoughts to spare for me or for the rehearsal. She was absent-minded, sad and gloomily thoughtful. It was evident that she was worried by some great anxiety. As soon as my part was over, I ran away to change my clothes, and 10 minutes later came out on the veranda into the garden. Almost at the same time Mme. M. came out by another door, and immediately afterwards, coming towards us, appeared her self-satisfied husband, who was returning from the garden after just escorting into it quite a crowd of ladies, and there handing them over to a competent cavaliere servant. The meeting of the husband and wife was evidently unexpected. Mme. M., I don't know why, grew suddenly confused, and a faint trace of vexation was betrayed in her impatient movement. The husband, who had been carelessly whistling an air, and with an air of profundity stroking his whiskers, now, on meeting his wife, frowned and scrutinized her, as I remember now, with a markedly inquisitorial stare. "You are going into the garden?" he asked, noticing the parasol and book in her hand. "No, into the copse," she said with a slight flush. "Alone?" "With him," said Mme. M., pointing to me. "I always go a walk alone in the morning," she added, speaking in an uncertain, hesitating voice, as people do when they tell their first lie. And I have just taken the whole party there. They have all met there together in the flower arbour to see M. N. off. He is going away, you know. Something has gone wrong in Odessa. Your cousin," he meant the fair beauty, "is laughing and crying at the same time. There is no making her out. She says, though, that you are angry with M. N. about something, and so wouldn't go and see him off. Nonsense, of course." "She's laughing?" said Mme. M., coming down the veranda steps. "So this is your daily cavaliere servant," added M. M., with a wry smile, turning his lorgnette upon me. "Page!" I cried, angered by the lorgnette and the jeer, and laughing straight in his face, I jumped down the 3 steps of the veranda at one bound. "A pleasant walk," muttered M. M., and went on his way. Of course, I immediately joined Mme. M. as soon as she indicated me to her husband, and looked as though she had invited me to do so an hour before, and as though I had been accompanying her on her walks every morning for the last month. But I could not make out why she was so confused, so embarrassed, and what was in her mind when she brought herself to have recourse to her little lie. Why had she not simply said that she was going alone? I did not know how to look at her, but overwhelmed with wonder, I began by degrees very naively peeping into her face. But just as an hour before at the rehearsal, she did not notice either my looks or my mute question. The same anxiety, only more intense and more distinct, was apparent in her face, in her agitation, in her walk. She was in haste and walked more and more quickly, and kept looking uneasily down every avenue, down every path in the wood that led in the direction of the garden. And I, too, was expecting something. Suddenly there was the sound of horses' hoofs behind us. It was the whole party of ladies and gentlemen, on horseback, escorting M. N., the gentleman who was so suddenly deserting us. Among the ladies was my fair tormentor, of whom Mme. M. had told us that she was in tears. But characteristically, she was laughing like a child, and was galloping briskly on a splendid bay horse. On reaching us, M. N. took off his hat, but did not stop, nor say one word to Mme. M. Soon all the cavalcade disappeared from our sight. I glanced at Mme. M. and almost cried out in wonder. She was standing as white as a handkerchief, and big tears were gushing from her eyes. By chance our eyes met. Mme. M. suddenly flushed and turned away for an instant, and a distinct look of uneasiness and vexation flitted across her face. I was in the way, worse even than last time. That was clearer than day. But how was I to get away? And as though guessing my difficulty, Mme. M. opened the book which she had in her hand, and colouring and evidently trying not to look at me, she said, as though she had only suddenly realized it, "Ah, it is the second part. I've made a mistake. Please bring me the first." I could not but understand. My part was over, and I could not have been more directly dismissed. I ran off with her book, and did not come back. The first part lay undisturbed on the table that morning. But I was not myself. In my heart there was a sort of haunting terror. I did my utmost not to meet Mme. M., but I looked with wild curiosity at the self-satisfied person of M. M., as though there must be something special about him now. I don't understand what was the meaning of my absurd curiosity. I only remember that I was strangely perplexed by all that I had chanced to see that morning. But the day was only just beginning, and it was fruitful in events for me. Dinner was very early that day. An expedition to a neighbouring hamlet to see a village festival that was taking place there had been fixed for the evening, and so it was necessary to be in time to get ready. I had been dreaming for the last 3 days of this excursion, anticipating all sorts of delights. Almost all the company gathered together on the verandah for coffee. I cautiously followed the others and concealed myself behind the third row of chairs. I was attracted by curiosity, and yet I was very anxious not to be seen by Mme. M. But as luck would have it, I was not far from my fair tormentor. Something miraculous and incredible was happening to her that day. She looked twice as handsome. I don't know how and why this happens, but such miracles are by no means rare with women. There was with us at this moment a new guest, a tall, pale-faced young man, the official admirer of our fair beauty, who had just arrived from Moscow, as though on purpose to replace M. N., of whom rumour said that he was desperately in love with the same lady. As for the newly arrived guest, he had, for a long time past, been on the same terms as Benedick with Beatrice in Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing. In short, the fair beauty was in her very best form that day. Her chatter and her jests were so full of grace, so trustfully naive, so innocently careless, she was persuaded of the general enthusiasm with such graceful self-confidence that she really was all the time the centre of peculiar adoration. A throng of surprised and admiring listeners was continually round her, and she had never been so fascinating. Every word she uttered was marvellous and seductive, was caught up and handed round in the circle, and not one word, one jest, one sally was lost. I fancy no one had expected from her such taste, such brilliance, such wit. Her best qualities were, as a rule, buried under the most harum-scarum wilfulness, the most schoolboyish pranks, almost verging on buffoonery. They were rarely noticed, and when they were hardly believed in. So that now her extraordinary brilliancy was accompanied by an eager whisper of amazement among all. There was, however, one peculiar and rather delicate circumstance, judging at least by the part in it played by Mme. M.'s husband, which contributed to her success. The madcap ventured, and I must add to the satisfaction of almost everyone, or at any rate to the satisfaction of all the young people, to make a furious attack upon him, owing to many causes, probably of great consequence in her eyes. She carried on with him a regular crossfire of witticisms, of mocking and sarcastic sallies, of that most elusive and treacherous kind that, smoothly wrapped up on the surface, hit the mark without giving the victim anything to lay hold of, and exhaust him in fruitless efforts to repel the attack, reducing him to fury and comic despair. I don't know for certain, but I fancy the whole proceeding was not improvised but premeditated. This desperate duel had begun earlier, at dinner. I call it desperate because M. M. was not quick to surrender. He had to call upon all his presence of mind, all his sharp wit and rare resourcefulness, not to be completely covered with ignominy. The conflict was accompanied by the continual and irrepressible laughter of all who witnessed and took part in it. That day was, for him, very different from the day before. It was noticeable that Mme. M. several times did her utmost to stop her indiscreet friend, who was certainly trying to depict the jealous husband in the most grotesque and absurd guise, in the guise of a Bluebeard, it must be supposed, judging from all probabilities, from what has remained in my memory, and finally from the part which I myself was destined to play in the affair. I was drawn into it in a most absurd manner, quite unexpectedly, and as ill luck would have it, at that moment I was standing where I could be seen, suspecting no evil, and actually forgetting the precautions I had so long practised. Suddenly I was brought into the foreground as a sworn foe and natural rival of M. M., as desperately in love with his wife, of which my persecutress vowed and swore that she had proofs, saying that only that morning she had seen in the copse. But before she had time to finish, I broke in at the most desperate minute. That minute was so diabolically calculated, was so treacherously prepared to lead up to its finale, its ludicrous denouement, and was brought out with such killing humour that a perfect outburst of irrepressible mirth saluted this last sally. And though even at the time I guessed that mine was not the most unpleasant part in the performance, yet I was so confused, so irritated and alarmed that, full of misery and despair, gasping with shame and tears, I dashed through 2 rows of chairs, stepped forward, and addressing my tormentor, cried in a voice broken with tears and indignation: "Aren't you ashamed, aloud, before all the ladies, to tell such a wicked lie? Like a small child, before all these men? What will they say, a big girl like you, and married?" But I could not go on. There was a deafening roar of applause. My outburst created a perfect furor. My naive gesture, my tears, and especially the fact that I seemed to be defending M. M., all this provoked such fiendish laughter that even now I cannot help laughing at the mere recollection of it. I was overcome with confusion, senseless with horror, and burning with shame, hiding my face in my hands, rushed away, knocked a tray out of the hands of a footman who was coming in at the door, and flew upstairs to my own room. I pulled out the key, which was on the outside of the door, and locked myself in. I did well, for there was a hue and cry after me. Before a minute had passed, my door was besieged by a mob of the prettiest ladies. I heard their ringing laughter, their incessant chatter, their trilling voices. They were all twittering at once, like swallows. All of them, every one of them, begged and besought me to open the door, if only for a moment, swore that no harm should come to me, only that they wanted to smother me with kisses. But what could be more horrible than this novel threat? I simply burned with shame the other side of the door, hiding my face in the pillows, and did not open, did not even respond. The ladies kept up their knocking for a long time, but I was deaf and obdurate, as only a boy of 11 could be. But what could I do now? Everything was laid bare, everything had been exposed, everything I had so jealously guarded and concealed. Everlasting disgrace and shame had fallen on me. But it is true that I could not myself have said why I was frightened, and what I wanted to hide. Yet I was frightened of something, and had trembled like a leaf at the thought of that something's being discovered. Only till that minute I had not known what it was, whether it was good or bad, splendid or shameful, praiseworthy or reprehensible. Now in my distress, in the misery that had been forced upon me, I learned that it was absurd and shameful. Instinctively I felt at the same time that this verdict was false, inhuman and coarse. But I was crushed, annihilated. Consciousness seemed checked in me and thrown into confusion. I could not stand up against that verdict, nor criticize it properly. I was befogged. I only felt that my heart had been inhumanly and shamelessly wounded, and was brimming over with impotent tears. I was irritated, but I was boiling with indignation and hate such as I had never felt before, for it was the first time in my life that I had known real sorrow, insult and injury. And it was truly that, without any exaggeration. The first untried, unformed feeling had been so coarsely handled in me, a child. The first vagrant, virginal modesty had been so soon exposed and insulted. And the first and perhaps very real and aesthetic impression had been so outraged. Of course there was much my persecutors did not know, and did not divine in my sufferings. One circumstance, which I had not succeeded in analysing till then, of which I had been, as it were, afraid, partly entered into it. I went on lying on my bed in despair and misery, hiding my face in my pillow, and I was alternately feverish and shivery. I was tormented by two questions. First, what had the wretched fair beauty seen, and in fact, what could she have seen that morning in the copse between Madame M. and me? And secondly, how could I now look Madame M. in the face without dying on the spot of shame and despair? An extraordinary noise in the yard roused me at last from the state of semi-consciousness into which I had fallen. I got up and went to the window. The whole yard was packed with carriages, saddle horses, and bustling servants. It seemed that they were all setting off. Some of the gentlemen had already mounted their horses, others were taking their places in the carriages. Then I remembered the expedition to the village fete, and little by little an uneasiness came over me. I began anxiously looking for my pony in the yard, but there was no pony there, so they must have forgotten me. I could not restrain myself, and rushed headlong downstairs, thinking no more of unpleasant meetings or my recent ignominy. Terrible news awaited me. There was neither a horse nor seat in any of the carriages to spare for me. Everything had been arranged, all the seats were taken, and I was forced to give place to others. Overwhelmed by this fresh blow, I stood on the steps and looked mournfully at the long rows of coaches, carriages, and chaises in which there was not the tiniest corner left for me, and at the smartly dressed ladies whose horses were restlessly curvetting. One of the gentlemen was late. They were only waiting for his arrival to set off. His horse was standing at the door, champing the bit, pawing the earth with his hoofs, and at every moment starting and rearing. Two stable boys were carefully holding him by the bridle, and every one else apprehensively stood at a respectful distance from him. A most vexatious circumstance had occurred, which prevented my going. In addition to the fact that new visitors had arrived, filling up all the seats, two of the horses had fallen ill, one of them being my pony. But I was not the only person to suffer. It appeared that there was no horse for our new visitor, the pale-faced young man of whom I have spoken already. To get over this difficulty our host had been obliged to have recourse to the extreme step of offering his fiery, unbroken stallion, adding, to satisfy his conscience, that it was impossible to ride him, and that they had long intended to sell the beast for its vicious character, if only a purchaser could be found. But in spite of his warning, the visitor declared that he was a good horseman, and in any case ready to mount anything rather than not go. Our host said no more, but now I fancied that a sly and ambiguous smile was straying on his lips. He waited for the gentleman who had spoken so well of his own horsemanship, and stood, without mounting his horse, impatiently rubbing his hands and continually glancing towards the door. Some similar feeling seemed shared by the two stable boys, who were holding the stallion, almost breathless with pride at seeing themselves before the whole company, in charge of a horse which might any minute kill a man for no reason whatever. Something akin to their master's sly smile gleamed, too, in their eyes, which were round with expectation, and fixed upon the door from which the bold visitor was to appear. The horse himself, too, behaved as though he were in league with our host and the stable boys. He bore himself proudly and haughtily, as though he felt that he were being watched by several dozen curious eyes, and were glorying in his evil reputation exactly as some incorrigible rogue might glory in his criminal exploits. He seemed to be defying the bold man who would venture to curb his independence. That bold man did at last make his appearance. Conscience-stricken at having kept everyone waiting, hurriedly drawing on his gloves, he came forward without looking at anything, ran down the steps, and only raised his eyes as he stretched out his hand to seize the mane of the waiting horse. But he was at once disconcerted by his frantic rearing and a warning scream from the frightened spectators. The young man stepped back and looked in perplexity at the vicious horse, which was quivering all over, snorting with anger, and rolling his bloodshot eyes ferociously, continually rearing on his hind legs and flinging up his forelegs, as though he meant to bolt into the air and carry the two stable boys with him. For a minute the young man stood completely nonplussed. Then, flushing slightly with some embarrassment, he raised his eyes and looked at the frightened ladies. "A very fine horse," he said, as though to himself, "and to my thinking it ought to be a great pleasure to ride him, but do you know, I think I won't go," he concluded, turning to our host, with a broad good-natured smile, which so suited his kind and clever face. "Yet I consider you are an excellent horseman, I assure you," answered the owner of the unapproachable horse, delighted. And he warmly and even gratefully pressed the young man's hand. "Just because from the first moment you saw the sort of brute you had to deal with," he added with dignity. "Would you believe me, though I have served 23 years in the Hussars, yet I've had the pleasure of being laid on the ground 3 times, thanks to that beast? That is, as often as I mounted the useless animal. Tancred, my boy, there's no one here fit for you. Your rider, it seems, must be some Ilya Muromets, and he must be sitting quiet now in the village of Kapachorovo, waiting for your teeth to fall out. Come, take him away. He has frightened people enough. It was a waste of time to bring him out," he cried, rubbing his hands complacently. It must be observed that Tancred was no sort of use to his master, and simply ate corn for nothing. Moreover, the old hussar had lost his reputation for a knowledge of horseflesh by paying a fabulous sum for the worthless beast, which he had purchased only for his beauty. Yet he was delighted now that Tancred had kept up his reputation, had disposed of another rider, and had so drawn closer on himself fresh, senseless laurels. "So you are not going?" cried the blonde beauty, who was particularly anxious that her cavaliere servente should be in attendance upon this occasion. "Surely you are not frightened?" "Upon my word, I am," answered the young man. "Are you in earnest?" "Why? Do you want me to break my neck? Then make haste and get on my horse. Don't be afraid, it is very quiet. We won't delay them, they can change the saddles in a minute. I'll try to take yours. Surely Tancred can't always be so unruly." No sooner said than done. The madcap leaped out of the saddle and was standing before us as she finished the last sentence. You don't know Tancred if you think he will allow your wretched side saddle to be put on him. Besides, I would not let you break your neck. It would be a pity," said our host, at that moment of inward gratification affecting, as his habit was, a studied brusqueness and even coarseness of speech, which he thought in keeping with a jolly good fellow and an old soldier, and which he imagined to be particularly attractive to the ladies. This was one of his favourite fancies, his favourite whim, with which we were all familiar. "Well, cry baby, wouldn't you like to have a try? You wanted so much to go," said the valiant horsewoman, noticing me and pointing tauntingly at Tancred, because I had been so imprudent as to catch her eye, and she would not let me go without a biting word, that she might not have dismounted from her horse absolutely for nothing. "I expect you are not such a... We all know you are a hero, and would be ashamed to be afraid, especially when you will be looked at, you fine page," she added with a fleeting glance at Madame M., whose carriage was the nearest to the entrance. A rush of hatred and vengeance had flooded my heart when the fair Amazon had approached us with the intention of mounting Tancred, but I cannot describe what I felt at this unexpected challenge from the madcap. Everything was dark before my eyes when I saw her glance at Madame M. For an instant an idea flashed through my mind, but it was only a moment, less than a moment, like a flash of gunpowder. Perhaps it was the last straw, and I suddenly now was moved to rage as my spirit rose, so that I longed to put all my enemies to utter confusion, and to revenge myself on all of them, and before everyone, by showing the sort of person I was. Or whether by some miracle, some prompting from medieval history, of which I had known nothing till then, sent whirling through my giddy brain images of tournaments, paladins, heroes, lovely ladies, the clash of swords, shouts, and the applause of the crowd, and amidst those shouts the timid cry of a frightened heart, which moves the proud soul more sweetly than victory and fame. I don't know whether all this romantic nonsense was in my head at the time, or whether, more likely, only the first dawning of the inevitable nonsense that was in store for me in the future. Anyway, I felt that my hour had come. My heart leaped and shuddered, and I don't remember how, at one bound I was down the steps and beside Tancred. "You think I am afraid?" I cried, boldly and proudly, in such a fever that I could hardly see, breathless with excitement and flushing till the tears scalded my cheeks. "Well, you shall see!" And clutching at Tancred's mane, I put my foot in the stirrup before they had time to make a movement to stop me. But at that instant Tancred reared, jerked his head, and with a mighty bound forward, wrenched himself out of the hands of the petrified stable boys and dashed off like a hurricane, while every one cried out in horror. Goodness knows how I got my other leg over the horse while it was in full gallop. I can't imagine, either, how I did not lose hold of the reins. Tancred bore me beyond the trellis gate, turned sharply to the right, and flew along beside the fence, regardless of the road. Only at that moment I heard behind me a shout from 50 voices, and that shout was echoed in my swooning heart with such a feeling of pride and pleasure that I shall never forget that mad moment of my boyhood. All the blood rushed to my head, bewildering me and overpowering my fears. I was beside myself. There certainly was, as I remember it now, something of the knight errant about the exploit. My knightly exploits, however, were all over in an instant, or it would have gone badly with the knight. And indeed I do not know how I escaped as it was. I did know how to ride, I had been taught, but my pony was more like a sheep than a riding horse. No doubt I should have been thrown off Tancred if he had had time to throw me, but after galloping 50 paces, he suddenly took fright at a huge stone which lay across the road, and bolted back. He turned sharply, galloping at full speed, so that it is a puzzle to me even now that I was not sent spinning out of the saddle and flying like a ball for 20 feet, that I was not dashed to pieces, and that Tancred did not dislocate his leg by such a sudden turn. He rushed back to the gate, tossing his head furiously, bounding from side to side as though drunk with rage, flinging his legs at random in the air, and at every leap trying to shake me off his back, as though a tiger had leapt on him and were thrusting its teeth and claws into his back. End of Part 2